Help! Zhao Shu is currently in a state of panic, for anyone would find themselves disoriented upon suddenly traversing into the Marvel Universe. Fear not, for with this system by your side, your safety is assured. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Oh dear, warning, warning. The system has detected that a local powerhouse has taken notice of the host. The system will now enter a dormant state to shield the host from any attention. While dormant, the system will retain all functionalities except for communication. Chapter 1. Marvel? Marvel? What? What's happening? Wasn't I in my dorm, enjoying the classic works of Teacher Tsang and Teacher Wu? Where am I? In a modest apartment on Queen Street, New York, a handsome young man abruptly awakens from his computer desk. Zhao Shu opens his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings. This is certainly not his dormitory. Calm down, Zhao Shu tells himself, as he scans the room and attempts to analyze his current predicament. What is playing on this computer? Ah, a battle between a giant stallion and a dark-skinned monster. It seems the owner of this room has rather mediocre taste. Ding! The system has detected that the host is awake and is now initiating the release of the original memories. Please prepare yourself, host. Is that you, system? Have I really crossed over? Oh, my head itches. Memory transfer complete. The host may now pose any inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Shu processes the memories and realizes he is indeed in New York, sharing the same name as the original owner. The original Zhao Shu had followed his elders here from a young age. They had worked tirelessly for several years to save enough money to open a small restaurant. However, being in a foreign land, the restaurant attracted only a handful of customers, as most locals initially visited out of novelty but did not return, leaving only a few patrons and some Asian neighbors to frequent the establishment. Thankfully, the family had managed to save a bit of money. Unfortunately, their fortunes took a turn for the worse when, a few years prior, bizarre creatures began wreaking havoc nearby, resulting in the tragic loss of several elders who had toiled for years. Zhao Shu had narrowly escaped due to being at school at the time. The violent incidents soon subsided, and government officials arrived to console the survivors, relocating those who had lost their homes to the very apartment where Zhao Shu now resides. They publicly declared that the chaos had stemmed from an explosion caused by a resident's negligence, assuring that all survivors had been accommodated in housing constructed by the Star Charity Foundation, which also provided a sum for living expenses. As the original Zhao Shu was still quite young and had lost his family, he gradually succumbed to apathy. In a moment of excitement, while watching a film and engaging in crafts, the original Zhao Shu suffered a fatal heart attack, allowing the current Zhao Shu to take over his life. Holy moly, Stark? Tony Stark? Iron Man? Marvel? Yes, host. You are indeed in the Marvel Universe, and I am your beloved system. But I am just an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. How long can I survive in such a perilous world, especially in New York of all places? System, protect me. Rest assured, with my multiverse system, I guarantee you a long and prosperous life. Is that so? What functionalities do you possess? System Manual. This system enables the host to extract items and skills from any media such as films, novels, and games that the host has encountered. However, the opportunity for extraction requires the primal power of this world. The host can acquire this primal power upon establishing a connection with characters from the Marvel narrative. Oh, so I have to get close to these perilous figures? That seems exceedingly dangerous. Fear not, for I am here to assist you. Ding. The host has established a connection with Iron Man. You now possess one extraction opportunity. Will you proceed with the extraction? Oh, is it due to the Stark apartment? I shall extract, of course. Zhao Shu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Before Zhao Shu's eyes, a virtual roulette materialized, segmented into numerous sections, each adorned with familiar names: Dungeon Fighters, League of Legends, Cooking Master, Doryman, and various others. Extraction in progress. Your paternal grandfather is referred to as grandfather. Your paternal grandmother, congratulations, host. You have won a grand prize. This extraction will yield 3 items. Congratulations on your win. You have acquired a comprehensive cookbook from Cooking Master, a skill book for the Wind God Leg, and 10 pairs of How Pie undergarments. Cooking Master Cookbook. Originating from the world of Chinese Cooking Master, this tome allows the learner to swiftly master recipes within. Method of use. Open the cookbook, locate the desired recipe, place your hands in a cupping position over the book, move towards the learner's head, and recite the incantation. Knowledge flows in. Knowledge flows in. Wind God Leg Skill Book. Taken from the world of Storm and Cloud, this book allows for the rapid acquisition of the Wind God Leg technique. Method of use. Place the skill book on the ground. The learner must adopt a fencing stance. Step on the 3 legs while reciting the incantation. Retreat, retreat, retreat. How Pie underwear. Originating from the world of starting a stall selling energy drinks, these undergarments are adjustable, comfortable, and provide ample support. Method of use. Simply wear them. Zhao Shu appeared utterly bewildered. Is this it? Just this? I can somewhat understand the wind god leg, as it at least allows for swift escape. But what on earth are these recipes and undergarments? Surely the system must have manipulated the outcome. Warning. The system has detected a powerful entity scanning this room. To ensure the host's safety, the system will expend 99% of its energy, retaining only the functions for collecting primal power and conducting lotteries. All other functions will be temporarily disabled to obscure the host's presence from the native powers of the Marvel Universe. What is happening? Zhao Shu inquired, fear evident in his voice. The system deduces that this situation arises from the exposure of the host's foreign essence following the depletion of primal power. Furthermore, the remaining primal power will not fully mask your presence. However, rest assured, this condition will persist for a mere 5 years, after which the host's essence will merge with that of this world, at that time. The system will also awaken anew. Farewell, host. System. Do not leave. How shall I survive without you? Zhao Shu anxiously called out to the system, but alas, he received no reply. Ah, it has truly departed? Very well, I shall utilize the cookbook and the wind god leg. Upon opening the drawer, Zhao Shu discovered several items that appeared on the table. He seized the function leg and tossed it on the ground, striking a fencing pose while shouting, retreat, retreat, retreat. To his astonishment, the previously crumpled skill book, which had been trampled underfoot, suddenly emanated a radiant azure light that enveloped Zhao Shu's legs and mind. Ouch! My leg nearly went numb. Thankfully, I live alone, otherwise I would have suffered a social death. Who's making such a racket upstairs? Retreat, retreat. Nonsense. Upon peering out the window, Zhao Shu was greeted by the sight of Mei Yang, who resided below. My apologies, Maiki. A mouse just scurried out, he explained. Mei Yang's expression brightened upon recognizing Zhao Shu. Oh, it's you, Zhao Shu. A mouse, you say? Should I have my Yang come assist you? No need, I've already caught it, replied Zhao Shu, feeling somewhat disheartened and preferring to avoid further conversation. He promptly shut the window and returned to his computer desk. With a sense of resignation, he began to study the recipe content from the little chef's cookbook, pondering its potential for profit, however meager it might be. Life must go on. After all, once he had gathered his emotions, Zhao Shu spent half an hour browsing through the battle of the foreign horses against the dark monsters before deciding to step outside and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Chapter 2. The apartment holds secrets. As Zhao Shu exited his room, he intended to replenish his protein intake, having just engaged in half an hour of meticulous needlework. With his hunger sated, he opened the door and glanced around. Indeed, the first floor housed 8 residents, most of whose doors were firmly shut, likely due to their work commitments. After securing his own door, Zhao Shu made his way to the elevator. Just then, the doors parted to reveal a middle-aged man with a troubled expression, who paused momentarily upon seeing Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu, are you heading out? Oh, Uncle Fei. What brings you back at this hour? Aren't you supposed to be working at the restaurant? Fei Yang, affectionately known as Uncle Fei, was a fellow villager of Xianyang and Mei Yang, and previously a chef at Zhao Shu's family restaurant. He was known for singing I Come from the Prairie while he cooked. After the incident from years ago, Fei Yang opened a restaurant outside the apartment with his savings and funds from the foundation. Over the years, he had been a great support to Zhao Shu. Don't mention it. I have no idea what kind of misfortune I've incurred, but for the past few days, every time I open the door, 3 black men come in to eat. Initially, I thought business was booming. Who would have guessed these rascals were here to extort me? Halfway through their meal, they claimed there was hair in the dish. Absurd. They ended up reporting me for a business inspection, and I had to pay a fine. Zhao Shu glanced at Fei Yang's head. Indeed, the once luscious hair had vanished, a casualty of the rivalry with Uncle Shi downstairs over Mei Yang. The allegation of hair in the food was clearly unfounded. Uncle Fei, it seems you've crossed someone, or else why would such incidents happen daily? Oh, I'm aware that a few days ago, someone approached me, suggesting I close up shop and sell the restaurant to them. But you know my culinary skills. People around here have grown accustomed to the flavors of my cooking. If I were to suddenly shut down, I wouldn't know what to do. He lamented, a look of despair settling on his features. Zhao Shu's brow furrowed slightly, while Fei Yang's troubles seemed unrelated to him. He recalled the kindness Fei had shown him in the past. As a fellow expatriate in this foreign land, Zhao Shu felt a natural inclination to support a familiar face. After all, one might find themselves in need of assistance in the future. Pondering his options, Zhao Shu reassured himself that with his martial prowess, he was unlikely to be harmed by mere, ordinary folk. Given that this apartment belonged to Tony Stark, it was improbable that anyone would risk antagonizing him by resorting to violence. Moreover, he possessed a culinary repertoire that could aid in his integration into this world. as familiarity often breeds comfort. Uncle Fei, here's the thing. I have trained in martial arts since childhood under my grandfather, who always claimed I possessed extraordinary talent. I am now capable of taking on 10 men. Plus, as you know, my family used to run a restaurant, so my cooking skills are quite refined. How about I join your restaurant as a chef and help you resolve these troubles? Fei Yong frowned at this. Zhao Shu, please reconsider. It's better for me to sell the restaurant than to risk your safety. What would I tell your elders if you got hurt? Don't worry, Uncle Fei. Let me demonstrate my abilities, and then you can decide, Zhao Shu replied, swiftly appearing at the end of the corridor with a grace that belied his earlier hesitation. How are you, Uncle Fei? Is this speed acceptable? Allow me to demonstrate some other techniques. Before Fei Yong could respond, Zhao Shu propelled himself off the ground, soaring nearly 2 meters into the air. Simultaneously, he began to spin around his central axis, causing the air around him to swirl. In just 3 to 4 seconds, Fei Yong found himself being drawn closer to Zhao Shu by the force of the wind. Ah, Zhao Shu, stop it. That's enough. Uncle can't take it anymore. At this moment, Fei Yang's feet had left the ground, and he clung tightly to the elevator door with his hands, narrowly avoiding being swept away by Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu, having landed, rolled his eyes upward, struggling to steady himself against the wall. Ugh, I'm sorry, Uncle Fei. I haven't practiced in a long time. I'm a bit out of practice. Just give me a moment to adjust. Phew, that was close. Zhao Shu, I now realize your prowess. I am ready to recruit you as my head chef. Just wait a couple of days. I'll notify you when I reopen. Prepare yourself in the meantime. Fei Yong said, one hand against the wall, the other clutching his chest, a look of trepidation on his face as he gazed at Zhao Shu. All right, I'll take a stroll around. It has been ages since I last ventured outside. I feel like I'm rusting away. Zhao Shu said as he steadied himself against the wall and slowly stepped into the elevator. How embarrassing. I even made myself nauseous, he thought, holding his forehead with one hand. Oh, Grandpa Qin, back at work? As Zhao Shu exited the elevator, he spotted the apartment manager, Grandpa Qin, basking in the sun at the entrance of the building. Hey, Zhao Shu, what a surprise to see you out. Grandpa Qin exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Indeed, I needed some fresh air. Being cooped up indoors makes one feel rusty. You take it easy. I'm just wandering about. Zhao Shu waved at Grandpa Qin as he stepped out of the apartment. Just then, a couple approached. Zhao Shu immediately recognized them as residents of the building. The younger one was Ah Bin, a student who had just completed his college entrance examination. The older woman, a matronly figure, was referred to as Mrs. Hu. Mrs. Hu, are you not working today? Zhao Shu inquired. Yes, I am. Zhao Shu, are you heading out? She replied. Yes, just taking a stroll. Ah Bin, how did your exam go? Upon hearing this, Ah Bin's expression soured. Brother Shu, don't ask, it didn't go as expected. Zhao Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, is that so? Your teacher, Bai, is also from Longhua. Didn't he offer you any extra lessons? Well, I'll take my leave now. Zhao Shu nodded to the pair and turned to depart. TSK, there's something peculiar about this apartment. Zhao Shu pondered as he glanced back at Grandpa Qin and the others, feeling an odd sensation. Looking around, the apartment appeared no different from usual, save for the Stark logo glistening in the morning sunlight. Stepping out of the apartment, Zhao Shu surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling a bit lost. Where should he go? Forget it. I'll just wander about. Aimlessly strolling through the bustling streets, filled with hurried pedestrians and passing vehicles, Zhao Shu felt his mood lighten. Reflecting on his previous life of relentless work from 9 to 9, he found solace in the fact that he no longer had to strive for a Land Rover for his boss. As he pondered, Zhao Shu's pace gradually slowed. Where am I? He mused, taking in his surroundings. Hello, do you need any assistance? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Suddenly, a gentle female voice emerged, prompting Zhao Shu to turn his gaze. He observed a young woman peeking out from an aged house, scrutinizing him. Chapter 3, The Little Spider? Zhao Shu blinked in slight surprise, raising his arm to gesture towards himself. Are you speaking to me, madam? Upon hearing Zhao Shu's inquiry, the woman slowly opened the door and stepped out to nod in acknowledgement. Yes, sir. You do not appear to be a resident here, am I correct? Zhao Shu narrowed his eyes, discreetly appraising her. She was dressed in a low-cut short-sleeve top, adorned with an apron, her arms crossed in front of her, accentuating her alluring figure. Her chestnut hair cascaded over her left shoulder and down her back. Her features were exquisite, albeit marked by the subtle traces of time. Zhao Shu smiled gently. Greetings, beautiful lady. This is indeed my first visit. Might I inquire where I am? Oh, by the way, my name is Zhao Shu, but you may call me Shu. A smile graced the woman's face. Mr. Shu, are you lost? This is Queen Street. What brings you here, if I may ask? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is May Parker. May Parker? Zhao Shu was taken aback. The end of the little spider? It seemed he had stumbled upon Peter Parker's residence. If that were the case, he should have 2 sources of power to gather. With this thought, Zhao Shu excitedly activated his system. He gazed at the virtual panel. Uh-huh. The lottery option is available. He chuckled to himself, attributing the less-than-ideal rewards from his first lottery draw to the residue of offspring fluid on his hands. Once I've had a proper cleansing, I shall return to spin that little wheel with fervor. I intended to visit Zhongqing High School, but inadvertently wandered here. It appears I, the directionally challenged, should head home instead. Would you happen to know the way to Stark apartment? Zhao Shu yearned to return home immediately. After all, who could resist the opportunity for a lottery draw? Upon hearing his question, Aunt May blinked. Zhongqing High School. Mr. Shu, did you attend Zhongqing High? What a coincidence. My nephew Peter is also a student there. Just wait a moment. I will escort you back to the apartment. Perhaps Zhao Shu's mention of his past at Zhongqing High had endeared him to May Parker, prompting her to offer her assistance. Ms. May, are you not wary that I might be a villain? Zhao Shu pondered, perplexed. He recalled that the Parker household consisted only of the little spider and Aunt May. Was it entirely appropriate for a single woman to accompany a stranger home? I do not perceive Mr. Shu as a bad person, especially since you attended Zhongqing High and reside in Stark apartment. Most importantly, my intuition has always been remarkably accurate. Zhao Shu was momentarily speechless. What kind of reasoning was that? Just because they shared an alma mater did not mean he was devoid of malice. Yet, he had to admit, a woman's intuition could indeed be inexplicably precise at times. Very well, that is an impeccable rationale. By the way, May, were you preparing lunch just now? Initially, Zhao Shu had been preoccupied with observing the Great Rift, only now recalling that May was still donned in an apron, likely having been in the midst of cooking. He hurriedly sought to remind her, concerned she might have left her meal unattended. Oh yes, Shu. I just finished preparing lunch. Would you care to join me? At that moment, Aunt May remembered her freshly cooked meal and extended an invitation to Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu lifted his gaze to the sky, realizing that several hours had elapsed since he stepped out of the apartment. After such a lengthy walk, he felt a pang of hunger and accepted Aunt May's invitation. Upon reflection, he considered that Aunt May was indeed the ideal type for many. Thus he could momentarily set aside thoughts of the lottery. Upon entering the house, the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted towards him, stirring his appetite. Following Aunt May's lead, Zhao Shu took a seat at the dining table, where an old yet immaculate plate awaited him. To the right of the plate lay a small knife, intended for cutting steak, smeared with sauce, while the plate cradled a slice of steak drenched in sauce and already sliced. Aunt May, somewhat bashful, spoke up. I was just about to eat when I heard some noise outside, so I haven't touched it yet. You can feel free to eat, or I can grill another one for you. Zhao Shu smiled at her and replied, It's all right, I shall enjoy this one. But I think it would be better to wait until you finish preparing another so we can eat together. All right, then wait for me a few minutes. It won't take long. A few minutes later, Aunt May returned with another steak and sat across from Zhao Shu. Sorry for the wait, let us dig in. Soon. Both had finished their meals. Seizing the moment, Zhao Shu offered to help with the dishes, but Aunt May politely declined, citing his status as a guest. After Aunt May completed her tidying up, Zhao Shu expressed his gratitude and suggested it was time to return to the apartment. They stepped outside, and Aunt May turned to lock the door. Let us go, Shu. As they walked towards the apartment, Aunt May gently inquired, Shu, you are Asian, right? Could you share how you came to New York? After her question, she turned her gaze towards Zhao Shu. Yes, I am from the Dragon Kingdom. I came to this country with my grandfather when I was young, and it has been over a decade now. By the way, my grandfather is a chef, and I have learned to cook from him since childhood. Next time, I will prepare some ingredients to cook for you and your family as a token of gratitude for your help. Would that be all right? Zhao Shu conversed with Aunt May while walking, aiming to foster a deeper connection and to gather the essence of the little spider. Sure. Let me know when you're ready. By the way, it's just Peter and me at home. There's no need for too much preparation. Like many Americans, Aunt May would generally not refuse an invitation to a gathering. Just the two of you? Aren't you married? No, I don't have a husband. Peter was sent to me by my sister when he was young, and after my sister passed away, I feared others might not accept him. So I chose not to marry. Aunt May spoke these words with a calm demeanor, and Zhao Shu felt a sense of admiration for her. As they chatted and laughed, they soon arrived at Zhao Shu's familiar apartment. After bidding each other farewell with a wave, Zhao Shu entered the apartment, greeted Old Man Qin, and took the elevator to his room. Splash, splash, splash. I love bathing. It feels wonderful. After his shower, Zhao Shu thought about trying his luck with the lottery, but suddenly remembered he hadn't lit any incense. Regrettably, he searched but found nothing. No need to panic. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Back at his desk, the same computer awaited him. But this time the screen displayed an image of a panda holding 3 incense sticks. Paratrooper 1, ready for action. May the blessings of the Buddha be upon us. Zhao Shu, with his hands clasped and eyes tightly shut, shouted earnestly, Drawl I yes, indeed, how right you are, brother. Chapter 4. The Facial Rejuvenation Pill. First, let us capture Aunt May. 10 seconds later, Zhao Shu exhaled softly, opening one eye with a glimmer of longing directed at the virtual roulette. The pointer on the wheel indicated a title of a novel that Zhao Shu found somewhat unfamiliar. He vaguely remembered it as a fantasy tale. Oh, this book seems to involve some special flames and alchemists, he pondered. If it were a fire-based ability, that could be quite advantageous, allowing me to concoct delightful dishes that would surely be a hit. In that case, I would capture the hearts of Iron Man and Captain America, all of whom would be entranced by my culinary prowess, ensuring a life free from worries. Ideally, it would be Captain Marvel and Scarlet which would capture my interest. As the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Alas, at this moment, it is impossible for Zhao Shu to encounter either of them. Dispelling his fanciful thoughts, Zhao Shu opened the system panel, revealing a notification congratulating him on winning a reward. Facial Rejuvenation Pill, originating from a certain fantasy realm. Efficacy: restores the user's appearance and physique to their prime state, with each pill's effects lasting for 20 years. Zhao Shu gazed at the efficacy of the rejuvenation pill, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had just opened the jade vial and found it contained 8 pills. Yet, at merely 23 years of age, this reward seemed rather superfluous. As he shook the vial, he contemplated how to put this item to good use. Perhaps I could give one to Aunt May. Then she might develop an affection for me. However, the rest of the pills currently seemed to hold no utility. Such a youth-restoring item, if known to many, would be detrimental to my own interests. Yes, I must also ensure that Aunt May and her family move in with me. Otherwise, if the neighbors discover this, it could lead to complications. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they think of other matters. Zhao Shu felt that with a newfound avenue for earning money, the issue of safety was no longer pressing. Moreover, he realized he might be unable to leave this world in his lifetime. Thus, he might as well settle down here. As he lay in bed, Zhao Shu envisioned a blissful life surrounded by Aunt May, with Wanda on one side and Black Widow in the middle, gradually drifting into slumber. 2 days later, on a serene morning, Zhao Shu instinctively reached for his little self, slowly awakening from his dreams. It's been 2 days. I wonder if Uncle Fei's restaurant has opened yet. I should inquire about it later. Rising from his bed, Zhao Shu entered the bathroom to freshen up, and then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a delicious breakfast for himself. I must say, our little chef is quite remarkable. Today is Saturday. Aunt May and Spider-Gwen should have time to come over. After exchanging greetings with Grandpa Chin and the others, Zhao Shu made his way to a nearby Chinese supermarket to procure the ingredients necessary for hosting Aunt May and her companions, returning home with his bounty. Traversing the same streets he had walked with Aunt May, Zhao Shu contemplated the gentle essence of Aunt May and Spider-Gwen's innate powers, unknowingly employing the wind god leg technique to hasten his journey, reducing the half-hour trek to approximately 5 minutes. At last, Zhao Shu arrived at the location where he had encountered Aunt May just 2 days prior. After a brief examination of his attire, feeling no sense of impropriety, he approached the door and knocked gently. From within, a soft voice emerged. "Peter, could you kindly see who has arrived?" Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from inside, accompanied by a rather youthful voice. "All right, Aunt May." "Oh, sir, whom are you looking for?" Zhao Shu, observing the young Spider-Man who was pushing the door while leaning against the wall, raised his right hand in a wave. "Hello, Peter, I am Zhao Shu, a friend of May. You may call me Shu." "Zhao Shu, a friend of Aunt May's? When did you two meet, and where? Why was I not informed?" The young lad continued. "Hey, Aunt May, there's a very handsome gentleman outside claiming to be your friend." Zhao Shu couldn't help but chuckle at the youthful chatter of the young Spider-Man, recalling how, in his previous life, he had noticed the character's loquacious nature. Now, encountering him in reality was quite amusing. "Oh, is it Mr. Shu? I apologize, I'm currently occupied." "Peter, please invite Mr. Shu in." Aunt May's voice wafted from the kitchen. "Mr. Shu, please come in, have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" "Oh, you don't drink? Then, may I ask what you do? How long have you known Aunt May? What brings you here? Are you two in a romantic relationship?" The youthful curiosity was evident on Spider-Man's innocent face, as he had lived with Aunt May for over a decade and had scarcely seen her interact with any other man. Zhao Shu smiled at the questioning gaze of the young Spider-Man. "I have not known May for long. A couple of days ago, I found myself lost here, but fortunately, your aunt helped me find my way home. Otherwise, I genuinely would not have known what to do. As for romance, I would indeed like to be Aunt May's other half, but I am uncertain of her feelings." "Ahem. Peter, you seem to have an abundance of questions. Good morning, Mr. Shu. Is this visit related to that matter from last time?" At that moment, Aunt May emerged from the kitchen, looking somewhat embarrassed. Upon seeing her, the young Spider-Man quickly stood up and said, "Aunt May, I shall refrain from speaking further." Zhao Shu waved his hand dismissively, It's quite all right. This is perfectly normal. After all, with such a beautiful aunt, he is bound to worry. Turning to May, he continued, by the way, I came here to invite you to dinner at my home. I believe it's Saturday, so you and Peter should be free. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's compliment, Aunt May blushed slightly. Thank you for your kind words, Shu. Peter, why don't you go upstairs? I would like to discuss some matters with Shu. Reluctantly, the young Spider-Man agreed and began to ascend the stairs, only to turn halfway and ask, Aunt May, can I not stay here? Aunt May's expression grew stern. Peter. Zhao Shu was filled with curiosity at the sudden seriousness of the situation. Just as he was about to lighten the mood, Aunt May posed a question that left him pleasantly astonished. Shu, about what you mentioned earlier, wanting to be my other half, was that true? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu nearly leaped for joy, astonished that the opportunity he had been contemplating just days ago had now presented itself. May, did you hear everything I just said? It is indeed true. You are so beautiful, gentle, and kind. I believe any man would think the same. Zhao Shu, maintaining a calm demeanor and a resolute expression, spoke with a hint of playful banter. Well, to be honest, I do feel a certain fondness for you, despite having only met once. As I mentioned previously, my instincts are quite accurate. I can tell you are a kind-hearted individual. However, you must understand that I am considerably older than you. Does that not bother you? He grasped Aunt May's hand firmly, his eyes shining with intensity. In our Dragon Nation, we have a saying, a woman 3 years older is worth a fortune. It implies that older women tend to be more caring. Thus, age is not an obstacle for me. If it concerns you, I have my own means to address it. Chapter 5, Swordsmanship and the Nine Sons' Divine Skill. How fortuitous this is. Zhao Shu's spirits soared at the thought. What does this imply? Are you suggesting that if I were a few years younger, we would undoubtedly be together? Had they met on that fateful day, Zhao Shu might have felt helpless. However, he now possessed the youth-preserving elixir, derived from Aunt May's innate power. Could this be the essence of utilizing resources for the benefit of the people? Enlightenment struck him. Just as he was about to reveal the existence of the elixir to Aunt May, she interrupted with a worried expression. Shu, you seem overly excited. I am uncertain if you truly do not mind the age difference. How about this? I will bring Peter to your place tonight, and you can take the time to ponder it carefully. After all, a lasting relationship requires serious consideration. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Shu felt an urge to argue. But he realized that speaking prematurely might lead to unforeseen consequences. What if she did not believe him? After all, the concept of the youth-preserving elixir might seem fantastical to them. Moreover, if Aunt May mistakenly thought he was attempting to drug her, it would spell disaster. With that thought in mind, Zhao Shu stood up and nodded, signaling his understanding. I am glad you can agree. By the way, it is nearly lunchtime. Why not stay and join us? Zhao Shu had no objection, as he had spent a considerable amount of time gathering materials that morning, and he was beginning to feel quite hungry. At the same dining table as before, this time, however, they were joined by a curious high school student. Peter Parker was brimming with curiosity, eager to uncover what his Aunt May and Zhao Shu had discussed. Yet, he hesitated to ask, for in his mind, Aunt May was not like other aunts who merely offered verbal guidance. Absently, he traced the knife across his plate, and Aunt May, sensing his restlessness, glanced at Zhao Shu with a smile. I apologize. Peter's curiosity can be rather overwhelming. Peter, focus on your meal, she chided, her tone laced with authority. Instantly, the young spider felt a shiver run down his spine and straightened up. Life seemed quite pleasant indeed. Zhao Shu observed the scene before him, his gaze somewhat dreamy, as he began to envision a potential future. Perhaps sensing the slight awkwardness, Aunt May redirected the conversation towards Peter's academic pursuits. Shu, I recall you attended Zhongqing High School as well, did you not? Would you be willing to tutor Peter when you have the time? Zhao Shu's heart sank at her request. After all these years, he had relinquished all the knowledge he once possessed to his teachers. Alas, he could only speak the truth. I apologize, Aunt May. You are aware that this occurred several years ago, and I believe Peter is an exceptionally intelligent child, undoubtedly excelling in his studies. Wouldn't you agree, Peter? Suddenly invigorated by the mention of Little Spider, he shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, Aunt May, you know my grades have always been exemplary. Indeed, my Peter has inherited the intellect of his parents and has always performed admirably in academics. Well then, let us continue to savor this delightful lunch. As the three of them engaged in conversation while eating, time swiftly passed. Goodbye, May and Peter. Remember to come find me tonight. Zhao Shu waved to the two. All right. Shu, see you tonight. Farewell, Mr. Shu. I eagerly anticipate your culinary skills. If they prove delectable, I might even assist you in courting my aunt. Zhao Shu chuckled as he watched the little spider being playfully chased by Aunt May before turning to leave. On his way back, feeling that the day was still young, Zhao Shu contemplated taking a taxi to the vicinity of Stark Industries. Having been in town for a few days, he was quite eager to catch a glimpse of the charismatic Tony Stark. Of course, he was aware that the likelihood of actually meeting him was slim. But familiarizing himself with the area could only be beneficial. Gazing at the towering buildings before him, Zhao Shu couldn't help but recall the scene of Iron Man battling Ironmonger. Who could have known that this very edifice would soon be dismantled by its two principal stakeholders? "Excuse me, sir, may I assist you with something?" At that moment, as Zhao Shu stood admiring the soon-to-be demolished structure, a portly gentleman in a suit approached him. "Ah, Happy, I recognize you as Tony's bodyguard," Zhao Shu mused, pondering whether Happy could be considered a character of the narrative. "Oh, hello. I am a resident of Stark Apartments, here to see if I might have the chance to meet Mr. Stark. You see, without Mr. Stark, I might not even have a place to stay." Zhao Shu thought quickly and decided to engage with Happy as a resident. Upon hearing that Zhao Shu was a resident of Stark Apartments, Happy's expression softened. "I see. My apologies, sir. You know, Mr. Stark is quite a busy individual." Zhao Shu understood this reality. Today, he was merely wandering without any particular agenda. Nodding in acknowledgement, he continued on his way. As he strolled along, humming a cheerful tune, Zhao Shu felt quite elated. It was a splendid day. To his surprise, Happy turned out to be a character in the story, which meant he could draw a couple of prizes now. Ah, splendid. The weather today is indeed delightful. With thoughts of the upcoming lottery, Zhao Shu quickly returned to his apartment, once again seated at his computer desk. Lottery, I wonder what will appear this time. I am truly excited. Congratulations. You have received Sword Mastery. Congratulations. You have received an enhanced version of Nine Yang skill. Sword Mastery. Control the sword with one's energy, transforming Qi into a blade. Effect. Command any object or vanquish foes using internal energy. Enhanced Nine Yang skill. Everlasting vitality. Immune to all poisons. Effect. Absorb any energy for personal use, forming a protective shield around the body, with rapid energy recovery and the ability to heal any injury while preventing any virus. Sword Mastery. To strike down an enemy from 1,000 miles away and even soar through the skies. This is truly the dream of every man. Once again, the profound essence of the Nine Yang divine skill manifests, an enduring force, whether in battles upon the ground or in the intimate exchanges of the bedroom. Zhao Shu distinctly perceives a newfound vigor coursing through his form, an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. He clenches his fists, reveling in the intoxicating sensation of empowerment. Drawing a steadying breath, he gazes out the window, realizing that the appointed hour with Aunt May and her companions is swiftly approaching. He pats his lower back, contemplating whether this evening will mark the end of his bachelorhood. After uttering his playful musings, Zhao Shu rises and strides into the kitchen, commencing preparations for the gathering with Aunt May and her entourage. With his exceptional culinary skills, he swiftly conjures the dishes required for the occasion. Checking his phone, he notes that Aunt May will arrive in approximately a minute. Hastily, he retrieves a rejuvenating elixir, crushes it, and infuses it into a glass of red wine. Oh, all is set, awaiting Aunt May to indulge in this enhanced libation. Chapter 6. The Astonished Parker Family. Let us stay here tonight, seizing the moment while awaiting Aunt May's arrival. Zhao Shu meticulously inspects the tidiness of the room. Suddenly, a series of knocks resound from the door, prompting Zhao Shu to rise and approach it. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by the smiling faces of Aunt May and Little Spider. Aunt May is adorned in a slightly faded light blue low-cut dress, her chestnut locks cascading gracefully down her back. A stylish yet unfamiliar bag hangs from her right shoulder, and in her hands, she cradles a beautifully wrapped gift. Glancing downward, one cannot help but notice the crystal sandals adorning her feet, with her delicate toes painted a striking red, evoking a sense of admiration. Beside her stands Little Spider, nearly her height, dressed in a white shirt and blue jeans. "Hey, Shu, good to see you again. Here, this is a gift for you," Aunt May says. Noticing Zhao Shu's captivated gaze upon her toes, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Oh, what? Oh, hello? Thank you. Please, come in. And you too, Peter." Zhao Shu stammers, slightly embarrassed, inviting them both into his home. "Oh, Mr. Shu, it smells wonderful. What are you cooking?" Little Spider exclaims, energized by the enticing aroma that wafts through the air. Coming from a household where only his aunt earns an income, his living conditions are modest, and he often faces bullying at school, with few friends to speak of, let alone invitations to others' homes. Aunt May, observing Little Spider's excitement, blushes slightly. "Peter, I apologize, Shu. The dishes you've prepared truly do smell delightful, making it hard to resist." Zhao Shu smiles warmly and replies, "No worries, May. I'm delighted that you both enjoy my cooking. Food is meant to bring happiness. Please, take a seat and help yourselves to whatever you fancy. Feel at home." As Zhao Shu speaks, he leads them to a table, placing the red wine, now enhanced with the rejuvenating elixir, before Aunt May. After taking a seat, she lifts her glass and takes a delicate sip. Eyeing the array of dishes before her, she hesitates momentarily and inquires, Shu, I'm sorry. Could you perhaps introduce these dishes to me? You know, we've never seen nor tasted anything like this. Beautiful lady, it would be my utmost pleasure to serve you. Zhao Shu responds with a courteous smile. Before you lies the exquisite, dreamy mapo tofu, while Peter is presented with the yangchuan shredded pork with green peppers. In the center, there is the lobster trio, and lastly, I am served the golden fried rice. After Zhao Shu has introduced each dish, he serves both guests with a communal spoon. Following their expressions of gratitude, they eagerly begin to savor their meals. Oh, how hot! My goodness, this tastes delightful. Upon tasting the dishes, both of them exclaim in unison. Subsequently, they fall into a comfortable silence, wholly engrossed in their food. Observing this, Zhao Shu smiles subtly, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. So, does it suit your palate? MMM, they reply, their mouths full, nodding in approval. As the remnants of the meal are swiftly devoured, Zhao Shu encourages Peter to play on the computer while he and Aunt May leisurely sip red wine and engage in light conversation. Watching Aunt May finish her glass, Zhao Shu calculates that the effects of the beauty pill should soon manifest. After she drains the last of her wine, Zhao Shu rises to tidy up. Noticing his movement, Aunt May offers to assist, but suddenly feels a sharp pain in her abdomen. Embarrassed, she inquires about the location of the restroom, and upon receiving directions, she hastily makes her way there. As he watches Aunt May dash into the bathroom, a mysterious smile spreads across Zhao Shu's face. Ah, it's happening. The effects are kicking in. Recalling his own experience after consuming the beauty pill, a bead of sweat trickles down his forehead. That day, Zhao Shu, with the mindset of having plenty to spare, decided he would certainly consume one. However, within 10 minutes of ingestion, his stomach began to churn. He endured a protracted and odorous half-hour in the restroom, and only after struggling to relieve himself did he finally find solace. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, and it took him half an hour on the bed to gradually regain his strength. Once he recuperated, Zhao Shu promptly examined his physical state, discovering an invigorating surge of energy and an unexpected lightness, as though the burden of 20 to 30 pounds had been lifted. Satisfied that his health was intact, he sought out a mirror to assess whether he had become more handsome. Upon gazing at his reflection, Zhao Shu felt a twinge of disappointment, for he noticed no significant alterations. If anything had changed, it was that his complexion appeared fairer and the blemishes from his manual labor had vanished. Although the outcome did not meet his expectations, he rationalized it was likely due to his already high level of attractiveness. He pondered what transformation Aunt May might undergo. Half an hour later, as Zhao Shu finished cleaning and chatted with Little Spider, a sudden cry of astonishment echoed from the bathroom. Both Zhao Shu and Little Spider hurried to the restroom door, inquiring, "What is happening, Aunt May? Are you all right?" The door swung open to reveal a stunned Aunt May standing in the doorway. "Zhao, what happened?" Before she could finish, Little Spider, gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar yet recognizable Aunt May, exclaimed, "Aunt May, is that you? You look so youthful." The two individuals exchanged glances, their eyes simultaneously fixating on Zhao Shu, who was intently observing the youthful version of Aunt May. Noticing the astonishment etched on their faces, Zhao Shu instinctively touched his nose. "Ahem, let us retire to the living room to discuss this. We should allow the restroom to air out." The moment these words were uttered, both individuals wore expressions of palpable embarrassment. "Are you implying that you have given me a potion that can reverse aging?" Aunt May inquired, her tone laced with disbelief. Zhao Shu, witnessing their lingering skepticism, helplessly shrugged. "Of course, how else could one explain your current state?" "Oh, how fascinating. Mr. Shu, does such a thing truly exist in this world? May I see it? I am not suggesting that I wish to consume it, but this is utterly astonishing. Do you understand my sentiment, Mr. Shu?" The young spider, true to his loquacious nature, launched into an enthusiastic monologue. Zhao Shu could only produce the rejuvenation elixir for their viewing, yet this display of conjuring an object from thin air left them utterly flabbergasted. "Oh, where did you procure this? Wow, Mr. Shu, is this magic? This is incredibly impressive. Can you teach me? I want to be just as cool. If I could master this, Mary Jane would surely fall in love." "Oh, Aunt May, I misspoke. What Mary? You must have misheard." Observing Peter's exuberant antics, Zhao Shu could only shake his head in exasperation, thinking, "Kid, this isn't my fault." Chapter 7. Resolving Uncle Ben's troubles. Though such matters are challenging for ordinary individuals to comprehend, it was indeed as Zhao Shu proclaimed. Aunt May could only attribute her newfound youth to the rejuvenation elixir. Yet, a sudden recollection surfaced in her mind, recalling Zhao Shu's invitation for dinner that morning. Stirring waves of contemplation within her, it dawned on her that his earlier words were, in fact, rooted in truth. Should she acquiesce to his proposal? Noticing the sudden silence enveloping Aunt May, Zhao Shu discerned that she was reflecting upon their earlier conversation. He gently grasped her hand, murmuring, May. After returning from your home at noon, I contemplated our situation carefully. I believe we should explore the possibility of dating. You see, I am from the Dragon Kingdom, where we have a notion known as fate. Why was it not someone else who noticed and assisted me that day? In your terms, this is what you would call divine arrangement. God, thank you for granting me such a precious gift. So, Shu, would you be willing to be my boyfriend? Aunt May, smiling graciously while glancing at the inquisitive young spider beside her, posed the question. Really, May? I would be delighted. Zhao Shu replied, his excitement palpable. By the way, May, I happen to have several vacant rooms here, so I would like to invite you to move in with me. I mean no offense. You understand that given your current appearance, if your neighbors were to discover it, complications are bound to arise. Moreover, the environment here is considerably more favorable than yours. Think of it as a shared living arrangement, if you will. Zhao Shu felt as though he had heard celestial music, overwhelmed with joy. He also considered that Aunt May's youthful transformation might bring about challenges in her life, hence the suggestion for her to relocate, allowing them to be closer together. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's agreement, Aunt May smiled gently. However, when she heard the suggestion for her to move over, she felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Yet, upon observing Peter beside her, his face reflecting a mixture of longing and anxiety as he gazed at her, she conceded that her heart fluttered. Nevertheless, despite this stir of emotions, a lingering sense of modesty restrained her from giving an immediate affirmative reply. She merely stated that she would need some time to consider it. Upon hearing her words, little Spider sprang to his feet, eager to persuade Aunt May to agree. Yet, under her stern gaze, he could only retreat in defeat. Zhao Shu, unfazed by her response, merely nodded and remarked that she could reach out to him whenever she wished to come. He then deftly shifted the conversation to other topics. However, having overheard their exchange, Aunt May felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and proposed her intention to take her leave. Zhao Shu stood and glanced out the window, realizing the sky had turned completely dark without his notice. It's rather late, he remarked. It would be somewhat dangerous for you two to head back now. Why not stay the night? I have prepared the rooms. Zhao Shu, checking the time, noted it was already 9:30. As is well known, nighttime in America can be perilous, and he feared for their safety on the return journey, thus suggesting they stay overnight. Aunt May also glanced at the clock, fully aware of the dangers lurking outside. Were she alone, she might have braved the risks to return home, but with little Spider accompanying her, she felt compelled to accept his invitation. Zhao Shu's face brightened at her acquiescence, and he led Aunt May to the guest room. Here it is, he gestured. If you decide to move in, this room will be yours. Of course, if you wish to share a room with me later, that is also an option, he added, clearing his throat awkwardly. But enough of that, you should rest now. After Zhao Shu exited the guest room, he approached little Spider and patted him on the shoulder. Come, Peter. I'll show you to your room. If Aunt May agrees to move in, this bedroom will be exclusively yours. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. How odd, Zhao Shu mused. Who could that be at this hour? He opened the door, revealing a balding middle-aged man standing at the threshold. Uncle Fei, what brings you here at such a late hour? Zhao Shu inquired, puzzled by Fei Yong's presence. Fei Yong, somewhat sheepish as he rubbed his bald head, replied. I'm sorry for disturbing you at this hour, Zhao Shu. The thing is, a couple of days ago, you mentioned wanting to work at my restaurant. I just completed the paperwork today. We're opening tomorrow. Are you still interested? Zhao Shu recalled their previous conversation, realizing he had forgotten about it after his encounter with Aunt May. Yes, tomorrow, right? Well, I have 2 friends over. I'll drop them home in the morning before heading over to you. How does that sound? As Fei Yong stood outside, he noticed a woman appear behind Zhao Shu, prompting him to quickly take his leave. That sounds good, then. I won't keep you any longer. Zhao Shu, intrigued by Uncle Fei's hasty departure, closed the door to find Aunt May standing just behind him. What is the matter? Aren't you going to sleep? It is nothing. I merely stepped out to investigate the commotion. By the way, that was Zhao Shu, a relative of mine who has recently encountered some difficulties. I promised to assist him in resolving the matter, as I also wish to earn some money through my skills. As a reward for helping him, I shall be the head chef at his restaurant. Upon hearing of the troubles, Aunt May quickly inquired, Trouble? Is there danger? Do you need my assistance? Fear not. My dear, your boyfriend is quite formidable, as you have just witnessed. That was merely a glimpse of my capabilities, Zhao Shu replied with a grin. Is that so? Are you truly that impressive? I would love the opportunity to see it for myself. There is indeed an opportunity tonight. Should you be willing, Zhao Shu said, his smile widening. Alas, that will not do. Peter is still here. Who knows if your home offers soundproofing? Aunt May remarked, her cheeks flushed, seeing her bashful demeanor. Zhao Shu laughed heartily. If you are concerned, you and Peter can accompany me to Uncle Fei's restaurant tomorrow. I believe those ruffians will return. Then it is settled. Good night, dear. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Zhao Shu awoke with a sigh. To be honest, he had not slept well the previous night. After all, who could rest easily knowing a beautiful girlfriend was sleeping in the adjacent room? After completing his morning routine, Zhao Shu entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast and knocked on the doors of the other two. Following their meal, the trio was deliberating the timing of their visit to the restaurant when Zhao Shu's phone rang. "Zhao Shu, are you up? Hurry, those ruffians have arrived," came Uncle Fei's anxious voice from the other end of the line. The three hurried to the small restaurant outside their apartment, where they found 8 tables set up. However, a group of furious customers had gathered at the entrance, glaring at 3 men inside the restaurant. Recognizing the situation instantly, Zhao Shu understood that these 3 were indeed the troublemakers Uncle Fei had mentioned. "You two wait here. I will handle them. Do not worry, it will be swift." With that, Zhao Shu pushed through the crowd blocking the entrance and charged inside. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward, swiftly knocking the 3 men to the ground. The trio, taken by surprise and still reeling from the impact, found themselves sent flying several meters away from the restaurant through Zhao Shu's martial prowess. Chapter 8. Heartfelt Connections with Mei Pak. "Oh my, that was so impressive, Mr. Shu. Could you teach me? I wish to learn this skill," exclaimed the little spider, exhilarated by Zhao Shu's swift resolution of the situation. Often bullied at school, he yearned to master such techniques to protect himself. "Goodness, Shu, you are remarkable," Aunt Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, captivated by the enigmatic man before her. "Ah, be careful," Zhao Shu warned, noticing Aunt Mei's expression shift in alarm, and quickly turned to see the 3 men he had just dispatched. From among the fallen, the most unsightly of the 3 charged at Zhao Shu with a clenched fist. Zhao Shu merely smiled, adopting a relaxed stance. The approaching man, upon seeing Zhao Shu's calm demeanor, was suddenly gripped by fear, realizing he was outmatched. Aunt Mei instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for the worst. Yet, she was taken aback when no sounds of pain escaped Zhao Shu's lips. Though she had just witnessed Zhao Shu's ability to harm from a distance, the scene before her left her somewhat bewildered. Zhao Shu glanced at the black fist hovering 30 centimeters away, a derisive smile crossing his lips. "What's the matter? Go ahead and hit me." Before his adversaries could respond, he summoned his sword technique, lifting the 3 assailants into the air. "Listen closely, I will only say this once. I care not who you are or for whom you work. This time, I shall let you off the hook, but do not dare to appear here again, or else." With that, Zhao Shu released his control, stepped forward, and with a swift kick, shattered the arms of the 3. As their anguished cries echoed, he waved dismissively. "Rest assured, you can still make it to the hospital, but whether you have the means for treatment is no concern of mine." After dealing with the trio, Zhao Shu took Aunt Mei's hand and entered the restaurant. Inside, Fei Yang, upon seeing Zhao Shu toss the 3 out, grew concerned for his safety and rushed to the door, only to find Zhao Shu returning with Aunt Mei and Little Spider in tow. Relieved to see Zhao Shu unharmed, Fei Yang sighed in relief. "Zhao Shu, are you all right? You weren't injured, were you?" Zhao Shu, noticing Fei Yang's anxiety, nodded gently. "I'm fine, Uncle Fei. I've warned them. So there shouldn't be any issues now. By the way, this is Mei Parker, and this is Peter Parker." Fei Yang, elated to hear that Zhao Shu had dealt with the 3, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Zhao Shu. Oh, and good day to you, Miss Mei and Mr. Peter. Please, come in. I would love to treat Zhao Shu and you siblings to a meal, if that's all right." Aunt Mei, upon hearing Fei Yang's words, beamed with joy. She turned to Zhao Shu, signaling him to decide. Zhao Shu looked at the beaming Aunt Mei and then at Little Spider, silently inquiring, "Is that all right, Mr. Shu?" Little Spider asked eagerly, as they seldom had the opportunity to dine out due to their modest means, even if the restaurant was small. "Of course, Peter. We are practically family now," Zhao Shu replied. Aunt Mei's smile widened at the mention of family. "Indeed, Peter, we are family. Perhaps you should start calling him Uncle Shu." Little Spider hesitated. Having known Zhao Shu for only a short while, the sudden request caught him off guard. Zhao Shu noticed Little Spider's discomfort and waved his hand. "It's fine, Peter. We can address each other as we please. You may still call me Shu." The 3 chatted amiably as they followed Fei Yang to their seats. Since they had just eaten breakfast, they merely ordered water and conversed for a while. Zhao Shu observed the customers entering and inquired if Fei Yang needed assistance. Fei Yang waved his hand. "It's all right. It's just opening time. And there aren't many customers yet. How about this? Today, I will treat you to a meal, and you can come to work tomorrow." Zhao Shu glanced at Aunt Mei and Little Spider, nodding. "Uncle Fei, I think there's still time. I'll take them around for a bit. And I'll return for lunch." Once outside the restaurant, the 3 casually chose a direction to stroll. "Mei, Shu, you." At that moment, they both spoke simultaneously. As Zhao Shu intended to explain his abilities to Aunt Mei, who could no longer contain her curiosity, Zhao Shu gently clasped Aunt Mei's hand and smiled, saying, "I believe we are on the same wavelength. Therefore, allow me to express my thoughts." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, as I mentioned a few days ago, I am a citizen of Longhua. Aunt May pondered for a moment, recalling the conversation, and gestured for Zhao Shu to proceed. Have you heard of Longhua martial arts? I have been studying it with my grandfather since childhood. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of my abilities. Just as Zhao Shu was about to divulge more of his capabilities, Aunt May shook her head. That's enough. I only need to understand the essence of the matter. There's no need to share every detail. Why not? Zhao Shu inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Aunt May tenderly stroked his cheek and replied, My dear, I recognize your desire to be transparent with me, but as we grow closer, I may become your vulnerability. And I do not wish to be a weapon that could harm you. I cannot fathom the implications if I were to know your weaknesses. What if someone were to capture me and threaten you? They would only present you with my lifeless body, without a clear understanding of your full potential. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Shu, momentarily taken aback, leaned in to kiss this gentle yet resilient woman. That won't happen. Aunt May, I will ensure your safety. Besides, with someone as formidable as Mr. Shu, no one could ever harm you. The now alert little spider, his face etched with concern, interjected. Releasing Aunt May, Zhao Shu fixed a serious gaze upon little spider. Peter, this world is not as secure as you might believe. However, I will protect both of you. Perhaps, in time, you two will become as strong. With a chuckle, he added, but who can say what the future holds? Come now. It's time to return. Later that evening, after a dinner shared at Zhao Shu's apartment, the trio began to tidy up. After some light-hearted conversation, Aunt May glanced at the clock and, citing the need for little spider to prepare for school the next day, sent him on his way. Knock, knock, knock. Shu, do you have any new underwear? After her shower, wrapped in a towel, Aunt May knocked on Zhao Shu's door. The sight of the towel accentuating her figure ignited a surge of passion within Zhao Shu, and he swiftly embraced Aunt May, shutting the door behind them as he carried her to his bed. At 2 a.m, the battle subsided. I can't go on, Shu. I'm so exhausted. Can we continue this another time? Zhao Shu gazed at Aunt May, who was weary from her efforts to please him, and stifled his desires, adjusting his position to ensure she could sleep comfortably. Chapter 9. Surprise, I'm back. Observing Aunt May asleep with a slight frown, Zhao Shu felt a pang of compassion as he gently brushed her hair. A sense of guilt washed over him. This was her first time, and he couldn't help but lose control. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a source of primordial power, truth. Surprise. You didn't expect to see me again, did you? Just as Zhao Shu was about to drift off, he suddenly heard the system's voice echo in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, Zhao Shu quickly exclaimed, System? I thought you were dormant. What is happening? Old Zhao, have you missed me? Congratulations, you have now fully integrated into this world. Therefore, I no longer need to remain dormant. It has only been a few days. How have I managed to adapt so quickly? Upon examination, it appears that your heart has accepted this world, and you have acquired a unique source of primordial power. Under the influence of these two factors, your soul has merged with the current realm. Unique source? What does that mean, and where did it come from? This primordial power resonates with the aura of the character beside you, hence it is provided by her. Wait, why was there no mention of this unique source before? Zhao Shu was genuinely perplexed. Although the situation was urgent at the time, the system could have informed him about this. In fact, the host can obtain 2 portions of primordial power from the character. One will be acquired once the character learns your name, and the final unique source will be granted when you and the character reach a bond of life and death. The system did not anticipate that you would collect the unique source so swiftly, which is why it did not inform you. I see, Zhao Shu nodded, acknowledging the logic in this. In hindsight, acquiring Tony Stark's primordial power seemed rather simplistic. Glancing at Aunt May beside him, Zhao Shu inquired, Is it because of my romantic connection with May that I collected the unique source? It is not that simple. The primary reason you obtained this unique source is due to May Parker's strong feelings for you. If it were merely about romance, how would you acquire the unique sources from Iron Man and Captain America? Well, Zhao Shu pondered and quickly shook his head, dismissing the inappropriate images in his mind. Although Captain America is reputed for having the finest physique in America, he still found it hard to accept. So, I understand now. The better my relationship with the character, the more primordial power I can obtain. Is there anything particularly special about this unique source? The unique source is quite similar to the primordial source. It can also be used for a lottery, but with a higher probability of obtaining more powerful items. Moreover, it allows the host to embody the essence of this world. Now, do you have any further questions? If not, I must be on my way. Where are you going? Are you leaving again? Oh, do not say it like that. I have my own pursuits as well. Do not forget my name. Zhao Shu thought to himself, a system having its own ambitions? What was the name of the system again? The Thief Flower System? So what is your purpose? Have you forgotten? That day, I expended 99 units of energy, So now I need to recharge. I have sensed 3 significant and unique energy sources on Earth, and I must find a way to seize them. But rest assured, all system functions remain unaffected. I1T elaborate. But I'll leave you with a manual for your reference. You can study it yourself. I must depart now. Zhao Shu, somewhat speechless, opened the system panel to review the manual when suddenly, the system spoke again. One more thing. Since the host acquired 10 pairs of Hauka brand underwear during the first lottery, please prepare 300 of them. What? Isn't this what I won? Why does it still cost money? The owner of these 10 pairs of undergarments is particularly fixated on trifles, and as a promising wielder of spatial abilities. I believe it would be wise for the host to spend a little to avert disaster. Zhao Shu found himself exasperated with his own system. Shrugging helplessly. I truly have no words. Very well, considering the time, Tony Stark is likely on the verge of being kidnapped. I shall see if I can rescue him and earn some money. The system fell silent again, presumably off to pilfer some energy. Zhao Shu pondered for a moment. Having just engaged in an intense battle with Aunt May, he felt that now might not be the best time for a lottery draw. Sigh book. I don't want it anymore. Perhaps Zhao Shu's shrug was a bit too exaggerated, as Aunt May murmured weakly. The next day, in the morning, the sky was somewhat overcast. Zhao Shu arose and glanced at the still slumbering Aunt May before stepping into the bathroom to wash up. A gentle drizzle began to fall, and Zhao Shu prepared breakfast, ready to rouse the two. Just as he was about to awaken Spider-Man, he suddenly recalled that Aunt May had only donned a bath towel the previous night. He hurried to her temporary room, retrieved her clothes and pants, and entered his own room. Observing the beauty still nestled in her blankets, he set the garments down and gently tapped her. May, it's time to rise. Breakfast is ready. Disturbed from her sweet dreams, Aunt May twisted her body, extending a pale, long leg from beneath the covers. The blanket that once enveloped her now barely covered her abdomen and one thigh. Zhao Shu beheld this captivating sight, his body jolting as memories of their previous night's fervor flooded back. As the gemstone knight Tarek would say, I have scaled the heights, and I have descended into the depths. Shaking his head, Zhao Shu concluded that this was not the moment for such thoughts. There would be ample opportunities later. For now, it was paramount to awaken Aunt May. May, rise and shine. Today is Monday, and Peter needs to go to school. As expected, upon hearing Peter's name, Aunt May immediately opened her eyes. Surveying the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings, she shook her head and turned to glance at Zhao Shu, smiling as she extended her arms toward him. Lift me up, darling. At her words, Zhao Shu embraced Aunt May and helped her to her feet. Dear May, if you don't get up, little Spider will be awake soon. Upon hearing this, Aunt May promptly pushed Zhao Shu away and leapt from the bed. Zhao Shu, captivated by the sight of the unclothed beauty before him, immediately stood at attention. Just as Aunt May was about to dress, she noticed the tent Zhao Shu's excitement had created and approached him, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. Not now, you rascal. By the way, could you lend me a pair of underwear? Mine got washed last night. Zhao Shu retrieved a pair of pink Hauka underwear from the system space and handed it to Aunt May. Here, a new pair, never worn. Aunt May accepted the pink undergarment, casting Zhao Shu a curious glance. So, you like pink, do you? Zhao Shu hastily shook his head. I don't. Don't say such things. In truth, it was crafted with a special technique, designed to perfectly conform to the wearer's body, fresh and unrestrictive. You deserve it. Chapter 10, The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. After the two exited, Zhao Shu was about to awaken Spider-Man when he noticed the door to Spider-Man's room opening, revealing him sleepily emerging into the hallway. The little spider gazed at the two with a hint of astonishment. Aunt May, you and Mr. Zhao. Zhao's expression was somewhat awkward, especially since he had only just established a romantic relationship with Aunt May the day before, and now, less than a day later, he found himself in bed with her. Just as Zhao was at a loss for words, Aunt May casually remarked, What's the matter? We're in love, isn't that quite normal? Now hurry up. Wash up and have breakfast, you still have school to attend. Upon hearing this, the little spider could only turn and head to the bathroom. After breakfast, I'll accompany you to drop Peter off at school, and then I'll take you home, Zhao suggested. Aunt May, observing Zhao's slight discomfort, smiled gently. There's no need for that. You still have work to attend to. All right, then I'll just say hello to Uncle Fei, and after I drop you home, I'll head to the restaurant. Zhao contemplated. His job at Uncle Fei's was initially predicated on the system's indication that he would require 5 years to fully integrate into this world. However, now that concern had dissipated, he no longer feared that certain powerful figures in this world would discover he did not belong and eradicate him. Zhao concluded that since the danger had vanished, working at Uncle Fei's was no longer of paramount importance. He felt a bit awkward about abruptly declining since he had made prior arrangements with Uncle Fei. Let me think. I have an idea. The little chef's cookbook can be utilized by others, so I could collaborate with Uncle Fei. Zhao finally devised what he deemed the best solution. Once he earned money, he could help Aunt May secure a safe and relaxed job, thus allowing them more time to spend together. With his thoughts refined, Zhao and Aunt May enjoyed their breakfast pleasantly, sending a text to Uncle Fei afterward. "Let's go, May, Peter." The two nodded and followed Zhao out of the apartment. They stood at the bus stop in front of the apartment, waiting for the school bus. "By the way, May, when do you plan to move in?" Zhao felt that everything that needed to happen between them had already transpired, and Aunt May would likely not refuse his request to live together. "How about next Saturday? Peter can help out then." Although Zhao wished for her to move in immediately, he realized that relocating was no trivial matter, and Peter would need to manage his own belongings, being mindful not to invade anyone's privacy. Indeed, it would be best for Peter to handle his own things. Before long, the school bus arrived. After they helped the little spider onto the bus, and Aunt May offered a few reminders, she and Zhao departed together. Hand in hand, they walked towards Aunt May's home, and Zhao felt a profound sense of fulfillment within him. Aunt May, sensing the excitement emanating from him, wore a mysterious smile and teased. "Now, it's just the two of us." Zhao immediately felt a rush of blood to his head, halting in his tracks, and half squatting. He lifted Aunt May into his arms. Looking around, he spotted an old wooden board, assessing its size and determining it was sufficient for him to stand on. He promptly activated his sword control technique, guiding the board beneath his feet. "Ah, what is happening? Why are we flying?" Aunt May, cradled in Zhao's embrace, gasped in astonishment as they ascended further from the ground. Zhao Shu chuckled. "My dear, allow me to showcase the prowess of your man." With a swift motion, he soared several meters off the ground, feeling confident that he would avoid any overhead wires. Instantly, he conjured a protective aura to shield Aunt May and activated his sword-flying technique, rapidly heading towards her residence. As noon approached, after partaking in some light refreshments to replenish his energy at Aunt May's home, Zhao Shu expressed his intent to take his leave. Unlike his earlier journey, he strolled leisurely along the path, finding joy in the simplest of sights. Arriving at Uncle Fei's restaurant, Zhao Shu shared his thoughts with Uncle Fei. Although Fei Yang appeared somewhat incredulous, he ultimately acquiesced, recalling the impressive abilities Zhao Shu had demonstrated the previous day. "Come, Uncle Fei, learn from me." "Yes." Hold your hands as if cradling something, precisely that posture. Now, maintain this position and swiftly place your hands atop your head while reciting the incantation. "Yes, knowledge flows in. Knowledge flows in. Do you feel it?" Zhao Shu presented the little chef's cookbook, imparting the teachings to Fei Yang in a manner dictated by the system. Suddenly, an urgent broadcast interrupted their session. At 15:32 this afternoon, Tony Stark, the principal shareholder of Stark Industries, was attacked by terrorists while demonstrating weaponry for the military. All accompanying personnel perished, and Tony Stark is currently missing. After instructing Fei Yang, Zhao Shu was about to exit the restaurant when he glanced at the television, where news of Tony Stark's abduction was being reported. Taken aback, Zhao Shu thought, is the plot unfolding? Once home, he recalled an impending special draw and decided to finalize his reward before formulating a rescue plan. Though he possessed the capability to save Stark, the terrorists' demand for him to manufacture weapons posed no immediate threat to his life. More critically, there was his uncle, Obadiah Stane. Until Tony Stark severed ties with his uncle, Zhao Shu hesitated to take action against him. After all, he needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with Tony to harness the source of power. Thus, it was prudent to ensure others were fully aware of Obadiah's true nature. Once that was established, he could act without reservation. Following the familiar routine, Zhao Shu sat at his computer desk and fervently prayed. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the 85 version of a certain zero-spending Player S resource, the Heavenly Emperor S Legacy. Heavenly Emperor S Legacy. Upon obtaining this account, all items except gold coins are accessible, and the special skill of the Heavenly Emperor can be utilized, along with 31 resurrection coins. Impressive, invincible, stainless steel, the best in the world. Alas, it is merely a resource account, lacking in powerful equipment. Observing the Shadow 9 and the Tao of Shura sword within the system's inventory, Zhao Shu sighed softly. Of course, this equipment was formidable in this realm, for how many could evade that immense and swift evil light slash? With that thought, Zhao Shu's spirits lifted once more. Glancing at the sky, he realized it had turned completely dark without his notice. As he passed through the living room, intending to head to the kitchen, Zhao Shu suddenly noticed something peculiar on his sofa. Turning to investigate, he was met with a pair of eyes and a set of gleaming white teeth. What the hell is this? Zhao Shulian retreated in shock, desperately searching for the light switch. Greetings, Mr. Zhao, I am Nick Fury, the director of the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. A voice accompanied the fleeting glimpse of gleaming white teeth. Chapter 11. The first encounter with Egghead. With a click, Zhao illuminated the living room, revealing a middle-aged man with a single eye and a bald head lounging on the sofa, his astonishment dissipating. Mr. Zhao, you appear quite surprised, Nick Fury remarked. A hint of peculiarity in his otherwise intact eye. He had assumed that someone like Zhao, endowed with extraordinary abilities, would not react with such trepidation upon realizing an intruder had quietly entered his home. Fury found it perplexing, despite Zhao possessing a unique barrier for his protection. His reaction was disproportionately intense. Zhao, somewhat speechless, recalled having learned a bit about the plot in his previous life, realizing that this egghead frequently infiltrated others' homes. However, who could have anticipated that such an occurrence would manifest before his very eyes in this manner? Anyone would react similarly upon witnessing 2 rows of flying teeth in the darkness of their home. Director of the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, is it? What brings you to my residence? And more importantly, why are you lurking in the shadows? Are you unaware of how dark you appear? Zhao shrugged. As long as he recognized the other party as a living being, he felt no fear, especially since he had only seen a pair of white teeth floating in the air. Fury's complexion darkened further. Enough, let us cease this topic. Mr. Zhao, do you comprehend why I have come to seek you? Zhao understood that the incident involving his sword technique and the 3 thugs had likely reached the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D., not to mention the day he flew away with Aunt May. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance, believing he was a skilled actor, and inquired with feigned innocence, I am not aware. I am merely an ordinary immigrant. Fury's expression conveyed his disbelief. It seems a career in acting is not in your future. Enough, Mr. Shu. If you truly do not understand, your first question should have been, who are you, and why have you invaded my home? Leave at once, or I reserve the right to eliminate you immediately. That is what a typical immigrant living in America would say. Very well, sir, I shall be blunt. Your use of abilities to dispatch those thugs is not a grave matter, even if you broke their arms. However, you should not recklessly wield your powers merely to expedite your rendezvous with your woman. How do you know that? Have you installed surveillance in Aunt May's home? Zhao exclaimed, anger boiling within him as he moved to confront Fury. Fury, maintaining a serious demeanor, warned Zhao against the reckless use of his abilities, but suddenly found himself confronted by Zhao's furious inquiries. He quickly rose and extended his hands, palms facing downward, gesturing for calmness. Please, Mr. Zhao. There is no need for us to exert ourselves installing surveillance in the homes of ordinary citizens. Upon hearing this, Zhao halted his advance, his expression softening slightly. Then how did you come by this information? Pray, Mr. Zhao, I am a man. Although my interest in such matters is currently waning. Your expression at that moment could be discerned by any man who has experienced the nuances of marital life. Nick Fury hastily clarified, not wishing to be abruptly assaulted. Oh, haha, is that so? Ahem, by the way, what brings you here? Was it merely to issue a warning? At this moment, both individuals felt a touch of awkwardness. Nick Fury was keen to divert the conversation away from that topic and seized the opportunity presented by Zhao's inquiry to reveal the true purpose of his visit. Ahem, Mr. Zhao, I have 3 primary matters to discuss. First, I implore you to be mindful of your influence. Whenever possible, refrain from exercising your abilities in the presence of ordinary citizens. Second, and of utmost importance, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Of course, this is not mandatory, but we will be sending some agents to observe you. I trust you can understand this necessity, given my obligation to ensure public safety. As for the third matter, I presume you are familiar with Tony Stark, considering he has rendered assistance to you in the past, correct? Today he has gone missing, and I wonder if you are aware of this? Zhao's expression grew peculiar. The first 2 points did not strike him as odd. After all, being a foreigner, it was reasonable for them to dispatch agents. However, he was perplexed as to why this rogue would bring up Tony Stark. I saw the news today, but why are you sharing this with me? Surely you do not expect me to rescue him as well. Is there anyone else who has sought your help? Nick Fury inquired. Mr. Zhao, to my knowledge, after your return from the Parker family, you only visited a small diner before heading home, without encountering anyone of significance. Oh, no one else, merely my own thoughts. As you mentioned, Mr. Stark has indeed assisted me. And there is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Moreover, and most importantly, he possesses wealth. Zhao did not shy away from his intentions. After all, pursuing financial gain is hardly a disgrace. Oh, it appears our thoughts align. When do you intend to set forth? Mr. Zhao? Nick Fury's countenance brightened, for Zhao's own inclination was most fortuitous. There is no rush. Let us first negotiate the terms of your assistance. Director, I surmise your personnel may be somewhat lacking, otherwise you would not have sought my aid, Zhao remarked, directly addressing the apparent manpower issue. He had meticulously analyzed the previous narrative and noted the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement in this matter. Upon reflection, a few reasons emerged. Firstly, Hydra was undoubtedly involved in this affair. Secondly, Fury's team consisted of only a handful of capable operatives. Lastly, perhaps Tony Stark was simply too astute, managing to escape shortly after his abduction, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. unable to intervene in time. However, the latter reasoning seemed less robust, as constructing such a formidable suit of armor would surely require a significant investment of time. Zhao Shu believed he could profit from the situation, for who could blame him for feeling frightened? Now, Director, take some time to ponder over this. Rest assured, Mr. Stark is not in any imminent danger, at worst. He will merely suffer from poor eating and sleeping habits. After all, no one in this world would willingly relinquish a hen that lays golden eggs. After finishing his statement, Zhao Shu opened the door and gestured to Nick Fury. Deep in thought about Zhao Shu's words, Nick Fury felt a sense of resignation. He let out a slight huff and stepped out of Zhao Shu's residence. Well, I didn't expect this motherfucker to arrive so promptly. I thought I would have to wait a few days. Chapter 12. Preparedness. As Nick Fury exited the elevator, he noticed a balding man in a suit emerging from the shadows. Director, is everything settled? Ah, Agent Coulson, had I known, I wouldn't have come today. What happened? Did he refuse? Nick Fury rubbed his face. No, he agreed to everything I proposed, but I can't shake the feeling of loss. He would have rescued Tony Stark on his own anyway. Why must I personally deliver this benefit? Coulson, stroking his thinning hair, regarded Nick Fury with concern. Director, since he has acquiesced, what is there to fret about? This budget was something I could have saved. Oh well, it's fine. I intended to grant it from the outset. Coulson, puzzled, followed Nick Fury as they departed. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhao Shu sat once again at his computer desk. Lottery, he exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, he had acquired a source of primal power from Nick Fury. Congratulations. You have drawn the illusory form of the earthly fiend's 72 transformations. Illusory form allows one to transform into any known object. This must be the magic that Sun Wukong used to transform into a bee or a rock. Oh, does that mean I could also become a mosquito or some other tiny insect and spy on others in the shower? A lewd chuckle echoed from within the apartment. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Zhao Shu prepared breakfast and packed it into the system space. He silently recited a mantra, his body enveloped in white light as he transformed into a mosquito. He darted through the air, tracing shapes as he flew. Soon acclimated, Zhao Shu exited through the window and soared towards the Parker residence using his sword mastery. In fact, within the celestial account he had drawn from, there were hundreds of instant teleportation potions, but he deemed such special items better reserved for emergencies. Upon arriving at the Parker home, Zhao Shu observed that no one was around before reverting to his original form and knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Hey, May. Peter, are you awake? Aunt May, who was preparing breakfast, heard Zhao Shu's voice and rushed to the door with a delighted expression. Hello, dear. Good morning. What brings you here so early? Have you eaten? I was just about to prepare breakfast. With a cheerful smile, Zhao Shu embraced Aunt May, planting a kiss on her cheek, and revealed the breakfast he had prepared in his space. I made this for you. Don't worry, it's still warm, and by the way, I missed you. Mei shyly gazed at Zhao Shu and said, I miss you too. Come in quickly, I will wake Peter. As the two were about to enjoy breakfast, Zhao Shu suddenly produced 2 necklaces, each adorned with a golden-hued coin linked by metal chains. Here, these are gifts for you. Wear them, and no matter what happens, it is best not to take them off. Ah, is this gold? I cannot accept this. It is far too valuable, Mei replied, feeling somewhat troubled. Zhao Shu had given her so much that she hesitated to accept more. Oh, gold? Then I cannot accept it either. Especially since you have already done so much for us, and we have not done anything in return, Spider expressed with a similar look of discomfort. I am uncertain of the material, but you must accept them, Zhao Shu insisted. These are resurrection coins. They will protect your soul from fatal injuries and allow you to revive fully when you wish. Zhao Shu's serious demeanor as he handed the necklaces to them left Spider in shock and disbelief, still reluctant to accept. Mei, however, looked at Zhao Shu with adoration, naturally believing his words. The thought of her beloved gifting such precious items to her and Peter filled her heart with love for Zhao Shu. Gently stroking Spider's head, Mei spoke softly, accept them, Peter. He cannot always be with us to protect us, and we must not allow our lives to become weapons against Shu. Yes, Peter. Please accept them. Though she was reluctant to say so, the world is far more perilous than we imagine. And there may come a day when I cannot protect you due to unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps the topic had grown too somber. The two donned their resurrection coins and silently began their breakfast. Zhao Shu had initially intended to provide them with a few vials of instant teleportation potions, but reconsidered, realizing that his own safety might not be guaranteed in the future, and thus abandoned the thought. After finishing breakfast, Spider departed for school. May, do you have to go to work today? Zhao Shu planned to suggest that Mei Yi resign from her current job in favor of a more leisurely one. Yes, dear. I cannot stay with you. I must earn some money, Mei Yi confessed, feeling a pang of sadness that her beloved had prepared breakfast for her so early, yet she had no time to spend with him. Mei, why not consider resigning? I secured a new job yesterday with a very high salary. You could easily find a more relaxed position. Moreover, you must remember that your appearance has rejuvenated. If you continue working, it may raise suspicions among others. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. It's your fault for turning me into a monster and making me forget everything. Hey, but you liked it, didn't you? Understanding that she could no longer return to her former workplace, Mei Yi acquiesced to Zhao Shu's proposal. The two spent the day exploring, and after a casual lunch, Zhao Shu took Mei Yi to a movie. In the afternoon, after several hours of exercise, the pair rose to prepare dinner. Zhao Shu felt it inappropriate to stay at Mei Yi's home, and after dinner, he bid farewell to the two and departed. Upon returning home, Zhao Shu washed up and lay down on his bed, contemplating his future plans. In just a few days, he would embark on a mission to Afghanistan to rescue Tony Stark. The act of saving someone was not particularly challenging, provided he knew the precise location of Stark. Thereafter, everything would fall into place. Next, Stark had to shut down his weapons division and focus solely on the development of his armored suit. Following that, Obadiah would eliminate Agent Coulson's subordinates, acquire the design schematics for the Mark I, and construct the Ironmonger, ultimately leading to a confrontation over energy issues with Stark, who was destined to become Iron Man. After ensuring he had not overlooked any significant plot points, Zhao Shu meticulously devised a series of plans to strengthen the bond between himself and Stark post-rescue. Ah, I truly am a little genius, he mused. I wonder if Aunt May has been thinking of me. With thoughts of May occupying his mind, Zhao Shu drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in a desert in Afghanistan, Tony Stark awoke abruptly on a stone slab, bewildered by the dim surroundings and recalling the moments of his ambush. Chapter 13, The Rescue Begins. Stark struggled to rise from the stone bed, feeling an agonizing pain in his chest. He remembered witnessing shrapnel from his own bomb penetrate his torso during the attack. Looking down, he saw a wire extending from a battery to his chest. Hastily, he pulled open his shirt to reveal a gaping wound where a hollow metal cylinder was embedded in his chest. Just as he was about to remove the wire, a voice echoed through the darkness, warning him, "If I were you, I wouldn't pull that out." Stark turned cautiously toward the source of the voice. "Who are you? Where am I? What happened?" "Tony Stark. Hello, I am Ethan. I am not entirely sure what transpired. I only saw you being carried here, covered in blood. They instructed me to assist you," Ethan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "You are quite fortunate to be alive. However, the shrapnel has entered your bloodstream and is perilously close to your heart. The medical facilities here are rudimentary, and I am not a trained physician. The best I can do is use an electromagnet to hold those tiny fragments in place, preventing you from dying immediately." Having seen much in his life, Stark managed to regain his composure upon hearing Ethan's words. He complimented the man's skills and began to survey his surroundings, contemplating a plan for escape. In New York, at a fast food restaurant, Zhao Shu sat across from Nick Fury, glancing at the ever-watchful Agent Coulson behind him. "Do you often have to pull all-nighters in your line of work? It seems that one of you is already balding while the other is on the verge of it." Nick's expression darkened at this remark, clearly uninterested in continuing that line of conversation. "All right, Mr. Zhao, let's discuss business. The reason I asked you to meet today is to talk about your terms." Zhao Shu, having merely jested, shifted to the matter at hand, outlining his conditions. "As you know, I have recently managed to win the affection of a gentle and beautiful girlfriend. Now you expect me to abandon her and travel all the way to Afghanistan to rescue a man? Although he is quite wealthy, I have no particular liking for men. So you understand my predicament." Nick pressed his forehead and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Enough, Zhao Shu. You and May Parker have only known each other for a few days. Furthermore, we will deploy the latest fighter jets to Afghanistan. We can arrive in just a few hours. Now, may I inquire how much commission you truly desire?" Zhao Shu, in truth, was indifferent to the sum Nick might offer. For the life he aimed to save was that of America's wealthiest individual. However, no one would ever turn down an excess of money. "Very well, let us settle on 300. What do you think?" "No, that is far too high. I can offer you a maximum of 100. "Agreed. Will it be cash or a transfer? I am uneasy with checks." Nick's already dark complexion grew even darker. Had he suggested 50, Zhao Shu would have acquiesced without hesitation. Yet, he was eager to connect with Tony Stark, knowing it would simplify future acquisitions of weaponry and equipment. He had even considered leveraging Howard Stark's status as a founding member of S.H.I.E.L.D. to persuade Tony. However, Tony Stark was an individual of such distinct character that Nick doubted this rationale would be sufficient to secure his allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D. ELD. The password is 6 zeros. Now, Mr. Zhao Shu, when do you plan to depart? Nick retrieved a bank card from his inner pocket and handed it to Zhao Shu, immediately inquiring about the departure time. The time is not yet ripe. There is no need for haste. I will notify you when the moment arrives. Zhao Shu felt the time frame was too brief. Setting out now was not prudent. He preferred to wait until Tony had nearly completed Mark I. Of course, he was uncertain of the exact timing, so he would still travel to Afghanistan early, as he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. Mr. Zhao Shu, you have received the payment. Are you contemplating breaching the contract? Nick questioned, a hint of anger in his voice. Zhao Shu waved his hand dismissively. Calm down. I trust you have thoroughly investigated the assailants behind this attack. You must also be aware that they employed weapons developed by Stark Industries. Thus, the question arises, why would they dare to assault and abduct Tony Stark? Moreover, all present perished, yet Tony was nowhere to be found. I suspect that Stark Industries is facing significant issues, and the assailants were unaware that their target was Tony. This would explain their use of weapons of mass destruction, their intent to take Tony alive. You see, to these individuals, a living Tony Stark is akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's remarks, Nick exchanged a contemplative glance with Coulson behind him. But who would willingly relinquish such a brilliant inventor as Tony? Stark Industries owes its success to him, and their stock has plummeted. I find this perplexing. Zhao Shu nodded slightly, acknowledging the apparent irrationality of the situation. Yet, no one could fathom that Tony's uncle, Obadiah, would prioritize profit over the well-being of the boy he had raised. You raise valid points. However, there exists one individual for whom Tony Stark's demise would yield far greater gains than any current losses. Both individuals were not fools. Upon hearing this, they understood. It was undoubtedly Obadiah Stane. Yes, it could only be him. Let us proceed to apprehend him at once, Coulson declared. However, Zhao Shu interjected, no, we cannot act hastily. If the adversary is alerted, he will undoubtedly destroy the evidence, putting Tony in jeopardy. Furthermore, he is Tony's uncle. Although Tony is astute and likely harbors suspicions, we currently possess only our word. Therefore, it is prudent to rescue him first and wait for Obadiah to take action. Rest assured, I will ensure no harm befalls him. After some contemplation, Nick and the others conceded that Zhao Shu's reasoning held merit, thus agreeing to the plan. Once the three had solidified their strategy, Zhao Shu took his leave. Upon visiting the bank to confirm the amount, the system suddenly chimed. Host funds have reached $100. 50 will be deducted for repayment. What the hell? Are you serious? Didn't you steal energy? What is the meaning of this? Zhao Shu exclaimed. My apologies, host. That man is growing too rapidly. I am somewhat alarmed. It is best to settle the debt promptly. Furthermore, the other party confiscated $300 considering you both belong to the same race. Be content with that. Chapter 14. Journey to Afghanistan. Reflecting on his past readings, Zhao Shu resigned himself to the reality of that man's obsession with wealth. After withdrawing $100,000 in cash from the bank, he proceeded to a nearby large supermarket. Zhao Shu intended to procure outdoor equipment and provisions, planning to embark for Afghanistan after assisting the Park family with their move on Saturday. Since he needed to depart early, it was essential to stockpile sufficient supplies for prolonged survival in the wilderness. After acquiring all necessary items, he purchased a tent resembling the color of sandy terrain. Exiting the supermarket with his bundles, he found a secluded spot to store all his belongings in his space before heading towards the Park residence. As noon approached, Zhao Shu retrieved some ingredients bought at the supermarket, and he and Aunt May commenced preparations for lunch. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the task lighter. Before long, the two had prepared a delightful meal, which they began to enjoy. Once they tidied up the remnants, they settled on the sofa for a leisurely chat. Zhao Shu informed Aunt May that he would be away for a while after their move on Saturday, assuring her not to worry. Really? You will be gone for a long time? Aunt May queried, a hint of concern in her voice. Yes, I must travel to Afghanistan. And I will be away for quite some time. You won't see me for a while, Zhao Shu replied with a mischievous smile. Aunt May rolled her eyes and playfully swatted Zhao Shu's arm, saying, if you were here every day, I would find that unbearable. However, do ensure that you submit your assignments in advance before you leave. On Saturday, Zhao Shu arrived at the Park household bearing breakfast. He had contemplated the possibility of facilitating an early move for them, but realized that utilizing his space would raise suspicions. While he was indifferent to being suspected himself, he feared it might adversely affect Aunt May and the others, so he refrained from suggesting the idea. As for Aunt May's suggestion to discard other items and repurchase them later, he contemplated it, but ultimately refrained from voicing it, as he was well aware of her frugal habits and knew she would not acquiesce. Good morning, beautiful ladies, and to you too, handsome sir. Zhao Shu greeted as he entered the room, observing the two individuals who were brimming with excitement. Hey, You're here, darling. When shall we depart? I've already arranged for the vehicle, one of them exclaimed. Indeed, Mr. Shu, you packed everything for us last night. We are merely awaiting the arrival of the car. The other added. Noticing their eagerness, Zhao Shu shrugged lightly. Relax, my friends, there is still ample time. Shall we enjoy breakfast first? The two, realizing they were overly enthusiastic, quickly accepted the breakfast Zhao Shu offered, procuring a few plates they did not intend to take with them to savor their meal. Ah, Zhao Shu. All these bundles, are you moving? Mei Yangyang, who was on her way to buy breakfast, spotted the trio laden with belongings. Yes, Sister Mei. My wife and her nephew are moving in with me, Zhao Shu replied. Goodness, you have a wife now? When did this happen? Just a few days ago? You were still at home every day? Surely this isn't a ruse? Mei Yangyang inquired with a hint of suspicion. Not at all, Mei. She is a wonderful person. By the way, Uncle Fei is aware of it too. Zhao Shu chuckled, understanding her concern stemmed from care. The news of the move stirred all acquaintances of Zhao Shu within the apartment, and he took the opportunity to introduce everyone to the Parker family. Greetings, esteemed elders. This is my wife. I kindly ask for your support in looking after her. After the trio exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Shu's elders, they retreated to their room. Shu, when do you plan to leave? Aunt Mei, feeling somewhat fatigued, asked while seated on the sofa. Oh, I have informed my companions. We shall depart at 7 this evening. By the way, just in case, please take this $20,000, Zhao Shu said, pulling out a bundle of cash unexpectedly. Aunt Mei regarded him with curiosity as he placed the money in her hands. I may be away for an extended period, and I want to be able to attend to you. Having this money offers me some reassurance. Feel free to use it as needed. I have more, and should any insurmountable issues arise, just call me, and I shall return immediately. With agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. always stationed around the apartment, and with Zhao Shu's ability to return in an instant thanks to his teleportation serum, safety was not a major concern. This money was merely a means for Zhao Shu to ensure their comfort. Now that they had officially moved in, Zhao Shu naturally assumed the role of the family's pillar, and thus, Aunt Mei had no reason to decline the money. Upon hearing this, Aunt Mei accepted it, knowing she now had a reliable support. Outside the apartment, Zhao Shu awaited the car that would take him away. A few minutes later, as he watched the vehicle approach, he turned to glance back at the apartment, waving to Aunt Mei and the other person who stood by the window watching him, before turning to board the car. Accompanied by an unknown agent en route to the airport, Zhao Shu idly played with his phone. Observing the antiquated device in his hand, he realized that upon his return, he needed to request Tony Stark to procure 2 video call-capable phones for him, so that whenever he missed Mei, he could simply video chat with her. A few hours later, in a desert in Afghanistan, Zhao Shu rubbed his face, stretched lazily, and sighed. If only I knew the location, I would have come here myself. These few hours have truly bored me to death. Rising to his feet, Zhao gestured to the pilot before stepping to the cabin door, taking a deep breath, and leaping from the aircraft. Once on the ground, Zhao drew his Shura sword, and, employing the art of sword control, gracefully descended upon it to the earth below. Surveying his surroundings, Zhao closed his eyes, and, through his inner vision and murderous intent, began to seek the whereabouts of the 10 Commandments gang that had abducted Tony. One cannot deny the formidable strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. It did not take long for Zhao to sense the location of his adversaries. Approximately 70 to 80 kilometers away, a distance he could traverse in about a minute at full speed. After a brief flight, Zhao found a suitable place to halt about 30 kilometers from the enemy's position. This distance should remain undetected, he mused, as he manipulated the sand to excavate a square pit 3 meters deep and 4 to 5 meters wide. He then placed wooden boards around the pit to shield it from the surrounding sand. Standing within the pit, Zhao produced a sufficiently large iron plate to cover the top, and after crafting an entrance with his Shura sword, he had fashioned a temporary abode. Zhao then retrieved a blanket, a comforter, a kerosene lamp, a table, cooking utensils, and finally, a single armchair. Settling into the chair, he closed his eyes to sense Tony's situation within the cave, discovering that Tony was tirelessly assembling his armor, albeit appearing somewhat haggard. Opening his eyes, Zhao soared upwards through the cave's opening, landing atop the iron plate. He secured the tent with a powerful magnet to the iron plate. Ah, what a marvelous setup I've created, he chuckled, stretching his back. Chapter 15, Tony Stark? 10 days after arriving in Afghanistan, Zhao spent his days relishing watermelon ice cream, while observing Tony laboriously working on his armor in the cave, alleviating his boredom. On one such day, after finishing breakfast cooked with a small gas stove, Zhao took out a chocolate ice cream and tuned into the happenings within the cave. At this moment, Tony Stark was nearing completion of the final component, awaiting only the last round of testing. Sensing this, Zhao swiftly stowed away his ice cream and surrounding items, muttering a spell that transformed him into an insect. utilizing the art of sword control. He propelled himself toward Tony's location at remarkable speed. Entering the cave through a crevice, Zhao observed the two busy individuals and was struck with a mischievous idea. Hee. Greetings to you both. Tony and Ethan were startled by the sudden voice, immediately raising their hands in alarm. Moments later, Tony regained his composure and glanced towards the entrance. Upon seeing the closed iron door, he lowered his hands, seething with anger as he demanded, "Who the hell are you, and what do you want?" Zhao immediately regretted his impulsiveness. After all, the two had endured considerable torment being confined here for so long. Most would have succumbed to despair. Observing the two individuals who appeared somewhat anxious, Zhao Shu felt a pang of guilt and reverted to his original form. "My apologies, Mr. Stark. I have come to rescue you. I'm truly sorry for startling you." The two were taken aback by his sudden appearance, speechless and unable to articulate a coherent response. "Why you? How did you, Hello, Mr. Stark. My name is Zhao Shu. You may call me Zhao or Shu. I was sent by Nick Fury to save you. Now, do you intend to accompany me immediately, or will you finish dealing with this colossal creature first?" Zhao Shu hastily shifted the conversation, acutely aware that this location was under surveillance. The moment he resumed his original form and began conversing with them, the members of the 10 Commandments would undoubtedly be alerted. "Of course, you could also wait until I've dealt with the individuals outside before joining me." He produced the unfinished chocolate ice cream, savoring it as he awaited their response. Possessing swordsmanship skills, along with heightened awareness and a sense of murderous intent, he could effortlessly deflect bullets. As for rockets, their large size would make them easy to neutralize before they could be launched. "What are you eating? Is that ice cream? Do you have a cheeseburger? Can I have one? I'll pay for it." Tony Stark eyed the ice cream in Zhao Shu's hand, suddenly yearning for the cheeseburger he had been craving. Aware of the narrative, Zhao Shu recognized that a cheeseburger was the ideal item to enhance Stark's favor at this juncture. Consequently, he had brought several with him. "Here you go. Time is of the essence. What have you decided?" Zhao Shu offered the hamburger to the two men, inquiring further. "Damn it, what do you mean think? I want to kill them," Tony replied, devouring the food while expressing his frustration in a muffled tone. Ethan, however, remained somewhat wary of Zhao Shu's unexpected arrival and chose to remain silent. Nodding thoughtfully, Zhao Shu drew the Shura sword and sliced through the iron gate. "Very well. I shall step outside and provide you with some cover. I look forward to your remarkable performance, Mr. Stark." Tony hastily finished the hamburger, casting a lingering glance at Ethan, who still held an uneaten burger. "Are you going to eat that? If not, I'll take it." Rest assured, with his ability to appear out of nowhere, it would be exceedingly simple for him to harm us. Ethan pondered this for a moment and conceded, rolling his eyes at Tony. "You've already had one. This one is mine." Tony reluctantly averted his gaze, focusing instead on the armor, his expression sharpening with determination. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu sensed a throng of individuals hastily entering the cavern. Loudly addressing the encroaching crowd, he declared, "Greetings, everyone. It seems you are rather numerous for such a small cave. One of me should suffice. I fear there may not be enough room for all of you." Following this, Zhao Shu unleashed a wave of murderous intent and imprinted his aura as he advanced toward them, the members of the 10 Commandments. Overwhelmed by the intense aura emanating from Zhao Shu, collapsed to their knees, a few remaining only because of their wicked hearts or reckless bravery, maintaining their aggressive stances. Observing the kneeling individuals, Zhao Shu contemplated briefly before manipulating small stones to eliminate those still capable of movement. Regardless, Tony remained resolute. He had no desire to taint his hands with the blood of these individuals. With this thought in mind, he called out to Tony, "Hey, you two. Are you not yet ready? If you don't come out soon, there may be no living souls left outside." Just as Tony completed his armor testing, he promptly summoned Ethan to assist him in donning the suit, instructing, "Let us go. Ethan, stay behind me and try not to expose yourself." As he maneuvered the armor towards the iron gate, Tony was abruptly confronted by an invisible barrier that obstructed his exit. "What the hell? What is going on? Why can't I get out?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shu's face flushed crimson, but thankfully, the surrounding darkness concealed his embarrassment. "Ahem, my apologies. I forgot to remove it. It's cleared now. You may come out." Zhao Shu hastily dissipated the energy shield, allowing the two to emerge. After they stepped out, Zhao Shu enveloped both Ethan and Tony in an additional layer of protection. "Feel the terror, you scoundrels. What is this situation?" Tony, who was ready to declare war and strike, found himself at a loss for words as he beheld the sight before him. In his mind, he envisioned himself clad in armor, rampaging through a hail of gunfire, yet these ruffians were all kneeling on the ground. "Oh, perhaps they are intimidated by my handsome visage," Zhao Shu shamelessly remarked. Tony surveyed the pitch-black surroundings before casting a serious glance at Zhao Shu, opting not to engage in that discussion. "Ahem, accept my wrath, you miscreants." With that, Tony raised his hands, revealing 2 flamethrower tubes on his armored arms. Fiery jets erupted from the nozzles, hurling towards the members of the 10 rings. The prostrate figures, faced with imminent death, could only raise their arms in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the flames. Unfortunately, these individuals possessed no extraordinary abilities. They could only wail in agony amidst the inferno. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Shu felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he refrained from intervening. After all, Dragon Country was notorious for its 18 levels of hellish torture. He believed that for these individuals, being cleansed by fire was perhaps the most merciful death. Glancing at Ethan, he noticed him turned away, hiding behind the armor. Considering that Ethan had lost his entire family, this moment might evoke painful memories of witnessing their demise. Thus, he advised Tony, "Enough, Tony, conserve some fuel. There are more souls outside awaiting our purification." Chapter 16. Returned to the apartment, Tony halted his actions and turned to Zhao Shu, who gestured towards Ethan behind him. Understanding Zhao Shu's intent, Tony lifted his helmet and addressed the two. "Never mind. I need to conserve energy for takeoff. Let us proceed." Upon hearing this, Ethan shuddered slightly and turned around, his pallor evident as he nodded. "Please wait a moment. I will take care of the individuals outside to ensure no one harms you." With that, Zhao Shu lifted his leg and, with remarkable speed, dashed out of the cave. Standing at the cave's entrance, Zhao Shu gazed upon the group of armed ruffians before him, a sly smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, donning the Shadow 9 ensemble, he grasped the Azura sword firmly and raised it above his right shoulder. After gathering a modicum of strength, he forcefully swung it downward towards the assailants. A formidable arc of sword energy materialized before Zhao Shu, surging forward with astonishing velocity. Upon witnessing this, the adversaries were stricken with terror, casting aside their weapons and fleeing in haste, lamenting their lack of speed. Meanwhile, some, paralyzed by fear, clung desperately to the tanks they occupied, trembling and praying fervently for their savior, Master Man. Alas, their pleas went unheard. Before long, the immense Azura's malevolent light cleaved through the ground, carving out 2 deep craters filled with a molten, golden-red substance. Observing the chaos that unfolded before him, Zhao Shu's complexion paled. During his previous life in the secure Dragon Kingdom, he had never encountered such a gruesome sight. Taking several deep breaths of the arid desert air, he suppressed the rising nausea and turned to signal the 2 individuals still within the cave that it was now safe outside. Upon hearing this, they emerged together from the cavern. As Ethan stepped out, he was met with the horrifying scene of dismembered bodies littering the ground. Initially stunned, he quickly turned to steady Tony's armor, his face blanching as he retched. Tony, too, bore a grim expression, though perhaps due to having just incinerated a group of foes. He fared somewhat better than Ethan. "Mr. Zhao Shu, have you seen a bald black man?" Ethan inquired, having searched the crowd within but found no trace of him. Zhao Shu recalled the plot and the small-time leader of the bandits, the very individual who had brought Tony back for Ethan to treat, hoping to compel Tony to manufacture weapons. In the original narrative, this character had been gravely injured by Tony after eliminating Ethan, retreating into the shadows to survive until ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Obadiah. Zhao Shu employed his inner sight to ascertain whether any survivors lingered nearby, eager to confirm the fate of this individual. If he had been slain, it would delay Obadiah's pursuit of Tony's armor. Naturally, preventing Obadiah from finding it was not an option, as Zhao Shu needed to orchestrate a confrontation between them. Reflecting on the recent events, Zhao Shu abruptly set off in a particular direction. The 2 followed him to the edge of a tent, where they beheld a body severed in 2. And they collectively sighed. "Well, the individual is here. It is safe now. We should depart," Zhao Shu declared, leaping onto the enlarged Azura sword and turning to face them. "Mr. Zhao Shu, I have one more request. I wish to test if I can take flight," Tony admitted, somewhat bashful, yet genuinely curious about whether the armor could achieve manned flight. Although Zhao Shu could facilitate a return to New York for Tony to construct another suit and experiment with its aerial capabilities, who would resist the allure of trying out a beloved new toy immediately? Moreover, this was Iron Man's inaugural ascent in his armor, and Zhao Shu was eager to witness it firsthand. "Of course, as long as you are not in a hurry to return home, rest assured you may take flight. I will protect you from behind." "Indeed. Ethan, come up. I shall accompany you," Zhao Shu responded, guiding Ethan onto the Azura sword, ascending into the air and signaling Tony that he could take flight at any moment. Both were momentarily astonished by Zhao Shu's celestial maneuver, yet, recalling the other abilities of their companion, they refrained from further comment. Tony nodded, donned his helmet again, positioned his legs together, and rested his hands at his sides, palms facing downward, nervously controlling the energy to emanate from his palms and soles. The armored suit's feet and palms first expelled thick black smoke, which was soon transformed into vibrant crimson flames. Gradually, The suit began to ascend as Tony increased the energy output, propelling the suit skyward towards a specific direction. Observing this, Zhao Shu gestured for Ethan to steady himself and accelerated to catch up. Hovering steadily above the armored figure, Zhao Shu gazed down at the gleaming silver creation, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him. The Iron Man was officially born, Zhao Shu murmured softly to himself. Suddenly, the flames emitted by the suit extinguished, replaced by a billowing cloud of smoke, signaling its cessation of function. Zhao Shu hastily reduced his speed, employing sword control to stabilize the suit, gently guiding it back onto the Azura sword and descending to the ground. Exhausted of energy, Tony found himself ensnared by the immense and cumbersome armor, unable to gather himself swiftly, and just as he contemplated closing his eyes to brace for impact, he discovered he had been safely deposited onto the Azura sword. Once on solid ground, Tony urgently called for assistance to remove the armor, while Zhao Shu decisively wielded the Azura sword and struck downwards. "Hey Shu, I am still inside," exclaimed Tony, now liberated, patting his body in surprise. "Fear not, I am aware of my actions, and having just rescued you, there is no way I would harm you." Zhao Shu reassured the startled duo. "All right, let us depart. Ethan, we shall escort you home first." Upon hearing this, Ethan's expression darkened. "No, my family is gone. Had it not been for Mr. Zhao Shu, I would have reunited with them." Upon this revelation, Tony, elated from his escape, was taken aback. "No, that is not how it was. We agreed to leave together, did we not?" "No, Tony, I knew there would not be enough time in the end. I actually intended to rush out to buy you some time," Ethan replied. Zhao Shu, regarding the individual who could be said to be the genesis of Iron Man, sighed softly. "Well, as long as one is alive, infinite possibilities abound. Since you have nowhere else to go, why not join us? You could continue your research at Stark Industries. Let us go together, Ethan." They escorted Tony and Ethan to the nearest airport, where they awaited the arrival of Pepper and Rhodey. Zhao Shu declined the offer to return to New York aboard the same flight as the others, choosing instead to ride the Azura sword alone, swiftly returning to his apartment. Chapter 17. Tony's invitation. After exchanging contact information, Zhao Shu, feeling somewhat fatigued, returned to his apartment. Upon opening the door, Aunt May, who was preparing lunch, heard the commotion at the entrance and cautiously peered from the kitchen, wielding a spatula. Upon witnessing the return of the man she had longed for over the past 10 days, Aunt May gasped in delight, discarded her spatula, and rushed towards Zhao Shu, enveloping him in a warm embrace infused with an enticing aroma. "Oh, how I have missed you, my dear," she confessed with heartfelt excitement. Zhao Shu encircled her with his arms, greedily inhaling the scent he had yearned for. "I have missed you too. By the way, were you cooking just now?" "Ah, yes. Lunch." Aunt May promptly stepped away from Zhao Shu's embrace. "You must be hungry. Go wash up, and I'll prepare something to eat." Zhao Shu chuckled softly and made his way to his room. After his shower, Zhao Shu emerged clad only in his boxer shorts. "What are you doing?" Aunt May exclaimed, surprised by his sudden appearance. Upon seeing his attire, she rolled her eyes and softly laughed. "Why did you come out without any clothes? We still need to eat." Zhao Shu pulled her close, resting his chin on her right shoulder. "What are you doing? Hurry up, I'm really hungry," he emphasized, his tone growing more insistent. Aunt May squirmed in his embrace. "It will be ready soon." "You shouldn't be here. It's smoky and greasy. You just got back. Can't you take a moment to rest?" "With such a beautiful woman standing before me, how could I possibly think of resting?" Zhao Shu replied, taking her hand. "Let me help you." After their meal, the two were preparing for some delightful activities when a sudden knock echoed through the room. Frustrated, Zhao Shu muttered under his breath as he reluctantly set Aunt May down. Just as he was about to open the door, Aunt May quickly grabbed his arm. "You're not dressed." Zhao Shu shrugged and retreated into the bedroom. Aunt May chuckled softly, shaking her head as she approached the door. "Who is it?" Outside stood a portly man in a suit, who looked at Aunt May with a hint of confusion. "Excuse me, is this the residence of Mr. Zhao Shu? I represent Mr. Tony Stark and have a matter to discuss with him." Upon hearing that Tony saw Zhao Shu, Aunt May called out to Zhao Shu, who was changing, and invited the man in. Zhao Shu, upon learning it was Tony's business, quickly donned his clothes and exited the room. "Oh, hi. It's you." He recognized the visitor as Happy, Tony's bodyguard. Happy, having familiarized himself with Zhao Shu's circumstances, recalled their previous encounter. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Shu. It's hard to believe we meet again, but thank you for saving Tony." He continued. "Tony is hosting a dinner tomorrow and asked me to invite you both. Also, here is the transfer authorization for this apartment. Please sign it, and it will belong to you." Tony had intended to come himself, but was advised by Pepper to rest. Aunt May cast a surprised glance at Zhao Shu, astonished to learn that he had rescued Tony Stark. Zhao Shu accepted the folder from Happy with a smile and turned to Aunt May, whispering, "I will explain everything later." Zhao Shu opened the document and promptly signed his name. From this moment on, He too was a proud owner of real estate in New York. A wave of joy washed over him. Very well, Mr. Happy. We shall attend the dinner punctually tomorrow. Is there anything else? Upon seeing Zhao Shu complete the signing and leave a copy behind, Mr. Happy bid farewell to the two. Aunt May picked up the transfer document, perused it with great care, and then joyfully embraced Zhao Shu. Darling, we now possess an entire apartment. This is truly remarkable. Zhao Shu returned the embrace, saying, From now on, you shall be the landlady, collecting rent daily, and whenever you have free time, you can venture out to shop for bags and clothes. Shopping is fine, but let's refrain from buying bags for now. What I have is still usable, Aunt May replied. Understanding her frugal nature, Zhao Shu agreed, planning to later ask Tony for some funds to purchase gifts for her himself. Darling, I still feel a bit hungry, since it's just the two of us now, Zhao Shu remarked, sensing Mr. Happy's departure, with a hint of expectation in his voice. Oh, didn't we just eat? What more do you wish to have? Aunt May, still lost in the delight of acquiring an apartment, only noted Zhao Shu's mention of hunger. What I want to eat? Why, it's the stunning beauty before me. Of course. Haha. That evening, when Little Spider returned home and saw Zhao Shu, he wore an expression of surprise. Mr. Shu, you're back? Was the business trip enjoyable? Did you encounter any distinctive culinary delights? Did you bring me a gift? He inquired eagerly. By the way, Mr. Shu, I received an invitation from Osborne Industries. They are inviting several students from our class for a tour. Zhao Shu was taken aback, pondering, Osborne? That means Little Spider might be bitten by that peculiar spider, transforming him into Spider-Man. Congratulations, Peter. This is a splendid opportunity. By the way, is Mary Jane going with you this time? Zhao Shu first congratulated him, then lightly teased him. Upon hearing Mary Jane's name, Little Spider's cheeks flushed slightly. Yes, she will be there. By the way, Mr. Shu, could you teach me how to pursue a girl? Zhao Shu found this amusing, as he had known Aunt May for less than 2 days, and had engaged in actions both appropriate and inappropriate. He was hardly an expert in courting women. Well, you see, my approach with Aunt May is something others cannot replicate. They lack the elixir of youth. Oh, do not even think about it. I could never provide you with such a thing solely for the purpose of wooing a girl. However, rest assured, with your slightly lesser charm compared to mine, you are bound to succeed. Aunt May, observing the two whispering to each other, grew curious. What are you two discussing? Care to share with me? Ah, it's nothing, just Little Spider stumbled over his words when suddenly questioned by Aunt May. Zhao Shu, displaying loyalty, quickly intervened. It's nothing of significance. I was merely discussing with Peter our attendance at Tony's dinner tomorrow evening. He is a bit excited. Aunt May cast a curious glance at the stammering Little Spider. All right then, let us eat. Just as Zhao Shu was about to dig in, he suddenly recalled that they lacked suitable attire for the upcoming dinner. The next day, Aunt May contemplated for a moment before agreeing to accompany 2 individuals for shopping. Chapter 18. Expanding connections. The night passed in silence, save for the creaking of the bed under the weight of its occupants and a few meaningless murmurs that echoed in one of the apartment's rooms for several hours before settling into quietude. At daybreak, Zhao Shu reluctantly withdrew his hand from a certain peak, softly donning his attire before stepping into the bathroom. After completing his morning routine, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, the delightful aroma of the meal permeated the entire apartment. Knock, knock, knock. Rise and shine, my dear. Breakfast is ready. Zhao Shu first approached the bedroom, gently nudging Aunt May, who had only fallen asleep in the early hours after being pampered by him. Ugh, I'm so tired. You all go ahead and eat. I'll sleep a little longer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu chose not to disturb her further and turned to call for Little Spider. Just as he arrived at the door, it swung open, revealing Little Spider, whose eyes bore the marks of sleeplessness. Seeing Zhao Shu, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Good morning, Mr. Shu. I was a bit too excited about attending Mr. Tony Stark's dinner tonight, so I didn't sleep well. Noticing the dark circles under Little Spider's eyes, Zhao Shu pondered for a moment. Ah, I see. Well, breakfast is ready. Let us eat first, and then head to school. The two shared a quiet meal together, after which Zhao Shu expressed a desire to escort Little Spider out. However, Little Spider waved his hands in refusal. No need, Mr. Shu. You should take care of Aunt May. All right then, goodbye. Zhao Shu's face flushed, nearly resulting in another property mishap. He wondered why he had suggested Peter move to the opposite apartment when he seemed to be doing just fine. As noon approached, Aunt May finally rose from her slumber. Recalling the awkward moment from the morning, Zhao Shu broached the idea of having Little Spider relocate across the hall. He had ascertained that the opposite unit was currently unoccupied, and since the entire apartment was now his, it would be a simple matter to relinquish one room. Most importantly, he and Aunt May were engaged in their own private activities, and the notion that her nephew might overhear due to their exuberance was quite unsettling for Zhao Shu. He was uncertain how to face Little Spider afterwards. Well, the soundproofing is decent, but you know how vigorous a man can be. If Peter continues to reside here, He might inadvertently notice something if he steps out at the wrong moment. Zhao Shu endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor. How absurd, he chastised himself. But you're right. Peter is growing up and will eventually have romantic interests. It wouldn't be appropriate if he were to bring a girlfriend home. Aunt May considered this and acknowledged Zhao Shu's reasoning, recognizing that little Spider was already in high school. It is well known that American culture is quite open regarding such matters. Thus, in the interest of avoiding any awkwardness between the aunt and nephew, Aunt May consented to the arrangement. After tidying up the opposite apartment, they inevitably worked up a sweat, realizing they still had to go out to purchase formal attire. Zhao Shu carried Aunt May into the bathroom. An hour later, he helped a somewhat weak-legged Aunt May into her clothes. Once outside the apartment, Zhao Shu exchanged pleasantries with a few acquaintances before hailing a cab to a high-end clothing store. After purchasing her own gown, Aunt May, relying on her recollection of little Spider's measurements, selected a sleek black suit. Subsequently, she urged Zhao Shu to try on various outfits. Observing Aunt May as she held the suit up to him, Zhao Shu let out a deep sigh. He had not anticipated Aunt May's prompt choice for both herself and little Spider, yet he found himself lingering in indecision. Having spent over 10 solitary days in Afghanistan unscathed, he was nearly defeated by the ordeal of trying on clothes. May, is this all right? I think the first one looks splendid. Let us just buy that, Zhao Shu suggested. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Aunt May, however, responded with a serious expression, no, you are attending a gathering hosted by Tony Stark. You cannot simply wear any suit to such an event. What if others envy you for having saved him and decide to undermine you? Zhao Shu conceded that there was merit to her argument. Perhaps because he had rescued Tony, many might indeed harbor resentment towards him. As the saying goes, I fear my brother suffers, yet I also fear he drives a luxury car. Not to mention, there were those unacquainted with Zhao Shu. Reluctantly acquiescing to Aunt May's whims, Zhao Shu suddenly noticed her nodding earnestly, which ignited a spark of excitement within him. Have you made a decision? Is it finally settled? Seeing his enthusiasm, Aunt May playfully tapped him. Are you in such a hurry? Very well, let us go with this one. In the afternoon, when little Spider returned home, Zhao Shu and Aunt May proposed that he move across the street. Upon hearing this, little Spider was instantly exhilarated. Really? I can live on my own. Thank you. Aunt May, Uncle Shu, I'll pack my things right away. Hearing him excitedly address them, Zhao Shu found himself at a loss for words. Unable to articulate the multitude of thoughts he had prepared, the trio quickly moved all of little Spider's belongings, and after handing over the keys and the suit, Zhao Shu checked the time, signaling for little Spider to change clothes while he and Aunt May did the same. Soon, a Bentley arrived at the apartment, and the three of them boarded, heading towards a hotel. Ah, greetings. Hello to you, lovely lady. May I ask who you are? Upon entering the banquet hall, they were intercepted by a man in a suit who inquired about their identities. Zhao Shu produced the invitation and handed it to him, saying, Hello, I am Zhao Shu. This is my wife, May Parker, and this is our nephew, Peter Parker. Oh my goodness, you are the Zhao Shu who saved Mr. Stark. My apologies, please, come in. The server's boisterous exclamation drew the attention of the other guests, all eyes turning towards Zhao Shu. As some guests approached to engage him in conversation, the evening's hosts, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, swiftly made their way toward Zhao Shu. Look who it is. Oh, welcome, Shu. Allow me to introduce you to everyone. This is Zhao Shu, the one who saved me, Tony Stark. Tony patted Zhao Shu on the shoulder, presenting him to the assembled crowd. Hi there, Miss Potts. Greetings to all, Zhao Shu said, holding Aunt May's hand as he acknowledged the guests. Leaning in closer, Tony quietly remarked to Zhao Shu, to be honest, I'm not fond of these kinds of gatherings. I much prefer a bikini party. However, as you are aware, in New York, cultivating good relationships with these individuals can sometimes ease one's burdens. Zhao Shu glanced at Tony in astonishment, suddenly realizing that the extravagant banquet had been orchestrated for his benefit. Thank you. Although Zhao Shu did not require such gestures, he looked at Aunt May beside him and also expressed his gratitude to Tony. Let us proceed. I shall introduce you to these individuals. After I regain my strength in a few days, I will take you out on my yacht for a leisurely ride. With that, Tony led the three of them to engage in conversation with the attendees. Chapter 19. The new armor and materials provided amidst the discussions. The banquet swiftly came to a close. After bidding farewell to Tony, Zhao Shu, accompanied by the two others, climbed into the car heading home. There were indeed many prominent figures tonight. I can scarcely remember them all, Aunt May remarked, slightly fatigued as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Zhao Shu reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. It is all right. There is no need to remember them all. In a couple of days, they will turn around and remember you. Soon, Tony would acknowledge himself as Iron Man, and because he was Zhao Shu's savior, these individuals would seek to cultivate relationships with him rather than maintain an indifferent attitude. After all, Zhao Shu's family was far more approachable than Tony. Upon returning home, The three dispersed to their respective rooms to wash up and prepare for bed. Aunt May, however, pulled Zhao Shu aside, eager to discuss his experiences in Afghanistan. Given that Zhao Shu had just returned the previous day, their conversation had continued until dawn, and he had yet to share his stories with Aunt May. They talked late into the night until Aunt May could no longer keep her eyes open. Observing her serene expression, Zhao Shu kissed her forehead and pulled the thin blanket over them both before gradually succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Zhao Shu prepared breakfast as usual, and after sharing the meal with the two, he made his way to the computer desk in the bedroom. He opened the lottery page, ready to make his draws. Indeed, after rescuing Tony and the others, he had encountered Pepper and Rhodes at the airport, which had granted him 2 additional sources of power. Now, he was prepared to draw twice. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the indomitable dual cultivation technique and a 19 ancient relic short sword. Goodness, is the name of the dual cultivation technique really that long? And this ancient relic short sword, is its enhancement truly that formidable? Dual cultivation technique, simple and comprehensible, accessible to all. Function, can be learned and utilized with any individual of the opposite sex. Growth potential is related to the strongest practitioner. 19 ancient relic short sword. You have chosen a perilous path, do you not realize? Note, this sword was originally a powerful artifact from another realm, successfully enhanced by a formidable being. However, the system expended significant energy to successfully steal it, leaving behind false information about the weapon's destruction. Therefore, the host is advised to refrain from uttering terms such as monkey or trendy while wielding this weapon to avoid detection by the powerful entity. It seems Aunt May could also grow stronger. However, concerning the sword, well, one wonders if the large monkey would comprehend these terms in English. Perhaps it is best not to take any chances. Zhao Shu stowed away the 2 items, recalling that just before leaving last night, Tony had invited him to visit when time permitted. Upon entering the living room, Zhao Shu glanced at Aunt May, who was engrossed in watching television. May, I'm stepping out for a while to visit Tony's place. If I'm not back by noon, feel free to start your meal without me. Aunt May rose to accompany Zhao Shu to the door, but he gently kissed her lips and said, no need to see me off. Just continue watching your show. Oh, and I have a surprise for you tonight. With that, Zhao Shu quietly recited a spell and transformed into a tiny insect, flying out through the window. Utilizing his sword control technique, Zhao Shu swiftly arrived in Manhattan. He reached Tony's doorstep, reverted to his original form, and was about to knock when he heard a voice. Welcome, Mr. Zhao. Please, come in. Recognizing the voice belonged to J.A.R.V.I.S., the artificial intelligence named after Tony's late butler. He stepped through the open glass door and followed J.A.R.V.I.S. to Tony's underground laboratory. Hey, Tony, I'm here. Oh, pardon me. I didn't see anything. He noticed Tony reclining in a chair with his upper body bare, while Pepper was gently placing a hand on his chest. Startled by the noise, Pepper quickly withdrew her hand, which held a copper wire coated in a viscous substance. Oh, Shu, do you realize how terrifying that is? Tony replied, slightly annoyed, but gestured for Pepper to continue. Pepper, a bit embarrassed, smiled at Zhao Shu and picked up a new miniature arc reactor to attach to Tony. Suddenly, Tony let out a peculiar yelp. What happened? Pepper exclaimed, alarmed. Listening to their commotion, Zhao Shu, though aware they were engaged in serious work, couldn't resist teasing. Shall I step outside? You two can call me back when you're done, all right? It's nothing. I just got a little shock. Continue, Pepper. And Shu. Which eye of yours saw us doing anything improper? Zhao Shu was merely jesting as he approached, crossed his arms, and stood beside them, watching intently as Pepper worked on installing the reactor. So, what did you summon me for? Surely, it's not just to negotiate my compensation. That is indeed one reason. But I have another, more pressing matter to discuss with you. With this, Pepper completed the installation and smiled at Zhao Shu before turning to Tony, inquiring about the old reactor. Just toss it. I have something much better now, Tony replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Well, I'll head to the office then, Pepper said, hesitating briefly before bidding farewell to Zhao Shu and taking her leave. Once Pepper had departed, Tony began to explain the main reason for summoning Zhao Shu. You know, Shu, I've shut down the weapons division, and this has left some individuals rather displeased. I understand. After all, you are the most brilliant weapons inventor in the nation. Since you announced this, Stark Industries stock has plummeted again, but I'm not quite grasping the significance of this. Zhao Shu felt perplexed, wondering why Tony was sharing this with him. Shouldn't he be focusing on crafting powerful armors to confront those displeased individuals? I am aware of this. However, I sought you out because of the sword beneath us during our flight. I conducted a brief examination of that weapon, and its material differs slightly from what I am familiar with. Therefore, I wish to inquire about the composition of that sword and whether those materials are still available. Oh, I see. Zhao Shu was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled that the Heavenly Emperor account indeed possessed some materials from the continent of Arad. He retrieved some iron sheets and a premium hardening agent from his space, contemplating for a moment before placing several small crystals on the table. I am not entirely certain what material that sword is fashioned from. It appears to have formed naturally. However, these materials may prove useful to you. By the way, what do you intend to do with them? Is that so? There are such wondrous things. Oh, I wish to recreate some battle armor. Although I can procure suitable materials, I believe you might possess something even more extraordinary. With that, Tony began to examine the materials on the table. Chapter 20. The Birth of the Armor Jarvis. Please conduct a scan. Tony lifted an iron sheet, tested its weight, and tossed it onto the table. Zhao Shu observed a yellow, translucent beam sweep across the iron sheet, followed by Jarvis's analysis. The iron material is of decent quality, though somewhat heavy. I would not recommend using it for armor, sir. Tony responded with a neutral expression. I understand. Please analyze the other items. Certainly, sir. The white liquid in the barrel appears to be a type of hardening agent of superior quality. I recommend incorporating it into the armor materials. These 6 crystals are composed of different forms of energy. I apologize, sir. I am unable to ascertain how they maintain this state. While they are currently stable, I advise against their use. Tony raised an eyebrow at this. Completely made of energy? Can you identify the type of energy? Indeed, sir. The white, blue, black, and red respectively consist of light, cold, darkness, and heat energy. The relatively transparent one is pure energy, while the golden one eludes my analysis. It appears to be quite unique. Oh, let me take a look. Tony's interest peaked as he glanced at Zhao Shu, having never encountered an object powered by cold energy. He directly picked up a blue crystal, placing it in his palm to feel it, yet he did not sense any chill. What is the nature of this item? In reality, there are numerous special metals. It is not surprising that the iron sheet lacks uniqueness. However, this small crystal, I know it can imbue weapons with special effects, yet I am unsure how to utilize it. After some contemplation, he casually picked up a red crystal, squeezing it gently to find it somewhat soft and springy. Why not try crushing it directly? Unable to conceive of any other use, he instructed Tony to step back. He then enveloped the red crystal in a layer of energy and applied a bit of pressure. The crystal expanded outward from the center as Zhao Shu exerted more force. It appears that it has reached the critical point of the force it can withstand, beginning to decompose rapidly into a mist-like crimson gas. Tony, somewhat apprehensive, glanced at Zhao Shu's hand and inquired, So, Shu, how does it feel? Zhao Shu elevated his pressed thumb, observing the swirling red gas, and shook his head. I feel nothing. It's akin to bursting a balloon. Only this time there was no sound. He then asked, Shall I remove the barrier to see? Tony stroked his chin, nodding, Give it a try? Such a small amount shouldn't pose much danger. Zhao Shu gradually withdrew the energy, and the gas remained suspended above his hand. Both sighed in relief as Tony casually picked up a wrench and approached Zhao Shu. Understanding his intentions, Zhao Shu thought it reasonable to experiment with the additional weapon. Tony positioned the wrench above Zhao Shu's palm, and as the red gas drew near, it swiftly permeated the tool. Once the gas was absorbed, the wrench began to emit a faint red glow. Tony grasped it with one hand and struck it against a chair. At the moment of contact, sparks flared at the intersection of the two objects. Shortly thereafter, the combustible material on the chair ignited and was consumed, prompting Tony's robotic assistant, Dummy, to detect the rising temperature and rush to extinguish the flames. However, no matter how vigorously it sprayed, only the metallic frame of the chair remained, gradually melting away. This is quite peculiar. The cooling effect seems utterly ineffective, Tony remarked, astonished. Zhao Shu pondered for a moment, acknowledging that while the game merely conferred fire damage, it was plausible that additional effects might manifest in reality. Well, since you understand its application, take your time experimenting. Once you forge the armor, do remember to show me the results. By the way, I have these 2 items for you. Zhao Shu produced a rejuvenation elixir and a revival coin, handing them to Tony. This pink item is a rejuvenation elixir, capable of restoring your body to its prime state, with an effective duration of about 20 years. As for this coin, it allows you to maintain your soul state in the event of an accidental death, and when you wish to restore yourself, it will revive you in full health. Of course, you may find this difficult to accept right now. I have given you the items, and should you find them useful one day, you may thank me then. Without waiting for a response, Zhao Shu retrieved all the small crystals and hardeners from his spatial storage, placing them on the ground before departing without a backward glance. As for the reward for saving him, he was confident Tony would provide it. Upon returning home, Zhao Shu received a substantial sum of money. As for the amount, it would suffice for a lifetime. In the following days, Zhao Shu's routine consisted of rising early to prepare breakfast, escorting Little Spider to school, and then shopping with Aunt May for clothes. One day, Little Spider informed them that they would be visiting Osborne Industries. Aunt May showed no reaction, as Little Spider had mentioned it a few days prior. Zhao Shu, however, understood that Little Spider was on the verge of awakening. On this day, Tony summoned Zhao Shu to his home, claiming he had constructed an armor he was extremely satisfied with. Zhao Shu pondered that the Little Spider carried a resurrection coin, so he felt assured and decided to check on the suit that officially transformed Tony into Iron Man. Arriving at the underground garage, he found Tony seated at his computer desk, sipping a deep green liquid. Zhao Shu immediately discerned that Tony had not consumed the rejuvenation pill. Otherwise, his appearance would not remain unchanged, and he wouldn't require this peculiar vegetable juice to alleviate the palladium poisoning. Hey, Tony, I'm here. You didn't take the pill, did you? Oh, hi, Shu. No, I didn't. Of course, it's not that I don't trust you. I just have my reasons. Besides, didn't you give me a resurrection coin? Upon hearing Zhao Shu's voice, Tony stood up, raised his hands in a gesture of openness, and retrieved the resurrection coin from around his neck, where he had fashioned it into a necklace. All right, since that's the case, I won't pry further. By the way, where's your armor? Put it on so I can see. Seeing the resurrection coin in Tony's possession eased Zhao Shu's curiosity about the rejuvenation pill, prompting him to inquire about the armor instead. Tony, with a proud smile, stepped onto a circular platform adorned with numerous mechanical arms. Jarvis. Yes, sir. I will assist you in donning the armor immediately. As Tony ascended the platform, it opened to reveal a pair of gold and crimson metallic boots. As he slid his feet into the boots, the surrounding mechanical arms began to lift various metal components, working in perfect unison to envelop Tony in the armor. The only part remaining was the majestic faceplate, yet to be closed. Tony raised an eyebrow at Zhao Shu, who looked on with excitement. Then, with a serious expression, Tony's shoulders dropped, and the faceplate sealed, fully integrating him with the armor. He surveyed his surroundings with a commanding gaze. Chapter 21. The Bite of the Little Spider. Zhao Shu gazed at the striking gold and crimson armor with palpable excitement. Cool, Tony, you look amazing. Of course I look amazing. Want to take a flight with me? Tony's own enthusiasm was evident, for since Zhao Shu had provided him with materials, he and Jarvis had crafted several suits. After extensive experimentation, they had settled on this, the finest of them all. Well, I suppose I had a hand in the armor's creation too. So, where shall we fly? Zhao Shu's excitement bubbled over. Although this suit had only been deployed a few times before requiring major repairs, it laid the groundwork for all future armors. There's another reason I called you here. Do you remember, Ethan? Zhao Shu noted the somber tone of Tony's voice emanating from the armor, recalling the narrative in which Tony unleashed havoc in Ethan's hometown. I remember. What about it? During that dinner, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent approached me with business, but I wanted no entanglement with them. Coincidentally, a journalist I had an affair with sought me out. I used her as an excuse to leave, but do you know what? She showed me some documents. Those scoundrels are still alive, and they are heading to Ethan's hometown armed with weapons of my invention. Tony recounted through gritted teeth. Zhao Shu, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, Couldn't you have simply asked me to join you on this trip? Why bring up the journalist you slept with? Cough, to speak frankly. I am somewhat apprehensive that you may not acquiesce, for there exists no significant connection between you and Ethan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu drew forth the Shura sword and leapt forth, urging, Let us depart swiftly. Time waits for no one. Tony remained silent, allowing his armor to ascend slowly, adjusting its posture before soaring forth from the garage exit. Zhao Shu quickly followed suit, and as he soared through the air, he observed Tony, who, despite his full speed, appeared to be somewhat sluggish. Without hesitation, Zhao Shu seized control of his companion, propelling them at an accelerated pace toward their destination. The two of them, racing at full throttle, soon approached their objective. Suddenly, Zhao Shu heard Tony's voice resound. I have located them, over there. Tony gestured towards a certain direction. Zhao Shu immediately descended, and within moments, they landed firmly on the ground. Although Zhao Shu had steeled himself for the encounter, the sight before him ignited an unexpected fury. In the village, comprised of rudimentary stone dwellings, a faction of the Ten Commandments gang was methodically extracting food and supplies from one abode to another, armed with weapons. Others, lacking arms, were herding a group of women and children towards a waiting truck. In the center of the village lay a grim tableau of several bodies piled together. The sudden appearance of the two newcomers startled the entire assembly, prompting the gang members to abandon their plunder and brandish their weapons in defense. You lot truly deserve to perish. Zhao Shu's voice erupted with rage. He unleashed a torrent of energy, employing his swordsmanship to transform his chi into blades that swiftly targeted the members of the Ten Commandments. In an instant, not a single intact member of the gang remained. Let us proceed to the next location. As long as I can see them today, none shall survive. Without waiting for the momentarily stunned Tony to respond, he grasped his companion and soared into the sky. Under Tony's direction, Zhao Shu swiftly eradicated the nearby gang members. Yet, neither of them felt any joy. Though they had accomplished their mission, the events that transpired left them in a contemplative silence. It is rather amusing to reflect that in my homeland, I once read of historical accounts detailing the devastation inflicted upon my country during invasions, where tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, suffered. Although I felt indignation, I never contemplated annihilating the adversary. However, witnessing such brutality firsthand today has unleashed an uncontrollable thirst for vengeance within me. It seems I was merely a reader of events, not a participant. Let us return home. I am truly grateful to live in this era, in a time where a home exists. With Zhao Shu's involvement, Tony's return went undetected by the fighter jet radar. Perceiving a somber atmosphere, Zhao Shu suggested that Tony enlighten him regarding the uses of the materials. Upon discussing the armor, Tony's mood lightened slightly. He paused for a moment before speaking. The hardening agent you provided enhances the hardness and ductility of the metal without altering its weight, thereby affording my armor greater physical defense. As for the small crystals, they can also augment my armor to a certain degree, in addition to their enchanting properties. Beyond the ordinary attributes of blue, red, and clear, they possess some healing effects and can emit a brilliant light. The dark attribute possesses a certain corrosive effect and has the ability to devour light, creating an area of darkness. Lastly, the golden one appears to enhance my attacks to a certain degree, and most importantly, it can mitigate some of the energy damage to my armor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu recalled the effects in the game and nodded in unexpected agreement. I understand now. By the way, there's something I believe you should pay attention to. Tony gazed calmly at Zhao Shu. No need to elaborate. I know you're referring to Obadiah. Zhao Shu was somewhat taken aback, but after a moment's reflection, it made sense. Tony had always been an intelligent individual, and although he held deep familial affection for the uncle who had raised him, suspicion still lingered. It seems you harbor doubts as well. Then why do you keep the rejuvenation elixir? There are two reasons. The first is that I need to focus on researching the armor and have no interest in women at the moment. It is unnecessary. As for the second, my youthful appearance may raise Obadiah's suspicions. Upon hearing the first reason, Zhao Shu was momentarily at a loss for words, while the second reason indeed rang true upon contemplation. Just as he was about to inquire about Tony's plans, his phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Oh, and help me get 2 of those video devices you have. Zhao Shu glanced at his phone and noticed it was Aunt May calling. Hello, May, what's the matter? He heard Aunt May's anxious voice on the other end. Shu, you need to come back quickly. Peter says he was bitten by an unfamiliar spider and is feeling unwell. I'm worried he might be poisoned. Don't worry, he has the revival coin with him. I'll be there soon. Although Zhao Shu knew that in the storyline, the young spider would be fine and even grow stronger, not to mention possessing a revival coin, Aunt May, who had raised him like a son, would naturally be concerned. After ending the call, Zhao Shu expressed his farewells to Tony and swiftly flew home. Upon entering through the window, he immediately spotted the young spider lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. Transforming back into his original form, Zhao Shu approached and gently patted Aunt May's shoulder. It's all right, May. I'm back, and I'm here for you. Chapter 22. The Awakening of the Young Spider and the Search for Evidence. Zhao Shu was aware that the young spider wouldn't awaken until the following day. Yet it was getting rather late. It's getting late. You should get some rest. I'll keep an eye on Peter, and I can handle anything that arises. Observing Aunt May, who looked fatigued from the earlier anxiety, Zhao Shu encouraged her to take a break. Though Aunt May had improved her physical condition through dual cultivation techniques with Zhao Shu over the past few days, she recognized that her presence wouldn't resolve the current situation. All right then, if anything comes up, just call for me. With that, Aunt May, feeling a bit disheartened, returned to her room. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Shu understood her distress at being unable to assist when the young spider was in trouble. He sighed, realizing that ordinary people in such situations could only helplessly watch, with nothing to do but pray. Thankfully, he had the system. Zhao Shu felt a sense of gratitude, pondering whether the 9-yang divine art would be of any use. He hesitated to take action, for although the 9-yang divine art had healing properties, the young spider had not encountered any peril in the storyline. Moreover, what if the treatment affects the genes of the small spider, leading to a fusion of its genetic material and resulting in unforeseen complications? After some contemplation, Zhao Shu decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. The next morning, Zhao Shu sat on the sofa, having observed the small spider throughout the night. Although the spider had experienced a few convulsions, it soon returned to calmness, prompting Zhao Shu to refrain from disturbing Aunt May. Suddenly, the small spider awoke, but perhaps due to the distress it had endured before fainting the previous night, it sprang over a meter high from the sofa. Ah, what the heck? Zhao Shu exhaled in relief, quickly restraining it and gently placing it on the ground. Good morning. Peter, you have finally awakened. Aunt May was quite worried last night. Thankfully, you seem to be all right now and appear even healthier. Since you are awake, I shall prepare breakfast. Please take a moment to assess if you feel any changes in your body. With that, Zhao Shu rose and made his way to the kitchen. Peter, eat slowly. Why do you seem so famished? Aunt May's worry dissipated upon learning that the small spider was unharmed. However, she felt concerned about its sudden voracity. I'm fine, just feeling really hungry, the small spider replied, unable to articulate why. But he sensed that his strength had increased slightly and noticed a red dot on each wrist. Are you aware of any changes in your body? Zhao Shu inquired, curious about which version of the small spider this one was. I feel like my strength has increased, and I have a red dot on my wrist. Wow, I have abs now. Aunt May Shu, look, abs. Oh, and it seems I am no longer nearsighted. After satisfying his hunger, the small spider began to describe the changes to the two, patting his full belly, and suddenly realized that his once flat abdomen now had a defined contour. He lifted his short sleeve and was astonished to see clear abdominal muscles. Strength increased? That should make lifting things easier. Abs. Oh, that doesn't seem like a significant change, Aunt May remarked, feeling pleased when she heard about the increased strength, but her expression shifted upon hearing about the abs. She glanced at Zhao Shu's abdomen, indicating that it was not particularly alarming. A red dot? Then spread your palm open, and bring your middle and ring fingers together towards yourself, finally aiming at this plate and pressing down to see. Zhao Shu, intrigued by the mention of the red dot on the wrist, wanted to determine if it was a remnant of the Spider-Man abilities post-revision. Though the small spider found the request peculiar, he complied with Zhao Shu's instructions. After a few steps reminiscent of the previous night, he aimed at the plate and mimicked the classic Spider-Man web-slinging gesture. Suddenly, a translucent white thread shot forth from his wrist. Oh, what the heck is this? The small spider was taken aback and frightened by the white thread emerging from his wrist. He quickly retracted his hand, brushing his wrist in the process. Aunt May looked at the small spider with an odd expression. How can a man produce such things from there? Cough, well, didn't you say he was bitten by a spider yesterday? I believe his genes have merged with that spider's. As for the reason behind the silk production, I surmise it may be a consequence of human physiological structure. After all, spiders produce silk from their rear ends. Zhao Shu observed Aunt May as if she were operating a vehicle, hastily elucidating his understanding of the principle. Well, perhaps that is the case. But are there any other changes? Aunt May nodded, appearing to grasp only part of it, and inquired about the little spider. Indeed. I feel as though everything around me has slowed down. As for any other alterations, I cannot say for certain. The little spider took a moment to reflect, sensing that there were other changes he could not articulate, yet they undeniably existed. Never mind, this is still a positive development. Now our family of three is no longer a trio of powerless ordinary individuals. Zhao Shu interrupted the conversation, noting that it was getting late and that the little spider needed to head to school. He suddenly recalled that perhaps he should ask Tony to craft a battle suit for the little spider. May, I have a matter to discuss with Tony. Are you all right on your own? I have no issues, but shouldn't you rest? You haven't slept all night, Aunt May expressed her concern. Your man is not so fragile. Well, I must take my leave. Goodbye. Upon arriving at Tony's residence, he found Tony engaged in conversation with Pepper. Hey, Tony, I hope I'm not interrupting, Zhao Shu called out from the doorway of the lab. Oh, for heaven's sake. Could you please enter through the front door like a normal person? Tony opened the lab door, his demeanor somewhat tense as he shouted at Zhao Shu. What's the matter? You seem a bit anxious. Is there something you need my assistance with? Zhao Shu wondered, puzzled by their unease. Well, I was just about to look for you. I intend to have Pepper check my office computer for any transaction records involving Obadiah and his associates. I'd like you to ensure her safety. Zhao Shu immediately understood. Sure, but what about you? Don't you need protection? No worries. He is unaware of this matter and poses no threat to me. Besides, I always carry those two items with me. Oh, beautiful lady, the brave knight obeys your command. Zhao Shu considered this and turned to Pepper. Pepper, observing Tony's slightly ashen complexion, responded cheerfully, Thank you, brave knight, but I still prefer this mechanic beside me. Now, let us proceed. Soon, Zhao Shu and Pepper arrived at Tony's office. Watching Pepper nervously operate the computer, Zhao Shu found himself feeling somewhat bored at the doorway. Chapter 23. The late Tony. After standing at the door for a brief moment, Zhao Shu noticed a large bald man approaching. He intercepted the individual. Excuse me, sir, Mr. Stark's secretary is handling some matters inside. Please wait a moment. Obadiah visibly grew tense. Hey, isn't this Tony's savior? I am Obadiah, Tony's uncle, and the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. I can go anywhere here, so please step aside. I'm afraid not. This is Tony's office, and I do not know you. I must ask you to wait. Zhao Shu was merely alerting Pepper inside, and when the man insisted on entering, he ceased to impede his progress. After all, he still intended to launch a nocturnal ambush on Tony, fearing that Tony's compassionate nature might lead him to spare their adversary. As Pepper had inscribed upon the old arc reactor, Tony Stark possesses a warm heart. He was genuinely uncertain whether Tony would ultimately take Obadiah's life. What if Obadiah sought vengeance, should he survive? As the adage goes, it is easy to evade an overt threat, but nearly impossible to guard against a concealed one. Even if he could act, why not let Tony do so himself? I have stated it clearly. I am Tony's uncle, and I shall go wherever I please. Kindly step aside, Obadiah bellowed in fury. Zhao Shu sensed that the moment had come and stepped aside. Very well, sir, please enter. The two entered the room, and indeed, Pepper had placed a newspaper atop the USB drive. Obadiah had yet to fabricate a miniature arc reactor, so he refrained from any overt confrontation, instead engaging Pepper in conversation while subtly inching closer to ascertain whether she was gathering evidence. At that moment, Pepper, having successfully downloaded the data, discreetly extracted the USB drive with her left hand while simultaneously offering her farewells to Obadiah. Just as she was about to exit, Obadiah called her back, expressing his lack of a newspaper and requesting her copy for a crossword puzzle. Having already stowed the USB drive in her bag, she naturally handed over the newspaper to him. As they descended the staircase, they encountered Coulson, who was searching for Tony. Pepper gestured for him to accompany her for a detailed discussion at Tony's residence, leading the two men out of Stark Industries. Zhao Shu, upon sighting Coulson, glanced back only to observe Obadiah gripping the railing, helplessly watching their departure. En route back, Coulson reviewed a video sent by the kidnappers that showcased Tony in captivity, and he became aware that Obadiah had constructed a formidable suit of armor. He promptly declared his intention to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. for assistance, while Zhao Shu continued onward with Pepper to Tony's abode. I understand, but they cannot fabricate the miniature arc reactor. It would be unwise to act during the day when there are too many people around. We shall wait until nightfall when the company is deserted, Zhao Shu instructed. He asked Pepper to inform Coulson and the others while he returned home, requesting that they notify him when the time was right. That evening, Zhao Shu received a notification and quickly made his way back, following the others to Stark Industries. Before departing, Zhao Shu cautioned Tony, I suspect Obadiah will come looking for you tonight, so be vigilant. We arrived too early this morning, wasting precious time. It is of no concern. JARVIS is monitoring everything comprehensively, Tony replied with a smile. Zhao Shu felt somewhat exasperated, thinking, no concern? You will realize the gravity of the situation when you are ambushed. And as for JARVIS, if you can anticipate their moves, can't they do the same? Alas, it seems you cannot die, and perhaps misfortune is a form of fortune. Just wait for your blessings at home. The group followed Pepper to Stark Industries, but as they attempted to enter the Zero Lab, Pepper discovered that her employee card had been rendered invalid. Just as Coulson was about to use a small explosive to breach the door, Zhao Shu stepped forward and cleaved the door open with a single stroke of his sword. Upon arriving at Stark Industries, Zhao Shu had already utilized his heightened senses to perceive the atmosphere laden with hostility. At that moment, Obadiah had acquired the arc reactor from Tony and had activated the Ironmonger. Lurking in the shadows of the Zero Lab, Zhao Shu glanced at the group and said, all right, find a place to hide. He has already activated that contraption, and your presence here is of little use. Without waiting for a response, he stepped into the laboratory. Upon entering, Zhao Shu made a beeline for Obadiah. Obadiah, cease your hiding. I am aware of your success. Ha ha ha. Though I am skeptical, if you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Obadiah was elated. This individual had not only rescued Tony, but had also humiliated him that morning. The combination of old grievances and new indignities left him seething with rage. The audacity of Zhao Shu appearing before him fueled his delight as he envisioned finally crushing this insignificant ant, prompting a laugh to escape his lips. Zhao Shu regarded the sudden illumination before him with a disdainful smirk. Uffed, had I not wished to refrain from sullying my hands, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak. With that, he swiftly subdued his opponent and retrieved his phone to call Tony. Hello, Tony, how are you holding up? When do you plan to make your heroic entrance? Meanwhile, Tony was in a state of despair, sitting stark naked on the toilet, his face contorted from exertion. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone pierced the silence. Jarvis, whose call is this? Sir, it is Mr. Shu. Damn it, connect the call, quickly. I need to confront this bastard about why he neglected to mention the side effects of the youth elixir. Fuming, Tony answered Zhao Shu's call. Damn it, you scoundrel. Why didn't you inform me that consuming the youth elixir would result in this predicament? Zhao Shu, taken aback by Tony's furious inquiry, was momentarily bewildered. What the hell has happened? What is wrong with the elixir? He had indeed forgotten to advise Tony about the precautions associated with the youth elixir. With the recent events piling up and nearly a month having passed since he himself consumed it, The side effects had almost slipped from his memory. What do you mean? Why didn't you warn me earlier? The elixir causes diarrhea. Do you have any idea what I've been through? You have no clue that Obadiah ambushed me, rendering me completely immobile. I finally managed to take the elixir, and all I recall is you stating that it would restore one's body to its prime. Why didn't you mention the side effects? Do you have any idea how desperate I felt when I couldn't move after taking it and needed to use the restroom? You have no idea, you jerk. Zhao Shu could hardly fathom the chaos and odor that must now pervade Tony's home. So, you can't come then? He sought to shift the topic, desperate to escape the awkwardness. To hell with you, you bastard. Did you hear me? Damn it. Chapter 24 Ahem. Well then, I shall await your arrival. Zhao Shu hastily ended the call, the scene having become far too uncomfortable. He had no idea how he would face Tony upon his arrival. I assume you heard everything I just said, so it seems your chances of survival are non-existent. He regarded the subdued Obadiah with a hint of sympathy. In a state of confusion, Obadiah found himself unable to move, shaken by the recent phone call. It was only now that he attempted to act, only to realize his limbs were unresponsive. Don't bother struggling. If you weren't in the armor, I would indeed find it challenging to restrain you without inflicting harm. Unfortunately, you did not afford me that opportunity, Zhao Shu remarked with a hint of regret, guiding Obadiah towards the laboratory entrance. Hello, are you all still here? Come out. Everything is fine now. Pepper and the other agents were held back by Coulson, who recognized that with Zhao Shu present, it was futile for his team to enter, as it would only risk their safety. Mr. Zhao, is the situation resolved? Did you manage to capture Obadiah? Coulson inquired, peering into the lab, prompting those behind him to lean in as well. Oh my, this contraption is far larger than I anticipated. Thankfully, Mr. Zhao was here. The group expressed their relief, acknowledging that despite any claims of inadequacy, they had at least escaped unscathed. However, Pepper and Coulson exchanged puzzled glances. With the armor present, where was Obadiah? Mr. Zhao, has Obadiah escaped? Pepper asked anxiously, fearing that his flight might pose a threat to Tony. Look, he asked right here. Zhao Shu gestured towards the armored figure, reassuring the group. Oh, that's a relief. I'll call Tony over. Yet, Zhao Shu quickly intervened, knowing Tony was currently preoccupied. No need, I notified him earlier. He is tied up with something at the moment and will arrive in about 10 minutes. Coulson, why don't you take your team back? I can handle things here. Coulson agreed, realizing he had come merely to check in for S.H.I.E.L.D. and see if he could be of assistance. With the situation resolved, it was indeed time to depart. Well then, farewell to you both. As Zhao Shu and the others engaged in casual conversation, the 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky, descending towards them. Look, here comes Tony, Zhao Shu remarked, watching the dashing figure land gracefully. Tony lifted his helmet, casting a fierce glare at Zhao Shu before turning to Pepper. Are you all right? He asked, to which Pepper shook her head. I'm fine. It only took a few minutes for Zhao Shu to handle everything, and no one was hurt. Good to hear. As for you, Zhao Shu, you absolute fool. I truly wish I could punch you, Tony said, his ire directed at Zhao Shu for the embarrassment he felt, relieved that only he and Zhao Shu were privy to the incident. What else with the hostility? We are supposed to be friends. How could you treat me this way? Zhao Shu said, maintaining a serious demeanor. Tony leaned closer to Zhao Shu, whispering, this matter must remain between us. No one else can know. Zhao Shu felt an unexplainable tension in the air and instinctively took a step back. 1 million, he said, raising a finger in a teasing manner. Tony's irritation grew at Zhao Shu's retreat, and through clenched teeth, he replied, deal. What are you two discussing? May I be privy to this conversation? Pepper observed the enigmatic demeanor of the two individuals. Her curiosity piqued regarding the events that had transpired between them. It's nothing, truly, Zhao Shu interjected, swiftly suppressing his breath as he approached to embrace the armored figure before him. Now, let us deliberate on how to handle this predicament. Tony gazed at the ironmonger before him, his eyes betraying a chilling rage. Uncle, why? What have I done to merit such treatment? First, you orchestrate an attack against me, and now you take matters into your own hands. Zhao Shu tore apart the ironmonger, leaving only the restraints binding the figure's limbs. Tony, why didn't you perish in Afghanistan? Why return to this world? I truly loathe the idea of personally eliminating a golden goose. Are you aware of Stark Industries' current valuation? Do you comprehend the revenue our weapons division generates annually? Everything was perfect until you. Yes, you, wretched soul, rescued Tony, forcing me to intervene directly. As Zhao Shu berated himself, he pondered his inability to tolerate such a situation. Naturally, he could not. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the figure's face. A villain must embody the essence of villainy. Hasten and utter your last words. For I wish to retire to slumber. Enough. Do you realize how many lives have been lost due to the weapons I invented? Has your vision narrowed solely to profit? Disappointment filled Tony's eyes. Deaths? Tony, do not be naive. Without you, others would still manufacture weapons. As long as humanity exists, conflict is inevitable. Now, Tony, remember, I am your uncle. Release him. There are fortunes awaiting us in this world. Observing Tony's disillusionment, Obadiah began to feel a twinge of fear. Tony shook his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon his uncle for a prolonged moment. Farewell, Uncle Obadiah. With that, he raised his right arm and fired at the figure's head. Pepper stepped forward, cradling Tony's head and offering gentle reassurances. Zhao Shu approached, patting Tony on the shoulder. I shall take my leave. After Pepper dispatched the already assembled Coulson to manage the scene, she escorted Tony back home. Tony, what is that peculiar scent in your house? The following day, Tony held a press conference, where his close friend Rhodey made an appearance, preparing a speech for him. However, when Tony referred to the unidentified flying objects in the night sky as a military exercise, a female journalist interrupted him. Mr. Stark, you cannot genuinely expect us to believe such fabrications. Tony glanced at the familiar journalist, and after a moment of silence, regarded the audience with a grave expression. That evening, Tony returned to his desolate home. Do you truly believe you are the sole superhero in this world? Suddenly, a mocking voice emerged from the shadows. Tony quickly turned on the lights, revealing Nick Fury, his expression shifting to one of perplexity. Have you forgotten that it was you who sought Zhao Shu to rescue me? Chapter 25. Hulk and Abomination cough. There have been quite a few matters of late. Regardless, the world does not consist solely of the two of you with extraordinary abilities. What transpired between the two individuals is now irrelevant to Zhao Shu. Upon returning home, he found Aunt May already fast asleep. Not wishing to disturb her, he opted to retire to the guest room, where he spent a night devoid of conversation. The following morning, while enjoying breakfast, Zhao Shu contemplated arranging an outing to the cinema with Aunt May and Little Spider. Aunt May, how about we catch a movie? I noticed a film titled Superman at the cinema yesterday. It seems quite appealing. After a moment's reflection, Aunt May acknowledged that a family activity would be delightful and agreed. Is that so? Then let's plan for the day after tomorrow, just in time for the weekend. It will be lovely for our family to have a day out. Zhao Shu nodded, his mind beginning to devise an itinerary for the weekend's activities. The next 2 days passed swiftly, unmarked by any significant events. The spider suit Zhao Shu had commissioned from Tony was completed, and he presented it to Little Spider. Upon receiving the red and blue attire adorned with a spider emblem, Little Spider exclaimed in delight, "It's so cool." Following this, Zhao Shu encouraged Little Spider to practice apprehending criminals in New York while discreetly ensuring his safety. However, Little Spider, with his spider sense, navigated the challenges with apparent ease. On Saturday morning, the trio had breakfast and prepared to set off. Let us go. It's time to depart. They journeyed to a secluded mountainous area in New York. Zhao Shu had deliberately chosen a picturesque forest with sparse human presence to ensure their family time remained undisturbed. Upon discovering a flat clearing near a water source, Zhao Shu stretched and inhaled the pristine air of the forest. He set up the tent and unpacked tables and chairs. Once everything was arranged, Zhao Shu fetched a pot of water from the stream and placed it on the fire that Aunt May had ignited to boil. The three of them settled into their chairs, basking in the morning sunlight. This is truly delightful. We should come here more often, Aunt May remarked, reclining against her chair with her eyes closed, feeling relaxed. Whenever you wish to come, just let me know. We can return at any time, Zhao Shu replied, casting a gentle smile at Aunt May, who was bathed in sunlight. Ah, the water is boiling. What would you like to drink? He stepped forward, poured himself a cup of tea, and inquired of the others. Little Spider declined any beverage, while Aunt May requested a cup of coffee. After enjoying his tea and noticing it was still early, Zhao Shu produced 3 fishing rods and proposed they try their hand at fishing, hoping to secure an additional meal for lunch. The two eagerly accepted the rods, each grabbing a chair and racing toward the nearby stream. Zhao Shu, inspired by their enthusiasm, used his swift legs to catch up. As the duo approached the water's edge, they suddenly realized they had forgotten bait and turned their gaze toward Zhao Shu. With a smile, he retrieved the bait he had prepared from his supplies and meticulously demonstrated the process of attaching it. Why don't we have a friendly competition to see who can catch the most fish? As for the prize, the winner won't have to take anything home. Hearing of the contest, both were even more exhilarated. Though fishing requires some skill, the three were novices, and their success would largely depend on luck. After a prolonged period of inactivity in fishing, Zhao Shu and Aunt May remained composed, but the young spider was beginning to feel restless. As noon approached, neither Zhao Shu nor Aunt May had caught any fish, and both were preparing to return for lunch. However, brimming with youthful vigor, Spider was determined to persist until he caught something. They exchanged knowing smiles, just as they were about to head back. Suddenly, Spider let out a loud shout, prompting them to turn around and witness his fishing rod bending into a crescent shape. With a surge of strength, The fish underwater could not hold on for long and was swiftly pulled to the surface. Zhao Shu approached to congratulate Spider and inspect his catch. It appeared to be a carp, and given the quality of the water, it would certainly be a delightful meal. Zhao Shu stored the fishing rod, bait, and chair in his space and led the two back to their campsite. Before long, lunch was prepared, and the trio enjoyed their meal. Considering the numerous bones in the carp, which might be unpalatable for the others, Zhao Shu decided to make fish balls instead. The two exclaimed how delicious they were. With the midday sun blazing fiercely, the three retreated into their tent for a nap. Upon awakening, Zhao Shu glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time to leave. He had reserved a table at a hotel, planning for them to enjoy dinner before catching the movie. Thus, they returned to the city and headed to the hotel for a massage first. Auntie, Shu, this is our spot, Spider exclaimed joyfully as he entered the theater and hurried to find his seat. Once seated, the film commenced swiftly. The movie told the tale of an alien adopted by humans, who transformed into a superhero to protect the Earth. Midway through the film, Zhao Shu suddenly felt a tremor throughout the cinema, initially dismissing it as a figment of his imagination. However, a second, more intense quake soon followed, compelling him to close his eyes and utilize the skills of the Heavenly Emperor to sense the source of the disturbance. In a nearby street, an unsightly green creature, towering nearly 3 meters with a pronounced spine, wreaked havoc, causing the frightened public to flee in panic. Just as the American military and police arrived to maintain order, the abomination, intent on continuing its assault, was distracted by something crashing into the ground. As it moved to investigate, a gigantic green arm suddenly emerged from the earth, followed by the Hulk himself, who leapt onto the surface to engage the creature in battle. Sensing the fierce clash between the two colossal monsters, Zhao Shu quickly rose and informed Aunt May that he had urgent matters to attend to. Upon reaching the scene, he saw the Hulk sprawled on the ground, while the abomination raised its right arm, preparing to deliver a punch. In a flash, Zhao Shu brandished his ancient short sword, stepping onto the Shura sword to block the creature's arm. Well, hello there, ugly, Zhao Shu remarked, surveying the chaos around him. He drew the ancient short sword and quipped, "With a face like that, you shouldn't be out scaring people." With a swift motion, Zhao Shu propelled himself off the Shura's sword, guiding the short sword upward through the creature's armpit. The abomination, intent on exerting force downward, suddenly felt its strength dissipate, causing its body to tilt precariously. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the Hulk seized the remaining hand of his adversary with both of his, exerting force at his waist to execute a powerful flip, ultimately landing atop the opponent's back while maintaining his grip. With a resounding thud, Hulk pressed down on his foe, releasing his right hand to deliver a barrage of punches to the back of Abomination's head. Perhaps unsatisfied with merely striking, Hulk relinquished his hold, encircling the opponent's neck with both hands, straining backwards with all his might. Chapter 26. Black Widow pinned beneath the might of Hulk, Abomination, ensnared by his grasp, attempted to use his left hand to pry him off. Yet, Zhao Shu, with a swift motion of his sword, severed Abomination's left hand, taunting, "Ah, now you have lost your left hand as well." The mockery evidently incited Abomination's wrath as he curled his legs and, using his knees as leverage, began to rise. Observing this, Zhao Shu aimed to swiftly incapacitate him by targeting his legs, but his peripheral vision caught sight of an intriguing figure in the vicinity. The individual sported shoulder-length burgundy hair and donned a sleek black leather jacket, with a tall, elegant stature and striking features accentuated by prominent curves. Recognizing her attire, Zhao Shu identified her as Natasha Romanoff, colloquially known as Black Widow. Captivated by her exquisite visage from a scene in his past life, he found himself compelled to draw comparisons upon seeing her in the flesh. However, with matters still unresolved, he refrained from diverting his attention to greet her. As Abomination rose, casting off the Hulk from his back, he prepared to launch a headbutt at the one responsible for his severed arms. Zhao Shu, having finished his appraisal of Black Widow, turned just in time to see Abomination fling Hulk aside. Observing the backward motion of Abomination's head, he took a step back and raised his sword. With a swift and decisive thrust, Abomination's head erupted, a testament to the blade's sharpness, truly commendable for a weapon enhanced to a level of 19. Zhao Shu pushed aside the grotesque figure that had sullied his blade, shaking off the remnants before approaching the Hulk to assist him. "Greetings, mighty one. I am Zhao Shu. May I inquire your name?" The Hulk gazed at the diminutive figure who had aided him in battle, scratching his head and grinning widely. "I am Hulk. Zhao Su, friend." Just as Zhao Shu intended to deepen their connection, they found themselves encircled by several tanks, with helicopters hovering ominously overhead. "I must take my leave," Hulk remarked, casting a gentle glance toward a certain direction for a few seconds before his expression transformed into one of fury. Zhao Shu nodded, effortlessly parting the tanks and helicopters to create a path. Farewell, Hulk. Proceed with confidence. They shall not impede your escape. Hulk patted his head in gratitude. Thank you, goodbye. With that, he leaped away, covering a considerable distance in a single bound. Before Zhao Shu could dissolve his control, an irate elderly man in military garb approached him. Was it you? Why did you release him? Do you comprehend that he belongs to the military? Zhao Shu released his control, ignoring the man's ire as he strode toward the location of Black Widow. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, I find myself amidst this turmoil, encountering such a beautiful lady. Natasha regarded the individual before her with curiosity, pondering whether the director had underestimated him. After all, dispatching Abomination with such ease suggested he was more formidable than merely a rival to Tony Stark. Mr. Zhao, as far as I know, you must have a beloved, right? It seems rather inappropriate to neglect your partner and pursue other women. Oh, it appears you are familiar with me, which I find quite flattering. Naturally, Zhao Shu understood that the other party would have learned about him from Nick, yet he chose to maintain the facade of a rogue. Natasha Romanoff. Though you may refer to me as Black Widow, I serve at S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha extended her right hand to introduce herself to Zhao Shu. Has Nick finally altered that dreadful moniker? Black Widow? It is hardly a commendable title. Well then, greetings, Agent Natasha. Zhao Shu reciprocated the handshake, lingering far longer than customary. Upon hearing Zhao Shu address her as Natasha rather than Black Widow, a flicker of warmth emerged in her typically composed gaze. However, as he continued to hold her hand, her expression darkened. Noticing her change in demeanor, Zhao Shu released her hand and glanced toward General Ross, smirking slightly. Were it not for you, I would prefer not to be in such close proximity to this unpleasant fellow. Farewell, Natasha. Zhao Shu ascended upon the Shura's sword, soaring toward the cinema. Had it not been for her unfinished mission in Brazil to retrieve Dr. Banner, she would not have found herself here. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she gradually melted into the shadows. Just moments after Zhao Shu had taken flight, he unexpectedly spotted Aunt May standing quietly below. He descended before her, noting the peculiar expression on her face. What is it, May? Where is Peter? Aunt May paused for 2 seconds before responding. After you left, we grew somewhat concerned for your well-being, so I decided to check on you. As for Peter, once I saw you were unharmed, I allowed him to return home. That girl you were with, do you know her? Ahem, not exactly. She is simply an associate of the person who sought my help to rescue Tony. Zhao Shu felt a twinge of guilt. Being caught flirting with a beautiful woman by his wife was quite troubling. She is indeed quite lovely. If you fancy her, I wouldn't mind. Aunt May raised an eyebrow at Zhao Shu's slightly guilty demeanor. Oh, no, I have all I need with you. Although I am reluctant to share you, you must understand that, wherever one may be, the stronger a man is, the more women surround him. It's merely that some lack the fortitude to handle it. Furthermore, I must admit, you have become somewhat overwhelming for me. Having additional sisters to help shoulder the burden would indeed lighten my load. Aunt May regarded Zhao Shu with utmost seriousness. Zhao Shu scratched his face, feeling a mix of delight and guilt at her words. Embracing her as they ascended upon the Shura's sword, he planted a kiss on her. Let us set aside those matters for now. We should return home. You might consider pursuing her. Otherwise, enduring your late-night escapades is becoming quite unbearable for me. Aunt May playfully winked. Their forms shimmered as Zhao Shu nearly lost control of the Shura's sword. Upon returning home, Zhao Shu reflected on Aunt May's words and envisioned a future where he could hold Aunt May in one arm, embrace May in the other, with Natasha seated between them, nearly causing the bed to collapse under the weight of such fantasies. The entire night was filled with Aunt May's rejections. The following day, after completing his morning routine, Zhao Shu gazed at the two newly acquired sources and pondered whether he should try his luck with a draw. He felt that with the swordsmanship and the ancestral short sword he currently possessed, his offensive capabilities were well assured. However, his defensive strength was somewhat lacking. Although the 9-yang divine art provided both defense and healing, alongside remarkable endurance, its potency still fell short. Presently, aside from the Ancient One, there seemed to be no one on Earth capable of breaching his defenses. Yet, he was apprehensive that, in time, Thor and his companions might acquire such abilities. Considering they were gods themselves, what if some divine artifact could unleash an overwhelming force of energy that he could not withstand? Thus, he planned to wait until the system was fully charged to inquire about any means to directly draw a defensive enhancement. After all, time was on his side, and the outcomes of his draws depended solely on luck. What if the system had a solution? With this thought, Zhao Shu redirected his focus and began to concentrate on preparing breakfast. Chapter 27. Inviting Natasha, Zhao Shu called out to Aunt May several times. But perhaps due to her exhaustion from the previous night, she was reluctant to rise. I'm not eating anymore. You and Peter can have it. I want to rest a bit longer. Observing her evident fatigue, Zhao Shu felt a twinge of guilt. recognizing that this was his doing, and thus he refrained from further disturbing her. As Zhao Shu enjoyed his breakfast, he engaged in light conversation with Spider-Man. "Did you catch a few more last night?" he inquired. "I don't know why, but after I left the cinema, I ran around to several places. Why were there so many criminals out yesterday?" Spider-Man's face also bore signs of fatigue, and recalling how exhausted he had been the night prior, he posed his question to Zhao Shu. "They must have drawn the attention of those two big guys away from the security forces. By the way, your summer vacation must be approaching soon, right? How about we take the whole family on a trip?" Zhao Shu contemplated taking the two of them abroad to explore other countries. Spider-Man readily agreed with enthusiasm. A few days later, in the afternoon, Zhao Shu and Aunt May enjoyed a few days of solitude together at home. They engaged in pleasant conversation. "By the way, do you have the contact information for that girl?" Aunt May, having rested well these past few days, noticed that Zhao Shu had not fared as well and wanted to invite Natasha over to gauge her interest. As long as she didn't dislike them, there could be a chance. Zhao Shu found her inquiry curious. "What do you want with her?" he asked. "Just leave it to me. Help me invite her over for dinner, just the three of us. I'll have Peter go eat at Uncle Ben's shop." "Why do you want to send Peter away? What exactly are you planning?" Zhao Shu's mind began to ponder Aunt May's intentions, envisioning two figures, one urging him to invite Natasha and the other cautioning him to tread carefully. "I think since you know her, inviting her to our home for an introduction is not unreasonable." Aunt May had already formulated her reasoning. "All right, I'll look for Natasha shortly. Though I can't guarantee she'll come," Zhao Shu conceded. He reasoned that since she had no objections, there was no need for him to engage in clandestine activities. Moreover, having assistance would be beneficial. Men, after all, often entertain the notion of multiple romantic entanglements. Yet, some might argue that they themselves were devoted and could not tolerate such arrangements. Zhao Shu, upon hearing such sentiments, would undoubtedly scoff at them. In this world, are there truly individuals who are entirely monogamous? Certainly, there are indeed a few, though they are quite scarce. As for others, it is merely a matter of lacking ability, compounded by the current legal stipulations that deter them from taking action. One need only observe the female celebrities within the entertainment industry. How many who have married into affluent families have fared well? Countless have succumbed to divorce. This phenomenon is readily visible to the average person. But what of those circumstances that remain concealed from ordinary eyes? Who can ascertain the extent of their indulgences outside? Zhao Shu placed a call to Nick, inquiring about Natasha's availability. The response he received was that she was engaged in a mission and suggested that Zhao Shu reach out to her directly. Upon receiving this information, Zhao Shu promptly requested Natasha's contact details from Nick. After terminating the call, he dialed the number he had just acquired. "Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Who are you? This idiot is almost bringing me back home. You had better have a satisfactory reason, or you might as well prepare for your demise." Natasha was on the verge of exasperation. She had painstakingly approached her target, nearly infiltrating their residence to gather intelligence, when an unexpected call nearly compromised her position. She quickly apologized to the caller and stepped aside to inquire softly. Hearing the anger in her voice, Zhao Shu realized he had interrupted her mission. "Ahem. This is Zhao Shu. Where are you? I would like to invite you to dinner at my home." Upon hearing his voice, Natasha momentarily paused, recalling the man from that fateful evening. Although he did not refer to her as Black Widow, which had sparked some fondness within her, the memory of his flirtation while he was involved with someone else diminished that affection considerably. "You? Inviting me to your home? I'm not available." Natasha flatly refused, questioning the sanity of someone who, despite having a lover, would suggest such a thing. As Zhao Shu had the speakerphone activated, Mei Yi sensed a misunderstanding and swiftly interjected. "Hello, Miss Romanoff. I am May Park, Zhao Shu's girlfriend. It is I who wish to extend the invitation to you." Realizing she may have misjudged the situation, Natasha hesitated. "Miss Park? Why? I understand you are not well acquainted with Zhao Shu, but since you have collaborated in the past, there may be opportunities to assist him in the future. But why me?" "Because we are both women, and there are certain topics that we can discuss more comfortably." Zhao Shu listened, somewhat dumbfounded by the strength of her reasoning. He could not help but admire her. "Very well, I accept your invitation. But I fear I cannot make it today. I will inform you upon my return, if that is agreeable." "That won't do. Where are you?" "I'll have Zhao Shu come to fetch you. He can get there swiftly." Mei Yi glanced at Zhao Shu. "Ahem, although I am reluctant to admit it. I am indeed quite fast. Well, at least in terms of travel speed." Zhao Shu replied, feeling somewhat reluctant to speak. "Ha ha ha. All right then, I shall await you at." Natasha chuckled at the awkwardness in Zhao Shu's voice. With Natasha's address in hand, Mei Yi gestured for Zhao Shu to stop lingering. He sighed. "Why are you in such a hurry? Is helping your husband find a date truly that exhilarating?" Mei glanced at the other person with a hint of exasperation. "Since you are already aware of my intentions, I shall not keep it from you any longer. Do you not realize how difficult you are to please? I have mentioned before that I cannot handle you alone. Moreover, with Miss Romanoff's striking beauty, are you not at all captivated? I certainly do not wish for you to return with someone of ordinary appearance. That would be quite unacceptable. Now, off you go at once." After hearing this, Zhao Shu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. He could only pull out his phone to check the navigation before promptly transforming into a small insect and flying out of the window. With the direction indicated by the navigation in mind, Zhao Shu sped away. In less than half an hour, he arrived in an unknown country where night had already fallen. In a deserted alley, he reverted to his human form and checked his phone for the precise address, committing the navigation route to memory. Zhao Shu exited the alley and strolled leisurely toward his destination. As he walked, he observed his surroundings and noted that the city's environment was quite pleasant, although the people on the streets appeared somewhat anxious. Suddenly, a group of men clad in black suits materialized around him, gradually encroaching upon Zhao Shu. Perplexed by their approach, Zhao Shu pondered the reason behind it. This was his first visit, and he could not fathom having offended anyone. Chapter 28. The heroic Zhao Shu regarded the advancing individuals with confusion, still contemplating the cause of their behavior. Abruptly, he noticed each of them reaching into their clothing, seemingly preparing to engage in some sort of public display of male camaraderie. A chill ran down his spine. What manner of place is this, so thrillingly audacious? Realizing their intent to draw firearms, Zhao Shu deduced that Natasha must have been compromised, and he was likely mistaken for her accomplice. Fearing for Natasha's safety, he decided not to wait for them to close in. Instead, he seized control of the handgun at one of their waists and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A cry erupted from the scene, with only one person initially remaining silent. Though the remaining 7 were startled, Zhao Shu, puzzled, wondered why he had not hit his target. The man appeared frantic, attempting to draw his weapon. But perhaps due to nerves, he merely managed to pull it out slightly, causing the muzzle to shift toward himself. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, startling Zhao Shu. Having released his control after the first shot, he realized that no man could muster the strength to continue fighting after such an injury. As the last assailant collapsed with a scream, Zhao Shu reflected on the recent events. It seems the target was too small, he chuckled to himself. He casually grabbed one of the men, instructed him to call the police, and then dashed toward Natasha's intended location. Arriving at an exquisite and sprawling villa, Zhao Shu observed the bright lights and the 30-odd men in black bustling about inside, indicating that Natasha had likely evaded capture and was hiding. Yet he was acutely aware that he had ventured into enemy territory. It was merely a matter of time before Natasha would be discovered. Indeed, just as Zhao Shu was preparing to charge in, a resounding shout echoed from a certain location. The meaning of the shout eluded him, yet he paid it no heed. For his sole desire was to locate Natasha without delay. He dashed into the villa's entrance, swiftly dispatching a few individuals who sought to impede his progress. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from within the villa. Upon hearing the shots, Zhao Shu summoned his sword and propelled himself toward the source of the commotion. Within mere seconds, he beheld Natasha, held captive by 2 burly men. She donned a form-fitting black gown that accentuated her striking physique. However, she appeared rather disheveled. Her dark crimson hair was in disarray, and her stunning yet icy visage bore traces of crimson blood. The once exquisite gown now displayed a broken strap, threatening to relinquish its hold on her form, while the fabric of her legs had been marred with several gashes, revealing patches of pristine skin. The leader of her captors was intent on seizing the remaining strap. "Oh, it seems I have arrived just in time," Zhao Shu announced, brandishing his ancient short sword, and in a matter of moments, he had dispatched everyone present, save for himself and Natasha. As Natasha surveyed the gruesome scene of dozens of individuals collapsing in a gory spectacle, she stared at Zhao Shu in astonishment. "Forgive my tardiness, fair princess. Your knight has arrived a bit late," he quipped, draping a coat over her shoulders. "Thank you," Natasha murmured, regaining her composure, her words barely escaping her lips as she expressed her gratitude in a whisper. "Are you unhurt? Come, let us return home," Zhao Shu inquired with a hint of concern, extending his right hand to invite her onto the sword. Despite her training as an assassin, she was still an ordinary woman. While she could handle infiltration and assassination, the overwhelming despair of being besieged by dozens was a burden she could not bear alone. Zhao Shu felt a pang of sympathy as he gazed at her, choosing to forego mention of recent events, instead simply wishing to escort her home. Natasha gazed at the man who had rescued her from her dire predicament, her eyes misting over with emotion, and she tightly embraced him. Thank you, she stammered, her voice choked with gratitude. Zhao Shu was taken aback by her gesture, but soon reciprocated, gently holding her and patting her back. "All is well now, all is well. Let us return home," he reassured her, controlling the sword. He ascended slowly from the villa. As they exited, he produced several lighters, igniting them before tossing them into various rooms. cradling Natasha in the air for a few moments. He confirmed that the villa had begun to blaze before gently nudging her, signaling that their surroundings were on the verge of destruction. Resting her chin on Zhao Shu's shoulder, Natasha gazed down at the inferno engulfing the villa and let out a soft exhale. Though I have expressed my gratitude already, I must reiterate my thanks for erasing this unpleasant memory. Excessive thanks can become tedious. Perhaps you might express your gratitude in another manner? Zhao Shu suggested, noting her lingering melancholy and seeking to divert the conversation to uplift her spirits. Ah, you truly are a wicked man. Nevertheless, at this moment, Natasha's spirits lifted significantly due to the actions of her companion. Upon hearing his words, she tilted her head back, glanced at him, and playfully scolded Zhao Shu with a smile, planting a kiss upon his handsome visage. Observing Natasha's smile, Zhao Shu spoke softly, "That may be insufficient. I believe you need to kiss this particular spot." Admiring the beauty before him, Zhao Shu understood that she was no longer troubled. Suddenly, he leaned in for a kiss. Natasha, caught off guard, instinctively attempted to push him away but realized she was holding on a bit too tightly. Thus, Zhao Shu continued to kiss her while soaring through the air. "When do you intend to release me? You've been holding me for over 10 minutes, she remarked. "I cannot let go now. We are in midair," he replied. "Well then, could you perhaps restrain yourself a bit? You're pressing against me," she coughed. "Oh, I fear I cannot help it. If I were to embrace you without a reaction, would I still be a man? Perhaps you could turn around and try another angle," he suggested playfully. "You are aware we are in the sky, and what mischief are you contemplating?" Zhao Shu felt a bit embarrassed at the thought. The sight of such voluptuousness directed at him left him pondering what might transpire amidst the clouds. His concern was not about losing control of the Shura sword and plummeting to the ground, but rather the fear of being discovered by an unwelcome observer from space should they engage in any indiscretions at such heights. "Well, never mind. Let us just hold on a little longer. In 10 minutes, we shall arrive. By the way, don't make things difficult for Aunt May. She still hopes to play matchmaker for us." Zhao Shu expressed concern that Aunt May might struggle with the elite Natasha. Natasha smacked him lightly. "What nonsense. If it weren't for May sending you to find me, I wouldn't even know what would have happened next." Chapter 29. Harmonious interaction between the two. Zhao Shu felt a twinge of curiosity. What would Natasha have done had he not appeared? He observed her slight shyness and sensed she had moved past her recent distress. I mean no offense, but I must ask if, hypothetically, I hadn't shown up. You wouldn't resort to suicide, would you?" Natasha shot him a glance, aware of his cultural background and its implications on certain matters. "I understand what you're implying, whether it was your first time. Rest assured, it was, but given my profession, such barriers are often mitigated by intense physical exertion. As for suicide, should I be violated, I would undoubtedly feel despair. However, it is not an act I would ever consider. I have penance to fulfill, and I cannot easily depart from this world." Hearing this, Zhao Shu tightened his embrace and kissed her forehead gently. "That is not your fault, Nana. All the blame lies with Dekov. I have avenged him, but I also took the life of an innocent little girl. She was merely 6 or 7 years old." Natasha recounted, her eyes reddening with sorrow. Zhao Shu interrupted, "I understand your guilt, and I recognize her innocence. However, it is the actions of her father that ultimately led to her demise. Though you took her life, who can truly discern whether this is a blessing or a curse? Given Dekov's deeds, who knows if she might have endured the same fate as you in the Red House?" As he spoke, Zhao Shu gently patted the other's back, aware that his words were somewhat extreme. Yet, a child of a demon, whether living or deceased, should not become a burden for his beloved. "Allow me to ponder this. I still find it difficult to let go." Natasha understood that Zhao Shu had her best interests at heart, yet she too struggled to come to terms with the matter. Acknowledging this, Zhao Shu chose to remain silent, and they shared a quiet journey to his home. Naturally, Zhao Shu used a damp tissue from his space to cleanse the blood from Natasha. Otherwise, Aunt May might be alarmed upon seeing her. When Aunt May noticed Zhao Shu returning with Natasha, she smiled, a mix of joy and sorrow. "Welcome back. Just in time for me to prepare dinner. Shu, could you please help me chop the vegetables?" Zhao Shu recognized that despite her light-hearted tone, there was still sadness to be felt. He stepped forward to embrace her, taking her hand and leading her into the kitchen, suggesting Natasha take a shower first. "You seem to need no assistance from me, do you?" Aunt May remarked, her voice tinged with melancholy. Ahem, Natasha was exposed during her mission, but I happened to arrive just in time to save her." "Ah, then you're unscathed, right? Natasha wasn't hurt?" Aunt May immediately inquired upon hearing of the danger. "Well, we are both fine, but I'm curious. Why do you call her Nana now?" Zhao Shu asked, surprised. Just moments ago, she seemed distressed about sharing her man, yet now she spoke so affectionately. "What's the matter? We are sisters from now on. Calling her Nana is merely a term of endearment," Aunt May replied, casting a puzzled glance at Zhao Shu. "Ah, I noticed you appeared somewhat troubled earlier," he continued. "Humph. I mentioned I would help you pursue her, so why would I be upset about that? But I noticed how close you two stood upon returning, indicating a strong bond. Does that mean my prepared 99 ways to pursue a woman will go unused? What a waste. Zhao Shu exclaimed, astonished. Wait, you were upset because of that? He was momentarily at a loss for words. Enough of this. You cook, and I will fetch her a change of clothes, and perhaps convince her to stay the night. Aiming to turn raw rice into cooked rice, Aunt May suggested, her spirits lifting as she directed Zhao Shu. Well, learning to turn raw rice into cooked rice is quite impressive. You truly are my girlfriend. However, aren't you a bit hasty? This is her first visit to your home. Zhao Shu praised her. Aunt May proudly lifted her chin, but upon hearing the latter part of his comment, she rolled her eyes. What is so hasty about this? I was even considering letting you take her directly to the bathroom. Alas, will tonight be a success? Surely, you two can manage it, she mused. Manage it? Not at all, completely impossible. Zhao Shu could only ponder silently, yet he subtly hinted to the other party. Ahem. Perhaps you should hold on to your copy of 99 Ways to Pursue a Woman. Who knows? Peter might find it useful in the future. Upon hearing this, Aunt May cast a discreet sidelong glance at Zhao Shu, thinking, oh, man, I sleep beside you every day. How could I not understand you? All right, I got it. I'm off to deliver some clothes, she concluded, stepping out of the kitchen and into the room to retrieve one of Zhao Shu's white short-sleeved shirts for the bathroom. It was worth noting that while Zhao Shu had a commendable physique, his muscles were not overly bulky, and thus his clothing was generally of a smaller size. Curiosity piqued. Zhao Shu peeked in and saw her holding his short-sleeved shirt, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Oh dear, Nana isn't wearing a bra. If she puts on this shirt, it would be quite the sight, he mused, lost in his imagination while surveying the room. Suddenly, he felt a sense of discontent with the environment. It was time to invest in a larger home. Though he adamantly assured himself it was not for the sake of accommodating a bigger bed. Absolutely not. Knock, knock, knock. Nah, it's me. I'm here to bring you your clothes, Aunt May said, her smile almost uncontainable as she quickly adjusted her demeanor and gently tapped on the door. Startled by the unexpected knock, Natasha's body tensed momentarily. However, as Aunt May's voice resonated, she relaxed. Oh, all right, I'll open the door in a moment. Draping herself in the bath towel Zhao Shu had prepared, Natasha opened the bathroom door. Thank you, May. Aunt May beamed at her, thinking, not only is she beautiful, but her figure is splendid as well. No problem, though I don't have any lingerie that would fit you, and my outerwear is a bit small. However, my pants should fit, but for now, you'll just have to endure wearing Zhao Shu's clothes. Whether it was from just having bathed or from shyness, Natasha's face flushed crimson. She glanced at the clothing in Aunt May's hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is this the only option? Could I perhaps have a different color? Otherwise, I might as well just wrap myself in the towel. Natasha sensed Aunt May's smile growing even wider. Oh no, that won't do. I've washed all his clothes. Besides, if you wear mine, just imagine the scene. Tied across your chest with nothing underneath. Aren't you worried someone might lose control? I wouldn't be able to stop them then. And about the towel, perhaps you think it's not stimulating enough? This shirt is at least much looser than mine. Trust me, it's fine. Chapter 30. This house is a bit small. Natasha had no choice but to accept Aunt May's reasoning. Though somewhat embarrassed, she had already shared intimate moments with Zhao Shu, and if something deeper were to transpire, she would be amenable. Most importantly, Natasha was not naive, recognizing Aunt May's deliberate actions. She understood that the latter did not mind her becoming part of their lives. Though the reasons were unclear, since Aunt May, the legitimate partner, was unfazed. What could a transient agent like herself possibly object to? With that thought in mind, Natasha accepted the clothes offered by Aunt May and returned to the bathroom. After shedding the towel, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, noting the numerous scars that adorned her body from years of perilous missions. She gazed at her own alluring figure in the mirror, gently touching her abdomen with a sigh. Would he despise these scars if he saw them? Even if he didn't, would he resent the knowledge that I am unable to bear children? Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on such thoughts. She picked up a white short-sleeved shirt and inhaled its faint lavender fragrance. After dressing, she caught sight of her chest, proudly elevated, and felt a tinge of shyness wash over her. With a soft exhale, she opened the bathroom door and stepped into the living room. Goodness, it seems I have been rather modest, Aunt May remarked, her gaze fixed on Natasha's chest, clicking her tongue in surprise. Natasha, having mustered the courage to emerge, felt a wave of bashfulness under the scrutiny, instinctively bending her waist slightly to make her ample bosom appear less imposing. Is dinner ready? I see it's getting a bit late, she said. Oh, Zhao Shu, is the meal prepared? Aunt May noticed Natasha's discomfort and turned toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu was leisurely preparing dinner. Upon hearing Aunt May's inquiry, he turned to the kitchen entrance just in time to see her walk in. What's the matter? Has Natasha finished washing up so soon? Perhaps I interrupted her. She's already dressed. You should hurry. I fear she might leave out of shyness. Especially considering what she's wearing. Aunt May felt a touch of urgency, worried that Natasha's south bashfulness might drive her away, prompting her to urge Zhao Shu to expedite the meal. What is she wearing? Never mind, I'll figure it out. Just 2 dishes, 10 minutes will suffice. You chat with her, she instructed. 10 minutes, understood. I'll continue our conversation, Zhao Shu replied. As Aunt May exited the kitchen, she invited Natasha to sit on the sofa. So, Natasha, what do you do? Didn't Zhao Shu mention it? I'm an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. often dispatched to handle various criminals. Doesn't that sound perilous? I'll have Zhao Shu provide you with a few revival coins to ensure your safety. Aunt May was taken aback by Natasha's profession, pondering how she had navigated so many dangerous situations over the years. Revival coins? What are those? Natasha asked, her curiosity piqued by the unusual term. Well, as the name implies, they are items that can bring someone back to life. It may sound unbelievable, but I trust Zhao Shu wouldn't deceive me, Aunt May proclaimed with pride. Bring someone back to life? Natasha murmured, her expression inscrutable. At that moment, Zhao Shu in the kitchen announced, dinner is served. Both women rose simultaneously, though Natasha stood a bit too quickly, causing her bosom to sway unsteadily. The three of them stood in the living room, gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes, all swallowing hard in anticipation. However, Zhao Shu's gaze lingered a bit too long. Ahem, let us not dawdle, shall we? Let us eat, he said, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice as he lowered his head. All right, let us take a seat, Aunt May replied. After a few bites, Zhao Shu raised his eyes to the two voraciously devouring their meal, a swell of pride filling his heart. He set down his utensils and poured himself a glass of red wine, discreetly directing his gaze toward a particular spot, perhaps sensing Zhao Shu's intense gaze. Natasha gradually slowed her eating pace, turning her attention towards Zhao Shu, who was intently observing her. Just now, May mentioned to me that you possess something that can bring people back to life. Is that true? She inquired. Cough. Yes, indeed. I intend to share it with you once you've finished your meal. Zhao Shu, who was savoring the beautiful scenery, was startled by the sudden question. Can it truly bring someone back to life? Natasha's expression turned serious as she scrutinized Zhao Shu's face. Believing that his gaze might have displeased her, Zhao Shu, feeling a bit guilty, replied, Of course, it can. Noticing his unease, Natasha felt a pang of disappointment. It seems I was mistaken. How could such a miraculous thing exist in this world? Aunt May also glanced at Zhao Shu, but chose not to speak. Zhao Shu was taken aback by her sudden disappointment. I haven't lied to you. Then why the hesitation? Cough. I thought you had discovered something. Discovered what? Nothing. Just that the resurrection coin is indeed real. If you don't believe me, why not try it for yourself? Afterward, you should be convinced. With that, Zhao Shu produced a rejuvenating pill and handed it to her. By the way, after consuming this, you will need to stay in the restroom for about half an hour. So if you're not full yet, you should eat more first. Receiving the rejuvenating pill with some skepticism, Natasha swallowed it in one swift motion. I advise you to sit on the toilet right away, and if possible, take a shower before coming out, Zhao Shu kindly reminded her, to which Aunt May nodded in serious agreement. Natasha, unfazed, continued to eat a few more bites and took a sip of red wine. However, the sudden pang of pain in her lower abdomen made it impossible for her to remain calm. She clasped her legs together, bent her waist, and cradled her stomach with her hands as she slowly rose from the chair and made her way to the restroom with great difficulty. Observing her discomfort, Zhao Shu let out a gentle sigh. Well, who told you not to believe me? Let me carry you. Natasha, feeling a surge of urgency within her, nodded eagerly. Zhao Shu quickly squatted, placing his hands around her neck and knees, promptly lifting her into his arms and striding towards the restroom. Upon seeing the toilet, Natasha reacted as if she had encountered a long-lost relative. Disregarding Zhao Shu's presence, she hastily removed her pants and sat down. Zhao Shu swiftly exited the restroom and closed the door behind him. Did you make it? Aunt May asked upon his return. Yes, just barely, though it was a bit abrupt. Half an hour later, Natasha emerged from the restroom, wrapped in a towel, looking rather weak. Her clothes were now unwearable. Observing her in the towel, Aunt May exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Shu before walking into the guest room. Zhao Shu looked at Natasha, who was only draped in the towel, showcasing her exquisite figure, and approached her, lifting her into a princess carry and bringing her into the bedroom. At this point, Natasha had little strength left and made no effort to resist, allowing him to do as he pleased. An hour later, Zhao Shu held the unconscious Natasha in one arm while Aunt May, having stealthily entered, nestled in the other, reflecting on the scene before him with a mix of emotions. The house is indeed somewhat small. Chapter 31. The new home. The following morning, Zhao Shu awoke in the tender embrace of warmth. only to be met by Natasha's sorrowful gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Shu felt a twinge of guilt under her penetrating stare. What do you think? I merely intended to have dinner last night, yet do I appear to have only dined? She continued. And perhaps you should check whether there is an extra person in this bed. Although Natasha did not mind surrendering herself to him, she certainly did not wish to awaken to the sight of 3 individuals. Ahem. By the way, given your experience, you should have noticed the presence of so many people in the villa. How did you end up surrounded? Zhao Shu's curiosity piqued. Logically, after so many years, Natasha should have developed a cautious demeanor, and she ought to have been aware of the personnel distribution in the villa. How could she have fallen into such peril? Upon hearing Zhao Shu's inquiry, Natasha's expression grew even more mournful, and she remained silent, fixating her gaze on him. Zhao Shu felt a chill run down his spine under her stare. You can't possibly be suggesting that I am the cause of your predicament, can you? I have never even encountered them. Honestly, I recognize that this target is indeed quite cautious, but I did not anticipate that he would become anxious at the slightest disturbance. Do you recall when you called me? At that moment, I noticed him making a call as well. I was somewhat distant from him and was unaware that he had heightened the villa's security. It was only upon arriving at his residence that I realized what had transpired, and by then, it was too late to leave. Natasha reproached herself for not being cautious enough. Zhao Shu found himself at a loss. Who could have foreseen that a mere phone call to Natasha might compel that individual to reinforce security measures? As they conversed, they dressed and exited the bedroom, leaving Aunt May still fast asleep. Noticing Natasha's somewhat light attire, Zhao Shu handed her a coat, along with 5 resurrection tokens, understanding that she frequently engaged in perilous work and that he could only provide her with additional support. 20 minutes later, after Natasha finished breakfast, she departed for S.H.I.E.L.D. to report to Nick. Zhao Shu intended to take Aunt May to purchase a new home. He called Tony, requesting assistance in finding a real estate agent. However, before the agent arrived, they were greeted by Iron Man himself. As Tony emerged from his armor, exuding an air of flamboyance, Zhao Shu was left speechless. Where's the agent I requested, Tony? Don't tell me you are the one. Ah, beautiful lady, we meet again. Hey, buddy, do you realize that you stand before your wealthiest friend? Why would you seek a real estate agent when I'm here? Tony beamed with pride. Hello, Mr. Stark. Aunt May chuckled, covering her mouth. Very well, if you are indeed the wealthiest, let us proceed, Zhao Shu shrugged. Tony promptly escorted them to an opulent community, where the villas were exquisitely furnished, safety was assured, and there were services for transporting children to and from school. A large supermarket graced the entrance, and most importantly, the appliances within the homes were all smart devices. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Tony, wearing sunglasses, proudly led the way as he introduced the features to them. Aunt May nodded in satisfaction, while Zhao Shu expressed his desire to inspect the interior decor before making a decision. The trio arrived at a villa, and Zhao Shu gazed curiously at the Chinese-style architecture, casting a questioning glance at Tony. Tony shrugged in response. Isn't it peculiar? I purchased numerous properties upon my return and transformed them into this Chinese aesthetic. However, as you can imagine, such transformations require time, which is why I temporarily provided you with the apartment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu observed the bamboo forest in front of the villa and took Aunt May's hand, leading her along a stone-paved path through the bamboo grove. After a mere 20 steps, they stood at the entrance of the villa. The sight of the 2 large red lanterns hanging by the door made Zhao Shu's words of gratitude catch in his throat. Tony approached the keypad, entered a fingerprint, and the door swung open. Welcome home, Mr. Stark, the automated voice greeted. Tony turned to gesture for the 2 to enter. Come in and see if it meets your approval. If so, we can register your fingerprint for the lock later. Zhao Shu guided Aunt May into the living room, where a solid wood dining table and exquisite porcelain dinnerware greeted them, prompting him to nod in approval. It's quite satisfactory. I prepared this especially for you. Furthermore, if you decide to stay, I'll install a smart butler for you, much like Jarvis. After nodding again, Zhao Shu surveyed the surroundings. He noted that the entire villa was equipped with an air circulation system, and the circular bathtub in the bathroom was particularly to his liking, especially since everything could be controlled via his smartphone. Perfect, this will do. I am thoroughly satisfied. Thank you, Tony. All right then, when do you plan to move in? Today. We'll first transport our belongings and inform Spider-Man this evening. Tony assisted them in registering their fingerprints before heading back to retrieve the necessary documents for the transfer of ownership. Zhao Shu and Aunt May returned home, where they gathered only the essentials, planning to acquire the rest later. Aunt May gradually adapted to the lifestyle of the affluent, no longer insisting on retaining everything. By noon, the trio completed the property transfer, and Tony stayed behind, intending to share a meal. They visited the community supermarket to purchase their favorite ingredients before returning to the villa. Zhao Shu and Aunt May entered the kitchen to prepare dinner while Tony settled on the sofa to watch television. During this time, Aunt May called Natasha to inform her of their new address, and Natasha responded that she would visit in the afternoon. Ding! Before long, Natasha arrived, prompting Tony to hastily rise and open the door. The moment he laid eyes on Natasha, he was momentarily taken aback, for the Black Widow was indeed striking, especially after having taken a rejuvenating elixir. "Excuse me, Mr. Stark, I'm looking for Zhao Shu," Natasha stated, her calm demeanor unwavering as she noticed the man gazing at her. "Wait, you're looking for Zhao Shu? What is your relationship with him?" "I am his girlfriend." Tony was left astonished. He wondered who the person in the kitchen was. "Zhao Shu, there's a woman outside looking for you," he called out, unsure. Aunt May, realizing it was Natasha, quickly stepped outside to greet her. "Nana, you've arrived." "Hi May, where's Zhao Shu?" Natasha inquired, stepping past Tony and embracing Aunt May warmly. Observing the two women, who shared a sisterly bond, Tony was utterly bewildered. "Goodness, how did you manage that?" he exclaimed while making his way to the kitchen. "Hey, what is up? I'm cooking here. Can't you just enjoy your television?" Zhao Shu glanced at the raucous man before turning his attention back to preparing lunch. Tony quietly approached him and asked, "How did you handle those two? They look so perfect, wouldn't they clash?" Zhao Shu merely shot him a sidelong glance. Tony smirked. "That's entirely different. I just have money." Chapter 32. Travel. Upon hearing Tony's ostentatious remarks, Zhao Shu felt disinclined to engage further. He hastened his cooking, and the enticing aroma soon captivated Tony, who ceased his inquiries on the subject. Before long, Zhao Shu completed the meal, and Tony carried a plate to the dining table. "Dinner is served, my lovely ladies," he called out to the two women who were happily chatting on the sofa before eagerly taking a seat himself. Zhao Shu followed suit with the remaining dishes. Observing the trio's eagerness, Zhao Shu resignedly picked up his utensils and joined the fray for food. "Ugh, I'm so full," Tony groaned, cradling his stomach as he reclined on the sofa. "Hey, May, Natasha, you're truly fortunate to enjoy meals prepared by Zhao Shu every day." Tony gazed enviously at the two refined women. "Indeed, we are quite lucky." They exchanged glances and smiled. After tidying up, Zhao Shu looked at Tony, who was half reclined on the sofa. "Hey, why are you still here? Don't you have other matters to attend to?" "Oh, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm intruding?" Tony replied, slightly irritated. Zhao Shu glanced between him and the two women, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. "It's quite evident, isn't it?" Tony shot Zhao Shu an exasperated look, reluctantly rising to leave. "Goodbye, you heartless creature," he called out before attempting to kick Zhao Shu as he turned away. Sensing the impending kick, Zhao Shu swiftly stepped into the room and closed the door. Seated on the sofa, Zhao Shu inquired of Natasha whether she had any work recently. After receiving a negative response, he suggested that the four of them should travel while Spider-Man was on break. Natasha expressed her reluctance, citing the awkwardness of her relationship with Spider-Man. May reassured her, promising to explain the situation to Peter, as she certainly did not intend to miss out on this newfound companion. "Since that's settled, let us start planning which countries we'd like to visit." The three of them cheerfully began to map out their travel plans. That evening, Natasha needed to renew her and May's passports before departing the next afternoon, while Zhao Shu accompanied May back to the apartment. As Spider-Man dined, he listened to their plans, feeling a surge of excitement. However, the thought of his aunt's romantic rival joining them made him declare that he would rather remain in New York to continue battling crime, as the situation would be too awkward for him. Though May harbored concerns for his safety, she felt reassured by the presence of his resurrection coin and allowed him to proceed. Zhao Shu sighed. "Very well, you may stay behind. If anything arises, I will have Tony assist you." After finishing their meal, Zhao Shu gathered the belongings of Little Spider and escorted him to the villa. Little Spider chose a room on the first floor, situated at a distance from Zhao Shu and the others, before donning his battle attire and setting out to combat crime. Aunt May and Zhao Shu watched television for a while, and feeling that the hour was appropriate, they retired for the night. The following day, Natasha arrived with a middle-aged man sporting short hair. Upon seeing him, Zhao Shu immediately recognized him as Clinton Barton, known as Hawkeye, the very individual who had spared Natasha's life during Zhao Shu's mission to eliminate her and had subsequently brought her back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhao Shu approached and shook his hand in gratitude. Hawkeye regarded Zhao Shu with a serious expression for a moment. Perhaps sensing something commendable about him, his demeanor softened. "I assume little Natasha has introduced me," he said, "so I shall refrain from self-introduction. I've heard she is in a relationship, even with someone who has a girlfriend. Although you've rejuvenated her, I still wish for you to distance yourself from her. However, my instincts tell me you are sincere in your intentions, and my instincts have never been mistaken. Yet, I caution you to not cause her sorrow, or I shall fill you with arrows." Without waiting for Zhao Shu's response, Hawkeye turned and departed. Natasha, feeling somewhat embarrassed, looked at Zhao Shu and said, I'm sorry, Shu. He's just concerned about me. Zhao Shu reassured Aunt May beside him, then gently tousled Natasha's hair, saying, Silly girl, I understand. He merely cares for his sister. Why would I be upset? Hearing that Zhao Shu bore no ill feelings, a smile blossomed on Natasha's face as she threw herself into his embrace. With their passports secured, Zhao Shu took the two ladies out to purchase some supplies that might be useful during their travels. As he held the hands of the two beautiful women, Zhao Shu completed their shopping amid the envious gazes of numerous men. After dining at a restaurant, they returned home, where Natasha had already booked tickets for the following day's flight. The two women stayed up late, engaged in discussions about their upcoming destination. The next afternoon, Zhao Shu awakened them, informing them that boarding was only 3 hours away. After waiting for half an hour while the two prepared, he called a taxi to the airport. Attention all passengers, the flight to the Dragon Country will officially depart at 3 p.m. Please ensure you have all personal belongings and your boarding pass is ready for gate number, as Zhao Shu was from the Dragon Country. He was particularly eager to visit his birthplace and pondered whether it existed in this world. Let us go. It's time to depart, he said, rising with anticipation. The two women exchanged knowing smiles at Zhao Shu's eagerness when he expressed his desire to visit the Dragon Country. They too were curious about what his homeland might be like. Successfully boarding the plane through a special passage, the three settled into 3 adjacent seats in first class, awaiting takeoff. Attention all passengers, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts and secure your belongings. The flight duration is approximately 14 hours. We wish you a pleasant journey. As Zhao Shugang listened to the flight attendant's announcement, he felt the aircraft begin to move. He turned to gaze out of the window, watching as the scenery slowly receded. Woohoo, takeoff. This time, Zhao's destination was Hangzhou, but there were no direct flights from New York to Hangzhou. So he had to first embark on a 14-hour journey to Shanghai. The two women, perhaps still groggy from their slumber, chattered animatedly about the upcoming visit to Zhao's hometown. Approximately 20 minutes later, the plane ascended into the cruising altitude, and the flight attendants unfastened their seatbelts to attend to the passengers. Good afternoon, sir. May I offer you something to drink? One flight attendant approached the first-class cabin, ready to serve the gathered guests. Mei Yi and her companion, feeling parched from their conversation, requested 2 beverages. Just then, the aircraft jolted unexpectedly, and while the passengers were secured by their seatbelts, several flight attendants were tossed about. Chapter 33. Please, this plot is becoming tiresome. Zhao Shugang reacted swiftly, immediately stabilizing the catering cart to prevent it from colliding with the attendants and passengers. However, the turbulence caused some food to spill, showering nearby passengers with bottles filled with beverages, prompting exclamations of surprise. Natasha, who was slightly slower to react than Zhao, quickly wrapped her arms around Mei Yi, shielding her. Unfortunately, the drink the flight attendant had just poured splashed onto Natasha's back, and the attendant, unable to regain her balance, fell toward her. Yet, perhaps due to experience with such situations, the flight attendant managed to brace herself against the armrests, stabilizing her position. I apologize, everyone. I believe this is merely a minor incident. I will check with the captain to determine what has occurred. Given their presence in first class, the passengers maintained a commendable level of composure, refraining from loud outbursts, though they muttered their discontent in hushed tones. Zhao assumed it was merely an unusual occurrence and did not pry further. Is everyone all right? Zhao inquired with concern, glancing at the two women. Mei patted her chest, reassuringly stating, I'm fine, thanks to Nana. Natasha rubbed her back and extended her hand towards Zhao, requesting, Could you please lend me a piece of clothing? I need to change in the restroom. Zhao discreetly placed his hand against the window side and retrieved a garment from his belongings, handing it to her. At that moment, the flight attendant finished tidying up the food and wheeled the cart toward the rest area outside the cockpit. Natasha accompanied her, pausing at the restroom. Casting a glance at the cockpit door, while changing her clothes, she pondered the cause of the aircraft's turbulence. It was only natural for a spy to harbor a degree of vigilance. Exiting the restroom, she glanced again at the cockpit. Noticing the earlier flight attendant anxiously clutching a microphone, her expression troubled as she inquired about the situation. Realizing that something was amiss, Natasha approached and gently tapped the flustered flight attendant on the shoulder, who had been too preoccupied to notice her presence. Hello, is everything all right? Natasha inquired softly. Shoo, don't be alarmed. I noticed you seemed quite anxious. The flight attendant, startled by Natasha's sudden appearance, nearly cried out, but Natasha quickly covered her mouth, signaling that she meant no harm. I release you. Do not cry out. I merely wish to ascertain how I may assist you. Natasha gently withdrew her hand. The flight attendant first hung up the receiver, then regarded Natasha's countenance, sensing that she was not an ill-intentioned individual. I inquired about the captain's condition, and it seemed his voice was laced with anguish, yet he claimed to be fine. I fear he may be in peril. Are you well acquainted? Natasha questioned with a hint of perplexity, wondering why there was such urgency if the captain had declared himself unharmed. He is my husband, and today as co-pilot. I sense something is amiss, and this is the first time I have met him. The flight attendant, now somewhat flustered, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Understood. I shall seek assistance to uncover what transpires within. Natasha was about to step out to summon Zhao Shu when he entered the room, having noticed her prolonged absence. Natasha motioned for him to approach. After hearing Natasha's account, Zhao Shu nodded, indicating comprehension. He then closed his eyes, employing his inner vision to perceive the situation in the captain's cabin. Goodness, this plot could not be more cliché. Upon discerning the events transpiring in the captain's quarters, Zhao Shu could not help but utter a remark. Within the cabin, the co-pilot stood behind the captain, gripping his seat, a knife poised at his throat. Meanwhile, the captain's trousers on the left leg were already soaked in blood, and a small pool had formed at his feet. With no time to relay the situation to the two women, Zhao Shu unsheathed the ancient short sword and thrust it at the door of the captain's cabin. After executing 2 horizontal and 2 vertical slashes, he exerted his will, moving a square piece of iron to the ground before him. In the instant the iron block was removed, Zhao Shu seized control of the assailant's knife, plunging it into the man's backside. He boldly entered the captain's quarters, forcefully dragging the assailant out. You both tend to the captain's wounds. I shall deal with this scoundrel first. Zhao Shu produced 4 iron rings, binding the man's limbs, and retrieved 2 small iron plates to cover his teeth. Who are you, and why are you doing this? Zhao Shu inquired, his voice tinged with indignation as he confronted the restrained man. I merely wish to return home with simplicity. What do you intend to do? Although Zhao Shu would not perish in the event of a plane crash, his good spirits had been thoroughly shattered. The man stared back at Zhao Shu with an expression of calm detachment, refusing to speak. Do you think I am powerless against you? With that, Zhao Shu produced over 40 sewing needles. I shall insert each needle into your body, of course, through certain special orifices. Zhao Shu cast a fierce gaze toward the man's nether regions. Initially unfazed by Zhao Shu's words, the man's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as he noticed the direction of Zhao Shu's gaze. No, please, I will talk. I am here to escort someone to Russia. This plane will not meet with disaster. Observing the man's continued concealment of information, Zhao Shu directly commanded a needle to pierce the man's mouth. What are you doing? I have already answered you. Although the pain was not as excruciating as anticipated, the icy touch of the metal elicited a harrowing cry from him. To be more specific, the organization, the individuals involved, and the potential repercussions for others remained unclear. Zhao Shu observed the man with an impassive expression as he began to tremble, a faint stain appearing on his trousers. I work for Hydra. I'm here alone. As for the others, all I know is that he is a scientist. I am merely a small player in this game. Noticing the truth in the man's words, Zhao Shu pressed him against the wall and ceased further interaction. Upon reaching the cockpit, the flight attendant was expressing gratitude to Natasha while cradling the injured pilot. When Zhao Shu returned, Natasha regarded him with curiosity and inquired, Did you extract any information? Yes, he is affiliated with Hydra. They plan to coerce the pilot into redirecting the aircraft to Russia, as there is a scientist aboard that they desire. Hydra? I must inform the director, Natasha exclaimed, her urgency palpable at the mention of the notorious organization. Zhao Shu, however, interjected, Hold on, it should be fine. The fact that only one individual was dispatched indicates that the scientist is not of paramount importance. Moreover, their choice to act on a flight from America to the Dragon Country suggests that they cannot afford to offend either nation. Once we arrive in the Dragon Country, we can notify both parties. We are here for leisure, not to act as guardians for that scientist. Chapter 34. Deceptive Expulsion and Trade. Natasha found his reasoning compelling. After tending to the pilot's wounds, she followed Zhao Shu back to her seat. As they passed the lounge area, her curiosity was piqued by the man Zhao Shu had pinned against the wall. Meanwhile, Aunt May grew increasingly puzzled by their prolonged absence. Just then, she felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to find Zhao Shu had returned. What were you two up to? Why did it take so long? A little incident occurred. We nearly ended up in Russia. Zhao Shu and Natasha exchanged glances, shrugging in a display of mild exasperation. What happened? Why would we need to go to Russia? Aunt May's surprise was evident. The situation is that hijackers attempted to commandeer the flight, intending to divert it to Russia. However, I have resolved the matter, so there is no need for concern. Zhao Shu recounted the events with a nonchalant demeanor. Aunt May scrutinized Zhao Shu, then Natasha, observing their calm expressions, and decided against further inquiry. Following the resolution of the hijacking incident, the remainder of the journey was uneventful, and the trio succumbed to slumber aboard the aircraft. At 5:20 a.m., they arrived in the bustling metropolis, disembarking to find numerous police vehicles surrounding their airplane. The injured pilot had his wife escort officers into the lounge to apprehend the hijacker, who at that moment was restrained by Zhao Shu, his limbs bound before him. It is worth noting that the needle Zhao Shu had initially inserted remained embedded, rendering his current position exceedingly uncomfortable. As Zhao Shu recognized that the Hydra member had been located, he intended to escort the two women away, but several officers obstructed his path. A young officer stepped forward, his demeanor grave. "Greetings, Mr. Zhao, Ms. Romanoff, and Ms. Parker. I am Lan Long, and I kindly ask you to accompany us for a brief moment. Firstly, this is to record a statement, and secondly, Ms. Romanoff, I believe your presence on the soil of Long Country is rather unwarranted." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu felt a wave of foolishness wash over him. He had momentarily forgotten that Long Country was home to the Divine Spear Bureau, in stark contrast to the opposing Divine Shield Bureau. The arrival of agents without prior notification in Long Country would naturally raise suspicions. As this realization dawned on him, Zhao Shu glanced at the visibly disheartened Natasha and felt a pang of guilt, wishing to chastise himself. She had been well aware yet chose to accompany him nonetheless. In light of this thought, Zhao Shu promptly intercepted the officer, directly explaining in Mandarin, "Wait a moment, she is merely my girlfriend accompanying me to visit home. Not here on any special mission." Lan Long, recognizing Zhao Shu as a fellow citizen of Long Country, responded in Mandarin, "Mr. Zhao, as a compatriot, you should understand that our foremost priority is the safety of our people. Moreover, given that you have been away from Long Country since childhood, I have even less reason to place my trust in you." He continued, "Let us find a quiet place to converse." Noticing the unwavering demeanor of his interlocutor, Zhao Shu's expression darkened. Sensing Zhao Shu's silence might indicate potential hostility, the officer suggested they seek a more suitable venue for discussion. Hearing that there was still room for dialogue brought Zhao Shu a measure of relief. After all, he had no intention of resorting to violence. If they insisted on expelling Natasha, he would have to accompany them elsewhere, yet such an outcome would render his return solitary and devoid of meaning. Lan Long escorted the three to an old residence, guiding them through the entrance. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior, the interior boasted an air of antiquity, immaculately maintained. The trio followed Lan Long to a parlor, where he invited them to take a seat before excusing himself from the room. Soon, the door reopened, and a servant entered, serving drinks before departing once more. The trio exchanged puzzled glances at the tea and coffee laid before them. It was rather early for such hospitality. As they sipped their beverages to dispel their drowsiness, they soon heard a commotion outside. The door swung open, revealing Lan Long accompanied by an elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit, his white hair gleaming as he entered with vigor. "I apologize for the abrupt awakening. I am Yin Zhan, and I do not speak English, so I shall speak directly with you," the elderly man stated, gesturing towards Zhao Shu, who could only nod in acknowledgement. "Speak, what terms can you offer?" Zhao Shu found himself momentarily taken aback by the man's forthrightness. "Ahem, greetings, Elder Yin. Since you are so straightforward, I shall not dilly-dally. What do you think of these items?" With that, Zhao Shu produced 2 rejuvenation pills and 7 resurrection coins, pausing before adding 30 vials of teleportation potion to the mix. Yin Zhan, perplexed, scrutinized the assortment laid before him. Remembering the elder had likely never encountered such items before, Zhao Shu hastily elaborated. "These 2 are rejuvenation pills, which can restore your body to its prime, with effects lasting approximately 20 years. These 7 golden coins are resurrection coins. Possessing them grants the ability to revive the deceased. Lastly, this is the teleportation potion, allowing the holder to instantaneously arrive at a location or person from their memories." Yin Zhan and Blue Dragon exchanged skeptical glances upon hearing the claim. "Is this for real? Do you think I lack knowledge?" Yin suggested they conduct an experiment. The first 2 options were not feasible, so he decided to proceed with the last one. Observing their doubt, Zhao Shu retrieved a vial of yellow potion from his space and squeezed it with force. In an instant, Zhao vanished, and a moment later, the sound of his retching echoed from outside the room. The others hurried to the door, only to find Zhao Shu leaning against the wall, head bowed in distress. After struggling for some time with nothing to expel, he looked up at the astonished crowd. "I apologize, I haven't used it often, but you can see the effect." Yin Zhan stroked his chin thoughtfully. 1 more youth elixir, 12 revival coins, and 100 vials of this potion. Zhao Shu was not surprised by the audacious demands. Haggling was quite normal, yet it did not imply he would concede to such a request. "I only have 2 youth elixirs. I can offer you 10 revival coins and 80 vials of the teleportation potion. That is all I can provide." "Deal," exclaimed Yin, leaving Zhao Shu momentarily dumbfounded. "Heh, little brother, taken aback, aren't you? But rest assured, I won't let you suffer too greatly. Little dragon, please retrieve the box I left under the bed." Blue Dragon nodded and exited the room. Yin Zhan then placed 5 unremarkable rings before Zhao Shu, indicating, "These rings will serve as part of the trade. They alert the wearer in times of danger and possess a degree of protective capability. While they may not match the worth of your items, I believe they could be of use to you. Such a unique item. Zhao Shu was taken aback as he picked up a ring. There was no reason for Yin Zhan to deceive him, yet he had not anticipated such an offering. At that moment, Blue Dragon returned, carrying a metallic box. Here, take this. It was given to us by a small nation during our country's assistance in Africa's development. They call it vibranium. It boasts formidable defensive strength and effectively absorbs impact. Yin Zhan's face glowed with pride as he continued. Our lineage is ancient. Possessing unique items is quite normal. However, I cannot disclose the specifics of their origins. Zhao Shu did not press for further details. After the three donned their rings, Zhao Shu carefully stored the remaining ones. All right, I have exercised my rights over the other items. If you are dissatisfied, there is little I can do, Yin Zhan shrugged, indicating he had nothing left to offer. Zhao Shu, intrigued, accepted the vibranium, noting its size was comparable to an ordinary shoebox, albeit slightly shorter. After securing the vibranium, Zhao Shu prepared to take his leave. It may be small, but it is certainly better than nothing. Now that our transaction is complete, shall we depart? Yin Zhan nodded in agreement. Yes. I welcome you and your girlfriend to visit Long Country. Chapter 35. Wanda and Quicksilver. I'm sorry, Zhao Shu. I brought you trouble, Natasha said, her voice filled with sorrow. Zhao Shu smiled gently. It's all right. I invited you here in the first place. Besides, this doesn't seem too much of a loss, does it? Vibranium, as you might be aware, may not be particularly large in volume, yet it is more than sufficient for crafting some formidable armor. Some might argue that Zhao Shu has suffered a significant loss, but considering the entire narrative of the few individuals familiar with Zhao Shu, only Tony, excluding Coulson, has survived until the end. Thus, the resurrection coin serves merely as a psychological comfort. Well then, do not be disheartened, let us depart. The three left Yin Zhan's residence and promptly made their way to the prearranged hotel. Observing the drowsy demeanor of his companions, Zhao Shu requested they wait for just a few minutes. He exited the hotel and ventured nearby to procure some pan-fried buns and osmanthus-flavored sweet rice balls before returning. Zhao Shu presented breakfast to his rejuvenating companions. The sweet profile of the local cuisine harmonized perfectly with their culinary preferences, resulting in a delightful meal for the two. Zhao Shu, however, only indulged in a few pan-fried buns, as he was not particularly fond of sweet foods in the morning. After their breakfast, the trio returned to their respective rooms to freshen up and catch up on some much-needed rest. In the afternoon, Zhao Shu, guided by a travel guide he had consulted, took the two on a tour of several renowned attractions. They continued their exploration until midnight, savoring some famous delicacies along the way. On the following day, Zhao Shu led his companions to Hangzhou. Although a few admirers, captivated by their beauty, approached them, they deftly declined with claims of having boyfriends. The two women's close interactions with Zhao Shu rendered him a public enemy in the eyes of the men they encountered, yet Zhao Shu remained unfazed. Immersed in introducing the scenic spots of Hangzhou to the two women. In a quaint town of Hangzhou, Zhao Shu, guided by the vestiges of his past life, arrived at a place that felt both unfamiliar and oddly reminiscent. To avoid unnecessary complications, both women donned masks and followed Zhao Shu into a village. Upon witnessing the dilapidated state of the settlement, Zhao Shu sighed, choosing not to proceed further, but instead silently turned away. The two women, perplexed, nonetheless followed his lead. What's wrong, Shu? Isn't this your home? Natasha inquired softly, grasping Zhao Shu's hand in the vehicle. It was once, but it no longer is. Now, wherever you are is my true home, Zhao Shu replied, affectionately ruffling their hair with a relieved smile. With this realization, Zhao Shu acknowledged that this place no longer held significant importance, and he would not dwell on it any longer. Having completed their primary purpose in this locale, Zhao Shu and his companions were ready to embark on a formal exploration of the Dragon Kingdom. They had visited Beijing, marveled at the magnificent Great Wall, and ventured into the majestic and resplendent Forbidden City. Naturally, the infamous doji, fermented mung bean juice, remained an insurmountable adversary for the three. The vastness of the Dragon Kingdom and its myriad culinary delights made it clear that the 90-day tourist visa would not suffice for an exhaustive exploration. Thus, Zhao Shu opted to guide the two through several distinctive provinces, spending roughly 2 days in each before preparing to depart once more. After another month of wandering, the trio found themselves in Serbia. The majority of Serbia's terrain is characterized by rolling hills, with the central and southern regions predominantly hilly and mountainous, while the north is marked by flat plains. To the east and west lie the extensions of the Stara Planina and Dinaric Alps, respectively. To the north, the Vojvodina Plain forms part of the Danube's midstream lowlands, characterized by a dense network of rivers and fertile soil. This region, often referred to as the crossroads of Europe, serves as a vital overland route connecting Europe with Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. However, the residents here have not enjoyed a stable existence, as Serbia has only recently declared its independence. Notably, it is the birthplace of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, born to the Maximoff family of Romani descent. Upon his arrival, Zhao Shu gang sensed the presence of the siblings, indicating they had yet to fall victim to the missile attacks orchestrated by Tony. Nevertheless, he refrained from recklessly approaching their home. It is essential to note that while the people of this country are warm-hearted, visits should be announced in advance, as unannounced visits are considered impolite. The three individuals first sought accommodation, while Zhao Shu gang remained vigilant, constantly attuned to the whereabouts of Wanda's family. 3 days later, during an excursion, he suddenly sensed that Django, Wanda's father, and Mary, Wanda's mother, had stepped out to procure food. Filled with curiosity, he hurried to the marketplace where they were headed, instructing his companions to wait at a nearby CAF while he ventured into the street. Zhao Shu gang purchased an abundance of vegetables and fruits, and as Django and Mary approached, he feigned a lack of grip, allowing some fruits to tumble to the ground. Unaware of the ruse, Django and Mary rushed to assist him, picking up the fallen produce. After gathering the items, Zhao Shu gang expressed his gratitude, revealing that he was a tourist from America. Without much thought, they shared their contact details after Zhao mentioned the hotel where he was staying. He promptly stated his intention to visit them the following day, bringing gifts. Despite their initial reluctance, Django and Mary could not refuse Zhao's insistence and agreed to prepare lunch for his visit. Meanwhile, the two women in the CAF had been observing Zhao Shu gang closely and found it peculiar that he was deliberately engaging Django and Mary. Once Zhao entered the CAF, they swiftly confronted him with probing questions. "What is going on? Can't you even hold on to a few pieces of fruit?" Natasha inquired, pinching Zhao's waist while squinting suspiciously. May did not speak, merely clutching the other side of his waist. Zhao set down his belongings and raised his arms to embrace both women, chuckling. Well, their family has two rather special individuals who might be of assistance to me in the future. Hearing this, the women released him, though lingering doubts remained. How could he possibly know what the future held? Nonetheless, they resolved to wait until the next day to find out more. The following day, Zhao Shu gang, accompanied by his two friends, made his way to Django's home. Before he could knock, a young man with gray hair and an unremarkable appearance emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhao and his companions. "May I help you?" he inquired. Zhao smiled at Quicksilver, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Zhao Shu gang. I spoke with your parents yesterday and came to pay a visit today." Quicksilver wore an expression of understanding. "Ah, yes, my father mentioned it. Please, come in. I shall fetch them." After speaking, he stepped aside and turned to enter the house in search of Django and the others. Zhao Shu led the two women into the room. Observing the surroundings, he subtly shook his head. It was quite dilapidated, although it was meticulously clean. The uneven walls covered in yellow earth were somewhat difficult to behold. Aunt May and Natasha remained calm, the former having experienced a similar environment before, while the latter had seen much worse. He felt genuinely grateful for the circumstances of his birth in this life compared to his previous one. Before Zhao Shu could finish his reflections, footsteps echoed from upstairs. The Django couple appeared first, followed by a young woman who resembled an ethereal sprite. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with cascading red hair and a face as delicate as a fairy's, her skin as fair as pristine jade. Chapter 36. Departure and Initial Awakening. Zhao Shu gazed at the sprite-like woman, momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, the two companions at his side were not lacking in beauty either. Having spent considerable time with them, his resilience had grown. However, the two women behind him felt somewhat disheartened, each grasping his arm and leaning in to whisper in his ear, "You scoundrel, you were indeed not truthful yesterday. Your intention was to impress her, wasn't it? Humph. Are we not enough for you?" As they spoke, their grips tightened, causing Zhao Shu's eyelids to twitch. "Ahem, greetings, Django. Mary, it is a pleasure to see you again." Zhao Shu gently extricated himself from their grasp, feigning to retrieve something from behind. "This is a gift I crafted with my own hands. I hope you will find it to your liking." He produced 3 necklaces adorned with resurrection coins and approached the Django couple to present them. "This is for you, dear couple, and for Pietro as well. Rest assured, these are not made of precious metals. As for Wanda, this is a medicinal pill crafted using ancient techniques from the Dragon Kingdom. It will aid in detoxifying the body and enhancing physical constitution." Upon seeing the golden resurrection coins, they initially hesitated to accept, but upon hearing they were not precious metals, they took the necklaces and felt their weight, finding them lighter than anticipated. They donned them without further ado. However, upon seeing the pill in Zhao Shu's hand, they hesitated again. After all, they had never heard of such a thing, let alone seen it. Being their first encounter, they were uncertain whether to accept it. While they might question the medicine, Zhao Shu only offered one, and to their weakest member, Wanda. Yet, if there were any issue with the necklaces, it would not be resolved so quickly among the 3 of them. As the Django family pondered, Zhao Shu cleared his throat. Ahem, you see, I have two lovely ladies accompanying me, and we shall not linger here for long. There is no reason to harm you. Django glanced at Natasha and Aunt May. Although the two women were somewhat indignant, they managed to smile. Indeed, Mr. Django. Who would seek to harm others while in the company of such beautiful women? Please, feel free to accept. Yes, sir. He merely wishes to express his gratitude for your assistance yesterday. After listening thoughtfully for a moment, the other party glanced back at Wanda, who was blushing slightly under Zhao Shu's gaze. Unable to conceive any reason for her to harm them, he extended his hand to receive the youth elixir. Once in possession of the elixir, Django pinched it between his fingers and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Finding no abnormalities, he turned and handed it to Wanda. Following the somewhat awkward gift exchange, Zhao Shu, along with Aunt May and Natasha, stayed for a lunch before preparing to take their leave. At that moment, Natasha's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Nick Fury calling, she waved the phone in front of Zhao Shu, her expression turning somewhat conflicted as she remarked, "It seems my vacation is coming to an end. I can no longer accompany you." With that, she stepped outside to answer the call, while Zhao Shu expressed his apologies to Django's family and exited alongside Aunt May. Oh, by the way, after taking that pill, you may need to spend half an hour in the restroom due to detoxification. Zhao Shu reminded Wanda with a smile as he turned to leave. What does Nick have in mind for you? Zhao Shu inquired once outside, casting a glance at Natasha. Natasha set her phone down and shrugged. He mentioned that Tony Stark has been acting strangely lately and asked me to check things out at his company. Zhao Shu was taken aback, suddenly recalling the storyline involving Iron Man. Tony was likely succumbing to despair under the influence of palladium. Well then, it has been a while since we were out. Peter's vacation should also be over. Let us return together, May. As for Tony, I'll directly recommend Pepper to hire you as his secretary. She should have no issues since Tony has met you before. Regarding Tony's palladium poisoning, Zhao Shu felt powerless. After all, only one youth elixir remained, and the resurrection coins could only take effect upon death. He certainly could not let Tony die. Furthermore, even if resurrected, without a new energy source, the situation would remain unchanged. They could only rely on the resurrection coins to buy time, of which only 8 remained. Unable to directly ask Nick for help, Zhao Shu could only hope Nick would deliver Howard Stark's relics to Tony, allowing him to create a new element from his father's belongings. Aunt May, reflecting on how long the three of them had been out, readily agreed with Zhao Shu's suggestion. Zhao Shu enlarged the Shura sword, taking both women aboard. After establishing a protective barrier around them, they transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. At that moment, Wanda, on her way to the restroom, suddenly looked up and spotted the three on the sword, her expression one of surprise. However, the tumultuous force within her body left no room for contemplation, and she hurriedly rushed to the restroom. Approximately 2 hours later, the trio returned to the villa, where Natasha changed her clothes before heading to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu and Aunt May, finding no sign of Little Spider in the villa, casually made a phone call to check on him. After being away for over 3 months, Little Spider had already returned to school and was currently attending classes. Upon receiving this news, the two exchanged bemused glances before bursting into laughter. Half a month later, in Serbia, an attack suddenly struck near Wanda's home, resulting in the tragic deaths of her parents. However, due to the abruptness of her demise and the shock of retaining her soul, she initially failed to realize the possibility of resurrection. At that moment, witnessing the murder of her parents, Wanda hurried back home in search of her brother. Yet, the chaos outside instilled fear in her, preventing her from taking him out. They could only tremble together, hiding within the confines of their home. Suddenly, a missile inscribed with the Stark insignia fell before them, startling both siblings and filling them with despair. At that instant, a faint red glow emanated from Wanda, and the missile quietly embedded itself in the ground before them. As Wanda gazed at the missile, feeling her brother Pietro still trembling in her arms, a longing for power began to stir within her. Meanwhile, the Django couple, recovering from their shock, realized they were not entirely dead and hastily activated the power of the resurrection coin. Upon their revival, thoughts of their siblings left at home compelled them to rush back. Upon reaching what was left of their home, Django called out urgently for the names of his children. Wanda, Pietro, are you still alive? Upon hearing that their parents were alive, Wanda was initially taken aback, but quickly rushed outside to investigate. Upon discovering their resurrection, she excitedly inquired about what had transpired. The couple first led their children to a safe location, and once there, they retrieved a necklace hanging around their necks. To their dismay, the coin that once hung there had vanished, leaving only a solitary chain. Thanks to Mr. Zhao, had it not been for him, we would surely have perished. Chapter 37. The arrival of Ivan. Upon hearing her parents' words and recalling the scene of their departure on a sword, Wanda touched her now smoother and fairer face. enhanced by the beauty elixir. A peculiar expression emerged in her eyes. She glanced at Pietro, who, though no longer trembling, displayed fear in his gaze. As if she had resolved something within her heart. Her determination began to solidify as she pulled Pietro aside to a secluded corner, whispering something to him. However, his intermittent gasps suggested that her words were difficult for him to accept. Meanwhile, in New York, with Zhao's assistance, Natasha effortlessly infiltrated Stark Industries, where the chairmanship had long been entrusted to Pepper by Tony. Although the beauty elixir had improved Tony's physical condition, the palladium poisoning remained unrelieved. Upon realizing this issue, Tony contemplated asking Zhao for a solution. However, at that time, Zhao was abroad with a companion and was not a scientist, which led Tony to abandon the notion. Zhao, upon returning to New York, sought out Tony immediately, but with only one beauty elixir remaining and uncertainty about its efficacy, Tony declined Zhao's proposal, asserting his ability to manage the situation himself. Days later, Pepper hosted the Stark Expo, and Tony's grand appearance elicited gasps from the crowd. After concluding his speech, as he exited the expo, a woman intercepted him, informing him of the necessity to attend a military committee in the Senate the following day. The members of Congress sought to compel Tony to surrender his armor, yet it was evident that Tony would not acquiesce to their demands. After the opposition summoned another arms dealer, Justin Hammer, who exchanged some disparaging remarks, they then called upon Tony's close friend, Rhodey, to present to the assembly a segment showcasing various nations' attempts to replicate the Iron Man suit. In response, Tony took control of the screen, displaying footage of these failed attempts, including those of Justin Hammer, which rendered the opposition utterly embarrassed. Days later, Tony was engaged in boxing practice with Happy when Pepper arrived with Natasha. Upon seeing Natasha, Tony expressed his confusion. "Natasha, what brings you here? Where's Zhao? Miss Pepper is rather busy, and Zhao asked me to keep an eye on you. He feels you've been a bit off lately," Natasha replied, casting a glance at Pepper and shrugging at Tony. How could he trust such a stunning woman to come here? Isn't he worried? Oh please, he fears that if it were another woman, you wouldn't let it go. But you must remain calm. Don't let your blood pressure rise. Besides, he can see you at home. He just lacks the means for immediate assistance. Pepper found this peculiar, questioning why immediate assistance was even mentioned. Tony, what is going on? Why haven't you told me? Tony shot a glare at Natasha and muttered a curse at Zhao. It's nothing, just some energy issues, but you know I have my revival coins. You needn't worry. Although Pepper remained somewhat concerned, she realized there was little she could do to help and chose to drop the topic. Sometime later, Tony attended a racing event in Monaco, and Zhao received an invitation from the same party. Considering he had little on his schedule, he decided to accompany them. Holding the hand of Natasha, adorned in a striking red gown, Zhao followed Tony into the raceway dining area, where they fortuitously encountered Justin Hammer, who was being interviewed. After exchanging pleasantries, Justin took a beautiful reporter to a quiet table, while Tony discreetly entered the racetrack, unbeknownst to Pepper, who was filled with trepidation upon seeing him wave to the cameras. Suddenly, a tattooed man clad in a repair suit appeared on the racetrack. He wore a rudimentary armor and wielded electrified whips, striking at a speeding race car. The car was severed as if it were butter sliced by a hot knife. Witnessing this, Zhao and the others immediately rushed towards the racing cars. Happy, equipped with a portable suit, drove Pepper onto the track, while Zhao stood on the sidelines, holding Natasha's hand. Aren't you going to intervene? Natasha inquired, puzzled by Zhao's stillness. No, I will act, but not just yet. He is currently disregarding his own life. The revival coins are not a justification for recklessness, Zhao explained calmly. Moreover, I cannot monitor him at all times. As Happy charged onto the track, Tony found himself intercepted by Ivan, resulting in the car being split in two, leaving him tumbling headfirst towards the ground. As the adversary gradually approached, Tony stealthily exited the vehicle, shielded by the racing car. When the opponent leaned in to inspect the car, Tony seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. Unfortunately, the ambush was not as effective as he had hoped. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Ivan struck with a whip, sending a shockwave that propelled Tony onto an abandoned vehicle. Observing Ivan advancing towards the already injured Tony, Zhao Shu sensed the moment was ripe. He summoned the Azura sword and swiftly severed Ivan's dual whips, simultaneously extracting the energy core from his chest. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Ivan momentarily froze. Seizing this chance, Tony donned the armor brought by Happy and unleashed a blast from his gauntlet at Ivan's feet. The explosion sent Ivan crashing to the ground, yet he displayed no signs of defeat, instead erupting into laughter. You have lost, Tony Stark, you have lost. Ha. Tony stepped forward, grasped Ivan's arc reactor, and after a few moments of contemplation, crushed it with his bare hands. Soon after, security personnel arrived, followed by an ambulance. Zhao Shu, accompanied by Natasha, approached Tony, who, having deactivated his armor, regarded them with a look of confusion. I know what you wish to inquire, Tony. It seems you have been rather indulgent lately. The resurrection coin is not omnipotent. It's time for some serious reflection. Tony, absorbing the gravity of the words, boarded the ambulance in silence. After receiving basic medical attention, Tony visited the prison where Ivan was held, eager to uncover the origins of the arc reactor. The technology is highly advanced, though the frequency is insufficient, Tony elaborated. Only for Ivan to interject. Your family are thieves. You pilfered the technology of my father, Anton Vanko. Now, I can only watch as you suffer and perish from palladium poisoning. Struck by Ivan's words, Tony exited the prison in silence. After Tony was taken away in the ambulance, Zhao Shu nodded at Pepper and Happy, indicating he would take his leave. Happy, waiting for Tony and Ivan's meeting to conclude, piloted the aircraft, returning the two to New York. Chapter 38. Brotherly betrayal. Suddenly, an explosion erupted within the prison holding Ivan, who had escaped using explosives smuggled in by a corrupt guard. However, mere steps into his freedom, he was ensnared by two prison guards and brought to Hammer's factory. Hammer extended an invitation to dine, and after exchanging trivialities, proposed a collaboration. Meanwhile, Tony and Pepper returned home, where Pepper, due to work commitments, borrowed Natasha. Zhao Shu, intending to discuss matters with Tony, arrived at Tony's residence with Natasha. After Natasha joined the team, Zhao Shu was about to descend to the underground laboratory when Rhodey arrived. As they entered the lab, Tony had just finished his research on Anton Vanko's files. Tony, you should be upstairs managing the situation, not perusing spy documents here. I've been in contact with the military, urging them not to roll tanks up to your house and seize your armor, Rhodey exclaimed, animatedly attempting to persuade Tony. Zhao Shu suddenly noticed that Tony's face was drenched in sweat, and he was gasping for breath. Hey, Rhodey, stop talking and come over here. See what's wrong with him. Rhodey swiftly moved to assist Zhao Shu in steadying Tony, who, weakening at the knees, was caught by both of them. They made their way to the table, where a box awaited them. Two individuals assisted Tony to the table, where Rhodey opened an iron box. Tony extracted the reactor from his body, revealing a smoking palladium plate. Good heavens, is it supposed to smoke like that? Rhodey exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the smoldering palladium. How could you possibly have this contraption inside you? He then turned to Zhao Shu, who had long been aware of the situation, maintaining a serene demeanor. Is that mark on your neck caused by this? It was an accident. Tony attempted to conceal the truth. Rhodey, clearly skeptical, rested his chin on his hand, silently observing Tony. If you wish to save the world, there's no need to do it alone. I wish you were right, but you should trust me. I know what I'm doing. Tony interrupted Rhodey, visibly agitated, while Zhao Shu continued to watch both men in silence. Days later, clad in his armor, Tony hosted a party at his home. Pepper, exasperated, sought Rhodey's assistance. Upon encountering a drunken Tony rambling incoherently, Rhodey urged Pepper to intervene. However, intoxicated and disoriented, Tony began to lash out, nearly injuring Pepper. Witnessing this, Rhodey strode into the underground laboratory, donned a suit of armor, and upon reaching the first floor, cleared the room of all others. Tony insisted that the remaining guests play some music, but Rhodey stepped forward, embracing him and urging him to remove the armor. Frustration flickered across Tony's face as he sealed his helmet, triggering a recoil that sent both men crashing through a wall into another room. Unfamiliar with the armor, Rhodey initially found himself overpowered by Tony, but he soon regained his footing and managed to strike Tony down once. Ultimately, however, his lack of proficiency led to his defeat at Tony's hands. After bringing Rhodey down, Tony turned to the onlookers outside, who were gleefully recording the spectacle on their phones, and with a thunderous shout, he scared them away. At that moment, Natasha, recognizing the situation spiraling out of control, promptly informed Zhao Shu. When Zhao Shu arrived, he found Tony and Rhodey facing each other, each preparing to unleash an energy blast. Realizing the potential devastation, Zhao Shu swiftly encased both in a protective barrier. The resulting collision of energy blasts created a tremendous shockwave, scattering debris in all directions and sending both men reeling backwards. After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Shu guided Tony towards the now conscious Rhodey, who was gradually regaining his composure. Clad in their armor, the two stood in silence, and Rhodey, casting a glance at Zhao Shu, took off into the sky. Why the reluctance? If you wish to give it to him, why not just say so? Observing the silent Tony, Zhao Shu felt a twinge of resentment towards his arrogance, knowing that without his permission, no one could wield his armor. Meanwhile, Rhodey, after a night of flight, arrived at a military base, where upon landing, the assembled officers looked upon the armor with envious eyes. Satisfied that Tony was unharmed, Zhao Shu deemed himself unnecessary and departed. As dawn broke, Tony visited a fast food establishment, purchasing a few donuts, and flew atop the donut-shaped sign to indulge in his treat. Suddenly, a familiar bald figure appeared in the sunlight, Sir, please come down from the donut. Tony removed his sunglasses and regarded him. The two men entered the establishment and took a seat. I have no desire to join your Superboy band, Tony remarked, resting his head on his armored hand. Nick merely chuckled in response. I am aware. You've always preferred solitude. However, I believe you are already cognizant of the outcome. Apologies. I am somewhat hungover and cannot discern whether this is reality or an illusion. Nick leaned in closer, scrutinizing him intently. I am indeed real. I am a living, breathing individual. Noticing the dark mark on Tony's neck, Nick leaned in for a closer look. You appear to be in quite a dire state. At that moment, Natasha entered. Clad in a form-fitting leather suit, we have established a perimeter, but I doubt it will hold for long. Tony gazed at Natasha in astonishment. Oh, you've been dismissed. Natasha merely smiled. Your words hold no weight now. Nick, standing by the table, introduced Natasha to Tony. Allow me to present Natasha's other identity, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you aware of Zhao Shu? Tony inquired, somewhat taken aback. Do not mention him to me. He has absconded with my finest agent. And do you comprehend the magnitude of the troubles I face in the Southwest? Because of you, I had to abandon matters there and return. Once Nick finished introducing Natasha, she approached a certain spot behind Tony. She then turned back, holding a syringe. Following Nick's order, she swiftly inserted the needle into Tony's neck, injecting the contents into his system. After administering the injection, Natasha grasped Tony's chin, inspecting his neck closely. Upon confirming the fading of the dark mark, she stated that Zhao Shu was waiting for her at home, and then she departed. What did you inject me with? Tony felt a marked clarity returning to his mind. Nick glanced at Tony's neck. That was lithium carbonate. It will alleviate your symptoms. That is splendid. Can you provide me with a few vials? It cannot cure you. It can only mitigate your condition. The path to recovery is not a simple one. Trust me, I comprehend this matter. I have been endeavoring to find substitutes for palladium and have experimented with various configurations, including combinations of known elements. Tony regarded Nick with earnestness. I can assert that you have not tried them all. Nick met Tony's gaze with equal seriousness. Chapter 39, New Element at a Military Base. Rhodey's superior arrived to inspect the armor. He informed Rhodey that Hammer would be coming to equip the armor with weaponry, and that it would be showcased at the exhibition. Rhodey wished to refuse, but the Senate's incessant pressure compelled the general to seek a swift resolution to silence the public, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. On a beach, Nick and Tony engaged in conversation. The device in your chest is not yet perfected. No, I have miniaturized it to fit within my chest. No, Tony. Your father merely regarded it as a stepping stone for the energy sector. He originally intended for the nuclear reactor to be the size of a Series 7 battery. You claim I have not tried everything. What else is there that I have yet to explore? Tony, unwilling to discuss his father further, deftly shifted the topic. Nick glanced at the other man, stating that only he possessed the knowledge and capability to fulfill the unfinished business of the deceased. Tony, somewhat dismissive, replied. Is that what he said? Nick inquired whether Tony believed himself capable, suggesting that if he did, he could resolve the turmoil within his heart. Tony's expression darkened, revealing discomfort. I don't know where you've heard such rumors, but he never had high hopes for me. What was your father like in your memories? Tony lifted his gaze, anger flickering in his eyes. He was cold and intelligent, yet he never uttered the words, I love you or even I like you. Thus, when you say he regarded me as his heir, I find it hard to accept. I cannot comprehend that notion. The day he sent me off to boarding school was his happiest. Nick raised his glass and took a slow sip. It is not as you think. Tony, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, Oh, it seems you know him better than I do. After all, he is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. By the way, I have other arrangements to attend to. At that moment, two agents approached, carrying a large crate. Nick glanced at his watch, indicating he needed to leave. Tony looked at the crate, inquiring what it contained. Nick did not respond directly, merely informing him that Natasha would continue to monitor him at Stark Industries. Natasha appeared in due course, announcing that she had severed external communications, allowing him to focus on creating a new element. In the afternoon, Hammer was invited to the military base. Oh my goodness, how did you manage this? He exclaimed, gazing at the suit lying on the table, his face lighting up with joy. Rhodes, arms crossed, ignored him, asking, So what can you do for us? I will first upgrade its systems, Hammer replied, licking a lollipop. Rhodes interjected, That's not what I meant. I simply want to know what weaponry you have prepared. Hammer then began to present a series of standard weapons, clearly unimpressive to Rhodes, who could procure them himself, showing no interest. Seeing Rhodes' unamused expression, Hammer produced a small box. This is Cuban merchandise, my friend, he said, placing it on the table and extracting a compact missile. This is a kinetic kill rattlesnake missile carrier, capable of destroying any fortification and everything beneath it. It is highly intelligent, almost as if it could write a book. Exquisite and elegant, irresistibly beautiful. I call her my ex-wife. Rhodes displayed a clear interest. This is my finest creation. Tell me, which one do you want? Hammer inquired. I suppose it should be her, Rhodes replied. Which one? All of them. With that, Rhodes turned and departed. Meanwhile, Tony returned to another house, carrying the crate. He extracted a box of videotapes, inserted one into the machine, and settled into a recliner, idly perusing a book. The screen illuminated with Howard narrating scenes of the city of the future. As Tony became engrossed in his reading, a small boy stealthily removed a mold from the future city model. Tony, what are you doing? Where did you get that? Put it back. Maria, take him away. The sound captured Tony's attention, yet soon the projector transitioned to another scene, and Tony had finished the book in his hands. He cast the book aside and rubbed his forehead. As the film shifted, Howard appeared, leaning against a model. Tony immediately turned to gaze at him. You are still young and may not fully grasp this, so I wish to record it for you. This is designed for you. One day you will understand that everything here is not merely invented for humanity. Tony watched the screen, curling his legs and embracing them, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This is my work. It is the key to the future. I am constrained by the technological limitations of this era, but you will comprehend it. In that time, you will change the entire world. Throughout my life, my greatest invention has been you. With that, the tape concluded. Staring at the ending scene, Tony found himself in deep contemplation. The following day, he drove his sports car to Stark Industries. Along the way, he noticed a vendor selling strawberries and stopped to hand over his watch in exchange. Soon after, he arrived at Pepper's office, where she was engaged in a phone call. Observing her busyness, Tony decided to seek out the model of the future city. Just as Pepper hung up, Tony rushed forward, requesting a moment of her time. You brought me strawberries? Did you know I am allergic to everything except strawberries? Pepper replied with an impassive expression. At that moment, Happy entered to inform Pepper that it was time to get to work. Once Happy departed, Tony discarded the strawberries into the trash and turned towards the model of the future city, covered by a white cloth. Back in the underground laboratory, Tony instructed Jarvis to scan the future city and project the image. After eliminating a plethora of unnecessary locations, he gazed at the projection of the new element. You've been gone for 20 years, and yet you still seek to educate me. Father, he remarked with a chuckle. Concerned about potential mishaps, Tony summoned Zhao to protect him. After procuring a multitude of items, Zhao watched as Tony began assembling the device to create the element. While he was in the midst of assembling, Coulson arrived, offering Tony a small assistance. He then informed Tony that he had been dispatched to Mexico for a secret mission. Upon learning of Coulson's destination, Zhao recalled that Thor must be involved. After Coulson departed, Tony prepared himself and glanced at Zhao. I understand. You can proceed with confidence. Zhao enveloped himself and Tony in a protective aura. Tony activated the apparatus, observing as beams of light in the pipes gradually stabilized. He grasped a wrench and slowly adjusted the triangular metal column within the pipes, directing the energy beam toward a triangular metal piece. The powerful energy beam ultimately concentrated on the triangular metal, and moments later, it began to glow. Tony carefully picked it up and placed it into a container. Chapter 40. The duel with Ivan. Just as Tony awaited Jarvis to test the new energy source, he was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. Upon answering, he discovered it was Ivan on the other end. Tony quickly instructed Jarvis to trace the call, but after spewing some taunts, Ivan abruptly hung up, and Jarvis was unable to pinpoint his location accurately. Tony was provoked by the taunts of his adversary, and he swiftly equipped the untested new energy source to his chest. Just as Jarvis was about to issue a warning, Tony interrupted his opponent directly. He immediately assembled his armor, feeling exhilarated by the surge of high-intensity energy. Accompany me on this journey, Zhao Shu, he urged. Zhao Shu, observing the excited Tony, raised an eyebrow in agreement. I was just thinking the same. And congratulations on your rebirth, Tony. At the exhibition, Hammer approached the display stage with a comical gait, and behind him, several unmanned armors began to rise. Simultaneously, War Machine, clad in armor, slowly ascended from below, a Gatling gun mounted on his back. Soon, Zhao Shu and Tony arrived at the scene. And as Tony descended in his new armor, the crowd erupted in excitement. To prevent chaos, Tony merely walked over to Rhodey, placing a hand on his shoulder to greet the audience. He also informed Rhodey that Ivan was still alive and had created the armors behind them. Tony then strode directly towards Hammer, demanding to know Ivan's whereabouts. Hammer, harboring a sense of luck, feigned ignorance regarding Ivan's location. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. All the armors, except for Tony's, raised their weapons and aimed at him. Zhao Shu, who had just been hovering to avoid attention, immediately descended on his sword upon seeing Tony in danger, positioning himself in front of Tony. As Zhao Shu prepared to act, Tony restrained him, saying, Zhao Shu, do not engage, I will draw them away. Tony took flight, bursting out of the exhibition, but the armors controlled by Ivan initiated their attack nonetheless. Zhao Shu swiftly managed the debris that was knocked loose, yet the crowd began to panic. The armors, fixated solely on Tony, unleashed white flames and ascended. As Zhao Shu observed them depart, he spotted Natasha among the crowd. Protect Pepper and keep an eye on Hammer. Someone will come to arrest him shortly. Inform me if there are any issues. With that, Zhao Shu soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light in pursuit of Tony. Do you have a plan, Tony? Zhao Shu soon caught up with him. Tony instructed Jarvis to regain control of Rhodey's armor and glanced at Zhao Shu. I need to find a less populated area. Otherwise, civilians are at risk. You handle those who haven't pursued us. Zhao Shu promptly turned and descended, landing to take control of the armors still on the ground, directing them skyward. Once they reached a sufficient altitude, Zhao Shu wielded his Shura sword and thrust it into their chests, resulting in explosive detonations. The debris scattered in all directions, but Zhao Shu skillfully managed the fragments, ensuring their safe descent. After resolving that situation, Zhao Shu again mounted his Shura sword, chasing after Tony. Meanwhile, Natasha's call came through. Hey, Shu, they are in that structure on Earth. Numerous armors are heading there. And I haven't located Ivan. He might be going there too. Understood, I will be there shortly. Just as Zhao Shu finished, he witnessed Tony deploying his new weapon. He raised both hands, and a glowing red object emerged from the back of his armored gauntlet, while his body began to spin, instantly cleaving the surrounding armor in two. Oh, very impressive, Tony, Zhao Shu remarked as he landed. I know, but it can only be used once. Be cautious, a high-intensity energy entity has appeared nearby. It seems Ivan has arrived. Just as Zhao Shu was about to speak, he suddenly heard Natasha's warning. The three of them watched as a larger suit of armor descended from the sky, landing and revealing Ivan's loathsome visage as the helmet retracted. This could be problematic, Rode remarked, eyeing the armor that was clearly superior in size to his own. Ivan then unleashed two electrified whips. Observing the opponent wielding whips as weapons, Zhao Shu scoffed. Can't you come up with something more original? Rode stepped forward, saying, I've prepared something special for him. I intend to blow him to pieces with my ex-wife. He raised a turret with a flourish. Zhao Shu had initially intended to strike directly, but upon hearing the mention of ex-wife, he refrained, reluctant to miss this memorable spectacle. He crossed his arms leisurely, watching as the turret began to emit flames, accompanied by a series of warning beeps, rapidly hurtling toward Ivan. Ivan, however, stood his ground defiantly to meet the attack head-on. With a resounding clang, the projectile was blocked by Ivan's armor, falling into the stream at his feet. With a soft hiss, it sparked and extinguished. Zhao Shu, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain himself. He turned away, his body shaking with laughter. TSK, Tony observed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned to Rode, and then glanced at the trembling Zhao Shu, stifling his laughter. Hammer's technology? Zhao, stop laughing and get to work. I apologize, but I simply can't help it. You two continue. Let me enjoy this moment a little longer. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhao Shu urged them to proceed. Reluctantly, Tony began to attack, but all his strikes were deflected by Ivan's armored shell. Ivan ensnared both of them with a whip around their necks. Stop laughing and help, Tony shouted, struggling to break free and turning to Zhao Shu for assistance. Why not use that move from that night? Zhao Shu merely suggested. The two, being quick-witted, instantly recalled the scene of their energy cannon clash from that evening. Tony immediately raised his right hand, while Rode raised his left, both beginning to gather energy. Suddenly, a beam of energy surged from their hands, rapidly colliding in the air. A tremendous wave of energy erupted before Ivan, while Zhao Shu preemptively enveloped the two in a protective barrier. Boom! The trio was thrown back from the explosion. As Tony rose and approached Ivan, who lay gasping, he declared, You have lost. Ivan's chest energy glowed red, prompting Zhao Shu to hastily direct the two to retreat. Bang! 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 Following a series of massive explosions, Tony, without a word, took off toward the expo. Zhao Shu grabbed Rode, who was eager to follow, raising an eyebrow. Hey, don't rush. I've already dealt with those things. It's all right. Come with me, and I'll show you something intriguing. As they spoke, Zhao Shu and Rod arrived at a towering building, concealing themselves within the shadows. Sure enough, moments later, Tony appeared, accompanied by a somewhat distressed Pepper. After Tony comforted her, the two of them shared a tender kiss. Upon parting, Tony remarked that it felt a bit strange, to which Pepper responded that it was not strange at all and expressed a desire to repeat the moment. Zhao Shu interjected, finding it odd, likening them to two seals competing for grapes, eliciting laughter from himself before he soared away on his sword, escaping the scene. Chapter 41. Joining the Avengers and the Meow Meow Hammer. After a while, Nick approached Zhao Shu, extending an invitation for him to join the Avengers. Knowing that Natasha would undoubtedly be part of the team, Zhao Shu felt compelled to accept for her safety. At the appointed time, he arrived at a designated dock as per the address provided. Following a staff member, he reached a door, which was then opened to reveal a modest room furnished with a single ordinary table and 3 or 4 chairs, 2 of which were already occupied. The occupants turned their attention towards Zhao Shu as he entered. "Hey, Zhao Shu, you made it. I wonder what they want with 2 handsome fellows like us," Tony exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. "Mr. Zhao, since you are here, please take a seat," Nick said, his tone calm yet tinged with annoyance. "Hello, Tony. How have you been?" Zhao Shu greeted, aware that Nick's irritation stemmed from his involvement with Natasha, so he chose to focus on Tony instead. "Since we've harnessed new energy, I've been feeling fantastic lately. Pepper is absolutely smitten with me," Tony replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Zhao Shu and Tony exchanged knowing smiles, while Nick rolled his eyes at the banter. "Oh, I almost forgot. We have an older gentleman lacking in vigor here. Zhao Shu, let us not prolong this. Let us give him a moment of dignity," Nick suggested, observing Nick's increasingly sour expression. Clearing his throat, Zhao Shu adopted a mock-serious demeanor. "All right, gentlemen, let us examine the documents on the table before we continue," Nick urged, unable to tolerate the frivolity any longer. "Oh, let me see, the Avengers Initiative Plan," Tony said, picking up one of the documents and handing it to Zhao Shu, before retrieving another for himself. "You need not concern yourself with this one. Your attention is required here," Nick interjected, taking the document from Tony and placing Natasha's evaluation report before Zhao Shu. Tony opened the document and glanced at the first line, Personality Overview. "Mr. Stark exhibits evident compulsive behavior. That was last week's business. I was nearly on the brink of destruction," he retorted, noticing the next line, and glanced at Zhao Shu before turning back to Nick. "Severely narcissistic? Well, that's true. But this gentleman beside me is no different," Tony remarked. "Avengers Recruitment Assessment. Iron Man is acceptable, Tony Stark is not. That makes no sense. How can you both affirm and deny me at once?" "Zhao Shu, I want to see your report," Tony demanded, turning to Zhao Shu, who shrugged and handed over his own document. "Mr. Zhao is handsome, brave, kind-hearted, and possesses no detrimental habits. Truly remarkable." "What the FK, Zhao Shu? You didn't take the back route with Natasha, did you?" Zhao Shu rolled his eyes and remarked, I did not take the back door to Natasha. This is merely a testament to my character. You are simply envious of me." Nick approached Tony and seated himself at the edge of the table, stating, "Thus, Mr. Zhao Shu is entirely welcome to join us, yet for the time being, it is best to invite you only as an advisor." Tony stood and shook Nick's hand, saying, "You cannot compel me. However, I am willing to forfeit my remuneration in hopes that you might assist me with a small favor. Rod and I, along with Zhao Shu, are to be honored in Washington, and we lack a presenter for the award." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu shook his head vigorously. "I refuse to go there to have that imbecile bestow an honor upon me. I would much rather stay home with Natasha and May." Tony merely shrugged. "All right. Now you only need to help me find a presenter for Rod." Nick pursed his lips and nodded. "Very well, we shall find a way. May I inquire if Mr. Zhao Shu is willing to join us? Is Natasha participating?" Of course, I trust you would agree. In that case, I happen to have a favor to request of you." Nick felt a twinge of discomfort, recalling that Zhao Shu had captivated his most trusted subordinate. Yet the thought of Zhao Shu joining the Avengers alongside Natasha brought him a measure of joy. Zhao Shu remained silent, merely indicating for the other to specify the assistance required. "You are aware that Coulson has gone to Mexico to handle a particular task, correct? They have conveyed that they are at a loss regarding this matter, and I would like you to investigate." Nick felt a sense of helplessness. Too much had transpired recently, and with issues arising in Iceland, he was rather overwhelmed. Given that Zhao Shu was now part of his team, regardless of whether he could be of assistance, it would be prudent to send him to check it out, thus alleviating Zhao Shu's daily pursuits of Natasha. "Very well, I believe I can resolve this matter." Zhao Shu understood that it involved Thor being cast down to Earth by Odin, and the issue Coulson and his team could not manage was Mjolnir. So he figured that by providing guidance to Thor, the situation could be remedied. As for failure? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tony, observing Zhao Shu's resolute demeanor, patted him on the back. "You seem quite confident. I shall refrain from accompanying you. Yes, you should stay home and keep Pepper company. Do not be like some individuals who lack a partner and can only feign busyness." With that, Zhao Shu transformed into a small insect and departed. Upon returning home, Zhao Shu informed his family of his induction into the Avengers and that he had received his first mission to undertake. Due to the impending threat posed by Loki and the Destroyer, he did not bring anyone along, as he could not guarantee their safety. Zhao Shu swiftly located Coulson and his team based on the information provided. They had established a perimeter around Thor's hammer, and upon Zhao Shu's arrival, he presented the credentials Nick had given him. The guards promptly allowed him entry, leading him to the temporary base where he sought out Coulson. "Hey, good to see you again, Coulson. How have you been?" Coulson adjusted his hairline slightly and replied, "Not well, Mr. Zhao Shu. We are entirely in the dark about the purpose of that hammer." Zhao Shu smiled broadly, indicating he was there to alleviate their distress. "Do not worry. In a few days, this will be resolved. Additionally, tonight, instruct the guards to relax. The hammer's owner is on his way." Having spoken, he disregarded the other party and exited the base, arriving at Clinton Barton's hideout. "Clinton, stop hiding. What brings you here?" Hawkeye emerged from his concealment, holding a compound bow. His gaze fixed on Zhao Shu. "Nick felt my presence was required, so here I am." Hawkeye nodded in understanding, contemplating a new location for concealment. "There's no need for surveillance. This hammer is currently beyond anyone's grasp." After notifying several key figures, Zhao Shu approached Mjolnir. Although aware that he could not lift it, he reasoned that attempting wouldn't cost him anything. Observing the intricately engraved head of Mjolnir, Zhao Shu grasped the handle with both hands and exerted upward force. Unsurprisingly, nothing transpired. As expected, "Well, it's only a few days left. You stay put for now. Tonight, I shall arrange for your master to meet you." Chapter 42. Thor in a daze. Zhao Shu paid no further attention to Mjolnir and returned to the room assigned to him by Coulson. Throughout the day, various individuals inquired about Zhao Shu, but he merely instructed them to adhere to his plans. Soon, the sun set, and after dinner, Zhao Shu began a video call with several family members. Once the horizon was devoid of light, he ended the call and prepared for Thor's arrival. Indeed, Thor was coming today. Upon his arrival, Zhao Shu had sensed that Thor was en route to a pet store. Ultimately, it was Jane Foster who drove him there. In Zhao Shu's perception, they were currently preparing to act around the base's perimeter. "Attention, there has been an incursion from the west. Personnel present should avoid direct confrontation." Shortly thereafter, Thor breached the western fence and began his approach. Concerned that the guards might be overpowered by the formidable Thor, Zhao Shu promptly alerted the guards via earpiece. The guards, recognizing Zhao Shu's authority at the scene, obediently distanced themselves from the western side. "Researchers, cease your gawking at the hammer. You cannot discern anything from it. Return to your quarters immediately." With no guards to impede him, Thor swiftly advanced, guided by his perception of Mjolnir. Meanwhile, the researchers remained engrossed in their examination of the hammer. Fearing that Thor might inadvertently harm them, Zhao Shu commanded their departure. Although Thor found the lack of resistance peculiar, he dismissed it, focusing on the imminent restoration of his powers. Soon, the sky began to rain, and Thor arrived at Mjolnir. A broad smile illuminating his face as he circled the hammer, as if reuniting with a long-lost father. Zhao Shu had already positioned himself above Mjolnir on the corridor, having summoned Coulson and others. While most looked on with curiosity at Thor below, Zhao Shu wore an expression of detached amusement. Thor gradually approached Mjolnir, his right hand gently resting upon the handle, yet he was still unworthy to lift it. After an unsuccessful attempt with one hand, Thor's smile faded. He then placed his left hand on the hammer and began to exert force with both hands. He strained with all his might, but the outcome remained unchanged. Disheartened, he stepped back, gazing at his hands, and ultimately released a despairing cry towards the heavens. Zhao Shu gazed at the dazed Thor, who had collapsed onto the ground, and nudged the nearby Coulson with his shoulder. "Go on, he won't resist now." "Ah, poor child." After uttering these words, Zhao Shu retreated to his chamber, awaiting Loki's arrival. Truly, this posed little challenge. The others swiftly descended to seize the unresponsive Thor and confined him within a room. The following day, Coulson proceeded with the customary inquiries about Thor's origins, yet Thor remained indifferent to his presence. Observing the situation, Zhao Shu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Well, it seems futile. As I predicted, I told you not to engage with him. Soon, Jane Foster will come to escort him away, and he will assist us in resolving this matter." Coulson merely shrugged in response. "This is merely a necessary protocol." "Ah, the arrival of another principal character." With that, Zhao Shu opened the door, casting a glance at the despondent Thor, who had been deceived by Loki. "Foolish boy, do you believe everything you hear? If Odin were so easily slain, he would not reign as the king of the 9 realms. Would he, the god of mischief and deceit, Loki?" Ignoring the astonished expressions of both, Zhao Shu regarded Loki, who was leaning against the door, baring his teeth. Loki, evidently taken aback by being seen through his concealment, exclaimed, "You can see me? How is that possible? I can sense all living beings. Now, you must return, otherwise, your mother may grow suspicious." As he spoke, Zhao Shu brandished the Shura sword, stabbing it behind him. "I told you, I can perceive you." Loki evaded Zhao Shu's strike, transforming into a wisp of white light and vanishing. "Humph, your ability to flee is impressive. Very well. Thor the god of thunder, your friend shall come to retrieve you tonight." Do not inquire about your father's condition. I know not. And perhaps you should ponder why he banished you to Earth. That night, Eric Selvig arrived to escort Thor, and Zhao Shu permitted their departure without hindrance from Coulson, also returning Jane Foster's documents. A few days later, the four warriors of Asgard descended upon Earth, intent on reclaiming the throne for Thor. Sensing this development, Zhao Shu hurried to Thor's location, eager to witness the expression on Thor's face when he encountered both his fiancée E and his girlfriend. However, he soon detected the energy emitted by the Bifrost, realizing that Loki was transporting the destroyer. There was no time to observe the impending conflict. Zhao Shu materialized before the god of thunder, arching an eyebrow at the retro-clad warriors. Oh, do you still have time to indulge in cosplay while Loki unleashes the destroyer? Zhao Shu enlarged the Shura sword, gesturing towards the warriors and Thor's feet. Step aboard. I prefer not to have our battle disturb this quaint town. The warriors glanced at Thor, who in turn looked to Jane, before promptly leaping onto the sword. Jane, wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Observing Jane Foster's desire to join him, Zhao Shu contemplated the moment. It would not be perfect if Thor's girlfriend did not witness his display of might. Come, let us see how your boyfriend showcases his prowess. Once all six were positioned upon the sword, Zhao Shu accelerated dramatically towards the heavens, causing both women standing before Thor to stumble backward, losing their balance. Thor hastily opened his arms to embrace the two women. Yet upon noticing that he still held one of them in his grasp, both ladies snorted in disdain and turned away from his embrace. Hee, since I missed their initial meeting, I shall create my own moment, Zhao Shu thought lewdly to himself. Before long, the seven of them arrived at the location of the destroyer outside the town. Zhao Shu first set down the five Asgardians and then soared to a safer spot with Jane Foster. Mere moments later, he returned to find the four warriors already engaged in battle with the destroyer, while Thor, having lost his divine powers, could only watch from the sidelines. Thor's betrothed, Sif, was seen kneeling on one leg behind the destroyer, her spear piercing through its chest. At that moment, the luminous energy within the destroyer faded, as if it were on the verge of being vanquished. However, before anyone could celebrate, the destroyer reactivated, its entire form beginning to twist and turn, unleashing a powerful energy beam from its face that forced Sif to disengage. Subsequently, as the four warriors regrouped, a blast of energy sent them sprawling. Thor rushed to their aid, and witnessing the destroyer's intent to advance towards the town, Zhao Shu swiftly drew his ancient short sword, severing the destroyer's legs with a single stroke. After rescuing the four warriors, Thor confronted Zhao Shu, apologizing. I'm sorry, sir. This is a matter for our family. Allow me to handle it. Observing the destroyer now legless, and knowing that Mjolnir would only return to Thor once he awakened, Zhao Shu stepped aside. With a foolish grin, Thor approached the destroyer. After exchanging some words with Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, he was abruptly struck and sent flying, lying motionless on the ground. From a distance, Jane Foster, witnessing the scene, immediately attempted to rush forward, but Zhao Shu swiftly blocked her path, aware that Thor's powers were about to return. At that moment, Mjolnir would soar back to Thor, and Jane, being an ordinary person, could not withstand such might. Do not fret, he is not dead, and soon he shall showcase his prowess, Zhao Shu reassured her. As Jane insisted on moving forward, and Zhao Shu hesitated to intervene, he found himself explaining Thor's predicament. Soon enough, a white sonic boom cloud heralded Mjolnir's rapid descent from the sky. The clouds above Thor darkened, swirling ominously, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Zhao Shu glanced at Jane, who stood transfixed, no longer inclined to advance. Mjolnir landed swiftly, and the prone Thor stretched out his right hand, grasping Mjolnir and gradually levitating. The attire of the god of thunder began to envelop him, leaving Jane and Selvig in awe of the handsome Thor before them. Thor approached Jane, standing before her and inquiring, "Did I frighten you?" "Oh, not at all. Is this your true form?" Jane responded, her eyes sparkling. "You look quite dashing." "Indeed. And by the way, sir, please look after them. I must address this trouble," Thor remarked, smiling at Jane before turning to Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary to go through all that trouble. He levitated the ancient short sword, flying towards the destroyer. With swift strikes, the destroyer was cleaved into thousands of pieces, leaving Thor astonished at the sight. Zhao Shu discerned the intentions of his adversary. The destroyer was crafted by Odin to combat the pantheon of gods. Logically, eradicating such a foe should not be a trivial endeavor. Yet it appeared that Odin had intentionally weakened it, presumably to serve as a trial for Thor. Furthermore, it was now under Loki's control. "Jane, would you like to behold the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard?" With Thor's divine powers restored, he sought to return to Asgard to confront Loki. Jane nodded, and Thor, seizing her in an embrace, summoned the might of the thunder god and soared towards the location where the destroyer had previously landed. Upon reaching the totem center scorched by the rainbow bridge, Thor looked skyward and called out, "Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge." After several urgent calls with no response, his expression grew anxious. Zhao Shu approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Heimdall is the guardian of the rainbow bridge, right? If he were aware of Loki's intent to unleash the destroyer, he would surely not acquiesce. He is likely ensnared by Loki at this moment, but fret not. I doubt Loki possesses the capacity to eliminate him. Thor gradually regained his composure, taking several deep breaths. Indeed, I have been hasty. By the way, sir, would you accompany me to Asgard? I believe my father would also wish to meet you. Zhao Shu contemplated for a moment before raising his head. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Zhao Shu. As for visiting Asgard, your father wouldn't hold me responsible for the destruction of the destroyer, would he? Thor scratched his head thoughtfully. I doubt it. You acted solely to protect others. Very well. I am indeed eager to witness the splendor of Asgard. No sooner had Zhao Shu spoken than a radiant beam of color descended from the heavens. Thor glanced at Jane and reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall return swiftly." Zhao Shu inwardly mused, when you shatter the rainbow bridge, returning may not be so swift. Naturally, such sentiments remained unspoken as he stepped into the luminous column alongside the 5 others. Before Zhao Shu could fully acclimate to the sensation of teleportation, the 6 of them found themselves at the terminus of the rainbow bridge. At that moment, Heimdall, injured by Loki, lay prostrate on the central control console. Let us provide him with some healing, Thor declared as he ascended towards the Asgardian palace. Zhao Shu, too, mounted his Shura sword and darted towards Odin's resting place with remarkable speed. In this unfamiliar realm, Zhao Shu felt compelled to test his insight. Upon doing so, he sensed Loki unlocking the treasure chamber and releasing Lao Fei, who had long been concealed there. Zhao Shu understood that Loki intended to stage a dramatic rescue in front of his mother. Would Zhao Shu allow him to succeed? Clearly not. As Lao Fei stood before the slumbering Odin, conjuring an ice sword, Zhao Shu made a grand entrance. Meanwhile, Loki lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped Zhao Shu, causing Lao Fei to roar in fury as he looked down at the sword embedded in his chest, stumbling backward in disbelief before collapsing to the ground. Observing Lao Fei's incapacitation, Zhao Shu refrained from further aggression. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Loki, his lips barely moving as he whispered, "Dear friend, patricide is not the conduct of a good child." Defeated by Lao Fei, Frigga rose and glanced at Zhao Shu. Although she did not recognize him, she graciously expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, Loki seized the opportunity to quietly depart. At this moment, Lao Fei still drew breath, and Zhao Shu could not leave directly, as his sword remained with the adversary. Just as Zhao Shu intended to reclaim his weapon, Thor arrived. Upon seeing her son clad in battle armor, Frigga was overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Oh, Thor, you have returned." Thor embraced Frigga and inquired, "Where's Loki, mother?" "He just ran out," she replied. Observing Laufey's breath fade, Zhao Shu stepped forward to retrieve his sword and turned to inform Thor about Loki's whereabouts. It was evident that Thor was still trying to comprehend the events that had transpired. At this moment, all he sought was an explanation from Loki. Releasing Frigga, he swiftly turned and dashed outside, soon detecting an anomaly at the Bifrost. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Loki directing the Bifrost to unleash a devastating beam towards the realm of the frost giants. Thor rushed forward to intervene, but was interrupted by Loki, compelling him to first address his brother. Zhao Shu had intended to assist, but was restrained before he could exit. Turning back, he found his gaze met by Odin, who stood behind him, his remaining eye fixed upon him. Zhao Shu tugged at his arm, but did not break free. Observing this, Odin released him. "Frigga, I wish to host this gentleman. Please prepare accordingly." "Greetings, Zhao Shu. I am Odin, the ruler of the 9 realms and king of Asgard." Once Frigga departed, Zhao Shu touched his wrist, his emotions gradually calming. "It seems you are aware of my existence. What is your purpose for keeping me here? As I mentioned, I am the sovereign of the 9 realms, and there is little I do not know, unless, well, no matter. I simply wish for you not to disturb them. My time is limited. He must grow swiftly, and this serves as a trial. Furthermore, I hope you will look after Thor in the future." Zhao Shu raised an eyebrow. "Just Thor? You expect me to single-handedly care for a god?" Odin fell silent for a moment. "Loki is also my child. Yet he cannot ascend to the throne of Asgard." Chapter 44. Return. Odin studied Zhao Shu for a moment. "You are not an ordinary individual. There exists within you the essence of many. Just now, my own essence manifested within you. I am uncertain how this came to be, but I believe it may be more advantageous to cultivate goodwill than animosity." Zhao Shu was taken aback. The other party had perceived the aura of primal power. However, he maintained a composed exterior, merely shrugging. "I suppose this is my way of growing stronger. In my homeland, we have a practice known as the red dust trials. Odin furrowed his brow. Red dust trials? I believe I have heard of it. Never mind, it is inconsequential. I only wish to know if you will acquiesce to my request. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Shu concluded that overseeing matters on Earth was manageable, but he would hardly concern himself with other planets. I can only agree to your request within the confines of Earth. As for other realms, I cannot shadow him perpetually. Additionally, this will not be without compensation. Perhaps provide me with some food that is unavailable on Earth. For the rest, I may find unnecessary. As Odin was about to respond, a powerful surge of energy emanated from outside. Both men's expressions shifted dramatically, and after exchanging a glance, they rushed out the door. At that moment, Thor was unable to prevent the destruction of the Bifrost Bridge leading to Jotunheim, the realm of the Frost Giants, and could only raise Mjolnir to fiercely strike the bridge beneath him. Loki called out Jane Foster's name, attempting to halt Thor's actions. But Thor simply closed his eyes and murmured an apology before continuing his relentless assault on the bridge. Observing Thor's determination to wreak havoc, Loki climbed up from the bridge, brandishing his spear as he leaped towards Thor. Zhao Shu, witnessing this, intended to intervene and stop Loki, but was restrained by Odin, who shook his head in response to Zhao Shu's puzzled glance. At that moment, as Loki was about to pierce Thor, the bridge shattered under Thor's blows. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the fracture, propelling both Thor and Loki into the sky. Odin immediately sprang into action, reaching the two just before they were to plummet from the Bifrost. He grasped Thor firmly, while Thor seized Loki's spear. Loki, feeling his descent halted, looked up. Father, I could have done it. For you, I could have, he emotionally declared upon seeing Odin. Odin gazed at Loki in silence for a brief 2 seconds before shaking his head. No, my child. Hearing his father's rejection, Loki's expression fell, and he gradually relinquished his grip. Thor, seeing Loki's intention to let go, cried out urgently, No, Loki, don't let go. Regrettably, Loki ultimately fell into the dark waters beneath the Bifrost. After being pulled up by Odin, Thor continued to plead with his father to save Loki. Odin merely shook his head and remained silent. He approached Zhao Shu, his eyes reddened, and said, I apologize, Zhao Shu. The Bifrost requires repair, and you cannot return now. Perhaps it would be best to join us for a meal. Zhao Shu, feeling that it would be a shame to refuse a free meal, complied. The three walked silently to the banquet hall, and Frigga, upon seeing them return, initially sighed in relief. However, upon noticing Loki's absence, she grew anxious and inquired of Odin where Loki was. After Odin revealed the truth, Frigga clutched her forehead, her legs weakening as she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Thor swiftly caught her. Ultimately, Odin accompanied Zhao Shu for the meal. Zhao Shu, unperturbed, indulged in the unique delicacies of Asgard, rationalizing that it was not his son or brother who was lost, and that Loki was not dead yet. He would still invade New York in due time. This thought troubled him, as he felt incapable of killing Loki. If he truly took action, Thor, the great fool, would be the first to retaliate. Not to mention Odin's wrath. It seemed the conflict in New York was inevitable unless he became strong enough to overpower Odin. Yet, if he were no longer afraid of Odin, it would be better to let events unfold naturally. After all, who would fear Thanos taking the gems then? Thus, what was meant to happen would indeed come to pass, and Zhao Shu felt powerless to prevent such monumental events. After satisfying his hunger, Zhao Shu chose not to linger any longer, recognizing that with Odin and Frigga mourning the loss of their son and Thor grieving his brother, it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. After Odin summoned a selection of his desired delicacies, Zhao Shu approached the trio, preparing to take his leave. Frigga remained enveloped in her sorrow, lost in the anguish of her lost son, and offered no words. Thor and Odin, however, expressed their inability to escort Zhao Shu back due to the absence of the Bifrost. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhao Shu produced a vial of teleportation potion, and as he reminisced about the visage of his villa, he firmly closed his palm. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped Zhao Shu, and he vanished before the eyes of the three. A flicker of surprise crossed Odin's gaze, yet he remained silent. Thor, taken aback, approached uncertainly, probing the air where Zhao Shu had stood, and upon confirming his disappearance, his face contorted in disappointment. Why didn't I ask him for a little? I want to go to Earth too. Meanwhile, in the villa, Aunt May was watching television when a sudden burst of white light materialized beside her. Startled, she leapt from the couch, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. The white light gradually took shape, transforming into a man. Upon seeing Aunt May, he rushed forward and enveloped her in an embrace. May, did you miss me? Zhao Shu beamed, embracing her warmly. Aunt May raised her hand to pat Zhao Shu before tightening her hug. You scared me. I thought the house was haunted. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Zhao Shu chuckled heartily and presented her with some delicacies he had brought back from Asgard for her to savor. He then picked up the phone and called Coulson. Hey, Carlson, are you still in Mexico? Zhao Shu, where have you been? You and those others suddenly vanished days ago, and I've been searching this area for you. Days ago? Zhao Shu was momentarily taken aback. He had only been gone for less than a day. I went to Asgard. But perhaps the flow of time differs there. While it has been mere hours for me, several days have passed on Earth. By the way, since you are still there, could you pass a message to Jane Foster? Just inform her that Thor has matters at home and might not be able to visit for quite some time. With that, Zhao Shu ended the call. Having been away from Aunt May for several days, combined with the time dilation of Asgard, it felt as though she had not seen him for an eternity. Feeling the need to indulge her, Zhao Shu thought it only fitting. Though Natasha was off on another mission, leaving the night somewhat less than perfect for him. The following day, Zhao Shu prepared breakfast for Aunt May before venturing out to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to submit his report. After completing his duties, he visited Tony, and following lunch at his residence, returned home to spend time with Aunt May. Chapter 45. The Lottery. Upon Zhao Shu's return to Earth from Asgard, the world enjoyed a period of tranquility. While significant events were absent, minor occurrences never ceased. 3 months passed swiftly, and Nick Fury returned from his expedition in the Arctic. Alongside him came the core consciousness of Zhao Shu's system. One day, as Zhao Shu lounged on the sofa watching television, he suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. Oh my, young man, you possess great potential, having amassed 5 sources of primal power. But why have you not participated in the lottery? Surprised by the voice, Zhao Shu felt a flicker of excitement. Over the past few months, he had participated in the lottery 3 times, each time yielding rewards that did not enhance his combat abilities, the most remarkable of which was a 1982 vintage. He hesitated to draw again, fearing that he might end up with something as useless as an 82 spicy waste. At last, you have returned. May I inquire if there exists a method for me to directly acquire a skill or item that enhances my defense? Initially, it seemed impossible. However, this time, I have absorbed a significant amount of energy from the space gem, allowing me to enhance your chances of obtaining the desired items. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu was instantly filled with excitement. Shall we commence? Certainly. The virtual compass began to spin, and Zhao Shu focused intently. Fortunately, Aunt May was not present, or he might have startled her. Soon, the wheel came to a halt. Congratulations, you have received a piece of Berserker armor. Berserker armor, originating from the world of League of Legends. Effect, substantially increases vitality, restoring 1 point of health per second when not in combat. While formidable, it requires one to remain alive to benefit. Let us continue. Congratulations, you have obtained a Dragon Essence Pill. Dragon Essence Pill, from a mystical realm. Effect, transforms the user into a half-dragon form, enhancing resistance to damage and self-healing capabilities. Zhao Shu held the pill, intending to test its effects. After swallowing it whole, he closed his eyes to experience the transformation. Within him, energy surged, and he began to emit copious amounts of steam. His strength seemed to have doubled. Now, he would assess his defensive and regenerative abilities. Clenching his fist, Zhao Shu drew the Shura sword and made a small cut on the back of his hand. Initially hesitant to apply much force, he merely left a white mark on his skin. Seeing that the skin remained unbroken, he applied more pressure, and soon blood began to flow. He removed the Shura sword and scrutinized the wound. After approximately 10 seconds, the cut began to scab over, and the scab gradually fell away. It still felt somewhat lacking. After all, the 9-Yang Divine skill also possesses healing properties, and combined, they required nearly 10 seconds to heal. Sigh, let us proceed. Let us draw 3 at once. Congratulations, you have acquired the indestructible skill. Congratulations on receiving Thorn Armor. And congratulations on obtaining the Anti-Venom, Serum, Parasite. Indestructible skill, originating from the greatest in the world. Effect, upon activation. It allows the user to transform their entire body into a metallic form, with duration determined by the amount of energy available. Thorn Armor, from League of Legends. Effect, when subjected to physical attacks, it inflicts magical damage equivalent to 30 attack power upon the assailant. Anti-Venom, Serum from Marvel. Effect, parasites within the host's body, allowing control over any part of the body when needed, capable of using tendrils for attack and healing, as well as shooting webs to ensnare or create various cold weapons and shields. It offers protection against fire and bullets while healing inflicted damage. A roar of triumph escaped Zhao Shu as he activated the indestructible skill, testing it to find that the Shura sword could no longer harm him. He then retrieved the ancient short sword for another test, realizing that even with the ancient short sword, he still needed to exert a bit more force. This revelation finally reassured Zhao Shu, for few weapons in this world could rival the ancient short sword, amplified to 19. Indeed, you just mentioned that you absorbed the energy of the space stone, correct? Now that you have returned, It implies that Steve Rogers has also been discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D., doesn't it? After mastering his skills, Zhao Shu recalled the system's mention of the space stone. Speaking of which, it infuriates me. I had intended to absorb its energy for a while longer, but suddenly, the ice layer fractured, and a multitude of individuals entered. Fearing that the energy fluctuations might arouse their suspicions, I had no choice but to retreat. It seems Captain America has also been discovered. Nick must have obtained the space stone, and the battle in New York should not be far off. As Zhao spoke, he rose, determined to pay a visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. to see if he could catch a glimpse of the old man. Well, since everything seems fine, I shall see if I can absorb some energy from the time stone. With the power of space at my side, escaping should pose no issue. Farewell. Zhao rolled his eyes, remaining silent as he swiftly made his way to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon finding Nick, he proposed his thoughts. Although Nick was perplexed, he did not hinder Zhao, as Captain America had yet to awaken, and it was uncertain whether his abilities remained intact. His sole focus was to find someone to study the mysterious cube that had reappeared before him. Observing this, Zhao refrained from elaborating. It was improbable that Nick would ignore a vast source of energy, and even if he were to steal it, he would not know how to handle such a thing. It was better to let it be. Arriving at a hospital ward, Zhao pushed open the door to the only bed in the room. There lay a handsome young man with golden hair, though his eyes were tightly shut, and he was entangled in wires and tubes. Zhao circled the bed, tempted to turn him over to glimpse his sculpted physique, but reconsidering, he abandoned the thought as it seemed rather inappropriate. With no desire to linger any longer, Zhao returned home, sighing in boredom. How tiresome. Recently, there has been nothing of interest, and S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't he even assigned me a mission. At least Spider-Man is active, combating crime. I wonder if Dr. Banner has returned to Brazil. I pondered what Natasha might be up to. Perhaps I should call her to inquire? Zhao muttered to himself, finally finding some semblance of purpose. He promptly dialed her number, and within 2 seconds, it was answered. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Natasha's puzzled voice emerged from the phone. Where are you? When will you be back? May has recently found a job, and neither of you has time to keep me company. Zhao's voice carried a hint of melancholy, eliciting laughter from Natasha on the other end. I understand now. My mission has concluded. I'll fly back immediately, so wait for me. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mood lifted considerably. All right, I'll have a gift ready for you. You will surely love it. Is that so? Very well, then, see you soon. Chapter 46. The transaction a few days later. Zhao learned from Nick that Captain America had awakened. He informed the 2 women and set off towards the underground quarters where Captain America resided. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao rapped on the door, and an inquiry soon followed from within. Who is it? S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhao. Creak. The rusty iron door creaked open, revealing a man with golden hair clad in a black jacket, gazing at Zhao Shu with a puzzled expression. Hello, Steve Rogers. Do you need something from me? Zhao Shu smiled, extending his hand. I am Zhao Shu. I came to meet you and perhaps engage in a bit of conversation. Steve hesitated for a moment, then reciprocated the gesture, shaking Zhao Shu's hand. So, now you've met me. What else is there to discuss? Zhao Shu's gaze wandered momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips. Here, Steve regarded Zhao Shu intently for a brief period before stepping aside. It seems you have much to say. Please, come inside. Once indoors, Zhao Shu casually selected a chair to sit upon. Steve followed suit, positioning himself directly across from Zhao Shu and gesturing for him to continue. Observing Steve's gaze, Zhao Shu crossed his legs, resting his hands on his knees. Captain America, how is life in the 21st century? Steve paused, reflecting on his words. 70 years of suspended animation had allowed him to extend his life, yet it severed his ties to the world, awakening to a transformed reality. He found that all those he once knew had passed on. Even those who remained were frail and aged. Meanwhile, he retained the visage of the man who had plummeted alongside a plane, a truth he struggled to reconcile. It's not bad. Life has become more convenient. Towering skyscrapers abound, and the streets are filled with vehicles, Steve replied, his expression neutral. That is good to hear. I thought you might find it overwhelming, Zhao Shu began. But Steve raised a hand to silence him. Enough, just tell me what you want. Zhao Shu shrugged, signaling his acquiescence. All right then. Let me pose a question. Do you remember the date you missed 70 years ago? Steve stood abruptly, his demeanor turning serious as he fixed Zhao Shu with a penetrating gaze. How do you know about that? Only I, Dr. Erskine, and Agent Carter were aware of it. You cannot possibly be a descendant of either, and this is our first encounter. Seeing Steve's agitation, Zhao Shu raised his hands in a calming gesture. Relax, Captain. It's merely a small detail I happen to know. What I am about to share pertains to my purpose for visiting. So please, compose yourself. After a moment of scrutiny, Steve exhaled deeply. All right, go on. But do not toy with me. I could endure an entire day of this. Zhao Shu interrupted him, clearing his throat. Ahem. Your dear friend Bucky is, in fact, not dead. He has been transformed into a lethal weapon by Hydra. Upon hearing Bucky's name, a spark of excitement ignited in Steve's eyes, and as he moved to stand, he nearly collided with Zhao Shu. Bucky, are you serious? Where is he? I must save him. Zhao Shu, narrowly avoiding the impact, quickly uncrossed his legs. Easy now, he urged, reaching out to grasp Steve's shoulders. However, Steve, burdened by guilt for not being able to save Bucky in his earlier years, was not receptive to any other words. He shrugged off Zhao Shu's hand with a firm motion, and although Zhao Shu did not come to fight, he was easily shaken off. After creating some distance, Steve swiftly turned, positioning himself behind Zhao Shu, intending to restrain him. At that moment, Zhao Shu realized that reasoning was futile. He needed to awaken Steve from his emotional stupor first. Subsequently, Zhao Shu activated his indestructible skill, causing his skin to shimmer in gold, rendering his entire body exceptionally resilient. Seeing the transformation in Zhao Shu's skin color, Steve was momentarily taken aback, yet he remained undeterred. He grasped Zhao Shu's head and neck with both hands, exerting force, but found that he could only disturb a few strands of Zhao Shu's hair without making any substantial impact. Just as Steve was about to apply more force, Zhao Shu decided not to waste any more time. He wrapped his arms around Steve's, leaning forward to hurl him from behind to the ground in front of him. The impact left Steve dazed and momentarily incapacitated. I told you to remain calm. Are you clear-headed now? Steve lay on the ground, catching his breath, and shook his head. He had been fine moments ago, but now felt even more disoriented. Observing that Steve's emotions had stabilized, Zhao Shu approached him, helping him to his feet and guiding him to a chair, where he allowed himself to return to his usual state. Even if you could defeat me, you would never extract Bucky's whereabouts from me. Enough of this. I came primarily to propose a transaction. Have you met Peggy Carter? Upon mentioning Carter, Steve fell into a profound silence. Given your demeanor, it seems you have indeed met her, which makes our discussion simpler. Zhao Shu produced the last rejuvenating pill and placed it in Steve's hand. This miraculous pill can restore her to her prime, though its effects last only 20 years. However, I cannot ascertain whether this 20-year period is recalculated or if it reverts to the time before taking the pill. He continued, should Tony Stark seek vengeance against Bucky for some reason in the future, you must not interfere. Of course, Tony would only inflict a reasonable amount of punishment. You need not worry. What do you say? Do we have a deal? Steve held the jade vial in his right hand, his fingers opening and closing, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Such a precious item, and you offer it so readily? Just to have Stark give Bucky a beating? Though perplexed, he did not distrust Zhao Shu entirely, recognizing that he did not know him well enough, and if it proved false, he could simply retract his agreement later. Indeed, it is precious. It is the last one I possess. However, it serves little purpose for me now. Zhao Shu reflected that he, along with May, Natasha, and Wanda, had already consumed theirs, and there was no need for others to take it. The most sensible course of action was to strike a bargain with Steve. Very well. I shall take my leave now. You should seek to recapture your former spirit. I sense significant events are on the horizon. With that, Zhao Shu rose, preparing to depart. I am ever at the ready. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, he paused for a moment before waving his hand. The ensuing months passed without incident, until chapter 47, when Loki made his entrance. Zhao Shu had enjoyed a tranquil and uneventful few months until one afternoon, when he received a notification from Nick. Due to Nick's arrangement for Hawkeye to protect Professor Selvig in his research on the Cosmic Cube, a surge of energy from the cube triggered the opening of a spatial portal through which Loki emerged, wielding a scepter imbued with the Mind Stone to control both Hawkeye and the Professor. In truth, the moment the Cosmic Cube was unearthed, Thanos had meticulously orchestrated this plan. However, with the vigilant watch of Ancient One and Odin over Earth, he dared not take action himself. Fortuitously, Loki, having wandered the cosmos, fell into his grasp. Thanos proposed to assist Loki in seizing the throne of Asgard in exchange for Loki's aid in claiming the Cosmic Cube. When Zhao Shu learned of this development, Natasha was by his side and overheard the news. Given her fraternal bond with Hawkeye, her expression turned anxious upon receiving this information. What should we do, Zhao Shu? She inquired. You should contact Nick and have him reach out to Tony and Steve. I will head to Brazil to find Banner. Zhao Shu patted her hand and nodded toward May. With a swift motion, he summoned his sword and, accompanied by Natasha, made his way to S.H.I.E.L.D., cautioning her to exercise care before he set off for Brazil. Although Zhao Shu had been idle in recent months, Nick had tirelessly sought suitable candidates for the Avengers. And naturally, Banner and the Hulk were not beyond his intelligence network. Hours later, Zhao Shu arrived in a slum area of Brazil. Along the way, Natasha informed him that despite some turbulence in persuading Tony and the others in New York, everything was ultimately resolved. Upon landing, Zhao Shu activated his heightened perception and quickly discerned Banner's location, hastening toward it. At that moment, Banner, for reasons unbeknownst to him, was plagued by a sense of foreboding. He approached the window and, upon glancing outside, caught sight of Zhao Shu rushing toward him. Although he had encountered Zhao Shu in his Hulk form years prior in New York, the dim lighting of the slum obscured his features. Observing Zhao Shu's hurried approach, Banner turned and dashed down the stairs to a single woman's abode, where she, harboring a fondness for him, did not deter his entry. Seeing his anxious demeanor, the woman urged him to hide in her bedroom. Zhao Shu, keenly attuned to Banner's movements, was fully aware of his current whereabouts. He made no effort to disguise his intentions and proceeded to knock on the woman's door. Knock, knock, knock. The woman, visibly tense, opened the door to inquire about Zhao Shu's purpose. Dr. Banner, I am Zhao Shu. We met a few years ago, or rather, I encountered another version of you. Zhao Shu disregarded the woman and called out loudly toward Banner's location. After waiting for half a minute without a response, he apologized to the woman, pushed past her, and entered the room. Seeing she could not stop Zhao Shu, the woman grew frantic and began to scream for help. After a long journey, Zhao Shu understood that time was of the essence. He rushed into the bedroom and seized Banner, who was attempting to escape through the window. Dr. Banner, I have aided you in the past. How can you consider fleeing without even seeing me? Zhao Shu leapt out of the window, swiftly pulling Banner along. Stepping onto the Azura sword, and together they transformed into a brilliant white light, slicing through the sky. The sudden weightlessness caused Banner's heart to race, and he felt a tendency to expand. Zhao Shu firmly grasped Banner's shoulder, reassuring him, Dr. Banner, rest assured, I mean you no harm. I genuinely need your assistance this time, so I kindly ask you to exercise a bit of control. Banner brusquely shook off Zhao Shu's hand. Bending his arms in front of him, striking a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder, his entire body tensed. You say you don't mean me harm, yet you suddenly pull me down from several meters high? Now you want me to control myself? I've painstakingly maintained this state for 99 days. Arg. Zhao Shu, observing that Banner was indeed struggling to maintain control, felt a sense of calm. After all, he was not entirely unfamiliar with Hulk, who could even be considered a friend. However, the thought of Hulk transforming and bursting out of his clothes, leaving a towering green figure standing before him, was quite daunting. He then produced a pair of pure white Hulk-sized undergarments. Dr. Banner, can you still wear pants? This pair is crafted in a unique manner, ensuring a snug fit regardless of your size. Perhaps you should try them on now, lest we find ourselves in an awkward predicament later. Upon seeing the undergarments, Banner nearly lost control, but after hearing Zhao Shu's words, he managed to focus enough to take the pants and prepare to put them on. You turn. Banner gritted through clenched teeth, each word punctuated with effort. Understanding the implication, Zhao Shu did not wait for him to finish and promptly turned away. A moment later, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. Turning around, Zhao Shu was met by a square, dark green face, and upon seeing Zhao Shu, the figure grinned widely, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Friend. Hulk tilted his head and playfully patted Zhao Shu on the shoulder. Caught off guard by the sudden gesture, Zhao Shu lost his balance and began to tilt, causing the Azura sword to wobble. Hulk, exuberant, started to sway as well, flailing his arms in an attempt to grasp something. Zhao Shu watched as this enormous green figure clad only in white undergarments began to dance, and he quickly steadied the Azura sword. After ensuring Hulk was stable, Zhao Shu reached out to pat him on the back, but soon realized he could only reach as far as Hulk's waist. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from doing so. Hulk, this journey will take several hours. Just sit back and enjoy the breeze. Hulk looked around, then leaned over the sword to gaze at the scenery below, excitement evident as he raised his arms in jubilation. Several hours later, having grown bored from the prolonged flight, Hulk lay on the sword to rest and gradually transformed back into Banner. The two arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. and were escorted into a room by agents. Upon seeing Zhao Shu return safely, Natasha's previously stern expression softened into a smile. You're back. Tony and Steve have already taken care of things. Zhao Shu stepped forward to embrace her. I understand. You can rest assured. We will safely rescue Barton. Clearing his throat, he added, I apologize for the interruption, but what shall we do now? Banner stood there, somewhat bewildered. It was at that moment that Natasha noticed the man beside them, clad only in his undergarments, prompting her to hastily cover her eyes. Zhao Shu had been reading for several hours and was nearly accustomed to the situation. Only then did he recall the peculiar gaze that the agent had cast upon them. Dr. Banner, it has grown quite late. Allow me to find you accommodations for the night, and we shall resume our endeavors tomorrow. With that, Zhao Shu produced a jacket that was evidently too small and draped it over Banner's shoulders, signaling Natasha to return first, while he escorted Banner out of S.H.I.E.L.D. and sought a hotel for him to stay. Chapter 48. Capture and detainment. The following day, Zhao Shu picked up Banner and, alongside Natasha, boarded a plane bound for the aircraft carrier. Upon their arrival, they encountered Coulson and Steve, who had just landed. "Hello, Dr. Banner, Mr. Zhao," greeted Coulson. Banner stood fidgeting, his hands rubbing together. Zhao Shu approached and shook Steve's hand. "We should hurry inside. It will soon become unbearable out here," Natasha remarked as she approached from behind the three. Steve and Banner moved to the edge of the deck, gazing at the rising turbines. "Is this a submarine?" Zhao Shu merely pulled Natasha along and entered the control room. Shortly thereafter, Banner and Steve joined them, with Steve gazing in awe at the scene before him. Pulling out a $10 bill to hand to Nick. Nick accepted the money and turned to Banner, saying, "Welcome aboard, Dr. Banner." Banner cautiously glanced at Zhao Shu. "Thank you for this delightful invitation. May I inquire how long I am to stay here?" "We are in search of the Tesseract. Once we locate it, everything should come to a resolution." Upon hearing this, Banner removed the jacket and requested an array of equipment from Nick before being escorted to the laboratory. Soon, the staff reported a sighting of a figure resembling Loki at a nearby gala. Apart from Banner, Zhao Shu and the others donned their gear and hastened to the location. At that moment, Loki was wielding a device, inserting it into the eye socket of a wealthy businessman. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, having received the ocular images transmitted, opened a vault and retrieved the desired iridium element. Upon confirming that they had what they needed, Loki donned his armor, slowly advancing toward the terrified crowd. Exiting the banquet hall, Loki conjured 3 duplicates to encircle the attendees, loudly demanding that they kneel. As the crowd complied, one elderly man refused to submit, inciting Loki's wrath. Just as he was about to strike, Zhao Shu arrived in haste. Drawing the ancient short sword, Zhao Shu launched a strike at Loki's scepter. The blade carved a deep gash into the scepter, prompting Loki to swiftly withdraw it behind him. Just as Zhao Shu prepared to continue his assault, Tony, clad in his armor, arrived, landing and activating his weaponry to aim at Loki. "Hey, Zhao Shu, long time no see. What have you been up to lately?" Tony remarked, lifting his helmet and raising an eyebrow at Zhao Shu. Seeing his comrade had arrived, Zhao Shu opted not to proceed with the attack, sheathing his sword beside Tony. Although Loki feared Zhao Shu, he took advantage of the moment when Zhao Shu moved, seizing the scepter and launching an assault at Tony. Zhao Shu would naturally not allow him to succeed. He retrieved the Shura sword and swiftly turned to execute a defensive maneuver. Although Tony was unharmed, Loki's actions stirred a sense of indignation within the proud man. He raised his right hand and unleashed a blast towards Loki. At that moment, Steve, piloting his aircraft, arrived on the scene. Observing the ongoing battle, he eagerly jumped from the plane, brandishing his shield and flinging it at Loki. Just as Loki, having been knocked to the ground by Tony, attempted to rise, he spotted the shield hurtling toward him and instinctively raised his staff to deflect it. The shield was sent ricocheting back towards Steve, who caught it and prepared to advance. Zhao Shu, however, stepped directly in front of Loki and delivered a powerful punch. The group swiftly cuffed Loki and boarded the aircraft for their return journey. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and Loki feigned fear. Observing this, Tony couldn't help but mock. "What's the matter? Are you afraid of thunder?" Loki responded with a strange smile. "No, I merely fear the one who controls it." Steve and Tony exchanged serious glances, beginning to survey their surroundings. Noticing the grave expressions of the two men, Zhao Shu stood up and reassured, "Cough. It's nothing to worry about. I know that person." Upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, while Tony and Steve remained cautious, Loki's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a word, a golden-haired giant wielding a hammer descended from the open rear hatch of the aircraft. Tony and Steve braced themselves. But Thor had a singular focus, charging directly at Loki without a glance at Zhao Shu. "Loki, it's time for you to return with me." Grasping Loki by the collar, Thor attempted to take him away. Just as Tony and Steve were about to intervene, Zhao Shu stepped forward and placed a hand on Thor's shoulder. "Thor, you cannot take him right now." Thor shrugged off Zhao Shu's hand, raising his hammer. But upon seeing Zhao Shu's face, he paused. "Oh, you are Zhao." Thor's brow furrowed as he recalled Zhao Shu's name. Zhao Shu rolled his eyes. "Zhao Shu, I recall your age in Asgard is considered young, yet your intellect appears to falter. Apologies, it has been too long since we last met. However, I must take Loki. He is my brother. He stole the Tesseract, manipulated Barton and Professor Selvig, and has caused many deaths." Seeing Thor's reluctance to relent, Zhao Shu felt compelled to explain. Thor released Loki, saying, "Oh, he was adopted by my father." Then, Thor leaned closer to Zhao Shu, whispering, "Loki is quite cunning. He cannot be captured so easily by them. I suspect he has some ulterior motive." Before Zhao Shu could respond, the astute Tony interjected, "Hey, You retro-styled male model. What are you saying? How can we not handle this? If you doubt us, let us settle it in battle. Natasha, piloting the aircraft, sought to intervene. But Zhao Shu believed that since these individuals would eventually become members of the Avengers, a bit of sparring now posed no issue. Especially since Loki had intentionally allowed himself to be captured. His objective was to harness the power of the Mind Stone to sow discord among them, thereby resolving their conflicts one by one. Therefore, the question of whether to take him back was trivial. The ultimate resolution lay solely in the battle for New York. Nana, it's all right. Let them have their fun, but do keep an eye on them and ensure they don't go too hard. Zhao Shu took Loki from Thor's hands and shook his head at Steve and Natasha, signaling them to remain silent. Although Thor was somewhat reluctant. Having failed to utter Zhao Shu's name earlier left him feeling a bit awkward, thus he did not refuse. As for Tony, he was brimming with confidence. Having just secured new energy sources and nearing the completion of his new armor, so he certainly wouldn't decline. The two exchanged glances and leaped from the aircraft, descending. Shouldn't we hasten to return Loki? Natasha queried, perplexed as to why Zhao Shu permitted these two to engage in a skirmish when their priority should be to escort Loki back. Steve, standing nearby, wore a similarly puzzled expression. Zhao Shu approached Natasha and patted her shoulder, saying, Loki is, after all, the god of mischief and lies. He cannot be so easily captured. Although this presents no challenge for me, consider this. He didn't flee upon seeing me. Why do you suppose that is? Chapter 49. The onset of conflict. Zhao Shu's gaze fixated on Loki as he quietly divulged his suspicions of Loki's schemes to the two. Their expressions shifted, and they instinctively moved to interrogate Loki. Zhao Shu halted them with a glance at Loki, cautioning, do not alarm the snake in the grass. I have an inkling of his intentions. Maintain your current demeanor. Should he possess a means to alert the outside world and alter his plans, I would find myself at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, the tension in their expressions eased, and Zhao Shu again patted Natasha's shoulder. If he allowed us to capture him, he has undoubtedly devised an escape plan. Given Barton's capabilities, I expect he will dispatch Barton to assault us. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, Natasha furrowed her brow and began scanning the radar on the aircraft. Noting her concern, Zhao Shu continued, it is not likely to happen at this moment. We have only just captured him. Our vigilance is high, making it an unsuitable time for an attack. He will likely wait until we transport him back before making his move. Since Loki can manipulate Barton, he will also possess the means to influence our minds. At that point, should any dissent arise among us, it would provide him with the perfect opportunity. Therefore, you two must strive to maintain control over your emotions. They exchanged glances at Loki and nodded slightly. Even if he does manage to sway us, the damage would be minimal. My greatest concern lies with Dr. Banner, Natasha murmured, recognizing Loki's primary objective. Zhao Shu and Steve also frowned, acknowledging the challenge. They still needed Dr. Banner to locate the Tesseract. Well, I shall keep a close watch on Banner. If he transforms, I can simply eject him from the aircraft without issue, Zhao Shu stated. Steve expressed his worries. Is that safe? After all, we are quite far from the ground. Zhao Shu waved his hand dismissively. He won't perish. I have a plan. At most, the Hulk will suffer some injuries and fall into a brief slumber. With that, he declared, now, I shall check on the situation below. Zhao Shu then leaped from the aircraft, soaring towards Tony and the others. At this moment, Tony and Thor were engaged in a physical confrontation. Thor, reliant on his Mjolnir for flight, found himself increasingly irritated by Tony's nimble aerial maneuvers. Thor warned Tony that it was nearly enough. But Tony misconstrued Thor's agitation as mere embarrassment from being bested and continued his assault. As Tony prepared to strike again, Thor grasped the strap of his hammer, spinning Mjolnir in a circular motion. Thunderclouds began to swirl around Thor, and Tony, witnessing this unprecedented display, gazed in astonishment as Thor gathered his power. With a swift motion, Thor unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Tony, who raised his hands in an attempt to shield himself from the impending attack. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Tony examined his body and inquired with J.A.R.V.I.S. about the situation. Sir, energy levels are at 400%. Wow, exhilarating, Tony exclaimed, channeling a surge of energy towards Thor. Struck by the energy blast, Thor was propelled backward several meters. Pushing himself off the ground, Thor rose, raising his hammer as he charged towards Tony. Just as the two were about to collide, Zhao Shu landed with precision, brandishing a sword to intercept them. Enough. The time is ripe. We must return, he declared. Tony promptly stowed his weapon and, with a nod of acquiescence, soared towards the aircraft carrier. Thor, having been bested by the mortal he held in disdain, felt a surge of pride and was poised to pursue with Mjolnir in hand. However, Zhao Shu intervened. Consider the reasons your father cast you down to earth. This is not the moment for you to indulge in your misguided pride. Thor, upon hearing this, fell silent, parting his lips, but ultimately refraining from speech. The two returned to their aircraft and made their way back to the carrier. Nick, upon seeing Zhao Shu return not only with Loki, but also with his brother Thor, wore a disapproving expression. Zhao Shu, why did you bring back his brother? What if he decides to retaliate? Zhao Shu, sensing the tension, pulled Thor closer and addressed Nick. Thor Odinson, son of Odin, is also a friend of Selvig. Thus he stands with us now. Despite harboring doubts about Thor, Nick extended his hand. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor's serious demeanor softened into a goofy grin as he replied, Thor, the Lord of the Nine Realms, eldest son of Odin, king of Asgard. After their introductions, Nick remained silent, merely escorting Loki to the specially prepared confinement. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Tony and Banner began to strategize on locating the Tesseract. Steve, clad in his combat suit, entered the lab just in time to witness Tony giving Banner a slight electric shock. Observing this, Steve's expression hardened as he approached Tony, advising, you should focus on the search for the Tesseract, rather than provoking Dr. Banner. Such actions could lead us into peril. He then turned to Banner. I apologize, Dr. Banner. Banner reassured them that such minor provocations would not trigger his transformation. Tony stepped closer to Steve, casually producing a bag of snacks and taking a bite. Are you familiar with Stark Tower? It is no exaggeration to assert that I am currently the leading figure in the realm of clean energy, yet Nick and the others have not consulted me in their research on the Tesseract. Do you grasp what this signifies? Steve looked at Tony with a serious expression, stating that this indicated a narcissist whose jealousy could no longer be concealed due to being excluded by others. Tony took out his phone, declaring that as soon as he arrived, Jarvis began to decipher S.H.I.E.L.D.'s programming, and in a few hours, they would uncover Nick's plans. Hearing this, Steve grew anxious, asserting that they should not act in this manner, as Loki intended to sow discord between them, and they ought to follow orders. Orders? Captain, who is it that is currently parading around in a flamboyant outfit? Tony retorted. Banner also looked up, chiming in, yes, Captain. Don't you think your attire is a bit too ostentatious? Taken aback by their remarks, Steve fell silent and quietly exited the laboratory. Upon stepping outside, Zhao Shu arrived. Noticing Steve's unusually grave demeanor, he approached with a query, but Steve remained silent, merely glancing around before departing on his own. Observing Steve's retreat, Zhao Shu glanced at the wall sign, which seemed to indicate the weapons room. Entering the laboratory, he found the two still engaged in conversation. Why not join us in the fight? Tony suggested. Banner merely smiled in response. I don't possess armor like yours. I think it best to refrain from battling with just this flesh. Zhao Shu, witnessing their exchange, chose not to interrupt, simply standing by and observing. As the two noticed Zhao Shu, Tony gave him a cursory glance, and Banner acknowledged him as well. But Zhao Shu's experiences brought from Brazil prevented them from paying him much attention. This object on my chest is a formidable boon. It has saved my life, Tony remarked as he approached Banner. Chapter 50. The battle begins at this moment. Zhao Shu, standing to the side, interjected, Hey, it wasn't just this that saved your life. Just as Tony was about to continue his discourse, he turned to Zhao Shu and rolled his eyes. I know, there's also Ethan and you. Please don't interrupt me. Otherwise, I might just have a son with Pepper to pursue your daughter. Zhao Shu crossed his arms, teasingly responding. What if you can't have a son? Seeing Tony's incredulous stare, Zhao Shu covered his mouth, signaling that he would refrain from further comments. Ahem, let us proceed, Tony said, and Banner, observing their banter, felt a twinge of envy. Tony, you can effectively control it. In response, Tony swiped across the virtual screen Banner was operating, clearing a space. I am well aware of your predicament. Such a potent gamma radiation could easily have claimed your life. Banner frowned slightly. I apologize. But you're referring to the other me, Hulk. He saved me, but why? What is his motive? Zhao Shu, no longer silent, proposed, Hey, Dr. Banner. Do you think it's possible that it wasn't Hulk who saved you, but rather that you, under duress, unconsciously created a persona? The two pondered this for a moment, and Tony raised his head. Are you suggesting that due to Banner's severe injuries, his inner fears birthed the persona of Hulk? But how do we explain Hulk's abilities? Perhaps it is due to the gamma radiation. Though I have not known you for long, Dr. Banner, your character seems to be one of calmness and tranquility. To put it bluntly, somewhat timid. As Zhao Shu spoke, he turned to Banner and said, I apologize, Dr. Banner. I trust you grasp my meaning. Banner nodded. For his disposition was indeed such. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned his girlfriend to roam the world alone. While he justified his actions as being for her safety, the truth lay in his inability to control the Hulk, which posed a potential threat to others. He continued, I believe the gamma rays fundamentally altered Banner's genetic makeup. granting him the ability to transform into the Hulk. However, due to his intrinsic nature, he is reluctant to embrace this power. Consequently, he persists in his resistance. While the Hulk, characterized by a lack of maturity, recklessly wields the abilities of the Green Giant. Observing that Banner remained unperturbed, Zhao Shu proceeded with his analysis. Tony, upon hearing this, raised his head and inquired. So, you're suggesting that Banner could utilize this ability at will, provided he eliminates the Hulk persona? Upon hearing Tony's words, both Zhao Shu and Banner shook their heads. Zhao Shu replied with a calm demeanor, "It is both simple and complex. Engaging a psychologist to eliminate the Hulk's persona would be a start, yet the Hulk's personality will inevitably erupt when threatened. Thus, the resolution ultimately relies on Banner himself, which may prove challenging given his nature." After this exchange, an air of silence enveloped the trio. Tony and Banner resumed their search for the Tesseract, while Zhao Shu leaned against the wall, quietly observing. Shortly thereafter, Nick, having discovered an intrusion in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system, realized it could only be Tony's doing and approached for clarification. At that moment, Tony had successfully breached S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. And as he inquired about the meaning of the second phase, Steve arrived with a weapon crafted from the Tesseract. The second phase involves the creation of weapons using the Tesseract. I apologize for the delay, but the computer is exceedingly slow for me, Steve explained directly. Nick, visibly anxious, interjected, "Our search for the Tesseract does not imply an intention to manufacture weapons." Before he could finish, Tony abruptly turned the computer screen to interrupt him, stating, "Do not attempt to deny it." At that moment, Thor and Natasha arrived, with Thor asserting, "The world has not changed." Natasha then glanced at Banner. "Did you not wish to leave this place?" Banner, clearly agitated, retorted, "I was contentedly residing in Brazil until your boyfriend brought me here." Loki, ever the manipulator, was about to interject when Zhao Shu sensed the tension and stepped into the midst of the gathering. Hey, let us all take a breath. Don't you sense something amiss?" Yet, due to his prolonged suppression of the Hulk, Banner's emotions began to boil over. He approached the screen displaying the scepter and pointed to the weapon specifications. Who is utilizing the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction? At this point, Nick, equally incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Thor, declaring, "It is because of him." Observing the bewildered expressions of those present, Nick began to elucidate. Last year, an extraterrestrial being arrived on Earth, and his personal vendettas nearly leveled a small town. Fortunately, Zhao Shu was there at the time. We have come to understand that there are countless forms of life in the universe, many of whom are far more powerful, advanced, and developed than we are. Thor then clarified that they bore no ill will toward Earth. However, it is evident that Nick holds a different perspective. The universe is not solely inhabited by your kind, nor are you our only adversary. There are countless individuals out there who lack formidable opponents. Most importantly, Zhao Shu cannot perpetually serve our interests. Upon hearing Nick's remarks, Thor's anger ignited. It is precisely your development of the Tesseract that has attracted Loki and his allies. For other worlds, this signifies your readiness for high-stakes warfare. The situation had clearly spiraled into chaos, with everyone casting blame upon Zhao Shu's companions. Observing this, Zhao Shu shouted emphatically, compelling the crowd to silence and turn their gaze towards him. "I suspect Loki's scheme has commenced." Zhao Shu extended his finger towards Banner, redirecting the collective attention. Banner, upon realizing Zhao Shu was pointing at him, glanced at his own hand and discovered he was gripping Loki's scepter. Nick unlocked his handgun safety, instructing Banner to relinquish the scepter. Just then, the system Banner had set up identified a target and emitted an alarm. Before anyone could brace themselves, an explosion resonated, accompanied by tremors. Tony, embroiled in an argument with Steve, swiftly handed over the shield. "Quickly, don your armor." Steve adopted a defensive stance, responding, "You are right." Tony and Steve dashed from the aircraft carrier to repair the engine, while the explosion triggered Banner's inability to suppress Hulk any longer. In the split second of the explosion, Zhao Shu embraced Natasha, urging her to assist in the control room, while he remained in place awaiting Banner's transformation. As Hulk emerged, Zhao Shu approached. "Hey Hulk, are you alright?" He sought to ascertain whether Hulk retained any semblance of rationality, but it was evident that Loki's influence had reached Hulk. With a thunderous roar, Hulk swung a fist directly at Zhao Shu. Though Hulk's assault was somewhat unforeseen, Zhao Shu still managed to block the attack, employing the surrounding steel structures to ensnare Hulk and launch him from the aircraft carrier. Apologies, Hulk, farewell. Chapter 51. Hawkeye returns to the fold after resolving the situation with Hulk. Zhao Shu smacked his lips, feeling a tinge of regret. With Hulk cast aside, the ensuing battle between Thor and Hulk would remain unseen, and the moment when Thor was sent flying by Hulk's punch would also be lost. Yet, for the safety of others, this resolution was indeed preferable. Besides, there would be numerous opportunities for similar scenes in the future. With that thought in mind, Zhao Shu dismissed his regret. He sought out Thor, instructing him to keep an eye on Loki, while he himself proceeded to assist Tony in repairing the engine. Upon reaching Engine 3, he found Steve besieged by 2 henchmen, while Tony, preoccupied with the engine, was unable to assist. After dispatching 1 henchman, Steve opened the casing, intending to manipulate a wrench, only to be shot by another henchman. Fortunately, Steve's quick reflexes allowed him to evade the bullet. However, at that moment, there was no solid ground beneath him. In a desperate bid, he grasped a nearby wire, his body dangling in midair, while Tony, unable to extricate himself from the engine due to the spinning blades, was on the verge of being ensnared by their rapid motion. Fortunately, Zhao Shu arrived just in time. He swiftly adjusted the wrench and flew beneath Steve, enabling him to land securely on the blade. Tony, having failed to hear Zhao Shu's warning about the wrench being activated, found himself caught in the engine's blades. Fortunately, Zhao Shu had previously equipped everyone with protective gear, ensuring Tony's life was not in peril. A moment later, Tony was ejected from the engine, and Zhao Shu swiftly flew forward to catch him. "Oh, Tony, without me, Pepper would be left a widow." Tony, who had been resting on his sword, stood up and playfully punched Zhao Shu. "Pa, nonsense." Steve also wished to interject, but at that moment, the aircraft carrier suddenly lost all power and began to tilt slowly downward. A voice crackled through the headset. "Barton has breached our systems, causing us to lose power. He is heading towards Loki. Can anyone hear me? This is Romanoff, I understand." Natasha's voice echoed at that moment. Zhao Shu led the two to a secure area, instructing Steve to confront the enemy elsewhere, while he and Tony sought a way to restart the engine. "Aren't you worried about your girlfriend?" Tony asked incredulously, eyeing Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu shrugged. "Trust me, there is no one aboard this carrier who can harm her." With that, he soared back above the engine, commanding the blades to rotate once more. Meanwhile, Loki, aided by his minions, escaped from his special confinement. Upon entering, Thor spotted Loki attempting to flee. He lunged forward, unaware that he had fallen into a trap conjured by Loki, passing through a decoy and straight into the cage. As Loki readied to seal the cage, Coulson emerged, brandishing a unique weapon aimed at him. However, the cunning Loki appeared behind him, thrusting a scepter through Coulson's chest. After casting the cage down, Loki approached the gravely weakened Coulson, preparing to mock him. Yet, Coulson pressed the trigger of his weapon, launching a blast that sent Loki flying. Seeing this, Loki's followers whisked him away in a fighter jet. On another front, Natasha stood alone in a corridor, patiently awaiting something. Soon, Hawkeye appeared, bow and arrow at the ready. He swiftly loosed an arrow, but Natasha remained unfazed. With a subtle shift, a white, liquid-like substance emanated from her body, enveloping her entirely. Cloaked in serum, Natasha instantly grew taller, her face contorting into a menacing visage reminiscent of a parasitic entity. Raising her right hand, she seized the arrow aimed at her, applying pressure to snap it effortlessly before advancing toward Hawkeye. One must admit, the items Zhao Shu had provided were indeed formidable. Hawkeye, observing the shattered arrow and Natasha's grotesque countenance, contemplated retreating into the shadows to launch an attack. However, Natasha granted him no such opportunity. She extended for tendrils, ensnaring his limbs and drawing him close, delivering a headbutt to his skull. Not only had he lost the scepter, but the impact also liberated him from his controlled state. "Natasha?" Hawkeye struggled to lift his head and gazed at Natasha, who had reverted to her original form. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Natasha stepped forward and swiftly knocked him unconscious with a single punch. As the aircraft carrier's power was restored, Loki made his escape, leaving the Avengers on the brink of disintegration. In the control room, Natasha remained to care for Hawkeye, leaving only Nick, Tony, Steve, and Zhao in attendance. Nick produced a bloody stack of cards, flinging them onto the table, claiming they had been discovered in Coulson's jacket. Zhao, upon witnessing this, discreetly smirked. He had handed a resurrection coin to Coulson when they boarded the aircraft carrier, ensuring Coulson's survival. Thus, the bloodied cards were merely a means to spur Tony and Steve into action. However, he refrained from voicing this truth, acknowledging that the others indeed required a jolt. The three men listened in silence as Nick elaborated on the situation. Tony was the first to rise and depart, prompting Zhao, aware of the reality, to follow suit. Approaching Natasha, he observed Hawkeye, who had regained consciousness but appeared pained. "Barton, you're awake? How are you feeling?" "It's hard to breathe. I need time to expel it from my mind," Barton replied through gritted teeth, speaking in fragments. Natasha looked at him reassuringly. "You'll be fine." "No, you wouldn't understand. You've never had someone control your mind, pushing the real you aside and filling you with something else. Do you know what it feels like to be shattered? It's as if I were struck down by an alien creature, over 2 meters tall, grotesque in appearance, slender and alluring, who knocked me out with a single blow." Barton gazed vacantly at the ceiling as he spoke. Zhao, unsure how to respond, merely touched his nose in silence. Natasha, with a hint of amusement, replied, "You know I've been through something similar. By the way, was it true what you said about it being alluring?" Barton, oblivious to her delight, inquired about who had knocked him out. "Haha, it was me," Natasha said with a grin. Barton looked at her in astonishment as Zhao stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Indeed, that alien creature, slender and grotesque, was Natasha. No sooner had Zhao spoken than Steve entered the room. "We need to go," he announced. Barton then queried, "Where to?" Steve glanced at Barton, then at Zhao and Natasha. Zhao nodded, confirming that Barton was indeed awake. Chapter 52. Assemble and combat. The group donned their gear and boarded the aircraft to set off. Due to some damage to his armor, Tony rushed to Stark Tower to obtain the latest suit. Concerned that his return with Tony would alert Loki to his intentions, Zhao opted to accompany Natasha and the others on the aircraft instead. Upon arriving at the tower, Tony encountered Professor Selvig and demanded that he halt the energy transfer from the Tesseract. Selvig responded that it was already too late to stop. Undeterred, Tony unleashed an energy blast towards the Tesseract. The energies of the two clashed and erupted, sending Selvig flying. Jarvis reminded Tony that he had not penetrated the energy barrier surrounding the Tesseract. Tony, gazing at Loki, instructed Jarvis to prepare the Mark 7 armor. Upon landing on the armored disassembly platform, Tony strolled leisurely towards the bar, his true aim being the signal tracking bracelet of the Mark 7. Engaging in casual conversation with Loki, he deftly seized the bracelet and slipped it onto his wrist while pouring himself a drink. Having acquired what he desired, Tony unleashed a barrage of taunts at Loki, who, unable to tolerate it any longer, seized Tony and hurled him from the building. In a critical moment, the Mark 7 surged forth, unfolding and pursuing the bracelet, enveloping Tony just as he was about to hit the ground. At that instant, a wormhole officially opened, and Tony fired a shot at Loki before turning his attention to the Chitauri forces emerging from the portal. Thor arrived at this juncture, urging Loki to cease hostilities. But Loki was unwilling, leading to a brief exchange of blows. At that moment, Zhao and his companions arrived, gazing up at the wormhole. Suddenly, a whale-like creature covered in metal burst forth, releasing numerous small soldiers from a height of about 100 meters above the ground. Witnessing this, the group hastily retrieved their weapons to engage in battle. Zhao, however, paid no mind to the soldiers that landed on the ground. Instead, he focused entirely on sensing the trapped civilians with his heightened perception. "Hey, Captain, you lead those guards to establish a safe zone. I'll bring the people over shortly." Just as Zhao was about to leap into action, he reconsidered and swiftly dispatched a Chitauri soldier, casually handing his weapon to Steve. "Captain, take this weapon. You should know how to use it." Steve accepted the high-tech rifle and turned to hand it to Natasha, who summoned the serum to enhance her abilities. Observing this, Steve glanced at Hawkeye, who drew an arrow and effortlessly struck a small soldier. Steve then redirected his gaze. "Well, it seems only this old man is in need." The trio commenced their rampage, with Steve charging toward the approaching guards, issuing commands as he fought. A group of portly guards questioned why they should heed his orders. Without uttering a word, Steve executed a series of impressive maneuvers, dispatching several small soldiers, which startled the guard captain into compliance with Steve's directives. Meanwhile, Zhao watched as Tony engaged in combat with the enemy amidst the high-rise buildings, inquiring if he required assistance. Receiving a negative response, Zhao soared toward the defenseless civilians. Despite Zhao's swift movements, the enemy's destructive capabilities were overwhelming, and many did not receive his aid in time. On Thor's front, he decisively overpowered Loki. "Loki, look around you. Is this the kingdom you desire?" Thor questioned, sorrow etched on his face as he pressed Loki's head down. "It's too late. The wormhole cannot be closed now," Loki replied, feigning regret. Observing this, Thor's expression shifted to one of hope. "There is still time, provided you join me." Before he could finish his sentence, Thor, having softened his grip, inadvertently allowed Loki to escape, delivering a swift blow as he did. Thor, feeling the sting of pain, struck Loki with such force that he was sent flying, only to be caught by several minions piloting flying devices. "Hey, I'm being targeted by a monstrous creature. Can anyone lend a hand?" At that moment, Tony was being pursued by a whale ship, its metallic exterior rendering him with limited options. On the ground, Natasha utilized her serum abilities, deftly dispatching foes one tentacle at a time, while Steve coordinated the evacuation of civilians before rushing back. Thor descended from above, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck down several minions. The group cleared their immediate surroundings, and Hawkeye retrieved arrows from nearby. Just as Zhao Shu arrived after rescuing all the civilians. As they deliberated their battle strategy, the sudden sound of rapid gunfire reached their ears. Turning to investigate, they saw Banner approaching on a nearly defunct motorcycle. "Stark, Banner is here," Steve informed Tony through his earpiece. "Let him transform. I have a surprise for you." No sooner had he spoken than Tony soared in from behind a distant building, pursued by the whale ship. The team assumed their battle stances, with Natasha displaying a look of skepticism. "I fail to see the surprise in this," she remarked. Zhao Shu chuckled, about to step forward, but Banner raised a hand to halt him. Gazing at the approaching whale ship, Banner turned and walked steadily towards it. "Dr. Banner, you may unleash your fury now," Steve suggested, stepping closer. At this, Banner turned back, saying, "I have a secret, Captain. I have always been angry." With that declaration, Banner fixed his gaze on the whale ship, his body swelling and transforming into the Hulk as he swung his right arm. The immense force propelled Hulk backward. Yet the whale ship was halted in its tracks, its inertia causing it to tilt. Tony advanced, firing a weapon at a section of the whale ship where metal had begun to dislodge. With a resounding explosion, the colossal vessel shattered into countless fragments. Observing the debris raining down, Zhao Shu swiftly waved his hand, gathering the shards and safely depositing them on the ground. Once secure, the group formed a circle and surveyed their surroundings. After taking a moment to regroup, Steve began outlining their battle plan. "Barton, you take the high ground to monitor enemy movements. Stark, contain the enemy within 3 adjacent blocks. Zhao Shu and Thor, keep watch over the wormhole to prevent too many foes from descending. Natasha and I will remain on the ground to divert enemy forces. Lastly, Hulk, unleash your might." With a mischievous grin, Hulk propelled himself upward, pummeling minions one after another as he ascended the building. Zhao Shu, accompanied by Thor, descended towards the wormhole, where Thor summoned lightning to strike the invading forces. Being far from the ground, Zhao Shu felt no concern for friendly fire, activating his murderous intent and wave imprint. Subsequently unveiling the demon-subduing staff. Once unleashed, a storm cloud materialized in the sky, amplifying the intensity of the lightning summoned by Thor. Surrounded by the crackling energy, Thor cast a surprised glance at Zhao Shu. Unfazed, Zhao Shu summoned his short sword, executing a second awakening. A colossal beast, its claws comprised of lightning, emerged, forming a lightning array before it. Lightning crackled within the magic array, striking relentlessly as the colossal beast forcefully thrust down the demon staff, obliterating the enemy forces crowded within the wormhole. Chapter 53 concluded. Before Thor could catch his breath, the wormhole was once again inundated with waves of advancing foes. Zhao Shu activated the Dark Wave Eye, and Thor was engulfed in darkness before he could utter a word. Suddenly, a blade of sword energy appeared before Zhao Shu, illuminating the surroundings as it surged towards the wormhole. With the Shura/Unleashed, Zhao Shu wielded his short sword, continuing to unleash his skills. Crimson skills were released in rapid succession, interspersed with glimmers of golden attacks, as enemies at the entrance vanished one after another. After 3 minutes of relentless strikes, Zhao Shu finally ceased his assault. Thor, under the impression that Zhao Shu was fatigued, was about to suggest that he hold the line for a moment, when countless eyes materialized in the darkened sky. Almost immediately, the fabric of space fractured with a cacophony of cracking sounds. With a violent tremor, all enemy forces within a several thousand-meter radius of the wormhole were eradicated. Thor's complexion paled, nearly causing him to plummet from the Shura's sword. Fortunately, Zhao Shu had already enveloped their adversaries with a protective aura, and their robust physiques ensured that Thor's pallor was the least of their concerns. "We cannot allow ourselves to be ensnared by such overwhelming numbers. Nana, devise a solution," Zhao Shu urged, shaking his hands. His internal energy remained inexhaustible, and he felt no fatigue. However, while he could endure the short-term exertion, he was reluctant to engage in prolonged bouts of hacking. "I understand. I will attempt to deactivate the cube," Natasha replied. "All right. Thor, you assist." "I can manage here," Zhao Shu instructed, sensing the substantial forces below through his inner eye, prompting him to send Thor down to lend aid. Thor leaped from the Shura's sword, soaring downward. At that moment, Hulk had landed atop a whale ship, dispatching several minions. Observing this, Thor flew to join Hulk. Hulk, seizing a piece of iron plating, wedged it into a gap in the whale ship's armor, and Thor approached to deliver a powerful blow. The force of lightning erupted within the whale ship, causing it to explode, and both warriors descended alongside the wreckage. After a series of evasive maneuvers, they found themselves upright in a building. Suddenly, Hulk unleashed a punch that sent Thor flying. "Ha ha ha," finally witnessing it, Zhao Shu thought, having maintained his awareness of the battlefield since Thor's descent, eager to savor this moment and rectify the regret of having missed it aboard the aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, Natasha, striving to reach the pinnacle of Stark Tower swiftly, extended her serum-controlled tendrils to grasp a flying vessel overhead, seizing control of the minion piloting it. As Hawkeye dispatched foes while keeping watch, he suddenly spotted Loki attacking Natasha from a flying craft. He knocked an arrow and aimed directly at Loki. Just as it was about to strike, Loki nonchalantly caught the arrow, turning with a scornful smile. With a sudden detonation, the arrow in his grasp exploded, sending the flying craft spiraling out of control. However, as it passed over Stark Tower, Loki was hurled away, landing directly atop the building. Natasha leaped down, landing gracefully just in time to encounter the recently revived Dr. Selvig. As Loki was about to rise, Hulk suddenly soared from below, seizing Loki and hurtling him indoors. Slamming against the wall, Loki glared at the approaching Hulk with fury, exclaiming, "Enough! What are you all? I am a god, you fool! You wretched insect shall not humiliate me." Before he could finish, the initially bewildered Hulk, frightened by Loki, grasped one of Loki's legs and slammed him against the ground several times. Finally, Hulk disdainfully tossed Loki aside and turned away, muttering, "Such a weak god." Meanwhile, Natasha observed Selvig, who had freed himself from Loki's control. "Doctor?" she inquired. Selvig lay prone on the ground, struggling to catch his breath. "The scepter. Loki's scepter can pierce the barrier surrounding the cube." Natasha crouched beside him. "Do not blame yourself. You did not know what you were doing." Selvig squinted. "Actually, I did. I activated a device to sever the energy source. Loki's scepter is right there." As he spoke, his gaze shifted downward, where Loki had been flung from the aircraft, and the scepter fell onto a platform below. On the battlefield, a whale-shaped ship wreaked havoc. Tony, arriving with insufficient energy to penetrate its armor, charged into the creature's gaping maw. An explosion erupted from within the whale ship, and Tony, blinded, emerged from its tail, hurtling towards the ground uncontrollably. Once on his feet, he was met with a barrage of attacks. Dazed, he was unable to defend himself as several minions surrounded him, weapons drawn. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, after dispatching a nearby foe with his last arrow, faced yet another adversary. Exhausted, he resorted to using his bow as a melee weapon, swiftly toppling his opponent before reclaiming his final arrow. Equipping a specialized arrowhead, he heard an explosion behind him and leaped from the high building, drawing back his bow to fire at the wall. The arrow transformed into a claw-like shape upon release, firmly attaching to the rough surface. Gripping the bow tightly, he swung into a glass window, landing heavily inside. As Hulk rampaged on a rooftop, dozens of aircraft suddenly appeared, bombarding him with fire. Hulk was overwhelmed and subdued. Natasha, having secured the scepter, prepared to close the wormhole. Just then, Nick alerted everyone of an impending nuclear bomb. "Wait, I have a gift to deliver," Tony declared, racing towards the bomb's trajectory, shouldering it as he charged into the fray. Zhao, witnessing the unfolding chaos, abandoned the defense of the wormhole, soaring towards Tony. However, the bomb's speed was too great, and both were drawn into the wormhole. Disregarding the risks of survival in a vacuum, Zhao propelled himself into the wormhole on his sword. "Zhao!" Natasha shouted, but he did not hear her. Fortunately, his swordsmanship still functioned in the vacuum, propelling him faster as he reached Tony, clasping him tightly as they surged into the wormhole. Watching the Chitauri forces continue their descent, Natasha shut her eyes in anguish, gripping the scepter tightly as she forcefully plunged it into the cube's device. As the wormhole diminished in size, the expressions of the onlookers transformed from urgency to despair. Just as the wormhole was about to close, Zhao Shu, cradling Tony, surged forth with his sword. The suffocating pressure from the temporal displacement left Zhao Shu's lungs in acute distress. At the moment of emerging from the wormhole, he relaxed his muscles and took a deep breath. Unfortunately, this breath caused him to momentarily lose consciousness, resulting in a loss of control over the Shura's sword. "Hey, Zhao Shu, what is going on? Are you all right?" Tony, still conscious due to the presence of some air within his armor, was able to respond in time. However, his energy reserves were critically low, and he could only watch as he and Zhao Shu plummeted rapidly downward. Chapter 54, The Post-Battle Feast. The crowd, witnessing the two emerge from the wormhole at the last moment, was on the verge of cheering. To their astonishment, the duo began to fall straight down. Tony attempted to activate his suit's flight capabilities, only to be informed by Jarvis that his energy was insufficient for flight. Encumbered by the heavy armor, Tony descended at a noticeably faster rate than Zhao Shu. Gritting his teeth, he relinquished his hold on Zhao Shu, unwilling to impede him despite knowing the outcome might not differ significantly. Seeing that the two were still falling at an alarming speed, Thor prepared to take flight to catch them. At that moment, a white and a green figure shot upwards, racing towards the pair. The green figure was Hulk, while the white figure, closer to them, was Natasha. Upon seeing Zhao Shu emerge, Natasha was overwhelmed with joy, but realizing their descent was unabated. She quickly enveloped herself in serum, propelling herself towards Zhao Shu with forceful strides. As she passed by Tony, who was being hastened to the ground by his armor, Natasha extended a tendril and seized Tony. Then she shot towards Zhao Shu, safely catching him and expanding the serum to form a parachute-like structure. The trio's descent began to slow, yet their combined weight still posed a danger, but fortunately, Hulk caught hold of Tony. Natasha, observing this, retracted the tendril that had grasped Tony. With a thud, Hulk landed swiftly, causing Tony to feel disoriented. The group assisted Tony to his feet, gazing upwards at the impending landing of Zhao Shu and Natasha. Natasha, holding Zhao Shu, looked down with concern at his unconscious form, gently tapping his face. Zhao Shu, are you all right? Suddenly, Zhao Shu jolted awake, gasping for air. After a few deep breaths, he steadied himself, noticing Natasha cradling him in a princess hold. After admiring her exquisite features for a few moments, he embraced her head and pressed a passionate kiss upon her lips. As the two descended slowly, lost in their embrace, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief while teasingly voicing their amusement. Hey, have you two had enough? There are still others here. Zhao Shu, how on earth did you get fainted? Tony jested, draping his arm over Thor's shoulder as he mocked Zhao Shu. Initially disinterested in their banter and wishing to continue his tender moment with Natasha, Zhao Shu, upon hearing Tony's words, detached himself from Natasha's embrace with a frown, casting a disapproving glance at Tony. Hey, Tony, is it not enough that I saved you? Not a word of thanks, and you dare to mock me? Furthermore, it was merely my first venture beyond Earth. I was so exhilarated that I momentarily forgot to breathe, and only you would faint from fright. Indeed, Zhao Shu can survive in a vacuum because the 9-yang divine skill allows the absorption and conversion of all energy for his use. It was simply that I was caught off guard during my inaugural flight from Earth, and in my anxiety to rescue you, I neglected this fact. Ultimately, my nerves got the better of me, and I instinctively took a deep breath, leading to a brief bout of hypoxia that caused my fainting spell. Regardless, we emerged victorious. I recall there is a pancake shop a few blocks away. Shall we return home to freshen up first, and then I shall treat you all to a meal? Tony exclaimed, releasing Thor and clapping his hands in delight. Zhao Shu, recalling a scene from a movie he had watched before, shook his head. He remembered how they had dined at that shop, their faces devoid of expression, and he could only surmise that the pancakes were unpalatable. Forget it. I am not accustomed to that. Instead, I shall prepare some food for you all. Upon hearing this, Tony became animated, having experienced Zhao Shu's culinary skills before. Excellent. That would be splendid. Now, how about you all accompany me home for a shower and a change of clothes? Tony then turned to Thor and Hulk. Zhao Shu interjected. There's one more matter. Leading everyone to the rooftop of Stark Tower, they surrounded Loki, who was resting against the stairs. The Battle of New York had finally concluded. Zhao Shu returned to the villa with Natasha, and after indulging in a shared bath, they exited the bathroom. Zhao Shu had intended for the bath to last at least an hour, but Natasha reminded him that he needed to prepare food for the others. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced, albeit taking the opportunity to enjoy some indulgence during the bath. Once out of the bathroom, Zhao Shu encouraged Natasha to take a moment to rest while he and Aunt May went out to procure ingredients. Had I known, I would have gone directly to that shop, Zhao Shu lamented. Aunt May chuckled heartily at this, playfully swatting him on the arm. Oh, come now. Do you fear that Natasha will run off? There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. For now, let us quickly gather the ingredients. After all, you have fought alongside Tony and the others. Half an hour later, Zhao Shu filled his spatial pocket with an array of necessary foodstuffs. Upon returning home, he dove straight into the kitchen. The two women, seeing this, were eager to assist, but Zhao Shu, while chopping beef and lamb, nodded thoughtfully. That is fine, but you can simply wash the vegetables. With too many cooks, we might not have enough time to stir-fry. Let us settle for a hot pot instead. The two women agreed, nodding as they took the vegetables to the sink, engaging in light conversation. In truth, Aunt May inquired about the battle, while Natasha recounted the events with nonchalance. However, when they reached the more perilous moments, Aunt May gasped in surprise, observing the two women huddled together in quiet conversation. Zhao Shu smiled gently. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the ingredients were not yet prepared, a knock echoed from the door. Natasha shook the water from her hands and left the kitchen to answer the door. Upon opening it, she found two figures standing before her. One was Thor, and the other was Tony, clad in his armor. The two stood facing each other, engaged in a heated argument. I arrived first. My hammer is 5 centimeters ahead of yours, declared Thor. How can a hammer count? It must be a part of your body to matter, retorted Tony. My hammer is undoubtedly an extension of my being. Do you not consider your armor the same? Thor countered, his seemingly foolish demeanor giving way to a decisive strike. All right, you win this round, but only because my Mark 7 is malfunctioning. Otherwise, I would have been the first to arrive, Tony replied, somewhat flustered by Thor's words. Natasha raised her hand to her forehead, exclaiming, Hey, you two have just finished battling. Are you not fatigued? Besides, what difference does it make who arrived first? Nana, who has come in from outside? Zhao Shu inquired, noticing Natasha had stepped out and had not yet returned. Two fools competing to see who could arrive first. Does it even matter? Natasha cast a disapproving glance at the two before turning towards the kitchen. Oh, is that so? Then who was the first to arrive? Zhao Shu leaned forward, curiosity etched on his face. Since it's a competition, I shall prepare a surprise reward for the champion. Natasha sighed, rolling her eyes. Ugh. Are all you men this immature? Chapter 55. Hot Pot. As Tony and Thor entered the room, they heard Zhao Shu mention a reward, piquing Tony's interest. What reward? He asked eagerly. Thor, having hung up his Mjolnir, also turned to Zhao Shu with intrigue. Zhao Shu grinned, given the larger gathering. I opted for Hot Pot, as it's quicker to prepare. I shall whip up a special dipping sauce for Thor as a prize. Tony, feeling a twinge of regret, exclaimed. Wait, I'm a guest too. Why don't I get a reward? Had I known, I would have worn my Mark 7. Thor, unacquainted with Zhao Shu's culinary prowess, expressed disdain. Is that it? I thought it would be something more impressive. Zhao Shu shot him a look. If you don't want it, you can let Tony have it. Just look at that eager expression on his face. Turning to Tony, he continued, originally, I intended to prepare something for everyone. But since you two have determined a winner, I shall consider this a prize. Thor, if you don't want it, I'll gladly accept it. You know I'm the type of affluent individual who prefers everything prepared for me, Tony remarked, feigning indifference towards Thor's lack of appreciation. Initially, Thor didn't mind. But noticing Tony's earlier regret transforming into indifference sparked a flicker of intelligence within him. Huh, you may be a wealthy man, but I am the ruler of the 9 realms, the son of the king of Asgard. I shall not concede, Thor replied defiantly. Zhao Shu shrugged, choosing to ignore the two as he retreated to the kitchen. By the way, if you two want to assist in preparing the food, you may as well relax in the living room and entertain the guests who will arrive shortly, Zhao Shu added as he turned back halfway. The two, having never cooked before, initially had no intention of entering the kitchen, but upon exchanging glances and sensing each other's curiosity, they shared a mischievous smile and ventured into the kitchen. Natasha stood by the edge of the pool, collaborating with Aunt May to prepare the vegetables. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, she turned to see Zhao Shu, intending to urge him to hasten the food preparations. However, she was taken aback by the sight of two rather sneaky figures. Hey, gentlemen, what are you doing lurking behind my boyfriend? Cough, cough, it's nothing. Just your humble tycoon, son of God. Here to see what culinary delights you plan to prepare for us, the two replied with utmost seriousness, their eyes darting around at the ingredients. Natasha's expression darkened at their words, and she glared at them. Get lost, wait outside. You two have never cooked a meal. So what chaos are you trying to create here? Tony raised his hands in mock surrender, grinning as he backed out of the kitchen. Thor, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his hands together and inquired if there was anything he could assist with, only to be met with Natasha's disapproving glare, prompting him to retreat as well. Aunt May, unfamiliar with the group, had remained silent, but she turned to watch the unfolding scene with a smile. All right, continue on. Don't mind these two fools, Natasha said, returning to her task, as Zhao Shu swiftly sliced the meat into thin pieces. Before long, there was another commotion outside. Natasha was about to set down her work again when she heard Tony's voice. Here he comes, the esteemed Mr. Tony Stark is here to open the door for you. Oh, why are you always so shameless? Steve's voice interjected. Hey, old man. You should know that not everyone gets the chance to have a top-tier billionaire open the door for them, Tony retorted, his teasing tone echoing into the kitchen. The three in the kitchen exchanged amused glances, and Zhao Shu and Natasha shook their heads in exasperation. Are Zhao Shu and the others in the kitchen? I'll go help them. By the way, who was the first to arrive? Clint, upon entering with the others, surmised that Zhao Shu was preparing food and intended to assist, recalling the competition among the group. Tony's expression stiffened momentarily before he waved his hand in a grandiose manner. I was supposed to win, but since Thor is not a local, I let him have a little advantage. Congratulations on bringing glory to humanity, Tony. The others chimed in, offering their congratulations as Clint and Steve made their way to the kitchen, ready to lend a hand to Zhao Shu and the others. Hello, Ms. May. Zhao Shu, is there anything I can assist you with? Clint asked. Zhao Shu nodded and relinquished the cutting board to Steve while he himself began to prepare the soup base. Clint moved directly to the washing station, taking over the task from Aunt May and chatting with Natasha as they organized the vegetables. Aunt May, could you go pick Peter up from school? I fear he might miss the bus if he waits too long, Zhao Shu suggested. With her task taken over by Clint and having no other responsibilities, Aunt May, who was not familiar with the others, agreed to drive and fetch Spider-Man. In a while, Aunt May returned to the villa with Peter, bringing all the necessary ingredients for the hot pot. Zhao Shu carried a dual-flavored pot into the living room, where Tony and the others were gathered around the coffee table playing cards. All right, it's time to eat. Go into the kitchen and bring out the dishes, he announced, placing the dual-flavored pot down and inviting everyone to the meal. The dining table was soon filled, and as several individuals took their seats, A silence enveloped the group due to the presence of Aunt May and Spider-Man. Aunt May, inherently gentle, sat gracefully despite her unfamiliarity with everyone except Tony. However, Spider-Man appeared somewhat awkward, positioned between Aunt May and Zhao Shu, hands resting on his thighs, his gaze lowered as he discreetly observed Thor and the others. Zhao Shu stood up, remarking, "I was just about to prepare the ingredients and forgot to introduce you all. This is May Parker, my girlfriend, just like Natasha." Upon hearing this introduction, Aunt May raised her glass in a toast to the group, while Natasha also stood up with her glass in hand. Except for Tony and Hawkeye. The others displayed expressions of surprise, yet they raised their glasses and began to introduce themselves. After everyone took a sip of their drinks, Zhao Shu gestured towards Spider-Man, saying, "This is Peter Parker, May's nephew, and now, he is also our nephew. Recently, he acquired some superpowers due to an unexpected event." Having been introduced by Zhao Shu, Spider-Man felt somewhat prepared. He lifted his glass of juice, gestured to the group, and then drank it all in one go. Observing the nervousness of Spider-Man, the others exchanged kind smiles and took a sip of their drinks. All right, that concludes the introductions. We can delve deeper into our stories later. After all, there will always be opportunities to meet again. Now, let's eat. As the soup is ready, Zhao Shu announced. With the introductions complete, the broth in the pot began to bubble, and Zhao Shu busily added ingredients while encouraging everyone to dig in. Just as Tony was about to serve himself, he suddenly noticed something in the bowls of Zhao Shu's family and Thor. "Wait a moment, Zhao Shu, did you forget something?" Tony inquired, pointing to the bowls before them. Zhao Shu slapped his forehead and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I was so focused on preparing the food that I completely overlooked it." Chapter 56. A rematch. The hot pot broth is rather mild, so we need to prepare some dipping sauces. Thor's bowl is a prize for being the first to arrive. But I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I didn't prepare any for you. As Zhao Shu continued to add ingredients, he explained to the group, "Oh, by the way, this hot pot comes in 2 flavors. The red one is quite spicy, while the white one is more subtle. Choose according to your taste." After Zhao Shu spoke, the others, unsure of how to prepare the dipping sauces, felt reluctant to ask Zhao Shu for assistance while being guests in his home, and thus, they decided to eat without any sauce. Tony, however, stood up and approached Zhao Shu, grabbing his right hand that was adding ingredients. "I can't shake the feeling that you intend to enjoy your favorites more. Get up, we've never eaten like this before. And we don't know how to do it." After Tony's remark, the others, equally clueless about the dipping sauces, turned their expectant gazes towards Zhao Shu. Sensing their anticipation, Zhao Shu glanced at Thor. "Shall I prepare a bowl for them? You don't mind, do you?" Thor, who was busy fishing out food with a slotted spoon, was about to respond when he caught the expressionless stares of the others. Feeling a shiver run down his spine under their scrutiny, Thor quickly waved his hands. "Never mind. Let it be a gift from this thunder god to mere mortals." Tony and Hawkeye seized a handful of vegetables and hurled them at Thor, while Banner remained silent. And Steve grasped a fork. Thor chuckled heartily, directly catching the leafy greens and tossing them into the crimson broth. Zhao Shu collected the empty bowls from the group and headed to the kitchen to prepare the dipping sauce. After distributing the sauce among them, he was about to resume his tasks when a knock resonated from the door. Have you invited friends over?" Zhao Shu inquired, placing down the chopsticks that had dipped into the soup, casting a quizzical glance at the others who were engrossed in their culinary pursuits. The group shook their heads. Zhao Shu, dismissing any further thoughts, stood up and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a bald man wearing an eye patch, accompanied by a jovial fellow with thinning hair. It was none other than Nick and Coulson. Seeing the two, Zhao Shu intended to ask a question, but Nick lowered his gaze, fixated on him. "Did you forget to invite us?" Zhao Shu shrugged. "I assumed you were busy cleaning up S.H.I.E.L.'s mess. As for Coulson, I feared that the others inside would give you a thrashing if they realized you were alive." Nick raised his head slightly, offering a faint smile, then gently nudged Zhao Shu, signaling him to let him in. Zhao Shu shrugged, reasoning that it wasn't him who would face the consequences, and stepped aside. Inside, the others were thoroughly relishing their meal, showing no inclination to inquire about Zhao Shu's visitors. Observing this, Zhao Shu took a seat and began to snatch food for himself. The group, upon noticing his return, swallowed the piping hot morsels in their bowls and looked up to see who had come. The moment they did, they spotted Nick standing quietly behind Zhao Shu, accompanied by Coulson. Oh, cough cough, they exclaimed as they beheld the supposedly deceased Coulson quietly observing them. Startled, they were unable to articulate their thoughts, their mouths filled with food, leading to a fit of coughing. "Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you again," Coulson greeted them with a smile, standing still. Nick's expression darkened as he patted Zhao Shu. "Didn't you inform them?" "Relax." Zhao Shu provided Coulson with a resurrection coin, so he's among the living. "By the way, the kitchen is this way, right?" After explaining to the group, who were still catching their breath. Nick moved towards the kitchen, retrieved 2 sets of utensils, and took a seat with Coulson at an empty spot. At that moment, Zhao Shu, taking advantage of his chopsticks, was greedily shoveling food into his mouth when he suddenly noticed 6 pairs of astonished and puzzled eyes fixated on him. Under such scrutiny, he was compelled to set down his chopsticks and hastily chew the food in his mouth, preparing to offer an explanation. Once seated, Nick and Coulson promptly poured half of the dipping sauces from the bowls of the others into their own and started to fish out the already cooked dishes. Initially taken aback, Thor soon deemed Coulson, an unfamiliar earthling, as not particularly significant, and after a few seconds of astonishment, redirected his attention back to the hot pot. Just then, he noticed Nick and Coulson's actions, particularly how Nick had pilfered sauce from his bowl. "Brute, you've provoked my ire," Thor bellowed, then resumed wielding his utensils to compete with Nick for the food. As the crowd awaited Zhao Shu's explanation, they were suddenly startled by a shout from Thor. Observing the situation, Zhao Shu shrugged and said, "Never mind, let us eat first. We can explain later, or else they will devour everything." The others found this reasoning sound and eagerly joined in the scramble for food. At this moment, Tony, having nearly finished his meal, noticed that apart from Zhao Shu's family, the others were merely fishing ingredients from the clear broth. A mischievous idea sparked in his mind. The spicy dish is what real men should eat. How about we challenge each other? Zhao Shu exchanged a knowing smile with Natasha, then turned to the gentlemen present, excluding Spider-Man. "Great idea. There will be rewards for the winners." Thor, ever naive, readily agreed without a second thought, and Banner, lacking assertiveness, also did not object. Steve and Coulson remained silent, while only Nick paused his actions, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Could you elaborate on the rewards?" Zhao Shu, seeing no outright refusal, produced 2 bracelets. One was a black and red design adorned with sharp spikes, while the other was entirely green, emanating a soothing aura. These were the Thorn armor and the Berserker armor Zhao Shu had previously acquired. Due to their original forms being impractical, they had been transformed into bracelets by the system. As long as the wearers silently intoned their intentions, the armor would manifest from the bracelet to envelop their body, providing much more convenience. Initially, Zhao Shu intended to give the Berserker armor to Hulk and the Thorn armor to Hawkeye, but he had forgotten at the time. Now, with Tony proposing a challenge and both individuals still alive, it was the perfect opportunity to offer these as prizes. The spiked black one, known as the Thorn armor, allows the wearer to summon and retract the armor, and when subjected to physical harm, it retaliates by inflicting a portion of that damage back to the attacker. The Berserker armor significantly enhances the wearer's vitality, and after disengaging from combat for 5 seconds, it gradually heals any injuries, up to a maximum of 99 seconds, provided the wearer is still alive. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Spider-Man expressed his desire to participate. Zhao Shu gently ruffled his hair and said, "The effect wouldn't be significant for you. Your heightened sense of danger will keep you safe, and with Aunt Natasha and me protecting you, there's no need for concern." Initially, Aunt May looked at Zhao Shu with hopeful eyes, but after he explained to Spider-Man, she too realized the validity of his words. Their family was not composed of ordinary individuals, and each possessed resurrection tokens, significantly reducing the risk of mishap. Spider-Man nodded in agreement, opting not to join. At this moment, Steve spoke up. "Zhao Shu, are you truly not going to keep any for your family?" Zhao Shu chuckled. "It's all right. As I mentioned regarding Peter, Aunt May isn't an ordinary person either, and she won't be participating in combat. You've seen the white alien entity within Natasha. It possesses remarkable healing and defensive capabilities. As for me, I have no need for it." After Zhao Shu finished speaking, the group contemplated for a moment and nodded in understanding. Tony rubbed his hands together, picked up a plate of food, and was about to pour it into the red broth when he suddenly paused, recalling something, and looked at Zhao Shu. "By the way, you're not participating, right?" Zhao Shu waved his hand dismissively, opting to abstain from participation and take on the role of referee. "By the way, the spiciness of this hot pot base is quite intense, so do consume it sparingly." Although Zhao Shu's red broth was only slightly spicier than medium, it was indeed quite fiery. In Longhua, only a few provinces are accustomed to such heat, with medium spiciness being the threshold for most palates. In the United States, only a handful of states near the west have a penchant for spicy food, while other regions have far fewer enthusiasts. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, Tony hesitated for a fleeting moment before promptly pouring the food from his plate into the pot. As the red broth bubbled vigorously, the food quickly cooked to perfection. Thor and Nick eagerly grasped their forks, while Banner hesitated, contemplating whether to join in. With a hiss, Nick and Thor fished out their portions, dipped them into the sauce, and after a few gentle puffs to cool them down, raised their forks to their mouths. Tony and Steve allowed their food to linger in the sauce a bit longer before lifting it, ensuring it was cool enough to eat. Banner remained indecisive, glancing between Nick and Thor and then over at Tony and Steve. After a half-minute of scrutiny, observing that his companions seemed to be faring well, he finally reached for a piece of leafy vegetable, mimicking Tony's actions until he was certain it had cooled sufficiently before tasting it. At that moment, after their first bites, Nick and Thor set down their utensils, resting their hands on the table and alternating between inhaling and exhaling. Their faces began to redden, with Thor's fair complexion making the change particularly pronounced. Meanwhile, Nick's expression prompted a chuckle from Zhao Shu. The once dark cheeks began to reveal a subtle crimson hue, with one eye blinking in disbelief. As for Tony and Steve, perhaps due to the initial coolness of their food, while their faces also began to flush, their bodies appeared more relaxed, indicating a slightly better state. Lastly, Banner too exhibited a hint of redness. However, he initially displayed some tension upon tasting the food, soon relaxing thereafter. Surprisingly, it was Banner who seemed to fare the best, which caught Zhao Shu off guard. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Years of suppressing the Hulk's consciousness had likely fortified his resistance to such stimuli, and his frequent adventures might have exposed him to more intense flavors. After 10 minutes, Zhao Shu clapped his hands to draw the attention of the 7 participants. 7. Indeed, Hawkeye and Coulson had been eliminated early on, merely dipping their chopsticks into the red broth, only to find the spice overwhelming, prompting them to down their drinks in desperation. Natasha and Aunt May hastily poured juice for the two, who drank it as if it were a lifeline. Well, the competition has concluded. Banner takes first place, and Steve second. No objections? 3 minutes later, Zhao Shu declared the contest over. After 3 continuous minutes of consuming spicy food, upon hearing the end of the competition, Thor and Nick immediately began drinking juice, offering no dissent, while Tony, rinsing his mouth with water, seemed eager to voice something. Due to the limited number of prizes, I shall refrain from announcing the standings of the remaining participants. Now, please come forth to receive your rewards. Due to the passive nature of the thorn, Zhao Shu awarded the more impactful maniac as the first prize to Banner, while the thorn was given to Steve. Wait a moment, I object. Why am I not first? Tony exclaimed, having rinsed his mouth several times, feeling the burning sensation in his mouth subside. Have some dignity. Just look at yourself. You've only had a couple of bites. Given your suspicious behavior, this is the outcome, Zhao Shu pointed out, indicating Tony, who had only consumed 2 morsels of food. I merely filled my stomach, all right? Anyway, Steve, could you lend me that thing for a few days for research? Steve tested the bracelet, and upon hearing Tony's request, casually handed it over. All right, are you full now? If so, take a moment to rest while I tidy up the table. After the competition, the group had a few more bites of food, but their movements began to slow noticeably. Zhao Shu understood they were likely satiated. Everyone rose, except for Hawkeye and Coulson, who were still indulging in juice. The others began assisting Zhao Shu in cleaning up. Once finished, Spider-Man approached Tony and Banner, beaming with admiration and eager to converse with them. Hawkeye and Coulson, having regained their composure, joined Zhao Shu and the 2 women on the largest sofa, inviting the others to relax for a while. Though some of you may have grasped the situation, I shall elucidate Coulson's circumstances for those who remain unaware. In truth, only Steve, Thor, and Banner were puzzled, as they were oblivious to the existence of revival coins. Hawkeye was surely informed by Natasha, who had likely given him one or even several. Zhao Shu anticipated this occurrence. Since he had initially given Natasha the coin, it rightfully belonged to her. He produced a revival coin to display to the 3 and began his explanation. As the name suggests, a revival coin grants 1 resurrection. However, it must be in possession to be effective. When we boarded the aircraft carrier, I sought out Coulson and gifted him 1. Thus, he stands before you now. Oh, by the way, the deceased cannot be revived. After finishing his explanation, Zhao Shu revealed the remaining 7 revival coins. As you can see, these are all I have left. Just in case, if you truly desire one, feel free to take it. However, this excludes Nick. I am not familiar with your subordinates aside from those present, and I prefer not to give to those who are not close. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, the group exchanged various expressions as they gazed at the revival coins on the coffee table. Nick, initially filled with delight and reaching out, was swiftly excluded by Zhao Shu, causing his expression to darken. He withdrew his hand, rising to take his leave alongside Coulson. Hawkeye also excused himself. Natasha had given him 4 coins, enough for each of his family members, and he felt no need. Steve pondered for a moment, shook his head, and departed. Now only Thor, Tony, and Banner remained in hesitation. Forget it. You've already given me 1, so I shall not take another. Tony was the first to speak, stepping aside to await Thor and Banner's decision. I still wish to request a resurrection coin for Loki. Given his character, I fear he will inevitably create insurmountable troubles. Thor appeared quite hesitant, He initially intended to ask for one for himself, but ultimately chose to speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Tony lost his composure. What did you say? Are you aware of the immense trouble he has caused us? You still wish to request a resurrection coin for him? Zhao Shu, I cannot concur. Banner, standing nearby, wore a serious expression, clearly in agreement with Tony's sentiment. Zhao Shu, maintaining a stoic demeanor, shook his head. Thor, I understand that Loki is your brother and your concern for him is quite natural. However, I cannot grant him a resurrection coin. I believe it would be best for you to request one for your mother instead. Tony, noticing Zhao Shu's inclination to offer a resurrection coin to Thor, urgently interjected. Zhao Shu waved his hand to interrupt Tony. Then, with an unwavering expression, turned to Thor. You yourself have acknowledged that Loki will eventually cause irreparable trouble. And such troubles may even harm your mother. Therefore, you must decide whether this coin is for your mother or for the source of the trouble. He reached for a resurrection coin from the coffee table, extending his open palm before Thor. Thor's face contorted with conflict as he took the coin, expressing his gratitude to Zhao Shu before taking his leave. Very well, Dr. Banner, you should also decide soon. After all, Tony has prepared accommodations for you. And as the host, it would be more fitting for him to return with you. You can still catch up with Thor now. Banner shook his head in response. Forget it. I do not wish to disturb Betty any further. I wouldn't even know how to present it to her. Zhao Shu collected the remaining 6 resurrection coins and rose to escort the 2 out. By the way, if you can devise something applicable to the armor while studying the Thorn armor, perhaps you could upgrade Peter's suit as well. Also, see if you can create a system that allows for breathing in outer space for the armor. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback. I thought of that upon returning from the wormhole today. I didn't expect you, you little fool, to have the same idea. All right, be off now, or you might miss the bus. Zhao Shu refrained from countering Tony's remark about being a fool, as it was indeed accurate. Although he had a vague recollection of the plot, he could not recall it until the moment Tony was propelled into the sky by a nuclear bomb, at which point the memory resurfaced. While I had also thought of it, resolving this matter is not so straightforward. At that moment, Banner suddenly spoke up. Indeed, merely sealing the armor poses a challenge. However, I am a genius. Nothing in this world can thwart me. Let us go, farewell. Tony raised his chin with pride and waved goodbye to Zhao Shu. Watching the 2 depart, Zhao Shu closed the door and returned to the living room with the others. What's wrong? You appear somewhat discontented. Natasha and May, being close companions, immediately perceived the slight gloom in Zhao Shu's eyes. Rubbing his face, Zhao Shu forced a smile. It's nothing significant. There were matters today that could have been avoided, but he shook his head, attempting to recall the plot in his mind. But perhaps due to the passage of time, the scenes he had once viewed had become nearly indistinct. How long do you think a person's memory of something can last? Zhao Shu asked, his gaze somewhat vacant. Aunt May and Natasha exchanged glances, each silently inquiring if the other understood Zhao Shu's current state. They both shook their heads, and after a brief pause, Natasha hesitantly responded, generally speaking. Unless it is a profound memory, one tends to forget it in about a month. A month, huh? May, how long have we known each other? Zhao Shu sighed, then lifted his gaze towards Aunt May. Almost 4 years. It is rather peculiar. After all this time, why haven't I conceived a child? Aunt May, without hesitation, remarked on the duration of their acquaintance, her expression shifting to one of melancholy as she regarded Zhao Shu. The abrupt change in topic caught Zhao Shu off guard, and the dazed expression he initially wore vanished. Wait, why are we suddenly discussing children? Little Spider, initially seated at a distance due to his inability to interject, perked up at the mention of this topic, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He subtly glanced at Zhao Shu, his body twisting closer to him. Peter, what are you doing? Aunt May inquired, casting a serious glance at the curious Little Spider. Aunt May, I also want to know when I can meet my little nephew, Little Spider replied, feigning a serious demeanor. Go on, this is an adult conversation. Children shouldn't interrupt. Have you finished your homework? Aunt May, sensing the topic might relate to Zhao Shu's capabilities, intended to exclude Little Spider from the discussion. Little Spider clutched a pillow. Come on, Aunt May. I'm already a senior in high school. I'm not a child anymore. Wait, let Peter stay. I might as well explain. Rest assured, it's not that there's anything wrong with our bodies. It's a matter of dignity, and Zhao Shu will definitely want to mention it. You know, we've been using contraceptive methods for quite some time, so it's entirely reasonable that you haven't conceived, Zhao Shu interjected. But we haven't used them in the past few months, have we? Aunt May responded, a hint of grievance in her voice. Yes, so it must merely be a matter of luck. Look at Natasha. She hasn't reacted either. Zhao Shu pointed towards Natasha, who had been somewhat absent-minded from the beginning. Indeed, Natasha, it seems Zhao Shu hasn't used any contraceptives with you from the start. Why haven't you succeeded? Natasha, mourning her inability to conceive due to her hysterectomy, felt a twinge of sadness at Aunt May's remarks. She hadn't expected Zhao Shu to shift the focus onto her. After regaining her composure, she cast a guilt-ridden glance at Zhao Shu. Ah, I don't have the capacity to conceive. The three noticed her expression. Little Spider and Aunt May were puzzled and about to speak when Zhao Shu, with a strange look, pulled Natasha closer. It can't be. You should have regained that capacity by now. How could you not feel anything? Zhao Shu exclaimed. Aunt May, still struggling to grasp the situation, interjected. What do you mean? How could she lack the capacity? Natasha is a wonderful person. Why can't she become a mother? As Natasha processed Zhao Shu's words, she heard Aunt May's confusion and lowered her head, sorrowfully explaining. I was trained as an assassin from a young age by the Red Room. To ensure I remained in perfect condition, they removed my uterus. Oh, so that is the qualification? Did Uncle Zhao not just say that Aunt Na has regained this qualification? Upon hearing this, Aunt May, alongside Natasha, succumbed to sorrow. Zhao Shu could only offer comfort to both women, but at that moment, the words of Little Spider helped them regain their composure. Chapter 59. Resolving regrets, is that so? Natasha, tearfully led by Aunt May, turned to Zhao Shu with a glimmer of hope in her eyes upon hearing Little Spider's words. Aunt May mirrored that same expression as she gazed at Zhao Shu. He had intended to clarify the situation with Natasha, but Aunt May's sudden tears caught him off guard. Fortunately, Little Spider alleviated the tension. Gently placing his hands on their heads, he rolled his eyes playfully and chided. Why are you not listening? Come on, speak up. Aunt May exclaimed, rising to pull Little Spider aside before sitting down and grasping Zhao Shu's hand tightly in her embrace. Natasha also held on to Zhao Shu with her other hand, enveloping his arm. Zhao Shu couldn't help but smile in resignation. Did I not mention the effects of the youth elixir? It can restore one to their prime. Have you forgotten? Wait a moment. If the youth elixir truly mended Natasha's wounds, she should have already shown improvement. Aunt May still appeared puzzled. Natasha, upon hearing this, began to feel despondent once more. Indeed, I was uncertain at the time, which is why I did not disclose Natasha's condition to you. It seems the youth elixir has not yielded the desired results. Natasha released Zhao Shu's hand, curling herself weakly into the sofa. Seeing her distress, Zhao Shu wrapped his arms around her waist, allowing her to lean against him. You haven't let me finish. Don't be so quick to despair. Noticing Natasha's vacant expression, he nudged her shoulder and added, Did I not later provide you with the serum? That substance possesses powerful healing abilities and can surely enable you to regenerate a uterus. Speaking of which, did you not feel anything unusual in your abdomen at the time of its integration? Instantly, Natasha perked up. Was that not yours? Ahem, there are children present. Zhao Shu sensed that her next words might be inappropriate and promptly interrupted her. However, Little Spider gazed at Zhao Shu with astonishment, as if he had uncovered something shocking. It was evident that he had grasped the implications. Aunt May, with a look of disapproval, released Zhao Shu's hand and shot him and Natasha a glare before firmly patting Little Spider on the back. Peter, it's quite late. You ought to head to bed. Little Spider glanced at his watch, realizing it was still not even 7 o'clock. He looked up to say something, but was met with the emotionless stares of the two women, with only Zhao Shu smiling amiably. Ahem. I'll go hang out with my classmates. Don't wait up for me tonight. With that, he quickly left the villa. Wow, Uncle Zhao is quite formidable. ISNThe, should I go find Mary Jane? As he exited the villa, Little Spider mused, then swung away towards his old home. Inside, the two women watched Little Spider depart, casting glances at Zhao Shu's mischievous smile as each of them pinched his waist. All right, let us return to our previous discussion. What you felt last time was likely the serum working to repair your body. It certainly wasn't me, Zhao Shu remarked, eyeing Natasha's abdomen with a sly grin. Mei, with a firm hand on Zhao Shu's shoulder, exclaimed, What do you have to say for yourself? At her words, Natasha's face flushed crimson as she murmured, At that time, I had just fused with the serum, so I completely understand why you would think that. Hee. Although I am reluctant to contest it, that incident truly was not my doing. Now, I am a complete woman, am I not? After receiving Zhao Shu's reaffirmation, Natasha's expression appeared somewhat dazed. Her hands rested on her abdomen, still struggling to grasp the reality of it all. Observing her reaction, Zhao Shu and Mei embraced Natasha from either side, assuring her, My dear, this is indeed true. Zhao Shu would never deceive you. After a protracted moment, Natasha emerged from her disbelief, grappling with the complex emotions of having regained something she thought lost. Thank you, Zhao Shu, for making me whole again. Thank you. Oh, silly girl, we are family. There is no need for thanks, Zhao Shu replied gently, planting a tender kiss on her forehead. Mei smiled as well, though her smile bore a hint of peculiarity, now that everyone's health is assured. What could be the reason that neither Natasha nor I have conceived? It seems that the scheming frog has been rather attentive to your belly, so it must simply be a matter of frequency. With that, Mei rose, one hand on her hip while the other pointed ahead. Hey, Nay. Why do you seem so obsessed with that little Grim Reaper school lately? Zhao Shu lamented with a furrowed brow. Forget that. Just tell me if you want children. Mei Yi retorted, returning to her seat beside Zhao Shu while winking at Natasha. Receiving the signal, Natasha's previously faded blush began to rise again. Together with Mei Yi, she took Zhao Shu by the arms, pulling him up from the sofa and leading him toward the bedroom. While I am more than willing. I must confirm, should Natasha not visit the hospital for a checkup? Zhao Shu suggested, emphasizing the need for preparation 3 days in advance, urging her to consider the necessity of such confirmation. Although Zhao Shu typically would not refuse, he brought it up to ease both women's concerns. No need to go? You just need to cultivate diligently, and in time, you will know if the seeds have germinated. Besides, now that I am whole again, my monthly visitor will surely return. I will know for certain within a month. Natasha paused momentarily, then shook her head, continuing to pull Zhao Shu toward the bedroom while articulating her reasoning. Speaking of which, I believe it did arrive last month. I hadn't paid it much heed then. But now I suspect it coincided with my newfound completeness. Whatever the case, if it truly has not returned, I can always use a resurrection coin. After all, it is said to fully restore one's state. Zhao Shu swiftly covered her mouth, exclaiming, Pa, what nonsense are you spouting? Why on earth would you resort to a resurrection coin when everything is as it should be? Rest assured, you are certainly whole now. Or should we still visit the hospital? Indeed, Natasha, the resurrection coins Zhao Shu provided are meant for our protection. If things are not as they seem, we should consider a trip to the hospital, Mei Yi added, her expression serious, fearing Natasha might take her jest to heart. Just joking. I only have one left, and I would hate to part with it, Natasha quickly clarified, her tone lightening as she reassured them. I apologize for my earlier frivolities. I was simply overwhelmed with joy. Please, do not take my words to heart. With a warm smile, Natasha embraced both of them, offering her apologies. If you continue to speak recklessly, I shall cast you aside and resume my life with Mei. Ha ha ha. One Ti Mei? No, I wish to be with Nana. You may live alone. Aunt Mei playfully shoved Zhao Shu and rushed to seize Natasha's hand. What? You would abandon me? Dare you flee? Halt. Zhao Shu placed his hands over his heart, feigning disbelief, before he began to chase after the two. In an instant, the villa resonated with laughter and joy. Chapter 60, the plea at 10 o'clock in the evening. Within the bedroom, Natasha gazed at Aunt Mei, who had already succumbed to slumber. Rising, she gently tugged at Zhao Shu's hand, signaling him to follow. Upon reaching the living room, the lights illuminated the space, and Zhao Shu gestured for Natasha to wait a moment. He approached the door of the little spider, ensuring the other had returned before he felt at ease. Moving to the sofa, Zhao Shu settled beside Natasha, taking her hand. Speak. What is it that you wish to confide in me away from Mei? Just as Natasha was about to speak, she heard Zhao Shu's words and promptly withdrew her hand, giving his shoulder a light pat. Do not attempt to sow discord between Mei and me. I am uncertain if I should seek your help. With that, Natasha fell into contemplation. Observing her hesitation, Zhao Shu simply took her hand again, patiently awaiting her words. Zhao Shu, I have a request to make of you. After a moment of hesitation, Natasha finally turned to Zhao Shu for assistance. I know what you wish to say. I have been awaiting your words. Black Widow and Dekov, correct? Zhao Shu gently stroked Natasha's hair, his tone tender. Natasha nodded, displaying a hint of fear. Yes, I have longed to rescue them. Yet the shadows of my past and my lack of strength have impeded my efforts. Your presence has rekindled hope within me. It is all right now. You have me. Zhao Shu embraced her gently. Zhao Shu, can you assist me? Natasha looked at him with hopeful eyes. Zhao Shu did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment. After a brief pause, he raised his head, looking earnestly at Natasha. I will undoubtedly assist you, but how shall we arrange for their safety? In truth, since my departure from the Red House, I have been devising a plan. Initially, I intended to secure them safe employment after their rescue, acknowledging my own limitations. Natasha, filled with excitement, shared her previous thoughts with Zhao Shu. However, the situation has changed. Since the serum has demonstrated healing effects, I can restore them to wholeness, just as I have become. Moreover, you possess considerable resources. Surely, there are individuals who do not wish to lead tranquil lives, and we could hire them. Zhao Shu regarded Natasha with surprise, raising his hand to express his confusion. You wish for me to employ them? What about Nick? I do not plan to continue working for him. Natasha's expression grew somewhat serious. Oh, why is that? Were you not performing admirably? Furthermore, does Barton know? Why should I? I am preparing for motherhood. Natasha rolled her eyes playfully. That indeed is a valid reason, yet it is evident that Natasha's motives extend beyond this. Zhao Shu remained silent, merely encouraging her to continue. Moreover, working under Nick is obligatory. Over the past few years, I have been compelled to venture out daily, which is both perilous and exhausting. As for Barton, he has a family to support and seeks a stable occupation, not wishing for our relationship to result in him receiving a salary beyond the norm. At this juncture, Natasha's gaze revealed a hint of concern. What's the matter? If he chooses not to come, so be it. Why do you seem somewhat apprehensive? It's because of S-H-I-E-L-D. I've noticed that Nick's control over it appears to have diminished, Natasha replied, her expression taking on an air of mystery. Zhao Shu understood. It seemed Natasha had already discerned the issues plaguing S-H-I-E-L-D. Essentially, it is under the domination of Hydra, and it would be more fitting to refer to it as Hydra's shield. Furthermore, Nick's authority has been significantly undermined, as evidenced by the incident involving the nuclear launch. Is it due to Nick's inability to fully command S-H-I-E-L-D? Indeed, among those who could become the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, I hold a modicum of trust only in Nick, Natasha acknowledged with a nod. Zhao Shu concurred silently with Natasha's sentiments. Although Nick Fury employs somewhat unscrupulous methods to achieve his ends, his actions are ultimately aimed at safeguarding the ordinary populace, thus he cannot be deemed a villain. Shall we then establish our own version of S-H-I-E-L-D under our control? Precisely. With my extensive work experience and your support, I am confident we shall not fall short of Nick's organization. No, if we are to undertake this endeavor, we must strive for perfection. We should also involve Tony and Carter when the time comes, Zhao Shu stated, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a grave tone. Really? Are you certain? Natasha inquired, her excitement palpable as she leapt onto Zhao Shu. All right, it's late. We can continue formulating a detailed plan after we wake up, Zhao Shu said, noticing Natasha's enthusiasm as he stood and guided her to bed. The night passed in silence. A few days later, during breakfast, Zhao Shu and several others were gathered when he noticed Natasha casting furtive glances in his direction. Zhao Shu shot her an exasperated look. Focus on your meal. It's still early. Tony might not even be awake yet. If you're truly anxious, just inform Carter that we'll convene at Tony's place shortly. Aunt May and Spider-Man exchanged curious looks at Natasha's demeanor. What is going on? Natasha playfully stuck out her tongue. Zhao Shu and I are planning to rescue those girls trained by Dekov. I'm quite eager to get started. Aunt May, who shared an open rapport with Natasha, was already privy to her concerns and felt delighted upon hearing this. However, the three had never discussed this matter with Spider-Man, who remained unaware of the situation. Upon hearing that a rescue was afoot, his eyes widened with anticipation as he looked at Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu pondered. The Black Widows were under Dekov's control, and should they proceed, a confrontation would be inevitable. If he and Tony intervened, it could lead to unintended fatalities among Dekov's subordinates. If Spider-Man joined, it would not only hone his abilities, but also allow his webs to effectively subdue a portion of the Black Widows. With this thought, Zhao Shu regarded Spider-Man with satisfaction. Peter has matured. He understands the importance of assisting you. Let us proceed together, but we must also prepare with Tony and ascertain Dekov's location. May wished to express something, yet ultimately, she merely gazed at the little spider with a sigh. Fear not, Nana and I shall safeguard him, Zhao Shu comforted her. Then finished the porridge in his bowl, picked up a bun, and stood up. You go fetch Carter. I shall directly seek out Tony. Otherwise, we might remain oblivious to what time he sleeps until. Buzzing. At that moment, Tony, who was peacefully slumbering with his head on the pillow, was abruptly roused by the sound of a mosquito's wings fluttering near his ear. He waved his hand in an attempt to shoo away the pesky insect that disrupted his dreams, yet no matter how fervently he tried, the sound persisted. In a fit of irritation, he pulled the blanket over his head, believing he could finally escape the torment. Alas, even cocooned in the blanket, the annoying noise lingered by his ear. Jarvis, eliminate it for me. I desire a good night's sleep, Tony exclaimed, flipping over in anger. Chapter 61. Steve's opposition disturbed from his dreams. Tony was exceedingly vexed, having not considered that mosquitoes could actually invade his home. Not to mention mosquitoes, even other insects, unless he had deliberately nurtured them, were virtually non-existent in his abode. Otherwise, how could he justify the considerable fortune he had spent? I'm sorry, sir. I cannot comply with that directive. I fear Mr. Zhao Shu might dismantle me, Jarvis replied. What? Why would Zhao Shu want to do that? Zhao Shu, you scoundrel. Could you not let Jarvis rouse me instead? Tony suddenly realized the absurdity and hastily wrapped himself in the blanket. Hey, Jarvis, I never intended to dismantle you. Zhao Shu flew to the bedside, neutralizing the mosquito's state. Then, stroking his chin with a sly grin, gazed at Tony. We are both men. Why the fuss? I entered a mere 10 minutes ago. Moreover, Jarvis has been trying to wake you since I reached the door. You simply did not hear him. Enough. Keep that lewd expression to yourself before making such remarks, Tony retorted, turning to hurl a pillow at Zhao Shu. Cut it out, all dry and dull. What is so amusing? Rise and shine. I have matters to discuss with you. Zhao Shu blocked the pillow and pretended to wipe drool as he exited the bedroom. Go to hell, you scoundrel. I intend to inform your girlfriend that you are bent. Tony threw another pillow at Zhao Shu, then grumbled as he got out of bed and dressed. By the time Tony finished his morning routine and ambled into the living room, Zhao Shu was pouring a bottle of liquor he had mysteriously procured. Tony, in a huff, approached Zhao Shu and snatched the bottle to take a swig. Hey, drinking on an empty stomach this early is ill-advised. Here, I brought you breakfast. Zhao Shu stood up, reclaiming the bottle from Tony and presenting him with a portion of food. Humph, considering your compliance, I shall refrain from reporting to your girlfriends. Now tell me, what business do you have with the esteemed Tony? Surely, it cannot be merely to admire my robust physique. With a gleam of delight, Tony took the breakfast and, in a playful tone, replied, 2 matters. First, let it go for now. You eat first, and we shall discuss it once Natasha brings Carter over. Zhao Shu rolled his eyes at Tony, intending to convey the purpose of his visit. However, seeing Tony enjoy his meal, he decided to wait for the others before elaborating. Upon hearing that others were coming, though puzzled, Tony remained focused on his breakfast without looking up. Suddenly, Tony began to flail his arms dramatically. Zhao Shu paused for a moment, bewildered. Why are the delectable dishes dancing now? I've never seen you act this way before. Whether it was due to choking or irritation. Tony rolled his eyes and gestured towards the bottle of wine in Zhao Shu's hand, then pointed to his own throat. Oh, right away. Zhao Shu instantly comprehended his meaning and hastily retrieved a bottle of water from his space, even kindly twisting off the cap for him, gulping down several swigs. Tony sighed in relief, then shot Zhao Shu an annoyed glance, remarking, You have a bottle of wine in your hand. Was it necessary to fetch me water? I explicitly mentioned that one shouldn't drink on an empty stomach, and considering you've barely eaten, you are indeed on an empty stomach. As Zhao Shu began to speak, Tony looked at him incredulously, maintaining a serious demeanor. Now, Tony had completely abandoned his meal, staring intently at Zhao Shu. Sir, Miss Romanoff and Miss Carter have arrived. The silent atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by Jarvis, prompting Zhao Shu to discreetly exhale in relief before rising to greet them. Humph, observing Zhao Shu's departure. Tony huffed lightly and resumed his breakfast. Outside the door, Natasha and her companions were making their way toward the living room, but upon spotting Steve among them, Zhao Shu turned to Natasha with a questioning gaze. They had indeed conferred beforehand and did not intend for Steve to be informed, as he would undoubtedly oppose their plans to sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, as one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Zhao Shu might have easily persuaded Carter to join under the pretext of the organization being under Hydra's control. However, Steve's presence cast doubt on his ability to convince her. He insisted on coming. I couldn't stop him. Natasha casually approached Zhao Shu, whispering softly in his ear. Zhao Shu frowned slightly. There's no way around it. We must adapt to the situation. After greeting the two, they entered the living room together. Welcome, please take a seat. Let us discuss why we needed Aunt Carter to intervene. Tony wiped his mouth and gestured for everyone to sit, then turned to Zhao Shu with a questioning look. Carter, upon hearing this, did not take offense. She merely brushed her youthful features and clasped Steve's hand, exchanging a smile before casting a grateful glance at Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu first indicated that there was no need for her to concern herself, then glanced at Steve, uncertain of how to begin. After a prolonged silence without Zhao Shu speaking, the others exchanged puzzled looks. Noticing this, Natasha nudged Zhao Shu with her elbow. You must inform them. Let me start with my own matters. A few years ago, during my travels in the Dragon Kingdom, I acquired a piece of vibranium, and I would like you to incorporate it into Spider-Man's suit. Zhao Shu presented the vibranium to capture their attention, hoping that the subsequent news would be more palatable. Indeed, the others were immediately drawn to the vibranium in his hand, with Tony eagerly snatching it up and prompting Jarvis to begin testing it. It is indeed vibranium, but it is excessively stable, and the quantity is somewhat insufficient for a complete suit for Peter. How about this? I will reinforce the chest and back of the suit with it. Thus, his battle suit can still contract as it does now, while vital areas are better protected. After Jarvis confirmed the authenticity of the vibranium, the three of them gazed at Zhao Shu with expressions of astonishment. Tony, however, remarked that constructing a complete suit was not the optimal choice. You are the expert in this regard. You may proceed as you see fit. Although Zhao Shu wished to create a suit for Spider-Man akin to Black Panther's, it seemed Tony was unable to do so. Now, let me discuss the purpose of my visit. I intend to eliminate the Red Room, rescue those Black Widows, and subsequently recruit them to work for us. Tony, still absorbed in the idea of crafting a suit from vibranium, remained silent after hearing this. Carter, embodying the perspective of a woman, expressed her agreement outright. But Steve hesitated before he too consented. Simultaneously, Nana and I plan to withdraw from SHIELD. This revelation startled all three of them. Tony cast the vibranium aside, looking incredulously at Zhao Shu. Why? You did not inform me in advance. Am I not your closest friend? Mr. Stark. Is now the appropriate time to ask that? Shouldn't you inquire why Zhao Shu and Natasha wish to leave SHIELD? Tony shrugged. I am indifferent. I joined SHIELD merely to repay a favor to Nick. I almost lost my life in the recent battle. I believe I have repaid enough. Chapter 62. Astonishment among the crowd, however. Zhao Shu's intention to recruit those Black Widows clearly suggests the establishment of a private organization. Do you not comprehend this? Steve questioned Zhao Shu and the others with a look of fury. So what? Is my company not also private? Tony maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Yet, there is a significant distinction between the two. Tony's feigned ignorance only served to infuriate Steve further. Please be quiet, if you will. Steve snapped at Tony before turning to Zhao Shu. I cannot dictate your departure from SHIELD. That is your prerogative. However, I cannot condone the formation of a private team. Peggy, we are leaving. Peggy Carter had been observing calmly until she heard Steve's intent to depart, promptly reaching out to him. Without understanding the root of this matter, we should refrain from hasty judgments. I wish to hear Zhao Shu's perspective first. Initially relieved to see Steve's anger prompting him to leave, Zhao Shu was taken aback when Carter insisted on staying, even attempting to persuade Steve not to leave. If they departed, Zhao Shu could discuss plans with Tony and later find an opportunity for Natasha to speak with Carter privately. However, given the current situation, he found himself indifferent to Steve's presence. The reason was simple. While Nick was quite agreeable, SHIELD was not entirely under his control. Is this truly the reason? What does it have to do with your team formation? Do not concoct excuses in hopes of gaining my approval. Zhao Shu spread his hands. In truth, we intended to seek Carter's involvement. However, as her boyfriend, Natasha cannot prevent your attendance. Upon hearing this, Steve directed an inquisitive gaze toward Natasha, who merely nodded in response. He was infuriated and considered leaving, but Carter still held on to him. They do not require my presence. Why do you still cling to me? Carter stood up to gently pat his back. But I need you. After more than 70 years of separation, I wish to stay by your side at all times. Steve's face flushed as he pulled the other down to sit, refraining from further discussion about leaving. Zhao Shu and Natasha exchanged smiles while holding hands, but Tony, without Pepper by his side, glared darkly at the two couples before him. Ahem, let's discuss serious matters. Do you all recall the weapons created from the cube aboard the aircraft carrier? Noticing Tony's grim demeanor and recalling how agitated he had just been, Zhao Shu understood that provoking him further could jeopardize his health. Nick claimed that it was not his doing. Steve offered a brief explanation for Nick and then turned to Tony, who had been present at the time. Tony merely nodded. If he says it wasn't him, then it wasn't he, right? Furthermore, if he speaks the truth, it is even more alarming. Is there someone within SHIELD capable of undermining Nick? Let us address another matter. You haven't forgotten the nuclear missile attack, have you? That day, Tony and I nearly didn't make it back. Steve fell silent, deep in thought over Zhao Shu's words. Carter's brow furrowed as well. This merely indicates that Nick does not have complete control over SHIELD. It doesn't necessarily prove anything. However, Nick is the king of spies, which is quite telling. Zhao Shu continued. Consider this. What kind of individual possesses such immense power that even Nick cannot contend with them, while remaining in the shadows? Natasha glanced at Zhao Shu in confusion. He had not previously mentioned this to her. Zhao Shu refrained from providing direct answers, but instead posed questions for them to ponder. The 10 rings? No. They brazenly assaulted the military when they abducted me. Tony recalled his own abduction, but the opposing party clearly did not meet the second condition. Travel, Zhao Shu prompted, noticing that the others had been pondering for quite some time. Hydra. Natasha quickly recalled the individuals from the last flight. Impossible. Hydra has been eradicated. Steve and Carter exclaimed in disbelief, while Tony, puzzled, noted that both his father and Steve were colleagues and believed Hydra to be non-existent. Chop off one head. 2 more will grow in its place. You all should be familiar with that phrase, Zhao Shu stated with a serious expression. The 3 men's faces turned grave. They are hiding within SHIELD. Unable to contain himself, Steve stood up, intent on leaving. No, I must inform Nick. If you wish to endanger Nick, then go ahead, Zhao Shu retorted. What do you mean? If there are Hydra members concealed within SHIELD, can't Nick simply root them out? How could Nick be in danger? Tony shared Steve's sentiment. Hiding? Zhao Shu remarked with a peculiar expression. While it is true they are concealed, if I told you that before we joined SHIELD, Aside from the basic personnel, it was just Nick and a few of his subordinates who were not affiliated with Hydra. Would you believe me? Zhao Shu dropped this bombshell, leaving everyone at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause to digest this shocking information, Steve finally managed to speak. Evidence? None, Zhao Shu replied, raising his hands. What do you mean none? You clearly stated, Steve began, his frustration evident. As you were on the verge of seeking out Nick, you did not inquire about the evidence. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of Hydra. Carter, with her face etched in concern, grasped Steve's hand. It is indeed troubling. No one could have anticipated their near-total infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. Had it not been for the fear of suspicion, Nick might not have secured the position of director. Thus, it is prudent for us to remain vigilant regarding our own circumstances. Zhao Shu, mindful of the purpose of their mission, noticed the conversation continually returning to Nick and sought to redirect the topic. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's last remark, Tony and Carter exchanged contemplative glances, instantly comprehending his concerns. Only Steve remained perplexed. What do you mean? If Hydra truly lurks within S.H.I.E.L.D., then your actions must have undoubtedly attracted their attention. Carter, observing Steve's confusion, spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, had we perished in a nuclear explosion, had we failed to distinguish ourselves during the Battle of New York, or had we not even participated in the Avengers, it might not have mattered. Zhao Shu regarded everyone with a serious demeanor. Therefore, for the safety of ourselves and our families, and to eradicate the Red Room and rescue the Black Widows, we must establish our own organization. Natasha echoed Zhao Shu's sentiments. Tony nodded in agreement. The ordinary populace already harbors trepidation towards those of us endowed with superhuman abilities. If we act without evidence, we risk inciting the whole world as our adversaries. Precisely, yet now we find ourselves in an opportune moment. Having just concluded the Battle of New York, the majority of ordinary citizens hold a favorable view of us. Why not fan the flames further? Zhao Shu began. But Carter interjected seamlessly. Chapter 63. The plan. The eyes of those present brightened, and they turned their attention to Zhao Shu. So, your motives are solely for the safety of everyone? Steve inquired, tinged with guilt. Otherwise, what would it be? Zhao Shu thought, recognizing Steve's initial unfounded suspicions. Tony raised his chin proudly, glaring at Steve with a haughty expression. Steve, dismissing Tony's antics, focused on Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu understood that Steve's intentions were not malicious, and he brushed off the concern. It's all right. As a soldier, obeying orders is your duty. This situation is indeed challenging for you to accept, so there is no need for apologies. At this, everyone chuckled lightly, the earlier tension dissipating. Now, let us deliberate on our plan, Natasha interjected, noticing that the banter had finally subsided. Given the gravity of the situation concerning everyone's safety, the atmosphere grew serious as they commenced their discussion. The first order of business was to ascertain the location of the Red Room's leader. Once he is eliminated, the subsequent challenges will be far simpler. Tony was the first to speak, addressing the crux of the issue. However, from what I understand, he is exceedingly cautious, making it quite difficult to pinpoint his whereabouts. Natasha had previously attempted to eliminate him with explosives, but unfortunately, he managed to evade them. Zhao Shu shared his insights regarding Dekov's characteristics. Describe his appearance, Tony urged. Looking at Natasha, Jarvis is currently scanning, came the response. Upon receiving the command, Jarvis commenced an infiltration to skin all male individuals in Russia via satellite. Hold on a moment, everyone, Tony said as he rose and approached the liquor cabinet, casually selecting a bottle to pour for several attendees. Thank you. Carter expressed her gratitude to Tony before turning to Zhao Shu. Now that we have a moment, do enlighten us as to why you sought my presence. Zhao Shu raised his glass and took a small sip. As one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., I wish to enlist your assistance in managing some temporary workers. Ah, that is the name of the organization. Concurrently, I intend to have Tony join me in providing salaries for these temporary workers, and together we shall venture to Russia for a rescue mission. Tony, sipping his drink, rolled his eyes at Zhao Shu. What? Why must I bear both the financial and physical burdens? What do I stand to gain from this? Zhao Shu cast an apologetic glance at Carter, who raised her glass, signaling for Zhao Shu to discuss matters with Tony first. Natasha, feeling somewhat anxious, was about to interject, but Zhao Shu restrained her. He was confident Tony would eventually agree, albeit his displeasure stemmed from not being informed in advance. What do you desire? Speak plainly, Tony insisted. Firstly, you owe me an apology for not informing me beforehand. Secondly, you must declare in the group chat, comprising wealthy Tony and his impoverished friends, that Tony is 100 times more handsome than I am. I haven't thought of anything else yet. We shall address it later. Aside from Carter, the others responded with a collective eye roll. Zhao Shu, resigned, offered his apology, and then retrieved his phone to send Tony's demands. Tony pulled out his own phone to verify the message. And there it appeared in the group chat, Zhao Shu's proclamation. Yet, Hawkeye queried whether Zhao Shu was unwell, as such nonsense seemed out of character for him. Indeed. It appears you have finally come to this realization, Tony typed back swiftly. TSK, truly lacking in vision. He subsequently grumbled to Hawkeye. Well, what can I say? I am. After all, 100 times more handsome than you, ha ha ha. Even Carter couldn't suppress a roll of her eyes at this remark. Turning her attention back to Zhao Shu, she continued, in that case, shall we proceed? As I mentioned earlier, I wish to appoint you as the president of the temporary workers to help us manage this organization. Additionally, I implore you to harness the power of public opinion to cultivate our image as heroes of the people. After Zhao Shu concluded, the other party furrowed their brow. Still somewhat hesitant, it has been quite some time since I engaged in such endeavors. I am uncertain if I am capable. At that moment, Steve clasped her hand. His gaze filled with encouragement. You can do this, for me, and for our future. He then turned to Zhao Shu. And what of my task? Zhao Shu, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, Captain, I must reiterate, you were never on my list of invitees. Why not? Did I not agree to your plan? Steve pressed. Captain, you truly cannot accompany us. Firstly, you cannot resign from S.H.I.E.L.D. And secondly, you must ensure Carter and Nick are safe in New York. Zhao Shu elaborated earnestly. You wouldn't want your girlfriend and superior to be in danger, would you? Steve's expression turned to one of resignation. I used to dislike being a super soldier, but never to this extent. Since the serum was injected, you have borne the mark of the American military. It is indeed ironic that in the land of freedom, the Captain America is not free. Ultimately, you are merely an ordinary individual with a bit more strength. Tony remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Carter clasped Steve's hands firmly, her gaze earnest and her voice resolute. Rest assured, with my assistance, I will ensure they seek your help. Steve, touched, reciprocated with an embrace. Zhao Shu, I pledge to join the Temporary Workers Union, Carter stated earnestly after they separated. Very well. Mr. Huan, the examination is complete. I apologize, sir, but I could not locate a matching individual, came the voice of Jarvis, laced with regret, just as Zhao Shu was about to extend a welcome. What? You confirm that you scanned everyone? Tony asked incredulously, unable to believe that even Jarvis, having utilized satellite resources, could not find Dekov. Yes, sir. To accurately identify the target, I also reviewed all video materials from Russia, yet still found no trace of the individual. Zhao Shu was indeed correct. He is a cautious man. What shall we do now? Perhaps I should take the lead, Natasha interjected suddenly. Indeed. Agent Romanoff is familiar with the Red Room. Steve exclaimed in surprise, quickly silencing himself and glancing towards Zhao Shu. It's fine, as long as Natasha doesn't mind. Please continue, Natasha. Since Natasha had been cured, she naturally bore no ill will regarding her past in the Red Room, and Zhao Shu felt the same indifference. I didn't exactly escape from the Red Room, and having previously ambushed Dekov, he must harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. I believe that once I appear in Russia, he won't be able to resist attacking, and then we can confront him directly. However, upon reaching this point, Natasha hesitated, carefully casting a glance at Zhao Shu. The others mirrored this action. Zhao Shu surveyed the group with curiosity. Why are you looking at me? What Natasha said was completely valid. Please continue. Chapter 64. The plan commences. Aren't you worried? Tony queried, perplexed. She has the serum on her side, as long as it's not a surprise attack. Ordinary bullets cannot harm her. My concern lies not with Natasha's safety, but rather whether Dekov will believe it. Indeed, what should we do? Carter interjected. Since Natasha is not in any real danger, what harm is there in trying? At worst, we waste a bit of time. Then let us proceed. If all else fails, we can seek my mother. She should know Dekov's whereabouts. Natasha hesitated before speaking. This mother, of course, was not Natasha's biological mother. In her childhood, she and fellow spies trained in the Red Room, Melina, Alexei, and Yelena, disguised themselves as a typical family for a mission. Melina played the role of mother, Alexei the father, and Yelena as Natasha's sister. Since Natasha was sent to the Red Room for training at a very young age, she had scarcely experienced the warmth of family, even though this home was merely a fade for the sake of their assignment. This fleeting moment allowed her to experience such beauty, yet Natasha harbored the belief that once their mission concluded, the familial bonds among them would inevitably unravel. Thus, this was also the reason she hesitated to seek out Melina, convinced that Melina's maternal affection was merely a fade orchestrated for the sake of the task. Regardless of the outcome, let us pay her a visit. Zhao Shu was certainly aware of her sentiments, yet in an effort to dispel her misconceptions, he wished to pay her a visit. Although he could not recall the specifics, he was certain that Melina and the others had genuinely cared for Natasha. It was merely the two young girls who had been too naive to perceive it. Since they were destined to travel to Russia, Zhao Shu felt it imperative to visit this mother-in-law. As for Alexei, he was likely imprisoned somewhere in Siberia, and it would depend on whether Natasha wished to rescue him. Natasha remained silent, lost in contemplation. Well then, it is settled. Let us proceed. With a sweeping gesture, Zhao Shu determined the first course of action. Regarding the second step, since we were to receive those Black Widows, Carter was speaking when Zhao Shu interjected. Wait a moment. Black Widows sounds rather harsh. Let us simply refer to them as temporary workers, as it is bound to happen sooner or later. As for their new base, we require a spacious and secure location. I believe Tony can facilitate that. Tony nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, I acquired several properties to prepare a house for Zhao Shu, and they could serve as their new base perfectly. Now, we face the most pressing question: how to ensure that none of them are left behind when we bring them back. This is indeed a dilemma. As the Black Widows frequently undertake missions, how can we gather them all? At that moment, Natasha lifted her head. It seems we must pay a visit to Melina. She is the chief scientist of the Red Room, and her expertise in their brainwashing efforts will be invaluable. I am certain she has a means to summon them all back. The group nodded in agreement. Let us approach her directly, thereby addressing both matters simultaneously. Then it is settled. I entrust the rest to you. I can handle the skirmishes, but this type of task is beyond my expertise. The broad plan was established, and Zhao Shu need not involve himself in the finer details. Nana, you discuss this with them. I shall seek Nick to resign. Captain, shall you accompany me? Steve found himself unable to join at this time. His presence here was somewhat superfluous, and Zhao Shu inquired if he wished to join. No. Though I shall not partake in this plan, I do not feel comfortable leaving two ladies alone with Tony. As soon as Steve concluded his statement, Tony appeared displeased. Hey, while I understand your concern, I am still quite upset. I will come back later. Ignoring their banter, Zhao Shu transformed into a small insect and departed. Once Zhao Shu had left, Tony suddenly recalled something and looked at Natasha with curiosity. By the way, I completely forgot to ask, why the name temporary workers? Natasha smiled slightly. Zhao Shu mentioned that in certain organizations, if an employee makes a mistake, they are invariably deemed a temporary worker. Consider it a tribute. Tony and his companions were left utterly astonished. There exists a more serious perspective. An individual's peak period is fleeting. Thus their tenure working for us is bound to be limited. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu had already arrived at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Transforming back to his true self, Zhao Shu gazed at the towering edifice before him, letting out a contemplative sigh. I managed to save Tony's building. I wonder if this structure can evade the misfortune of being demolished by a carrier. After uttering these words, Zhao Shu raised his head and entered the building, encountering numerous familiar faces along the way. As he walked, greetings from those around him filled the air. Arriving at the elevator, he pressed the button and stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "It appears that the Battle of New York has instilled a sense of admiration for us superheroes. I hope Carter can maintain this sentiment, as it would make our endeavors considerably easier." Just as Zhao Shu was lost in thought, the elevator doors opened, revealing Brock Rumlow emerging with a group of people. Upon seeing Rumlow, Zhao Shu narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized this man as a member of Hydra, who had once clashed with Steve during an operation involving the Mind Stone. Steve had single-handedly faced overwhelming odds and had been bested by him, only to later outwit Rumlow and retrieve the stone in Avengers Endgame. Rumlow, upon spotting Zhao Shu, appeared momentarily taken aback, but then greeted him with a broad smile. Zhao Shu offered a subtle nod before stepping into the elevator. Once the doors closed, Rumlow's demeanor shifted, a chilling intent flickering in his eyes. Quite the act indeed. Moments later, the elevator arrived at Nick's floor. Knocking softly, Zhao Shu heard Nick's voice from within. The door opened, and Zhao Shu walked directly to the chair in front of Nick's desk and sat down. Nick, puzzled by Zhao Shu's unexpected visit, wondered what brought him here, as he had not assigned any recent tasks to him or Natasha. However, he chose not to dwell on it and resumed his work. If you have something to say, make it quick. I am quite busy. Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Shu crossed his legs and cleared his throat. I initially did not wish to come, but it would be inappropriate for Natasha to address this, so I have taken it upon myself to inform you. Nick paused momentarily, then nonchalantly replied, "You came here just to share a jest?" Chapter 65. Officially departing from S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhao Shu straightened up, remaining silent yet intently focused on Nick. As Nick continued to handle his documents, he eventually lifted his gaze, realizing Zhao Shu was not joking. "What the hell, are you serious?" Nick exclaimed, raising his pen and slamming it onto the desk with a resounding thud. Zhao Shu did not flinch, resting his hands in his lap and leaning back once more. "Indeed. Why? We have only just triumphed in this war, and now you tell me you wish to withdraw?" Nick stood up in a fury, glaring at Zhao Shu. "Oh, And it's not just Natasha and me. Tony might also choose to step back. Though, he likely won't act as I intend to. Nick's expression darkened further. His singular eye fixed intently on Zhao Shu. Yet, Zhao Shu remained utterly unfazed. Taking a few deep breaths, Nick attempted to soothe his agitation, but alas, he was unsuccessful. With gritted teeth, he uttered, "Why? Working alongside you is perilous, and Natasha and I have our own affairs to attend to." Zhao Shu shrugged and casually replied. A response that momentarily stunned Nick, prompting him to recollect the nuclear incident. "Indeed, that matter was my responsibility, yet I assure you it shall not recur." Nick fell silent for a moment before sincerely articulating his thoughts. However, Zhao Shu remained unmoved, even suppressing a chuckle. In his mind, he mused, "The nuclear threat has dissipated. But you nearly met your own demise, and yet you offer assurances." Zhao Shu shook his head. "There is no need for such declarations. Natasha and I will undoubtedly withdraw, though perhaps we might collaborate in the future." "And what if I refuse?" Nick retorted, sinking back into his office chair, his voice low and grave. "That is inconsequential. Did I not just mention that I originally had no intention of coming? Had it not been for Natasha's prior rescue, I would have unilaterally terminated our agreement." Zhao Shu settled into a comfortable posture, casting a nonchalant gaze at Nick. "You must understand, your abilities render you a threat to ordinary individuals. Should you operate beyond control, it could precipitate calamity. I could easily have you apprehended." Nick, agitated, found himself at a loss for words. Although Zhao Shu recognized the frustration behind Nick's words, the matter concerned family, and he felt a flicker of anger. Sitting upright, he fixed Nick with a piercing gaze. "You may attempt it. Let us see whether I summon an ambulance for you first, or if I simply walk out unimpeded. Damn it, I knew you would steal Natasha away. I should never have recruited you into the Avengers," Nick lamented, disheartened as one of his capable subordinates had been taken from him, and he was unable to best Zhao Shu. "You have triumphed, you rogue. Just leave," Nick said, cradling his head in his hands, his voice lacking energy. "By the way, forget it. It's nothing." Zhao Shu rose to depart, contemplating whether to caution Nick to be careful, but reconsidering, he waved his hand and continued toward the door. "Damn it. I detest those who leave conversations unfinished," Nick grumbled, rubbing his balding head. Upon exiting, Zhao Shu encountered Coulson. "Ah, our great hero. What brings you to seek the director?" Coulson greeted with a broad smile, extending his hand. Zhao Shu reciprocated with a smile of his own. "How have you been?" he inquired. Coulson, patting his nearly bald head, wore a pained smile. "You know, after the Battle of New York, there are numerous matters to address. We, the subordinates, are even busier. By the way, where's Natasha? I hope she could share some of the burden." Zhao Shu returned the smile. "You might be disappointed. She does not intend to continue with S.H.I.E.L.D." Coulson paused, then, as if a realization struck him, displayed an expression of enlightenment. "Ah, indeed. You are now great heroes and no longer require such roles. Besides, you are well off. Having concluded my tasks, I must depart. Otherwise, I may unleash my ire upon someone." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu felt an impulse to recruit him, yet ultimately nodded and took his leave. After all, Coulson was nurtured under Nick's mentorship, a subordinate he cherished dearly. Even after Nick's retirement, Coulson was the foremost candidate for the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, making it impossible for him to join Zhao Shu's faction. As he descended the stairs, the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel cast furtive glances at Zhao Shu, their whispers revealing a mix of admiration, envy, and even jealousy. This elicited a sense of pride within Zhao Shu. Upon stepping outside, he chose not to transform into a bug this time. Instead, he brandished the Shura sword, performing an elegant flourish before casually tossing it into the air, subsequently enlarging it. The onlookers erupted in excitement, and with a smirk, Zhao Shu lightly leaped onto the Shura sword, soaring into the sky amidst their astonished gasps. "I truly look magnificent," he jubilantly exclaimed while airborne. In no time, Zhao Shu returned to Tony's abode. Upon entering the living room, he found Tony and others circled together, their heads bowed as if fixated on something, their bodies trembling slightly. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Tony gasped in surprise, swiftly concealing a square object behind him. Zhao Shu, perplexed, inquired, "What are you all up to? And what is Tony hiding?" "We're just watching Sherlock Holmes, starring Robert Downey Jr., you know?" they replied, exchanging glances. Natasha looked around, about to speak, but was promptly silenced by Tony. "Oh, I see. The one who bears a resemblance to you, the rather unattractive fellow. What is there to hide?" Zhao Shu maintained his skepticism, yet donned a mocking expression. "Correct. But I am 100 times more handsome than you," Tony retorted playfully, brandishing his phone to showcase Zhao Shu's messages in their group chat. Zhao Shu rolled his eyes in exasperation, then sat beside Natasha, gently nudging her. What were you watching earlier? Why is Tony preventing me from seeing it? Your expressions are so peculiar. Natasha stifled a laugh, lowering her gaze. Perhaps it's best if you remain uninformed. Their laughter and evasiveness only piqued Zhao Shu's curiosity further, though Tony leaned back against the sofa, obstructing the tablet entirely. Nevertheless, driven by intrigue, he reached out toward Tony. Help me, Steve, quickly. Tony feigned a defensive posture, calling for Steve's assistance. Steve merely gazed at the ceiling, clicking his tongue. Ah, what lovely weather today. Shout all you want. It won't change a thing. Chapter 66. Social Death Ha, Wing Chun. Tony struck a pose that Zhao Shu found somewhat familiar. Zhao Shu, undeterred, approached him, ready to make a move, looking disdainfully at Tony's stance. Just because you resemble Robert Downey Jr. doesn't mean you've mastered Wing Chun. Let me tell you, it's futile. Initially, Tony maintained an air of composure until Zhao Shu stood directly before him, stroking his chin and grinning mischievously. As he was about to articulate his thoughts, Zhao Shu abruptly extended his mischievous hand towards him. At that moment, Tony could no longer maintain his composure. His hands flailed wildly in an attempt to obstruct Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu seized both of Tony's hands, threw his head back in laughter, and exclaimed, "Ha! I've caught you. Now, let me see what you're trying to hide from me. If I discover that you've been watching some embarrassing moments of mine, what kind of punishment shall I impose?" Oh ho ho ho. Natasha, observing Zhao Shu's lewd antics, rolled her eyes and remarked, "Childish. Tony, just give in to him." Carter, meanwhile, was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. "Come on, how could this be handed over? Captain, you're implicated as well, so don't pretend to be dead." Zhao Shu wanted to give them a hard time, but you and I might not be so fortunate. Tony continued to resist valiantly, though his efforts posed no challenge to Zhao Shu, who merely sought to tease him. However, Tony's reluctance to let Zhao Shu discover their recent activities was palpable. He even hoped that Steve would join him in thwarting Zhao Shu's advances. An unsettling premonition crept into Zhao Shu's mind, intertwined with a sense of embarrassment. He glanced at Steve, who was fixated on the interaction between himself and Tony, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation, as if he genuinely intended to assist Tony. Could it be that they witnessed me leaving S-H-I-E-L-D on my sword? Oh no, have I just become a social pariah? The thought sent a flush to Zhao Shu's cheeks. With a sudden surge of determination, he single-handedly pinned Tony's hands, swiftly snatching a tablet from behind Tony. After releasing Tony, Zhao Shu deftly maneuvered towards the living room door. Observing this, Tony made a move to reclaim the tablet. Natasha rose to block his path, asserting, "Enough. Let him have a look. It's not a big deal. If you were to see it, it wouldn't matter, but for all of us here." I haven't had a chance to back it up. Despite Tony's repeated attempts to advance, Natasha thwarted him time and again, leaving him no choice but to return to the sofa with a look of regret. Yet, he was not the only one feeling disheartened. Carter, witnessing the cessation of their playful bickering, also expressed her disappointment. Zhao Shu, holding the tablet, glanced at the others and, upon noticing Carter's expression, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. TSK, truly a quintessential Brit. Illuminating the screen, Zhao Shu hesitated, contemplating whether to open it. If it contained videos of his social faux pas, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Perhaps it would be better to destroy it, and if need be, he could simply purchase a new one for Tony. Just as Zhao Shu was mulling this over, Jarvis interjected, detecting Mr. Zhao Shu's intent to access the tablet. "I am initiating the opening process." A pang of anxiety gripped Zhao Shu as he prepared to refuse, yet it was too late. The tablet had already activated, and a video commenced playing. To his dismay, the very scenario he feared unfolded before him. The video displayed Zhao Shu jubilantly dancing and cheering in midair after departing S-H-I-E-L-D. Tony, initially gazing at Zhao Shu, swiftly turned his head, suppressing laughter. With a sudden jolt, Zhao Shu felt his grip tighten involuntarily, causing numerous cracks to appear where his hands clutched the tablet. "Tony, give me an explanation," Zhao Shu exclaimed, tossing his tablet aside and charging towards the chuckling Tony. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's voice, Tony instinctively attempted to flee without turning back. Natasha, with a hand resting on her forehead, rose with a sigh, remarking on the immaturity of the two. She promptly positioned herself between them, blocking Zhao Shu with her left hand while gently soothing his back with her right. "It's all right. It's all right. I find it quite endearing, don't you?" Upon hearing Natasha's comforting words, although Zhao Shu still felt embarrassed, he considered it wise to take the opportunity to defuse the situation. After all, the video was gone, and Tony had no backup. Besides, there was nothing he could do to Tony. "Really, truly, if you don't believe me, just ask them." Natasha, noticing Zhao Shu's calmness, casually dismissed the matter, urging everyone to move on. It's just too odd coming from you." Zhao Shu pouted, noting that apart from Natasha, only Carter, Steve's girlfriend, was present. And with Steve also in attendance, it was hardly appropriate for her to speak. As for the other two men, suggesting that another man was adorable? Gross. The thought alone made Zhao Shu feel nauseated. I can't be bothered to argue with you, but I still want to know why you were tracking me with a satellite. Noticing the unfriendly gaze from Zhao Shu, Tony awkwardly chuckled and returned to his seat on the sofa. Hey, we decided to find Melina. So I had Jarvis use the Russian satellite to conduct a check in Russia. We just didn't expect Jarvis to complete the task so swiftly. It seems Melina wasn't in disguise or hiding at all, appearing just like an ordinary housewife. Natasha echoed Tony's sentiment, but with a hint of confusion in her tone. Since she was found in Russia, the chances of her being on a mission should be slim. Perhaps she has already distanced herself from the Red Room. Sensing her uncertainty, Zhao Shu proposed a possible explanation, but Natasha merely shook her head in silence. Hey, do you need me to continue? Tony clapped his hands together in front of him. What do you think? Zhao Shu, who was attempting to reassure Natasha, was suddenly interrupted by Tony and shot him a disgruntled look. Ahem, as I was saying. Melina was quickly located by Jarvis, and we have established some details for the plan. Someone as dense as you probably can't fathom how swiftly a genius like me can devise a strategy. At this, Tony cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu glared back, but had no intention of retaliating. The outcome was that shortly after you left, we found ourselves with nothing to do. We needed to inform you. Originally, everyone planned to return first so I could speak with you alone, but since today was relatively uneventful, I thought it best to wait for your return and share the news together. I might as well treat you all to a meal. Why wait? Why spy on me? Zhao Shu retorted irritably. Who is spying on you? I merely noticed you were gone for quite a while, and I feared Nick might be giving you a hard time, so I checked with the satellite. Chapter 67. The movie, huh? So you think you have the right to spy on me? I had already left S-H-I-E-L-D. At that point, why were you still watching? Although the other party acted out of concern for himself, it remains a fact that a video of Zhao Shuhan dancing was recorded. Tony lifted his head, a proud expression on his face. Who would have thought that you would be so elated by the admiration of a few? He continued. If you encounter a more formidable situation in the future, you might just lose your mind. Do you think I would ever feel the same way about such trivial matters? That is precisely why I recorded the video, to show you that such minor events are not worthy of such pride. Do you understand? The crowd collectively rolled their eyes at Tony. Zhao Shu couldn't help but chuckle at the brazen tone of his words. So, you did this for my sake? If you want to embarrass me, just say it outright. Why search for excuses? Ridiculous. I am 100 times more handsome than you. How could I possibly embarrass you? I am Tony Stark, dashing, kind-hearted, and wealthy. How could I ever bully someone weaker than myself? Absolutely not. Steve could no longer endure Tony's audacity. Natasha also reached out to pat Zhao Shu. You too, stop your antics. Zhao Shu exchanged glances with Tony, then shrugged. You two are truly ridiculous. How can you be so childish? Has the rejuvenating elixir returned your minds to childhood? Observing the two finally quiet down, Natasha quipped in bemusement. Men remain boys until death. Zhao Shu clenched his fist and exclaimed loudly, Ahem. Carter, you just saw the video too. Seeing the curious looks from the crowd, Zhao Shu cleared his throat awkwardly, intending to shift the topic. Carter, upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, visibly flinched and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I didn't see it. Tony burst into suppressed laughter. Humph, it's all right. I'm not concerned about the video itself. You noticed the agent's attitudes towards me before we left, right? Zhao Shu shot Tony a glare and continued speaking to Carter. I saw it. You mentioned earlier that due to your exploits in New York, the public has developed a favorable impression of you. Carter acknowledged with a nod. Yes, but this sentiment is primarily limited to America. So I was wondering if we could promote this battle in other countries. It would facilitate our future endeavors abroad. Carter froze slightly upon hearing this. The task seemed rather daunting. That might be difficult. Leaders from other nations are unlikely to agree. Tony stroked his chin, suggesting that the difficulty of this task was considerable. Zhao Shu also pondered, and then, as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the broken tablet, an idea sparked in his mind. Tony, how did you initially phrase it when you hid the tablet? Tony's expression stiffened. No, that matter is in the past. Why bring it up now? Natasha also admonished Zhao Shu. Didn't we agree to stop fooling around? What is wrong with you? No, you've misunderstood. I'm not referring to the video, but rather what Tony initially claimed to be watching. Zhao Shu raised his hands in surrender, signaling his innocence. Oh, that. I believe it was Sherlock Holmes, right? Steve pondered for a moment before providing his answer. Yes, that's the one, but what does that have to do with your thoughts? Zhao Shu chuckled. You remember Robert Downey Jr. who portrayed Sherlock Holmes, right? He bears quite a resemblance to Tony, both of them being rather unconventional in appearance. In any case, I dare say I am 100 times more handsome than you. Tony, undeterred, retrieved his phone and pointed to a particular message. Don't interrupt, Zhao Shu continued. Natasha, noticing the two were about to begin their banter again, quickly intervened. Look, with such a striking resemblance, would anyone really be able to tell that Downey is not Tony? Zhao Shu raised an eyebrow at Tony. It does seem difficult to discern any difference. If someone claimed that Sherlock Holmes was played by Tony, I would probably believe it too. Meanwhile, the others had already pulled out their phones to search for information on Robert Downey Jr. They glanced at Tony and then back at their screens, astonished by the likeness. Exactly. Since you all can't tell them apart, others will be even more confused. Zhao Shu exclaimed. Tony, do you have a way to find the footage from the Battle of New York? What if we edited it into a film and premiered it in other countries? Zhao Shu clapped his thigh, excitedly presenting his idea. Jarvis, Tony shouted, equally exhilarated. Yes, sir. I am currently searching for and editing the video, while also acquiring a film distribution company. Damn, Zhao Shu, how did you come up with such a clever idea? Tony gave Zhao Shu a thumbs up as Jarvis initiated the process, and the others followed suit. Natasha looked at Zhao Shu with admiration. Hee, what can I say? I have indeed seen it all. Zhao Shu thought to himself. When the others watch the movie and you appear before them in your gear, they will surely welcome you with open arms. If you put on a show, the spectacle will be nothing short of explosive. What a brilliant idea. By the way, what should we name our movie? At this moment, Carter turned to Zhao Shu, a hint of respect in her eyes. The Avengers, Zhao Shu asserted confidently. Is that the name of your team? Quite fitting, Carter remarked. This method could certainly be useful in the future. However, individual films might compromise your privacy. So a team film would be the best approach. Carter believed this strategy could be effective for quite some time. Then when shall we set off? If not for the time required for editing and distribution, Tony would be eager to showcase his talents in Russia right now. Tomorrow, Jarvis. Please assist me in booking 4 tickets to Russia, Zhao Shu replied without looking up. Certainly, sir, Jarvis responded while managing the first 2 tasks. Shall we have dinner then? The timing is just right. The group turned to Tony. Let's go. I know a great place, though it pales in comparison to Zhao Shu's culinary skills. The others, except for Zhao Shu and Carter, nodded in agreement. Really? Is Zhao Shu's cooking that delicious? Carter inquired. Having missed the last gathering where Steve had not brought her along to sample Zhao Shu's creations. The flavors are simply exquisite. Too bad Captain didn't bring you along last time, Tony lamented, though a mischievous expression lingered on his face. Everyone could see that he was inciting discord between the two. Seeking retribution for Tony's earlier inability to retaliate against Zhao Shu, coupled with Steve's refusal to assist. Chapter 68. Tony's invitation at that moment, apart from Zhao Shu's family present. The rest were members of the Avengers, and I felt it inappropriate to bring you along, Steve explained apologetically to Carter. Carter smiled nonchalantly, saying, what's the big deal? I haven't even met them. It would be awkward if I did go. However, my curiosity has certainly been piqued by you all. Zhao Shu, I suppose I will be working for you in the future, Carter began, but she was interrupted by Natasha's direct invitation. Carter, as long as we're at home, you're welcome to come by any time. I will prepare things with Zhao Shu. Upon hearing this, Tony stepped forward, standing before Zhao Shu with anticipation in his eyes. What do you want? Zhao Shu immediately rolled his eyes at him. What do you mean? Tony took another step closer, nearly pressing his face against Zhao Shu's. Zhao Shu pushed him away, exasperatedly saying, come on, you can come over anytime you want. Can't you just come? Nonsense, I wouldn't drop by when you're not home. Natasha approached Tony's side, turning his body. Come on, lead the way. Aren't you hungry? Having received the desired response, Tony did not linger any longer and headed toward the garage. Steve, having arrived on his motorcycle, took Carter out first. Zhao Shu, having flown his sword twice today, felt somewhat reluctant to fly again. He followed Natasha and Tony to the garage, casually selecting a vehicle that could accommodate 3 people. With the roar of the engine, the luxurious car sped out of the garage. It paused for a few seconds as it passed by Steve, Tony pressing his finger on his sunglasses. A hint of provocation in his demeanor. Keep up, Grandpa and Grandma. Steve, also wearing sunglasses, raised his right hand, pinching the frame between his index finger and thumb, pushing the glasses down slightly with a raised eyebrow before readjusting them. He then twisted the throttle in response, and the roar of both engines filled the air. Zhao Shu and Natasha exchanged glances, bemused by the theatrics over merely going out for a meal. Moreover, they were both accompanied by others. Tony chuckled lightly, then pressed the accelerator, the luxury car shooting away like a bolt of lightning. Are you really going to compete with him? Carter asked Steve anxiously as Tony sped off. Steve donned his helmet and laughed. Only a fool would race him, putting you in danger for the sake of a race. Now that would be foolish indeed. With that, Steve twisted the throttle, pursuing at a more cautious speed. Carter, also wearing a helmet, smiled gently, wrapping her arms around Steve's waist and resting her head against his back. After Tony departed, Zhao Shu and Natasha whispered to each other, who do you think will win? Both will win, of course. Steve will win Carter's affection. And that fool Tony will win the race. They exchanged knowing smiles, both agreeing. You think so too? Hey, I think I heard the word fool. Are you two insulting me? Tony asked, staring seriously ahead without turning back. Slow down. Can't you see whether Steve is catching up? Natasha remarked. A hint of irritation in her tone directed toward the immature Tony. What? The captain hasn't caught up yet? Tony abruptly eased off the accelerator, allowing the vehicle's speed to gradually diminish. Otherwise, Steve has Peggy with him. She's merely an ordinary person. If something were to happen, it would be disastrous. As the pace decreased, Natasha let out a sigh of relief and shot an eye roll at the back of Tony's head. It's all Zhao Shu's fault. Not a single one of them is ordinary, and it's starting to leave me with a stereotype. Tony initially intended to apologize but reconsidered, since Steve and Peggy were not nearby. It would be rather odd to apologize to the two lingering behind. Thus, he began to stubbornly mock Zhao Shu instead. Bah! Zhao Shu recognized that Tony was merely putting on a brave front, so he refrained from retorting. Otherwise, it might spark another quarrel. Zhao Shu was primarily concerned that Tony would bring up matters from their group chat. At a speed that was not excessively fast, Steve finally caught up. The moment Tony caught sight of him, his mouth involuntarily sought to provoke. Ahem. Natasha, who had previously conducted a character analysis of Tony, was evidently aware of this tendency. She immediately adopted a serious demeanor and cleared her throat loudly, preventing Tony from speaking. Feeling stifled, Tony glanced at Natasha in the rearview mirror and noticed her casting a sidelong glance toward Steve. The implication was unmistakable. Reluctantly, Tony turned toward the duo on the motorcycle. Captain, Miss Carter, I apologize. I shouldn't have suggested a race. To this, Steve looked at Tony in astonishment. You actually accepted my apology? Upon hearing Steve's evident disbelief, Zhao Shu and Natasha burst into laughter. Their simultaneous amusement ignited a flicker of embarrassment within Tony, prompting him to press down on the accelerator, eager to escape the awkward atmosphere. As the scenery began to recede once more, Zhao Shu and Natasha fell silent, adopting a solemn demeanor as they gazed ahead. Observing this, Tony's initially rigid body began to relax, and one of his hands, which had been firmly gripping the steering wheel, gradually loosened. In the tranquil ambience, the group swiftly arrived at their destination. Let us find a quiet spot. There are 5 of us in total. Upon entering a lavish Western-style restaurant, Tony casually summoned a waiter, instructing him to arrange seating for the group while mentioning their number. Certainly, Mr. Stark, please follow me. The red wine has been decanted and is ready for your enjoyment. The waiter, standing respectfully half a step behind Tony, invited the group to follow him. They nodded in agreement and followed. Curiously, Zhao Shu scanned the surroundings, noting the exquisite yet understated soir and the soft, elegant music, which elicited a silent nod of approval from him. The environment was indeed pleasant. However, he wondered about the taste of the food. The waiter soon led them to a private room. Once seated, he distributed the menus. Order whatever you like. By the way, let us have the red wine served immediately. Tony waved his hand grandly, encouraging everyone to select their desired dishes without hesitation. The others, feeling no need for modesty, eagerly picked up the menus and began to announce their choices. Only Zhao Shu was uncertain about what to eat. Even though he had money now, his perception of Western cuisine was limited to fast food chains like KFC. Please help me order. I've never been to such an upscale restaurant and am at a loss for what to choose, Zhao Shu said, closing the menu with a hint of helplessness as he spoke to Natasha. I shall take care of it. Let me present him with some of your specialties. Though they may not compare to your culinary skills, I believe they will still be delightful. Tony addressed the waiter directly. The waiter, after noting the selections with utmost respect, soon returned with a bottle of red wine. The dishes will require some preparation. Kindly wait a moment while I inform the chef, he said, bowing slightly before exiting the private room. Chapter 69, Stephen's strange apologies for the interruption. As the group engaged in light-hearted conversation, the waiter returned, expressing his apologies once more while filling their glasses with the vibrant red liquid. We'll manage from here. Tony waved away the waiter after he had poured the wine, then raised his glass. Here's to a successful mission and an even brighter future. Approximately an hour later, the group had nearly finished their meal, laying down their forks and knives, savoring the remaining red wine to aid digestion. Shall we order anything else? Tony inquired, taking a sip of his wine and glancing around. Zhao Shu, having finished his last bite, set down his utensils and dabbed his mouth with a napkin. I'm full. The flavor was indeed exquisite. The others echoed his sentiments of satisfaction. Well then, I suppose it's time for us to part ways, Tony declared, placing his wine glass down and seemingly pressing a button somewhere. Knock, knock, knock. Just moments later, a knock echoed from outside the door. I apologize for the intrusion. May I inquire if you require anything? After a brief pause, the waiter entered the room, bowing respectfully to Tony. Check, please. Tony held up a card before his eyes. The waiter approached him at a measured pace, accepting the card with both hands. Please hold on for a moment. Ah, such commendable service, Zhao Shu remarked, his face alight with curiosity. Tony responded nonchalantly. It's only natural to cater to the affluent. However, he added, I'm not overly concerned about such matters. Let us be on our way. As Tony rose to leave, Zhao Shu noticed that there was still a half bottle of wine remaining on the table and called out to him. Hey, aren't you going to take this wine with you? No, why would I? Do you want it? You don't even enjoy drinking. Tony turned back to Zhao Shu. Goodness, how shameful to waste. Zhao Shu exclaimed. He was not being stingy. Rather, he reflected on the recent history of two worlds. If not for the great leaders like Li and Yuan, perhaps many in Huaguo would still be facing hunger. Just look at South Korea, where discarded canned goods left by American troops are considered delicacies, transformed into a hodgepodge and misleadingly dubbed army stew. Hence, Zhao Shu genuinely disliked wasting food. Though he could only advise those around him, he had no authority over others. Tony calmly regarded Zhao Shu. Rest assured, nothing will go to waste. This will serve as a portion of the waitstaff's tip. Isn't that tip rather excessive? There's no choice. Patrons here seldom take leftovers home. For the wealthy, losing face can be more grievous than losing one's life. Once a bottle of red wine is uncorked, it cannot be preserved for an extended period, rendering it merely a tipple for the moment. Zhao Shu clicked his tongue in response, conceding, well, as long as it doesn't go to waste. Natasha reassured him. Rest assured, such an expensive wine is seldom discarded. Even if they do not consume it, they would sell it in the second-hand market. Zhao Shu felt at ease knowing it would not be wasted. Let us depart, Tony declared, pulling the door open and stepping outside. In the foyer, the waiter who had assisted Tony with the bill approached the group briskly, handing the card to Tony with both hands. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to return next time. Steve, holding Carter's hand, waved goodbye to the others. Tony tucked the credit card away and turned to Zhao Shu. Do you need a ride back? Zhao Shu directed an inquiring glance at Natasha. We can manage on our own, Natasha replied, shaking her head, then added to Zhao Shu. See you tomorrow. By the way, remember to call me. I wish to examine that vibranium. I fear I may not sleep until late. Just as Tony was about to leave, he turned back to remind Zhao Shu. All right, I'll let you experience the charm of flies. Zhao Shu grinned mischievously. I'll head out to buy insecticide soon, Tony retorted with a frown. What insecticide for flies? What did you do to him this morning? Natasha curiously inquired of Zhao Shu. Nothing much, just chattered away. Zhao Shu excitedly began to explain. Ha ha ha, how could you disturb someone's sleep? You're quite the rascal. Natasha laughed uncontrollably at his words. Nonsense. Disturb his sleep? I was merely concerned that he might hurt his stomach by skipping breakfast. So I called him to rise for his meal. Zhao Shu maintained a serious expression. Just as the two were laughing and ready to exit the restaurant, a voice filled with surprise called out from behind them. Sir, please wait a moment. Zhao Shu and Natasha heard it, but they assumed it wasn't he directed at them and did not turn back. However, the voice quickly approached. A male voice followed, asking, What's the matter, Christine? Sensing the woman behind them was approaching, Zhao Shu and Natasha halted. When they turned, they saw a woman dressed in simple attire rushing towards Zhao Shu. Her face beautiful yet tinged with urgency. They exchanged a glance, both puzzled. Do you know her? Never seen her. They both discerned the same confusion in each other's eyes. Hello, sir, I am Christine Palmer. Do you remember me? Christine stopped before Zhao Shu, exhaling softly. Her excitement evident as she gazed at him. Oh, looking for you? Natasha's playful smile emerged, her eyes glinting with a hint of danger. Zhao Shu, sensing Natasha's unspoken warning, frowned and addressed Christine. Hello, have you mistaken me for someone else? Christine, are you all right? Is there something that cannot wait until I settle the bill first? At that moment, a tall, curly-haired man approached from behind Christine, his tone laced with mild reproach. Oh, my apologies, Stephen. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing my savior. Christine sheepishly turned to Stephen's side, guiding him to stand once more before Zhao Shu. The moment Zhao Shu laid eyes on him, he recognized the identity of the individual before him, Stephen Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme. He had not anticipated encountering him here, as he had presumed that their paths would not cross until after Stephen's return from Kamartaj. However, concerning Christine's claim that Zhao Shu had once saved her, he found himself at a loss, unable to recall such an event. Hello, Zhao Shu. This is my girlfriend, Miss Natasha Palmer. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else, Zhao Shu stated, gesturing towards himself before indicating Natasha, attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. This is Stephen Strange, a brilliant neurosurgeon and also my boyfriend. Christine excitedly introduced Stephen to them. Stephen hesitated for a moment, glancing down at Christine, before awkwardly extending his hand, intending to shake Zhao Shu's hand. My apologies, she is merely a bit overly enthusiastic, Stephen said, sensing Zhao Shu's hesitation. Zhao Shu contemplated and understood the underlying concern. As a neurosurgeon of remarkable skill, Stephen's hands were invaluable. Any injury sustained could prove detrimental not only to him, but also to the patients he was destined to heal. In Zhao Shu's previous life, a heart-wrenching and infuriating incident had occurred involving a talented ophthalmologist named Dr. Tao. Despite enduring intense pain from a back injury, he persevered through a nearly 2-hour surgery for a patient suffering from retinal detachment. Although the patient regained partial vision, he remained dissatisfied with his condition. In a fit of rage, the patient stormed into Dr. Tao's hospital wielding a knife. In a twist of fate, a family member of another patient, who was scheduled for surgery with Dr. Tao the following day, bravely intervened to shield the doctor. Tragically, Dr. Tao sustained nerve damage to his left hand, potentially rendering him incapable of performing the unique surgeries that only he and his mentor could execute. With his mentor aging and no longer able to wield the scalpel with steady hands, this specialized skill could vanish for an extended period. Returning to the present, Zhao Shu refrained from extending his hand and simply nodded slightly. I understand the significance of a surgeon's hands. To avoid any unfortunate incidents, I shall refrain from shaking hands. Stephen breathed a quiet sigh of relief, retracting his hand and expressing his gratitude. Natasha observed Zhao Shu with an expression of intrigue, to which Zhao Shu smiled back before turning his gaze to Christine. Could you kindly elucidate for me, Miss Christine? When exactly did I save you? Christine, sensing Zhao Shu's genuine confusion, felt a twinge of disappointment. It was just a short while ago. I was on vacation, strolling through New York, when suddenly a great rift appeared in the sky, from which emerged a multitude of bizarre creatures. I was utterly terrified at that moment, longing to find a place to hide, but the people on the street were rushing about chaotically. As I recounted this, Christine suddenly fell silent. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, and tears began to well in her gaze. Stephen, feeling a pang of compassion, gently wrapped his arms around her, allowing her to lean softly against his shoulder as he murmured soothingly, "It's all right now. It's all in the past. Look, you're standing here beside me. Aren't you?" At that moment, Natasha, overwhelmed by empathy, shot a sharp glance at Zhao Shu before stepping to Christine's other side and taking her hand. "Do not be afraid. It's over now. Just try to forget about it," Natasha said, holding Christine's hands tenderly as she offered her comfort. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shu realized that he had indeed saved many people that day, yet he could not recall their faces. He scratched his nose helplessly, wanting to offer consolation but unsure of how to articulate it. Should he say, "Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, I didn't remember any of the people I saved?" Or perhaps, "It doesn't matter. With so many people, whether you save one sheep or two, it's all the same?" Clearing his throat, he asked, "Are you all right? If you're okay, let us eat." With the support of the two, Christine's emotions gradually stabilized. "I apologize for causing you trouble for so long. I just wanted to express my gratitude," she said, glancing at Zhao Shu, who looked somewhat awkward. "Well, even if I hadn't intervened, someone else would have come to your aid. So there's no need for you to thank me specifically," Zhao Shu replied with a smile. "That's not the same. In situations like that, the psychological pressure cannot be measured by ordinary standards. If you hadn't arrived in time, not only would I have suffered physical injuries, but my mental state could have been severely affected," Christine insisted with unwavering conviction. Stephen nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with her sentiments. Natasha then returned to Zhao Shu's side, linking her arm with his, and beamed at the pair. "You two need to push each other around like this. How about this? Since you know we participated in the Battle of New York, you must also be aware that we sometimes sustain serious injuries. Given that Stephen is a surgeon, why not provide us with treatment if any of us are hurt, without infringing on your rights?" Upon hearing this, Christine opened her mouth to respond, but was cut off by Stephen. She fell silent, knowing that if it were just her decision to forego benefits to thank Zhao Shu, she would agree without a word. However, as it involved her boyfriend, and Stephen wouldn't let her refuse, she found herself at a loss. "There are 3 slots each year that I personally manage. They will be recalculated if they expire," Stephen said, fixing his gaze on Zhao Shu earnestly. Natasha looked at Zhao Shu, her expression questioning. Initially, Zhao Shu had not intended to accept any gratitude, but since it was Natasha who suggested it, and considering the potential future need for temporary workers, he nodded without refusal. "That's acceptable, but if there are additional individuals requiring treatment, I hope you could help us find some other qualified doctors. Of course, we will pay a referral fee." Stephen pondered for a moment, recognizing that with money to be made, there was little reason to decline. "I agree." Thus, it was settled. The specific contract would be signed at a later date, as they were currently preoccupied with other matters. Zhao Shu raised his hand in a casual wave, taking Natasha with him as they departed. After their exit, Christine lifted her gaze, looking at Stephen with a tinge of guilt. "I'm sorry." "Huh, no worries. It's merely a matter of reserving 3 surgical slots each year. Besides, they are not complementary. But you only have an interest in challenging surgeries. While I am genuinely pleased that you help others, I feel remorse for the fact that I must allocate surgeries due to my circumstances. Consider it practice. After all, no surgery poses a real challenge for me. Christine approached him with a radiant smile, bestowing a kiss upon Stephen, who reciprocated without hesitation. At that moment, a solitary and forlorn individual strolled past. What was that about? Zhao Shu inquired, holding Natasha's hand with curiosity. From the very first glance at that male doctor, I sensed something was amiss with you. Yet, given your fervent nightly performances, it seems you do not harbor feelings for him. If that is the case, then there must be some unique quality about him that I am unaware of, particularly considering he is a neurosurgeon. His surgical skills are extraordinary. Remarkably so. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Shu was taken aback. Wow, was I that transparent? You've truly discerned my thoughts. Noticing Zhao Shu's astonishment, Natasha leaned closer to his ear and teased with a playful smile. Actually, there's a crucial detail. I happen to have his information from S.H.I.E.L.D. I recognized him long ago, and since his girlfriend owes you a favor, I thought it would be prudent to go with the flow. Chapter 71. A zealous fan? Huh, you're teasing me. I thought I was fully understood, yet I found myself outwitted. Ha ha ha, foolish one. Natasha laughed gleefully as she dashed towards home. Zhao Shu shook his head, chuckling, then feigned a villainous demeanor. Ha ha ha. You run now, but if I catch you, I shall have my way. Passers-by turned their curious gazes towards the pair, and, upon witnessing the enchanting beauty of the woman and the striking charm of the man, those men with partners discreetly averted their eyes, while the unattached rolled up their sleeves and rushed to pursue Zhao Shu. Even elderly gentlemen were not deterred. Oh, dear grandfather, perhaps you should refrain from chasing. I fear you may not survive the night, remarked a youth with acne, observing a fierce-looking grandmother assisting a frail old man. The grandmother, hearing this, looked at the youth with a gentle expression. What did you say? My hearing isn't what it used to be. Could you speak a bit louder? As she spoke, she gradually released her hold on the old man. The youth, upon hearing her words, trembled and fled with great haste. Ah, youth is indeed wonderful. Even in the pursuit of a star, they exhibit such fervor, the grandmother mused, adjusting her grip on her companion. The old man looked around. Noticing that the crowd that had gathered moments ago was now entirely engaged in pursuing Zhao Shu and Natasha, he chuckled softly, remarking, Indeed, if I were a decade younger, I would certainly seek autographs from those two. After all, they are the superheroes who saved New York. As for the identities of these two, it was naturally Zhao Shu and Natasha. At this moment, Zhao Shu had caught up to Natasha, yet his expression was exceedingly grave. What on earth is happening? Is it merely a display of affection? Why must they pursue me so fervently? Natasha, cradled in Zhao Shu's arms, turned to glance back at the throng chasing after them. Her expression rather peculiar. Do you need to slow down? Zhao Shu, upon hearing this, glanced down at her. Although her expression piqued his curiosity, the rhythmic motion caused by his embrace was rather distracting. The exquisite scenery before him made Zhao Shu's pace gradually decelerate. However, as his speed diminished, the splendor of the view diminished from a level 5 to a level 4. Though the difference was but a single grade, Zhao Shu could not abide it. And thus he hastened once more, elevating the scenery's rating back up. Zhao Shu chuckled as he alternated between fast and slow. Natasha, nestled in his arms, found his fluctuating pace rather odd. Consequently, she shifted her gaze from the crowd behind them to Zhao Shu, who had been engrossed in the view and was promptly discovered. Upon noticing this, Natasha's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully smacked Zhao Shu, exclaiming, What are you doing? After all these years of study, aren't you yet satisfied? How could I possibly be satisfied? These towering peaks are what I yearn to conquer every single day, Zhao Shu earnestly replied. His aspirations to triumph over the magnificent mountains were relentless. He could never relinquish such thoughts. Meanwhile, the crowd pursuing them was growing increasingly frustrated. They had been chasing for several minutes, simply wishing to meet the superheroes in person, yet after running at full speed for so long, many could no longer endure. Zhao Shu, however, continued to deny them the opportunity to close the distance, even surpassing those who had yet to be caught, cradling someone in his arms. It was evident from her size that she was not light. Otherwise, well, she was certainly substantial. Moreover, Zhao Shu not only led them, but also seemed to mock them with his alternating pace. If Zhao Shu were aware of their thoughts, he would surely protest his innocence. He was merely captivated by the beauty surrounding him. Goodness, it's broad daylight, and we're outdoors. Could you not act so frivolously? Natasha was nearly exasperated to laughter. Oh, but at night. Then, Zhao Shu's playful banter was abruptly interrupted as Natasha could no longer contain herself and delivered a swift slap to his side. Ouch! Are you attempting to commit fratricide? Zhao Shu winced at the sharp pain, his entire body tensing. Humph, who told you not to speak properly? I say. They do not seem to be pursuing us with ill intent, Natasha observed as she watched the crowd, where some joined with eager faces while others departed with expressions of disappointment. Oh, is that so? Let me take a look. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, he quickly turned his head to glance back, then resumed his swift pace. They certainly did not appear to be troublemakers. Rather, they seemed like fans. Fans. Goodness. Zhao Shu felt a sudden clarity wash over him, exclaiming in astonishment before looking down at Natasha. Natasha, recalling her past experiences, harbored doubts about Zhao Shu's assertion. Could they really recognize us? I don't know, but I can't think of any other explanation. Perhaps it's something Tony orchestrated? But could he have done it so swiftly? Zhao Shu shook his head, indicating his own confusion. Should we stop and inquire? Natasha leaned against Zhao Shu's shoulder, hesitatingly suggesting. No, there are too many of them. I fear unforeseen complications might arise. Zhao Shu dismissed the proposal, even if they were mere fans. The sheer number of people behind them could spiral out of control should he come to a halt. Continuing to run like this isn't a viable solution. We might inadvertently expose our location. Hold on tight. As he spoke, Zhao Shu released his grip on Natasha's legs and drew forth the Shura's sword, forming a one-handed seal. Unfazed, Natasha swiftly grasped both of Zhao Shu's shoulders and, with a powerful push, flipped over to his back. She secured her legs around his waist for stability and intertwined her arms across his chest, holding firmly. The fluidity of her movements elicited cheers from the crowd behind them. It seemed they were indeed fans. However, why weren't they calling out to us? Natasha glanced back at the throng, puzzled, and turned to Zhao Shu for clarification. As Zhao Shu came to a stop, he supported Natasha's body in a half squat. Then, with a forceful push from his feet, leaped onto the Shura's sword, which had now grown larger above his head. Standing solidly atop the sword, Zhao Shu looked down at the crowd with Natasha on his back. Initially stunned into silence by his action, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Zhao Shu smirked. I think I understand why they didn't call out to us. Ha ha. So do I. They don't even know what to shout. Ha ha. Zhao Shu and Natasha exchanged a knowing smile, and amidst the escalating cheers, they soared into the sky. Chapter 72. No, that's not allowed. Zhao Shu, with Natasha on the Shura's sword, returned above their residence. Concealed within the clouds, he surveyed the pedestrians below. Fortunately, the address Tony selected for him was quite secluded, with very few passers-by. Relieved, Zhao Shu gradually guided the Shura's sword to descend in front of his home. Unlocking the door with a finger, he and Natasha entered the house and made their way to the living room. What a wild bunch of people, Zhao Shu sighed, pulling Natasha down onto the sofa. As he sank into the soft cushions, he reclined lazily. Observing this, Natasha cradled his head gently in her lap, adjusting their positions for his comfort. Tuan, give Tony a call, Natasha suddenly addressed the air. Of course, Sister Natasha, a somewhat silly voice responded. Natasha chuckled softly as she glanced at Zhao Shu. How did you ever come up with the idea of using this voice for Tony's artificial intelligence? It's rather peculiar. Just as Zhao Shu was about to explain, Tony's call suddenly connected. Ding dong, Natasha? What is up? Tony's voice, laced with curiosity, accompanied by a cacophony of clattering noises, filled the air. Yes, Zhao Shu and I encountered a throng of individuals fervently chasing us upon our return. He suggested that you might be involved, hence my inquiry. Natasha replied, casting a questioning glance at Zhao Shu. He silently mouthed, vibranium. Upon grasping the source of the noise on Tony's end, Natasha refrained from asking further questions. Her primary concern was for Tony's safety. After all, he was now considered a member of the Temporary Workers' Union, and most of their wages and accommodations were provided by him. Not to mention, he shared an exceptionally close bond with her partner. Oh, is that so? It seems I've inadvertently created a bit of trouble for you. My apologies. Tony initially expressed regret, then continued. As I was leaving the restaurant, Jarvis informed me that he had prepared a trailer, which I found quite impressive. So I decided to share it online. I had no idea it would gain traction so swiftly. Rolling his eyes at Tony's words, Zhao Shu interjected, come on. You must realize who you are and how significant your influence is. However, this situation aligns with our objectives, and we haven't encountered any issues. So there's no need for an apology. Now, I'm off to check out this trailer. Goodbye. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Zhao Shu rose and wrapped his arm around Natasha, guiding her to sit comfortably. Tum-tum, please search for videos related to the Avengers online. Just a moment. Oh, found it. Would you like to watch it now? Let us wait for May to finish her bath and watch it together. Sensing that Aunt May was at home, Zhao Shu decided to wait for her to emerge. He reminisced about his own impressive feats and thought it would be wonderful to show Aunt May. Even though he had already unlocked all the moves, a little admiration from her wouldn't hurt. Should I inform her? Let us just have her hurry up, if necessary. I can join her for another bath afterward. Is that compensation? Natasha remarked incredulously. Isn't it? How is it not? Zhao Shu retorted defiantly, pulling her closer into his embrace. Natasha offered no resistance and even shot him a playful glance. Shu, Natasha, you're back. Is there something you need? Aunt May, having just emerged from her bedroom clad in a simple bathrobe, approached them. Zhao Shu steadied Natasha and waved at Aunt May, then patted the space beside him on the sofa, inviting her to sit. Aunt May smiled warmly and gracefully made her way to Zhao Shu's side, positioning herself with her legs elegantly crossed to one side. What is going on? She inquired softly, running her fingers through her damp hair. Hee. I wanted to showcase my prowess, and Natasha is included too. Zhao Shu chuckled softly, causing Aunt May to pause momentarily. Then, seemingly either freshly emerged from a bath or for some other reason, her face suddenly flushed as she lowered her head. This is rather inappropriate. After all, we are in the living room. Zhao Shu, with a puzzled expression, glanced at Aunt May and then turned to survey the surroundings, noting that the lighting was indeed quite bright, which somewhat hindered the viewing experience. He nodded in agreement. Ah, yes, it is too bright here. Tuan, could you please draw the curtains? Is that really necessary? It seems rather inappropriate. Tuan exclaimed, clearly flustered, as she is a young lady. Zhao Shu sensed something amiss. Not only was Aunt May acting strangely, but Tuan seemed odd as well. He then turned to Natasha, who was covering her face with her hands and laughing uncontrollably, emitting a series of honking sounds. Oh dear, it's too funny. You really ought to change that. No. May, what are you thinking? I merely asked you to watch a movie trailer. Zhao Shu reflected on the dialogue among the group and quickly grasped what had transpired. Zhao Shu felt a twinge of helplessness regarding Aunt May's misunderstanding. No, we cannot be inappropriate. At that moment, Tuan, upon hearing Natasha's desire to alter the settings, quickly interjected to assert her propriety as a serious system. Natasha, who had been laughing uncontrollably, was now leaning against Zhao Shu, trembling with mirth. Ha. Aunt May, recognizing her misunderstanding of Zhao Shu, was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say, but soon found herself amused by Tuan's comment, bursting into laughter. Zhao Shu, witnessing this, intended to say something but found a smile creeping onto his face instead. He covered his face with his hands, both exasperated and amused, bowing his head. After approximately a minute, Natasha and Aunt May leaned weakly against Zhao Shu, their hands clutching their stomachs as they gasped for breath. Zhao Shu quickly placed a hand on each of their backs, gently soothing them. Let us take a break. We can watch the trailer once you've recovered. By the way, Nana, you rushed back at noon and I didn't get to ask you a question. What if Stephen doesn't agree to your terms? Concerned that the two might continue laughing to the point of distress, Zhao Shu shifted the conversation. Natasha gazed blankly ahead, her breath coming in gentle puffs. It's fine. If he doesn't agree, he doesn't agree. It's a no-risk venture anyway. What are you two discussing? Aunt May, with a similar expression to Natasha's, suddenly inquired. Zhao Shu rolled his eyes and recounted the situation to her. That's about it. I intended for you to join us. But who could have guessed what was on your mind? After a moment of pause, Aunt May raised her hand and playfully swatted Zhao Shu. Who told you to speak so ambiguously? Anyone would misunderstand. Just look at Tuan. No, we cannot be inappropriate. Chapter 73, Trailer. Silence. Observing that the two were once again on the verge of laughter, Zhao Shu hastily instructed Tuan to be quiet. Are we still going to watch it? With a deep breath, Natasha and Aunt May began to regain their composure. Before long, they managed to temper their emotions. Let us begin. After Aunt May made her adjustments, she eagerly embraced Zhao Shu's arm and said, Tuan, lower the lights. The silenced Tuan remained mute, but the dimming atmosphere of the room indicated her compliance with the command. As the external light ceased to penetrate the living room, a semi-transparent panel materialized before Zhao Shu and the others. The panel displayed a video playback page, presently shrouded in darkness. Then, a gray triangular shape in the center of the video began to shift before vanishing entirely. A somewhat stirring melody commenced as the video brightened. Simultaneously, Tony's figure emerged on the screen, seated with his back to the camera, engaged in tinkering with something in front of him. Suddenly, Tony turned around, donning his gauntlet and, with a serious demeanor, extended his palm towards the camera. Wow, this show-off is sneaking in some personal flair. Although Zhao Shu was aware of Tony's narcissism, he was taken aback by such unabashed audacity. It was clear that this segment had been filmed later. You've known him for ages. What is so surprising? Natasha maintained her composure, having anticipated Tony's antics long ago. Zhao Shu merely pursed his lips and refrained from further comment. The video progressed to scenes of Stark Tower, where Tony, clad in a suit, stood before a group of employees, issuing directives with a commanding presence. It also featured the aircraft carrier under attack, with Tony entering the engine compartment in his armor to effect repairs. There was the moment he was struck by Loki and plummeted from Stark Tower. only to merge with Mark 7 and soar into the sky. The footage depicted him charging into the whale ship solo, culminating in the scene where he bore a nuclear bomb into the wormhole. In contrast, Steve was nearly taken down by a few minions aboard the aircraft carrier. While Steve's scenes were rather grim, the others fared well, with Hawkeye landing precise shots from any location. Natasha, wrapped in serum, was strikingly tall and formidable, effortlessly dispatching minions with a single punch. Hulk was seen delivering a devastating blow to the whale ship and single-handedly overpowering Loki in Stark Tower, while Thor collaborated with Hulk to obliterate a whale ship. As for Zhao Shu, his appearances in the brief video were limited, showcasing only a few scenes of him wielding a sword to rescue ordinary people, and finally, the moment he fell through the wormhole alongside Tony. However, at that time, Zhao Shu was unconscious. As the video concluded, the 7 Avengers stood solemnly before Loki. "Damn it, I'm done watching," Zhao Shu exclaimed. And Aunt May looked at him with confusion. Zhao Shu indicated that he had nothing to say. He had been tasked with guarding the wormhole to minimize enemy incursions, which explained his scarce footage. Natasha, perceiving the situation, spoke up in Zhao Shu's defense. Even with Natasha's explanation, Zhao Shu remained slumped on the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling while muttering to himself. "I shouldn't have saved. All right, it's just a trailer. When the full film comes out, there will surely be scenes of your dashing heroics," Aunt May said, unable to suppress a chuckle at Zhao Shu's murmuring. Realizing this might not be the most supportive reaction, she then turned to comfort him. Zhao Shu turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at her, gently shaking his head. "It doesn't matter. I just wish to live on another planet now." Aunt May was taken aback by his words. "Why? Is it that serious?" Suddenly, Natasha burst into laughter, recalling something amusing, and quickly covered her mouth before Zhao Shu could turn to look at her. However, upon seeing Zhao Shu's expression, she couldn't hold back any longer. "Ha ha ha, how can you be so adorable?" Natasha exclaimed, leaping onto Zhao Shu, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. "What is going on?" Aunt May asked, bewildered by their reactions. Zhao Shu, feeling exasperated, gazed upwards, wishing for silence. "He is just shy. Today, we've been pursued by so many people. They must have seen the moment when I held him in my arms while he was unconscious," Natasha explained, still chuckling. "Huh. Hee. Aunt May, upon hearing Natasha's explanation, initially expressed surprise but soon joined in the laughter. At that moment, a laugh that did not belong to Natasha rang out. "Who?" Both Zhao Shu and Natasha stood up with serious expressions, scanning their surroundings. Natasha, having laughed for too long, felt her facial muscles twitch uncontrollably. It's Tuan Tuan." Upon hearing Tuan Tuan's name, Zhao Shu felt a wave of despondency wash over him, and he collapsed on the ground, resting his forehead against the coffee table. Natasha raised her hand to massage her face, easing her facial muscles, then squatted down to lift Zhao Shu's head. "Come on, don't be like this. I told you. You're very cute, all right?" Aunt May stifled her laughter and also squatted down beside Zhao Shu, turning his head to kiss his forehead. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Zhao Shu's eyes, and his spirits began to lift. "Hey!" His sudden change puzzled Natasha, who then glanced at Aunt May and Zhao Shu. A sly smile crept onto her face as she wrapped her arms around Zhao Shu's waist, pretending to help him up. Aunt May followed suit, embracing Zhao Shu, her proximity making Natasha's smile deepen. Natasha slyly slid her hand between Aunt May and Zhao Shu, her fingertips extending a white tendril. "Ah!" Aunt May gasped in surprise. Zhao Shu, who had been staring at her, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Wow." As for the unfolding events that followed, I believe no one would wish to read them, so I shall refrain from detailing them. 2 hours later, Zhao Shu emerged from the bathroom, holding both of them. Tuan, the bathwater. At that moment, Zhao Shu appeared invigorated. Aunt May leaned weakly against the bathtub and shot a disapproving glance at Natasha. "You really are something," moving without even a word. "It was an urgent situation. Besides, didn't you want a baby?" Natasha lazily stretched and slid into the bathtub, leaving only her head above water. Zhao Shu also settled into the bathtub, taking a deep, contented breath. "Hurry up and wash. Little Spider will be back soon. When that happens, you'll cook dinner. And we want tea help." Aunt May playfully pinched Zhao Shu's arm. Okay. You all take a break and replenish your strength later." "Ugh. Are you not yearning for a life on another planet anymore?" Chapter 74, Departure. "Wherever you are, I shall be there too." Zhao Shu took a bite, casually wiped himself down, and rose to leave. Upon entering the living room, Zhao Shu tidied up the place and glanced at the time. Sensing it was nearly time, he walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Half an hour later, the cheerful voices of the two ladies echoed from the living room, and at that moment, the villa's front door swung open. "Welcome back, Mr. Peter," the voice of Tuan reminded everyone inside that Little Spider had returned. Zhao Shu poked his head out from the kitchen. "Peter is back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Hi, Uncle Zhao, great. Little Spider greeted the three before heading to his room to stow away his backpack, then returned to the living room. Did you ask for leave from school? Aunt May inquired with concern. Don't worry, Aunt May. I've taken care of it, she responded, and Aunt May continued her conversation with Natasha. Little Spider sat on the side, watching television. Dinner is served, Zhao Shu announced as he set several plates on the dining table. The three rose to assist him in bringing out the dishes. I asked Tony to make you a new suit, but he might need to accompany us to Russia, so it may take a while to arrive, Zhao Shu said after finishing his meal, taking a napkin to wipe his mouth before speaking to Little Spider. Really? A new suit so soon? What new features does it have? Little Spider inquired eagerly. Zhao Shu shook his head. It includes an oxygen supply system. And I've reinforced your back and abdomen with vibranium. Other than that, not much else. Vibranium? What is that? Nothing much. Just a super stable metal with remarkable defensive capabilities. Oh, Little Spider seemed somewhat disappointed, pondering how much stronger can metals truly be. Don't underestimate vibranium. It costs a fortune. And isn't the functionality of your suit sufficient for your needs? Natasha interjected, observing Little Spider's nonchalance. Exactly. Think about it. Parachute, moisture-wicking insulation, gliding wings, extendable limbs. And now an oxygen supply system. Do you still find that lacking? Aunt May added. And it also has night stealth and ice creation for extinguishing fires, Little Spider proudly contributed. Remembering a few features Aunt May had omitted. He then sheepishly looked at Zhao Shu. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhao. I just haven't heard of vibranium before. Zhao Shu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I was about to forget about it myself. A night passed without incident, and Natasha woke Zhao Shu early the next morning. She began to dress him with urgency. Is it really necessary to wake up this early? Zhao Shu lamented, standing there as he allowed Natasha to orchestrate his attire. It's not too early. It's already 7. Raise your arms. Hurry and get dressed. Then go wake Peter, lift your leg, and finally, let us gather at Tony's place. Natasha excitedly directed Zhao Shu, who complied with her instructions. Knock, knock, knock. Peter, rise and shine. Uncle Zhao? The door swung open abruptly, and the young spider displayed a palpable excitement. Are we ready to set off? He exclaimed. Yes, indeed. We are about to depart. Ensure you have all your gear. We shall first visit Tony's residence. Without hesitation, the young spider turned and closed the door, only to reopen it moments later. I'm ready. I'm ready. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, he eagerly made his way outside the villa. Zhao turned to glance at Natasha, then back at the young spider. He seems even more anxious than you, he remarked. Let us go, May. We'll be in touch if anything arises. Natasha chuckled lightly before turning to speak with Aunt May. May nodded gently with a warm smile. Wait for my return, Zhao stated firmly, locking eyes with Aunt May. She waved her hand, and as Zhao and the others stepped outside, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head. Come back soon. Why do you miss me the moment I leave? Zhao teased, his voice carrying from the entrance. Startled, she looked up to see Zhao grinning alongside Natasha. You all. Aunt May began, hurrying towards them, her words caught in her throat as she stifled a sob. Zhao and Natasha each embraced her, saying, We can't leave you home alone. Come with us. Consider it a trip. All right, Aunt May replied, gently nodding as she embraced them back. Hey, Uncle Zhao, can you hurry up? The young spider called out, clearly impatient. Zhao chuckled softly, leaning close to Aunt May's ear. Oh, Peter doesn't even bother to check on you. All he wants is to leave quickly. Exactly, Natasha chimed in. Aunt May sniffled, regaining her composure, and with mock indignation, she charged at the young spider. Aunt May, why are you pinching my ear? Came his distant wail. Zhao and Natasha exchanged amused glances, delighting in the playful torment of the young spider. In no time, the four arrived at Tony's doorstep. Zhao inquired with Jarvis whether Pepper was still at home. Upon learning she had already left for work, Zhao ordered Jarvis to open the door, confidently leading the trio inside. Tony, having stayed up late researching vibranium, was blissfully unaware of their entrance as he slept soundly. Zhao deemed it too early to disturb him, opting instead to let Tony enjoy a bit more rest. To alleviate their boredom, Zhao suggested Jarvis assign them some tasks. Following Jarvis's guidance, they ventured to the room where Tony stored his suits to admire the collection. However, Aunt May, not particularly interested in such matters and having joined this outing rather unexpectedly, observed the disorderly scene and expressed a desire to tidy up a bit for Tony. Though Jarvis declined her request, Zhao, understanding Aunt May's character and wanting to put her at ease, decided to lend a hand, noting the mess was minimal. He initiated the cleanup along with Aunt May, prompting the young spider and Natasha to join in, feeling compelled to assist. Certainly, as Tony might be accustomed to the placement of these tools, they merely tidied up the refuse. Oh, I realize I have never sought the assistance of a cleaner. Nor can I afford your wages. Just as they gathered the trash to discard it in the bin, Tony unexpectedly appeared at the doorway. leaning against the frame while yawning, and remarked, "Huffed. If it weren't for this pigsty being so chaotic, I wouldn't have bothered to tidy up." Zhao Shu immediately responded with sarcasm. Hey, 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 no need to be so irate. We are friends after all. What's wrong with lending a hand? But next time, you can come alone. There's no need to bring the family along, as it makes me feel rather uncomfortable. Chapter 75, Stench Be Gone. Ugh, you scoundrel. Explain to me what that trailer was all about. Zhao Shu charged directly at Tony, demanding an answer. Tony leisurely adjusted his collar and gently pushed Zhao Shu aside. Good morning, Ms. May, Ms. Natasha, Mr. Peter. Good morning, Mr. Stark. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. I felt it was rather abrupt. So I wanted to help tidy up as a gesture of apology, Aunt May said somewhat sheepishly. Oh, beautiful lady, you needn't trouble yourself with that. Let Zhao Shu handle it, Tony replied with his arms crossed, casting a mischievous sideways glance at Zhao Shu. Just as Spider-Man was about to interject, Natasha swiftly stopped him, saying, Ignore them, they often behave this way. Huffed. Believe me or not, one day I might transform into various insects and fly into your mouth to linger there. Zhao Shu scoffed at Tony. Huh, if you don't mind the foulness of my breath, come on then. Tony stepped forward, puffing out his chest to confront Zhao Shu, mimicking his disdainful posture. Huh, everyone knows your breath stinks. I'll just become a foul-smelling insect and release gas in your mouth, making it even worse. Zhao Shu stood tall and pushed past Tony. At this moment, Aunt May and Spider-Man were left in shock, with Aunt May covering her face, feeling embarrassed by her man's antics. Huh, then I'll simply keep my mouth shut, allowing you to relish the dual stench. Upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, Tony's expression momentarily faltered, yet he maintained his bravado and retort. Well, let's make it a trade. Who's afraid of whom? Zhao Shu was equally defiant, asserting that they could both suffer the consequences. Enough, this is utterly revolting. Natasha could no longer endure such distasteful banter. She promptly raised her voice to halt their exchange. Humph. All right, Tony, hurry up and clean up. We must depart immediately. Tony responded affirmatively and proceeded to freshen up. Once he had finished, Natasha handed him a breakfast. Here. It's made by Zhao Shu. Tony, recalling that the four of them had been empty-handed moments ago, understood precisely where this breakfast had come from. With a cheeky grin, he accepted it and began to indulge. By the way, did you bring Peter's suit? Tony gestured for Spider-Man to retrieve the suit. Spider-Man took the suit from his backpack and handed it to Tony. J-A-R-V-I-S. Please prepare the chest and back armor. With one hand clutching breakfast and the other grasping the spider suit, Tony approached the workbench, placing the suit directly upon it. As he munched on his meal, he began issuing commands to J-A-R-V-I-S. Yes, sir, J-A-R-V-I-S, responded, prompting several mechanical arms to rise from beneath the workbench, deftly lifting the spider suit and commencing their operations. How did you manage to finish it all in one night? Zhao Shu couldn't help but inquire. Of course, I'm a genius, so you ought to show me some respect from now on, and refrain from imagining yourself as a cockroach scuttling into my mouth, Tony declared, raising his arms proudly before returning to his breakfast. Zhao Shu rolled his eyes, fully aware that such banter was merely for show. He had no real intention of following through, as he too would find it distasteful. Before long, the suit was updated, and Tony had finished his breakfast. He stepped forward, presenting the suit to Spider-Man. Care to give it a try? Tony asked, a mischievous glint in his eye. Recently duped by Zhao Shu and Natasha, Spider-Man eagerly accepted the suit, nodding as he donned it. Once dressed in the loose-fitting suit, Spider-Man tapped the emblem on his chest, causing the suit to constrict, perfectly enveloping him. So, who will assist Peter with the testing? Tony surveyed the room and settled his gaze on Aunt May. How about Ms. May? You possess the least offensive capabilities here, making it safer. Before Aunt May could respond, Spider-Man rushed forward, waving his hands frantically. No, Aunt May can't do it. Huh, why not? Tony inquired, puzzled by the boy's apparent fear. Just to clarify, in the absence of armor, you are the weakest here, Zhao Shu interjected, raising his hand, with Natasha nodding in agreement, while Spider-Man's head bobbed vigorously, having trained in dual cultivation techniques alongside the two women and with their daily practice. Aunt May's physical prowess had far surpassed that of an average individual, although she preferred to avoid conflict, rendering her capabilities a mystery to all but her family. Are you serious? Tony remarked, observing Aunt May standing quietly like a delicate flower, unable to fathom that she could surpass him in strength. Noticing Tony's skepticism, Zhao Shu retrieved a steel pipe from his space and handed it to Aunt May. Aunt May shyly accepted it, and with a firm grip on both ends, she effortlessly bent the steel pipe into a shape resembling the letter Z. Then I shall take charge. Tony, startled, quickly reassured himself, stepping in front of Spider-Man. He clenched his fist before retracting it, aiming carefully before suddenly releasing his fist. Wait, let me put on some gauntlets. I'm afraid of the pain. Zhao Shu and Natasha both rolled their eyes, while Spider-Man, clad in the suit, maintained an inscrutable expression. Once Tony was ready, he approached Spider-Man without further ado and unleashed a punch. The sound of a crisp metallic clash echoed, and Spider-Man, touching his chest where Tony's fist had landed, pondered aloud. Mr. Stark, did you skip breakfast? Uft, ha ha ha. Zhao Shu erupted into laughter at this remark. Uft, Peter, what are you saying? Quickly apologized to Mr. Stark. Aunt May chuckled, but quickly stifled her laughter and instructed Spider-Man to apologize to Tony. It's fine, no need to apologize. Tony remarked. Truly remarkable vibranium. Its effects are akin to Captain America's shield. He retracted his fist and waved his hand dismissively, expressing his admiration for the strength of vibranium. By the way, after completing these 2 pieces of armor, I believe there's still about 2/3 remaining. Zhao Shu understood that Tony was addressing him and pondered that he had no use for such items. He shook his head. I don't need it myself. Does May or Natasha have any desires? Well, I'm not participating in the battle, so it would be useless to me. Aunt May directly expressed her disinterest. Natasha, stroking her chin, contemplated, the serum's defensive capabilities are comparable to vibranium, and it has other effects as well, so I suppose I have no need for it either. None at all. Then shall I mix it into my own armor? Tony suggested cautiously, seeing that Spider-Man already had some, and the other 2 were not interested. Zhao Shu shrugged. You handle it. I truly cannot think of a purpose for it. Tony clapped his hands together. Then I shall take care of it. I'll craft a unique suit of armor for May, as a token of gratitude, and for any unforeseen circumstances. What do you think? Chapter 76. Wearing armor will be more popular. Zhao Shu did not refuse Tony's proposal to create a suit of armor for Aunt May. Although she had no interest in combat, it was always prudent to provide her with additional measures. As for why Zhao Shu had not previously requested a suit of armor for Aunt May from Tony, it was simply because she felt too shy to ask, and to ensure a proper fit for the armor, her physical data would need to be provided. While Tony, with his extensive experience, could probably estimate the necessary data with a mere glance, it was still just a set of figures. And Zhao Shu intended to consider Aunt May's own thoughts on the matter. All right, then please leave a copy of May's physical data with Jarvis. After Tony spoke, he turned and exited the workshop. Aunt May looked at Zhao Shu, seeking his opinion. Don't worry, I will ensure Jarvis completes this suit of armor solely for her. Before Zhao Shu could voice his thoughts, Tony re-entered, peeking his head around the door, grinning. It's fine. Although Tony may not come across as a good person, he shares a good rapport with Zhao Shu. Natasha stepped forward to offer a word of reassurance, then turned to Tony with a piercing gaze, warning, if you dare let Jarvis show you the designs, I'll have to take action. As she spoke, Natasha made a swift gesture with her hand. Haha, Jarvis. Once you receive the data, design the blueprints, and then delete the data. Coughing slightly, Tony added, ahem, it's about time. Shouldn't we be on our way? Tony shuddered, a sheepish grin on his face. Understood, you 2 can head out first. Zhao Shu waved his hand impatiently, sending Tony and Spider-Man away. Jarvis. Note this down. Height 164 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms. All right, once the design is completed, make sure to delete it. After the 2 had walked some distance away, Zhao Shu quietly whispered Aunt May's data to Jarvis, casting furtive glances outside. The 2 women, observing Zhao Shu's cautious demeanor, both stifled their laughter behind their hands. Although this may seem somewhat untimely in Zhao Shu's eyes, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at the evident signs of jealousy displayed by her boyfriend. Well, why be upset? Knowing Tony, if he says he won't watch, he absolutely won't. Observing Zhao Shu's expressionless face after reporting the data, Natasha approached to offer some comfort. It wasn't anger that stirred within her. Rather, it felt a bit odd to divulge her girlfriend's measurements. Zhao Shu shook her head, indicating that she was indeed not upset. Oh, what's the big deal? Don't you boys discuss such things among yourselves? They can only listen with envy, while you, my dear, can do much more, Natasha whispered seductively in Zhao Shu's ear. Instantly invigorated by her words, Zhao Shu replied, indeed. Thinking of all those who browse the internet, lost in fantasies, woo, oh ho ho. With a playful elbow, she set off. After hearing Natasha's words, Zhao Shu dismissed her worries and, in a cheerful manner, waved her hand, leading the 2 women out of the studio and into the living room. Is it really necessary to take this long, just to report some body measurements? Tony and Spider-Man were seated on the sofa, chatting, and upon seeing Zhao Shu emerge, Tony couldn't resist making a quip. Humph, mind your own business, Zhao Shu retorted, tilting her head with a light huff. Hey, Uncle Zhao, when are we setting off? I can hardly wait. Spider-Man, sensing a potential quarrel brewing between the 2, hastily inquired if they were ready to depart. Forget it. We've been planning for 10 chapters, and still haven't left. Our readers must be growing impatient. Let us go, Zhao Shu declared. Since Tony had provided instructions a day in advance, Happy arrived at this moment to drive them all to the airport. Happy, take good care of Pepper in the next few days. If anything arises, message me, and I will return at once. After disembarking, Tony exchanged a few brief words with Happy, who acknowledged each one. As all of them held first-class tickets, they proceeded directly to the boarding gate without lingering in the waiting area. However, a small amusing incident occurred during security checks. Due to the cumbersome nature of Tony's armor, Zhao Shu had stowed all their luggage into a spatial backpack. It was not unusual for the three men to travel without baggage, but it was rather peculiar that both Aunt May and Natasha were empty-handed. Given the trailer's release, aside from the Park family, the others were now considered celebrities. Yet, to be traveling abroad without even a bag, aside from their phones, puzzled the staff. Excuse me, do you guests not have any luggage? Oh, I've recently ventured into the film industry. We're off to Russia for a movie premiere, and our advance team has already transported our belongings, Tony replied, removing his sunglasses with a serious demeanor. Though the explanation lacked rigor, it at least provided a genuine reason. I see, is it for the Avengers? Wishing you great success with your film, Mr. Stark, the staff member responded, suddenly enlightened. Thank you, Tony said gratefully as he and the others boarded the plane. Had I known, I would have had Happy pilot my private jet. Tony murmured softly. Given the current relations between America and Russia, how do you think they will react to the sudden visit of Tony Stark, the wealthiest man in America, aboard his private jet? Natasha, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. Well, let us just head to the Dragon Country. They surely won't turn me away, right? Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao chuckled softly at this remark. Let us put it this way. If you don't bring your armor, they will undoubtedly welcome you with open arms. But if I do bring my armor, will they deny me entry? Tony asked playfully. Oh no, they will likely be even more enthusiastic in their welcome, Zhao replied with a grin. As a wealthy American visiting, Dragon Country would certainly not refuse him, and if this affluent individual brought along his impressive gadget, they would be overjoyed. After all, if they can produce atomic bombs using an abacus, they would certainly relish the opportunity to study Tony's armor, even if they couldn't reproduce it entirely. Oh, how could I forget the modern history of Dragon Country? I must say, their indomitable spirit is truly admirable, Tony reflected, inspired by Zhao's words. All right, enough chatter. I woke up too early today. I need to catch up on some sleep. As everyone settled into their seats, Zhao yawned and closed his eyes. Leaning back in his chair, Tony had been busy crafting a new suit for Spider-Man, so he was certainly short on sleep. And Spider-Man was likely buzzing with excitement from the previous night. As for Natasha, she was equally restless. Her plans for revenge and rescue finally set in motion, which had kept her awake throughout the night discussing strategies with Zhao. To avoid disturbing Aunt May's slumber, she had taken Zhao to another room. Now, seeing Zhao yawn, the others, except for Aunt May, began to doze off as well. Chapter 77. Truly the fighting nation. With a slight tremor, the flight officially commenced. After sitting quietly for a while, drowsiness began to envelop Natasha. Knowing that Aunt May was awake alone, and that this mission stemmed from her own intentions, Natasha had been forcing herself to stay alert, engaging Aunt May in conversation. However, her eyelids began to droop involuntarily, which made Aunt May feel a bit guilty. Nana, why don't you take a moment to rest? This flight will last around 15 hours. Ah, perhaps I will, Natasha replied, stifling a yawn. She then playfully nudged Zhao, who was resting. Wake up. Keep Aunt May company while I take a nap. Zhao opened his eyes, slightly annoyed. Well, that's your fault for keeping me up all night. I'm sorry. Please, just keep her company, Natasha pleaded, adopting a charming demeanor. All right, go ahead and sleep. What could Zhao do? Faced with such an earnest appeal, he found himself at a loss. Hey, Natasha nudged him once more before turning to plant a kiss on Aunt May's cheek. This girl, Aunt May said gently, ruffling Natasha's hair. Natasha's lips curled into a faint smile, and moments later, her expression softened as her breathing grew steady. Upon witnessing the scene, Aunt May set her hands down and said to Zhao Shu, who was separated from Natasha, "You may continue to rest. I shall find something to occupy myself. I am merely concerned that we might disturb Natasha." Just as Zhao Shu was about to speak, Aunt May added with a smile, "Shall I take my leave?" Zhao Shu clasped his hands to his chest, feigning sorrow, and then seriously inquired, "So, I shall sleep then?" "Indeed," Aunt May replied. Zhao Shu chuckled softly, closed his eyes once more, and leaned back in his seat to continue his slumber. Aunt May, with a gentle smile, picked up a magazine provided at their seats and began to read. Several hours later, Zhao Shu awoke again. He glanced around and noticed that Aunt May had fallen asleep at some point. He unfastened his seatbelt and quietly rose. Observing the disheveled hair of the two women as they slept, Zhao Shu carefully brushed their hair aside before turning to head toward the restroom. After finishing his business, He adjusted his pants and washed his hands before returning to the cabin. Noticing that Tony and Little Spider were still in slumber, Zhao Shu quietly made his way back to his seat. Just as he was about to sit down, Natasha suddenly opened her eyes, perhaps startled by Zhao Shu's movement. Upon meeting her bewildered gaze, Zhao Shu found her utterly adorable and instinctively leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Awake? Natasha rubbed her eyes and, with a hint of hoarseness in her voice, inquired, "What time is it?" "Oh, we have only been flying for about 3 hours. You might as well sleep a little longer," Zhao Shu replied softly while fastening his seatbelt. "All right," Natasha acknowledged, realizing there were still over 10 hours of flight time remaining, and was about to resume her rest. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her eyes widened, but she disregarded Zhao Shu and turned her gaze to Aunt May. Seeing Aunt May's serene sleeping face, Natasha cautiously extended her hand and gently placed it atop Aunt May's head. "What are you doing?" Zhao Shu asked, slightly puzzled by Natasha's actions, leaning closer to her ear to whisper. Natasha extended her other hand and playfully pushed him back, saying, "Mind your own rest." As she spoke, her hand, still resting on Aunt May's head, glided softly through her hair. She continued this tender motion several times before withdrawing her hand. Zhao Shu, observing this, was somewhat astonished. "So, just because Aunt May comforted you while you slept, you feel the need to return the favor? What? Is that a problem?" Natasha replied, crossing her arms and leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed. "No, of course not. I simply did not expect this endearing side of you," Zhao Shu remarked with a gentle smile, extending his hand to stroke Natasha's hair. "Humph." Natasha opened her eyes to glance at him, then let out a proud little huff. After this brief interlude, Zhao Shu and Natasha drifted back into slumber. By noon, a flight attendant arrived to serve meals, waking the group. Having slept for nearly 5 hours, they decided against continuing their rest. After lunch, Natasha and Aunt May engaged in a discussion about cosmetics and clothing. Zhao Shu, unable to contribute to the conversation, rose and made his way to Tony and Little Spider. The conversation between the two revolved around scientific topics, while Zhao Shu found the realm of cosmetics to be more comprehensible. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he remained seated beside them, quietly absorbing the esoteric discourse that felt like an alien script. After a moment, Tony paused to take a sip of water and cast a glance at Zhao Shu. "Why are you here with us men instead of accompanying your girlfriend? Is that not permissible?" Zhao Shu, resting his chin on his hand, stared vacantly ahead and instinctively retorted, "Why not?" Tony waved his hand in front of Zhao Shu and chuckled. "So you can't comprehend, yet you choose to listen?" Little Spider, filled with concern, inquired, "Uncle Zhao, are you all right?" Zhao Shu maintained his posture, merely rolling his eyes. "I'm fine. And what is wrong with listening if I don't understand?" "It's entirely up to you." "Peter, let us proceed," Tony said, his thirst quenched, deciding to disregard Zhao Shu and continue his discussion with Little Spider. Half an hour later, the group made their way to the restroom to attend to personal needs. Zhao Shu, no longer playing the fool, returned to his original seat. Fortunately, it was a sparsely populated first-class cabin, and with the presence of the renowned Tony beside him, the flight attendants had yet to issue a warning to Zhao Shu. After more than 8 hours, the plane had entered Russian airspace. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid Russian words filled the air. Zhao Shu, unable to comprehend, exchanged glances with Aunt May and turned to Natasha. "Oh, the captain is speaking," he noted. It was nothing significant. He merely announced that there was another aircraft from the same company on the right side of their plane. Natasha began to translate for the two. He mentioned that he and the other captain are in a race to see who can land first at the airport. Just as Natasha finished, a sudden sensation of acceleration jolted through the cabin. "Attention passengers, please refrain from moving around and ensure your seatbelts are fastened," the flight attendant's fragmented voices echoed. Zhao Shu activated his inner perception to observe the situation of all the passengers and noted that, aside from a few individuals displaying signs of panic, the majority remained remarkably calm. After enveloping his group in a protective aura, Zhao Shu couldn't help but exclaim, "Though I have heard tales, this is my first experience. Truly, they live up to their reputation as a warrior nation." Chapter 78. Arrival and Lessons Learned. Due to the sudden acceleration, the entire aircraft began to tremble, causing Aunt May's muscles to tense up. "It's all right, May, Zhao Shu and I are here," Natasha reassured her, aware that it was Aunt May's first encounter with such turbulence. Meanwhile, Tony, after an initial moment of panic, wrapped an arm around the bewildered Little Spider. "Hey kid, it's okay. I am fine," Little Spider stammered, gripping the armrest tightly, his wide eyes reflecting his anxiety as he looked towards Aunt May. Observing their distress, Zhao Shu gestured to Little Spider and Tony, then joined Natasha in comforting Aunt May. "Do not worry. I have surrounded each of you with a protective aura. Even if the plane were to explode, you would be unharmed. Now, follow my lead in taking deep breaths." Upon hearing Zhao Shu's words, Aunt May clutched the armrests tightly. Leaning back in her seat, her eyes filled with concern as they turned toward him. Zhao Shu wore a gentle smile on his face. Yet internally, he was consumed by a different sentiment. Damn that pilot. Once the plane lands, I shall ensure he feels the sting of my needles. It was not only Zhao Shu and Natasha's reassurance that brought comfort, but also the concern from Little Spider, which gradually helped Mei Yi regain her composure. She smiled at Natasha and Zhao Shu, indicating her well-being, then nodded slightly toward Little Spider. As Mei Yi released her grip from the armrest, Natasha raised an eyebrow and glanced at Zhao Shu. It seemed we would have to pay for damages. Zhao Shu, following Natasha's gaze towards the armrest, frowned. Whether we pay or not is irrelevant, but being seen might pose a bit of a problem. Indeed, the metal armrest bore the unmistakable imprints of Mei Yi's grip. Otherwise, we might end up as the villains who file a complaint first. Noticing Mei Yi's slight embarrassment, Natasha quickly devised a plan. That could work. Zhao Shu, already contemplating a reprimand for the startled pilot due to Mei Yi's fright, found Natasha's suggestion quite agreeable and chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Little Spider was in a similar predicament as Mei Yi, having left his own mark on the armrest with his incredible strength. He too was worried about the potential costs. Although his family had become more affluent in recent years, the allowance given by Mei Yi was merely sufficient, with Zhao Shu occasionally providing extra support. However, compensating for the armrest clearly exceeded their means, leaving Little Spider hesitant to approach Zhao Shu about it. Observing this, Tony chuckled nonchalantly. Hey kid, do you even know who you're sitting next to? Why worry about such matters? Mr. Stark, that might not be appropriate, Aunt May. Little Spider stammered. But Tony waved his hand dismissively. This has nothing to do with her. I'm compensating for my friend. Friend? Thank you, Mr. Stark. Little Spider's eyes sparkled with gratitude upon hearing Tony's words. After confirming Natasha's suggestion, Zhao Shu recalled Little Spider's earlier situation and suspected that the armrest on his side might have also been damaged. He unfastened his seatbelt and approached Tony and Little Spider, just in time to overhear their conversation. Hey, are you all right, Peter? Oh, I'm fine, just this. Little Spider gestured toward the armrest. What are you doing here? If the quality of this thing is subpar, I'll take care of it. Tony waved dismissively, indicating it was no significant issue. Shoo, I do not intend to compensate. The pilot frightened May and Peter, so we might as well file a complaint about their faulty armrest. Zhao Shu signaled Tony to lower his voice and leaned closer to impart their plan. Isn't that inappropriate? Little Spider, ever kind-hearted, hesitated, unwilling to harm the pilot due to his own troubles. Tony, exasperated, whispered back, What do you mean inappropriate? Your Aunt May was indeed frightened. She is your closest family. Zhao Shu chimed in. Peter, I understand your kind nature. Although Mei was not in any real danger, what if something had gone awry? Can you simply traverse time to alter history? It was precisely because Mei had emerged unscathed that they had no intention of causing the pilot any serious trouble. Merely a gentle lesson was intended. Do you understand? Observing the solemn expressions of the two individuals, the little spider lowered its head in contemplation for a few moments, before lifting it with a face of trepidation, exclaiming, I understand now. Furthermore, I will ensure Aunt May's safety. Mere words hold little weight. Besides, with my presence, this matter does not fall upon you. Zhao Shu received the little spider's response, and, having communicated the plan, straightened his posture and turned to head back. Attention, dear passengers, came the voice of the flight attendants shortly after Zhao Shu settled into his seat, announcing the imminent descent of the flight. The scenery outside began to shift, with towering edifices gradually coming into view through the window. The airplane, after a brief jolt, steadily regained stability. This flight has arrived 30 minutes ahead of schedule. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Thank you for flying with airlines, and we look forward to welcoming you aboard next time. Goodbye. Natasha retrieved her phone, capturing several photos of Aunt May's seat, as well as a few of the little spiders. Subsequently, she exchanged a glance with Zhao Shu, who nodded slightly in understanding before gradually approaching the cockpit. Upon halting at the crew rest area, Zhao Shu employed his keen perception to sense everything ahead. At that moment, the cockpit door stood ajar, with the co-pilot engaged in some task while the captain conversed with a flight attendant, casually observing the co-pilot's actions. Seizing such an opportune moment, Zhao Shu did not hesitate. He extracted an exceedingly thin silver needle from his spatial realm, deftly directing it with his sword control technique towards the captain's posterior. Oh dear! The captain instinctively attempted to leap from his seat, but his seatbelt remained fastened, causing him to merely jolt upwards before resuming his position. The unusual commotion attracted the attention of both the co-pilot and the flight attendant, who uttered a rapid succession of Russian, likely inquiring about the situation. Zhao Shu chuckled softly, retracting the silver needle after the 10th strike and turning to leave. Is it done? Natasha inquired softly as Zhao Shu returned. He remained silent. merely offering her a crooked smile before guiding her towards the cabin door. Tony, unaware of Zhao Shu's actions, curiously leaned in to ask. Zhao Shu shot him a sidelong glance, grinning mischievously as he relayed the details, then shifted his gaze behind Tony. Goodness, you truly are something else, Tony shuddered, hastily moving forward while covering his posterior. After distancing himself from Zhao Shu, he composed himself and passed nonchalantly by the flight attendant stationed at the cabin door. The group traversed the jet bridge into the airport hall, where Natasha, holding her phone, instructed everyone to wait briefly before wandering off. Approximately 3 minutes later, Natasha returned to the group, her face aglow with happiness, and they made their way outside the airport to hail a taxi. Chapter 79. A night's rest. The clock struck 9:30 in the evening. Zhao Shu found himself quite far from Melissa's location in St. Petersburg, with a flight duration of around an hour. Thus, the five of them checked into the hotel Tony had reserved in advance, planning to continue their journey the following day. You only booked 3 rooms? Zhao Shu queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, is that insufficient? Tony responded with an expression of bewilderment. As Tony had only booked 3 rooms, Zhao Shubin intended to share one with Little Spider, allocating the other 2 for the ladies. However, Tony uttered a remark that swayed Zhao Shubin's decision. A luxurious presidential suite and 2 presidential rooms, with ample beds, Tony added mischievously. Well then, I wonder if the 2 ladies would do me the honor? Zhao Shubin gestured gracefully in front of him, then stood on tiptoe, bending slightly forward, palms up, extending his hands towards Natasha and Aunt May. With a light chuckle, Natasha placed her hand gently atop Zhao Shubin's. Aunt May, initially a bit shy, hesitated no longer upon seeing Natasha's agreement, resting her hand upon his as well. Oh, how sweet. Peter, are you hungry? Tony quipped, shaking his hands and hugging himself, rubbing his arms in jest, before glancing at Little Spider. Yes, I'm a bit hungry. Little Spider replied, having digested the dinner he had on the plane earlier that afternoon. Excuse me. Could you please have the kitchen prepare some food and deliver it to his room? Tony snapped his fingers, summoning a waiter, directing him to Zhao Shubin. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment. We will deliver it shortly, the waiter responded with a bow before departing. The group then followed another waiter into the elevator, heading toward Zhao Shubin's room for the night. Upon reaching the top floor, the waiter led them out of the elevator and a few steps forward, arriving at an exquisite door. With both hands, he pushed it open, allowing a golden light to flood into their eyes. Before them lay a spacious area, reminiscent of a grand living room. The walls and columns were adorned in gold, while a solid wood coffee table stood in the center, surrounded by leather sofas. To the left, a modest fireplace offered warmth, and to the right, an artificial pond stirred with activity, as the fish began to swim restlessly, splashing water in response to the arrival of Zhao Shubin and his companions. On either side of the pond, half-curved staircases ascended gracefully. Dear guests, this is the lounge, a place for relaxation. Beyond it, you will find a conference room, smoking room, restroom, and game room, among other amenities. The 3 of you can ascend these stairs to reach your room, where all provisions are at your disposal. As for you 2 guests, your room is downstairs. Would you like me to show you first? The waiter provided a brief introduction before inquiring if Tony and Little Spider wished to see their room. Tony waved his hand dismissively. No need, we will explore it ourselves later. Very well, sir, I shall not intrude further. Your food will arrive shortly. Simply leave the dishes outside once you are finished. He handed Tony a slip of paper with the elevator code. I shall take my leave now. We shall forego a late-night snack and retire for the evening, the 2 ladies mentioned, their biological clocks urging them to seek rest. Without waiting for Zhao Shubin's response, they ascended the staircase hand in hand towards their room. The decor here rivals that of my own home. It is indeed befitting of a luxurious presidential suite, Zhao Shu remarked, turning to admire the surroundings. Naturally, otherwise, it would hardly justify the exorbitant price of over 100,000 per night, Tony interjected, noting Zhao Shu's admiration while relaying instructions to the Little Spider with a slip of paper. What are you 2 whispering about? Although Zhao Shu was taken aback by the steep price, his curiosity was piqued regarding Tony's conversation with the Little Spider. Oh, nothing much. I was just informing him that the password changes every hour, and to let us know if he plans to leave, so that when the password expires, we can notify the hotel, Tony explained as he settled onto the sofa. Really? It can work like that? Zhao Shu acknowledged his naivety. What else could it be? While ordinary people might hesitate to offend those residing in a presidential suite, there are always some fools who might act recklessly. For our safety, such precautions are essential. The items in the room are only worth a few thousand. They can't possibly charge us 10,000 for the decor. Tony raised an eyebrow, elaborating. What about the staff? The Little Spider interjected. Ah, foolish boy, being a hotel employee is no easy task. They cannot retain any privacy, and entering the hotel requires a body search, you know? Tony chuckled, then cast a grave look at the Little Spider. Do you understand what could happen if they make a mistake? What could happen? The little spider stammered. Hey, Tony chuckled softly, removing his sunglasses and gesturing toward Zhao Shu, then tossing the glasses in his direction. Zhao Shu, seeing this, caught them effortlessly as they approached him, storing them away in his space. Do you comprehend now? Tony winked at Zhao Shu and raised an eyebrow at the little spider. Upon witnessing the sunglasses vanish into thin air, the little spider quickly grasped Tony's implication. He swallowed hard and replied, I understand, I understand. This was not an attempt by Tony and Zhao Shu to frighten him. Rather, it stemmed from their frustration at the excessive kindness they had shown him on the plane. With Aunt May away resting, Tony seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to the little spider. As Tony approached the sofa, he signaled to Zhao Shu, who also felt he had been overly protective of the little spider. This isn't meant to scare you. I merely wish for you to understand that while there are good people in this world, those whose interests have been infringed upon may become adversaries. Just like the hotel owner, if an employee makes a mistake, their interests are harmed. As long as we are alive, we inevitably encroach upon the interests of others. What if someone seeks to harm you in the future? I know you possess great strength and have both Zhao Shu and me to protect you, so danger is unlikely. However, if you show undue kindness to someone, what if they turn against your family? I am not suggesting you annihilate them, but you must ensure they cannot pose a threat to your loved ones, mustn't you? Tony, with a grave expression, admonished the young spider. After a moment of contemplation, the young spider lifted his head and asked, is it akin to this hotel? Controlling their fears with incriminating evidence and overwhelming power? Zhao Shu and Tony exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of approval. Chapter 80. The five-colored drink. Zhao Shu nodded with satisfaction. Precisely. However, try not to employ such tactics against ordinary people, understand? The young spider looked somewhat dejected and replied, yes, I understand. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, your meals are ready. Aware that the other might need some time to process, Zhao Shu was about to offer some comforting words to the young spider when the door suddenly sounded. Come in. Apologies for the interruption, gentlemen. The door swung open, revealing several waitstaff who entered with smiles, pushing a cart while offering their apologies. Just set it down here, Tony instructed, gesturing to the coffee table. Certainly, sir. Please enjoy your meal. The waitstaff placed the dishes on the table and bowed before exiting the room. Eat up, it's getting late. After you finish, get some rest, Tony said casually, picking up a knife and fork to begin eating. Noticing that the young spider was still standing, he added, come on, sit down. Zhao Shu stepped forward, guiding the young spider to the sofa, where they both began to eat. After a few minutes, Zhao Shu paused, feeling approximately 7/10 full. I'm satisfied, he declared, retrieving a drink from the space to cleanse his palate. Ah, bring me a bottle as well, Tony said, popping another piece of food into his mouth before addressing Zhao Shu. The young spider raised his hand, indicating he too desired a drink. Zhao Shu distributed a bottle to each of them. I'm full too. Feeling a bit sleepy, so I won't disturb your rest any longer, Tony remarked, taking a sip of his beverage and yawning while rubbing his stomach. After collecting the utensils used by himself and Zhao Shu, Tony stood by the cart, waiting for the young spider. The young spider finished his drink in one go and grabbed his utensils, preparing to leave. Zhao Shu stopped him momentarily. I know that what Tony and I discussed greatly differs from your views. It's perfectly normal for you to find it hard to accept in a short time. But could you ponder over it tonight? The young spider hesitated for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. No need. I just realized something. I will try to take action. Well, as for this operation, let Natasha handle it. I also intend to recruit those black widows, Zhao Shu reminded him. Enough, enough. Peter isn't as foolish as you. He knows this too, Tony interjected, visibly exhausted and eager to shift the topic. He moved to pull the young spider along and pushed the cart out of the room. You're the foolish one. It's hard to articulate. Zhao Shu attempted to retort, but upon reflection, felt the words were inappropriate. Forget it, time for bed. He shrugged, deciding not to dwell on it with Tony. Thinking of his two girlfriends upstairs and recalling Tony's mention of a large bed, Zhao Shu felt a rush of excitement, his toes tapping against the ground as he swiftly vanished from the room. Zhao Shu gently opened the door, his gaze filled with anticipation as he peered inside. However, the sight that met his eyes elicited a sigh of disappointment. Before him was not the grand bed he had envisioned, nor were his two girlfriends present. Instead, he found himself in a rather compact room, which appeared to be a living area. Speechless, Zhao Shu entered the room and proceeded to another door without hesitation. Oh, this time, the scene that greeted him was indeed what he had hoped for. In the spacious room, a magnificent wooden bed was centrally positioned, adorned with exquisite bedding that lay quietly across it. The duvet was slightly raised, concealing the one Zhao Shu cherished within. A mischievous smile crept onto his face as he approached the bedside, yet the sight before him gradually softened his expression. There, two stunning beauties were peacefully entwined in slumber. their lips curving upwards ever so slightly, as if lost in delightful dreams. Zhao Shu tiptoed to the edge of the bed, carefully leaned down, and placed gentle kisses on their foreheads before silently retreating from the room. Back downstairs, Zhao Shu surveyed his surroundings and discovered another room suitable for rest. Thankfully, there was a bed here as well. He stretched languidly, shed his garments, and entered the bathroom to freshen up. The following day, Zhao Shu awoke with a start, blinking his eyes open as he rose from the bed and stretched his body beside it. He retrieved his phone to check the time, noting that it was still before 7:30. They must be waking up soon. After dressing and completing his morning routine, Zhao Shu exited his room and made his way to the hall. Upon entering the living room, he found several others already seated on the sofa, enjoying breakfast. "Hey, Zhao Shu, how did you come from there?" Tony was the first to notice him due to his position. "Where did you sleep last night?" His teasing tone caught Natasha and Aunt May's attention, prompting them to turn and look in Tony's direction. Seeing the concern etched on the faces of the two women as they approached him, Zhao Shu wrapped an arm around each of them. "Last night, I saw you both were already asleep and didn't want to disturb you, so I found another room downstairs." Natasha appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry. Aunt May and I were just so exhausted last night." "Yes, I apologize too, Zhao Shu. By the way, we called you several times when we woke up. Didn't you hear?" Aunt May added, her expression tinged with guilt as she inquired. Zhao Shu patted their shoulders reassuringly. "There's no need to apologize. As for my phone, I left it in my bag last night." He turned to the others. "Aren't you hungry? Let us eat breakfast." Seeing that the three were still engaged in conversation, Tony interrupted them. Zhao Shu, feeling a pang of hunger himself, guided the two women to the sofa, where he casually grabbed a plate and began to eat. "Oh, and could I have a bottle of that drink from last night?" Tony, noticing Zhao Shu seated and enjoying his breakfast, spread his hands in front of him. Zhao Shu waved his hand over the coffee table, effortlessly retrieving a bottle for each person. This tastes delightful. How come I've never seen you drink this before?" Tony exclaimed, twisting off the cap and taking a hearty gulp, a look of pure enjoyment on his face, having recently acquired it. Zhao Shu quickly finished his breakfast and reached for a bottle to drink. The beverage he produced was indeed a recent acquisition, but it was not purchased. Rather, it was won in a lottery. Some time ago, when he encountered Steve, Zhao Shu received a source of primal energy and, on a whim, decided to partake in a lottery draw. The prize consisted of these beverages that allowed for unlimited consumption. According to the system's description, this drink was named drink. Divided into 5 colors, green, red, white, black, and yellow, and was an ancient health tonic from the Dragon Kingdom. In truth, Zhao Shu had only obtained 3 varieties, as the white drink was merely milk and the black drink resembled sour plum soup. The flavor is truly delightful, and the colors are distinct as well. Natasha raised the glass bottle filled with the green liquid, took a sip, and praised it. Chapter 81. Arrival in St. Petersburg after breakfast. The group rested for half an hour. Zhao Shu selected several useful items from those provided in his hotel room to take with him. Subsequently, the group proceeded to the airport and boarded their flight to St. Petersburg. The journey was brief, lasting only about an hour, and the plane soon reached its destination amidst their light conversation. "Let us inform her, lest we miss each other," Zhao Shu suggested after disembarking. They took a taxi to Melina's location. Although Jarvis had confirmed her address, Zhao Shu was concerned that she might be out attending to matters and they could miss her. So he intended to notify her of their impending visit. "You are right. Who will make the call?" Tony acknowledged. But it was evident he was not suited for this task. Zhao Shu glanced at Natasha and noticed her anxiety. It seemed only he, as her son-in-law, could undertake this responsibility. The destination was close at hand, and soon the truth would be revealed. Zhao Shu took Natasha's hand to offer reassurance. I don't think I can do it." "You make the call." Natasha nervously attempted to speak, but after a moment's hesitation, she remained silent. Observing this, Aunt May gently took her other hand in her own, smiling tenderly, and then linked arms with Natasha. Zhao Shu retrieved his phone and dialed the number Jarvis had provided. Beep, beep, beep. Click. "Hello," blabbering. Zhao Shu's smile faltered. "Oh no, I can't understand Russian," he thought to himself. Fortunately, Natasha sensed Zhao Shu's embarrassment and quickly leaned closer, whispering, "Speak in English." Zhao Shu chastised himself for being foolish. Naturally, when Melina had been in the United States, she would have spoken English, and he should have realized this sooner. As a series of increasingly higher-pitched inquiries echoed through the phone, he hastily began to articulate his purpose in English. "Hello, Ms. Melina, this is Zhao Shu. I would like to visit your home shortly." There was a prolonged silence on the other end, as if Melina were contemplating the name Zhao Shu. After a moment, she responded with a hint of caution in her voice. "Have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else? I do not recall any individual named Zhao Shu from the Dragon Kingdom." To Zhao Shu's astonishment, The other party communicated in dragon language. However, reflecting on their background, it seemed plausible. Thus, Zhao Shu responded in kind. Well, we haven't encountered this before, but I have come to visit my wife's family. With that, he cast a cheerful glance at Natasha. Yet, Natasha appeared unfamiliar with the term visiting the family and maintained a tense expression as she gazed at Zhao Shu's phone. Meanwhile, Melissa, at her home, was taken aback upon hearing Zhao Shu mention visiting the family, recognizing it as a custom from the Dragon Kingdom. Known as returning to the maternal home, this traditional practice signifies a woman's first visit back to her parents after marriage. Typically, this event occurs within 2 to 3 days post-wedding, and she could not recall any daughter of hers having wed recently. In fact, she had no daughter at all. The thought of a daughter made Melina pause, her expression shifting to one of slight bewilderment as if lost in a memory. Hello, Ms. Melina, are you still there? Zhao Shu called out, fearing she would hang up due to her prolonged silence. I'm here. Did you mention visiting the family? I do have 2 daughters, but... Melina's tone was a mix of surprise and regret. We haven't married yet, Zhao Shu attempted to clarify, but she interrupted. Natasha? Natalia Alienovna Romanova? Melina inquired excitedly, this time in Russian, causing Zhao Shu's mind to momentarily stall. He only grasped the name Natasha. Natasha, would you like to take this? Zhao Shu glanced at Natasha for assistance. Due to Melina's earlier excitement, her voice had risen, and Natasha had caught the question. Her eyes widened slightly, and moisture began to well up in them, as Melina gently released her arm. Feeling Melina's gesture, Natasha quickly turned to face her. Melina said nothing, merely smiling and nodding. She then looked at the others. Tony, with sunglasses perched atop his head, shrugged upon meeting Natasha's gaze, lifting his chin a notch higher. Meanwhile, Little Spider watched the unfolding scene with a bemused expression, struggling to comprehend the emotions at play. Hello, are you still there? Please say something. Melissa's urgency became evident. Hearing her anxious tone, Zhao Shu extended the phone towards Natasha. With a trembling arm, Natasha accepted it and took several deep breaths before placing the phone to her ear. Hello, her shaky voice resonated through the receiver, reaching Melissa's ears. It's you. It's really you. My child, Natalia, where are you now? Are you in Russia? No. You shouldn't be there. Dekov will kill you. The once hurried Russian now flowed from Melissa's lips with heightened urgency, filled with both joy and concern. Oh, I'm sorry, beep beep beep. Despite Natasha's repeated deep breaths, her emotions remained tumultuous. After softly apologizing into the phone, she abruptly ended the call. With tear-stained eyes, she threw herself into Zhao Shu's embrace, who tenderly held her and gently patted her back. It's all right, it's all right. You know that Melissa truly loves you. You should be happy, Zhao Shu whispered soothingly in her ear. I know, but I can't believe I doubted her for so many years, Natasha replied, sitting up. Her guilt evident. My mother might be saddened by this, but she would never cease to love you because of it. Haven T, we returned? We can make amends. I believe she will accept your apology. Aunt May, with a serious expression, grasped Natasha's hand and reassured her. Indeed. Did you not hear her concern for you just now on the phone? Zhao Shu added, offering comfort. Natasha glanced around, nodding firmly in agreement. Driver, please hurry. I'll add another 2,000 rubles, Tony called out to the driver, who responded without looking back. The group soon felt a powerful acceleration from behind. Within 5 minutes, the vehicle they were in drifted to a stop at the roadside. Chapter 82. A long-awaited reunion. As the group disembarked, they made their way towards a nearby house. Upon arriving at Melissa's door, the vehicle parked in front of the house was gently trembling, indicating that its occupant intended to drive away. Zhao Shu quickly approached and knocked on the driver's window. Hello, Ms. Melissa, he said in dragon language, knowing that if she was indeed Melissa, she would immediately recognize him. Melissa, gripping the steering wheel, was about to press the accelerator when the knock in the man's voice startled her. Just as she was about to unleash a tirade, she realized the language he spoke and the voice were familiar from not long ago. In disbelief, she turned to look out the window and saw a strikingly handsome yet youthful man standing there, his eyes filled with curiosity. A jolt of surprise coursed through Melissa, prompting her to unbuckle her seatbelt, leave the engine running, and open the door. Her gaze shifted to the direction of her house, where Natasha and the others stood. A young woman with wine-red curls, her face vaguely familiar and eyes glistening with unshed tears, stood among them. Oh my God, Natalia? Is that you? Melissa exclaimed as she exited the vehicle, bypassing Zhao Shu and rushing towards Natasha. Once before her, she cautiously reached out, intending to caress Natasha's face. However, her trembling hand halted just before contact. Why did you come? Dekov is not dead. He dreams of killing you. Do you understand? Mother, we meet again, Natasha replied, not addressing Melissa's question, but instead offering a beautiful smile as she gazed at her. I propose we go inside to talk. It's rather cold outside in this weather. Oh, and by the way, Tony Stark, Peter Parker, May Park. Before Melissa could articulate her thoughts, Tony interjected, introducing himself and his companions. Since Zhao had already introduced himself over the phone and Natasha was well acquainted with the others, he refrained from further introductions. Let's head inside. We can rest for a moment. And then I will arrange your flight tickets. You must leave promptly, he urged. Melissa, indifferent to the names of the individuals, was primarily concerned for Natasha's safety. However, with the heavy snowfall and the potential for being observed from the red house outside, she felt compelled to invite them indoors. As they entered the warmth of the house, the group began shedding their coats. Once seated in the living room, Melissa retrieved her phone, intent on booking the tickets. Perhaps I should address you as Madam Melissa, Zhao interjected, sensing her focus on the flight arrangements. Shouldn't you first hear about our purpose for being here? You must be Natalia's boyfriend, correct? No time for pleasantries. The priority is for you to leave immediately, Melissa remarked, casting a glance at Zhao while still clutching her phone. Or will Dekov come looking for you? Zhao raised an eyebrow. Melissa's expression tightened. If you know that, why are you still talking? Just leave. Mother, we came here for him. I didn't kill him last time. But this time, he must die, Natasha declared, rising with a face full of ire. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? How do you intend to kill him? You haven't dared to return in all these years, and now you speak of murder? Melissa responded, exasperated. Noticing that Melissa remained intent on her phone and doubted their capabilities, Zhao decided to demonstrate a fragment of their prowess. He employed his sword manipulation technique, levitating Melissa's phone and guiding it gently onto the table before them. Who? Is it you? Is it you? Melissa gasped in shock, scanning the room before her gaze settled on Zhao, who had his hands on the table. Despite the passage of years, Natasha recognized that aside from the super soldier serum, it was improbable for anyone else to possess such abilities. As she surveyed the others, Tony, with his nonchalant demeanor yet air of sophistication, was a stranger to her, and their first meeting under Natasha's watch did not seem likely to provoke such an act. The shy young man, Spider-Man, appeared too timid to engage in such rudeness. As for Aunt May, despite her seemingly formidable presence, her seating and posture indicated a close relationship with Natasha, making it unlikely for her to act disrespectfully in her company. Therefore, the only one left was Zhao, Natasha's partner, making him the most probable suspect. It is I. Booking the tickets would be futile, and we did not come unprepared. I apologize for startling you, Zhao conceded, providing an explanation and an apology. Is this all you have to counter Dekov? Melissa exclaimed in frustration. Then perhaps I should display a bit more, Zhao suggested, glancing at Tony with a tone of curiosity. Tony adjusted his sunglasses and nodded slightly. Receiving Tony's response, Zhao Shu promptly retrieved Tony's armor from the spatial realm, along with the Shura sword in hand. The sudden appearance of the armor and the sword in Zhao Shu's grasp surprised Melissa, yet it was evidently insufficient to substantiate Zhao Shu's formidable prowess. Noticing this, Tony stretched lazily, rose from his chair, removed his sunglasses, and approached the armor. After a brief neck stretch, he extended his arms parallel to the ground. With a series of soft metallic clinks, the strikingly handsome armor, a blend of gold and crimson, gradually opened. Tony chuckled softly and stepped back, allowing the armor to conform to his back. The armor swiftly closed around him, enveloping him entirely, and the eye slots of the helmet emitted a brilliant white light. With a sound akin to a soft chime, Tony, now clad in the armor, turned to take a few steps toward the living room, striking a pose as if preparing for takeoff. As white flames erupted from his limbs, the floor beneath him was scorched, leaving a sizable pit as he gradually lifted off the ground. Damn it, my floor, Melina exclaimed, her ire flaring at the sight of the gaping hole. You could demonstrate without burning my floor, and aside from flying, you haven't showcased any combat capabilities. Tony disregarded Melina's outburst, extending both hands toward Zhao Shu, palms facing him. Observing the damaged floor and Melina's anger, Zhao Shu's lips twitched slightly. After enveloping the surroundings in a protective aura, he nodded at Tony. With a loud declaration, Tony announced his impending action, gathering energy in his palms as the brilliance intensified. With a swift whoosh, two beams of white energy surged directly toward Zhao Shu. He instantly advanced a few steps, his entire being transforming into a golden hue, positioning his chest against the energy blasts. Even though being struck would not harm him, it was prudent to protect his face whenever possible. Chapter 83. Melina joins as the living room illuminated with radiance. Aside from the damaged floor that Tony had wrecked, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. The energy blasts detonated within a half-meter radius around Zhao Shu, enveloping him in a blinding white light that gradually faded, revealing him in a shimmering golden form. Wow! Melina gasped in astonishment. As the chief scientist of the Red Room, she was acutely aware of the immense destructive potential contained within Tony's energy blasts. Yet, Zhao Shu's display left her utterly awestruck. His skin and hair seemed to transmute into a metallic resilience against the energy blasts. And he manifested an invisible energy shield to protect himself and his surroundings. Turning her gaze to the sword in Zhao Shu's hand, Melina recalled the earlier incident where he had manipulated her phone, pondering the capabilities of this sword. Zhao Shu dissipated the protective aura and retracted the armor Tony had shed, facing Melissa as he heard her speak. Indeed, I can also control this sword to fly freely, directing it wherever I wish, he stated. Natasha, observing Melissa's astonishment, wore a proud expression mirrored by Aunt May beside her. And this is not all of Zhao Shu's abilities. Though I may not match him, I am not lacking either. Mother. Elated, Melina turned to Natasha. You have superpowers too? By the way, you appear to show no signs of aging at all. At this moment, Melina gazed intently at Natasha's face, her fingers gently caressing her own. As her fingertips brushed the corners of her eyes and her forehead, a perplexed expression crossed her features. Although the super serum could delay the aging process, Natasha, appearing to be merely 19 or in her early 20s, should not fall within the serum's capabilities. Not to mention that sitting closely beside her was Aunt May, whose youthful appearance was akin to that of a girl. This was all thanks to Zhao Shu, who had bestowed upon us the gift of perpetual youth. Natasha proudly took Aunt May's hand and, extending her other hand enveloped by the serum for Melina to see, suggested, "Shall I demonstrate for you?" Fearing that Melina might question her combat prowess, Natasha was eager to showcase her abilities. "No, I just renovated this house a few years ago. The floor can be repaired without much trouble, but if you break something during your demonstration, I would be quite displeased," Melina exclaimed, waving her hands in protest. Although repairs wouldn't cost much, the frigid weather made materials hard to transport, and repairs would require time. Wouldn't it be more delightful to lounge comfortably on the sofa and snuggle under a blanket? All right, Natasha pouted, a hint of regret in her voice. Tony was taken aback, his eyes widening at Natasha's overt display of affection. Zhao Shu exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt May, a gentle smile gracing his face. Melissa, noticing this, paused momentarily, then addressed Natasha. "I think I shall continue calling you Natasha. You may be more accustomed to that name. Your appearance remains unchanged, and it seems your personality has too. After all these years of turmoil, you should not still resemble your childhood self. It appears you have indeed found someone to rely on for a lifetime." As Melissa spoke, her gaze softened towards Zhao Shu before she approached Natasha and tenderly stroked her hair. "You are also his girlfriend, are you not?" Melissa's hand rested gently on Natasha's shoulder as she glanced at Aunt May, nodding subtly in Zhao Shu's direction. Aunt May exchanged a look with Melina and then turned her attention to Zhao Shu, blinking her eyes without uttering a word. Since leaving the Red Room, you have been remarkably decisive. I believe you know what you want. I, as your surrogate mother, shall refrain from saying more." Having not seen Natasha for over a decade, Melina did not wish to interfere in her romantic affairs. She merely felt a sense of compassion for her. You are my mother. Mother, Zhao Shu treats me very well. Without him, I believe my future would have remained shrouded in darkness. It is he and May who have brought light into my life and continually dispel the shadows." Natasha embraced Melina, resting her ear against Melina's abdomen. "Indeed, you are my daughter, past, present, and future. Thank you for taking such good care of Natasha," Melissa said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she held Natasha's head close. "And I too. I haven't spoken since entering, but I am excited to say this," the small spider exclaimed, standing up eagerly. "As long as you don't cause any trouble." Melina replied, "There's no need for thanks. Caring for family is simply the right thing to do." Melinda grasped the little spider tightly, then exchanged a knowing wink with Natasha, smiling to convey that she, too, regarded Natasha as family. "Well, since we are family, let us reserve our sentimental words for private moments." Although Zhao Shu felt a sense of comfort, he interjected to disrupt the emotional atmosphere. The mood shifted, and Tony surveyed the room, realizing that, aside from himself, others indeed shared familial bonds. Let us discuss the purpose of our visit." Noticing Tony's expression darken, Zhao Shu hastily redirected the conversation. "You have come to find me because you are unable to locate Dekov, correct?" Though phrased as a question, Melissa spoke with certainty. "It is entirely understandable that you cannot find him. He is actually in Russian airspace, not on the ground, and has been for some time." "What? Impossible. Who could possibly remain airborne indefinitely? If it were true, his base could not be insignificant, yet we have seen no sign of it from our satellites." Tony was the first to express disbelief. "Living in the air for extended periods is not impossible. If I desired, I could manage it as well. Perhaps he possesses such capabilities." As for the base, Zhao Shu suggested that the first scenario might be feasible, but he found it difficult to believe that Earth possesses such advanced technology for the second. "You Americans have aircraft carriers that can ascend. For us, inheritors of the remnants of the Big Brother's dissolution, Would it not be easy to enhance upon that foundation? Melina displayed disdain for the skepticism of the two men, or rather, for America itself. This situation stems from historical issues between Russia and the United States, and Zhao Shu preferred not to delve into that topic. Do you know where the Red Room base is? Melina nodded nonchalantly. Of course, I played a significant role in its construction. Otherwise, how could I sit here safely plotting with you? Mother, do you have a way to summon all the Black Widows globally? Upon learning the location of Dekov, Natasha immediately sought to address their second objective. What? Do you wish to eradicate them entirely? That cannot be allowed. Natasha, you have endured that pain. They are also victims. Hearing Natasha's intent to gather all the Black Widows, Melina could no longer remain composed, mistakenly believing Zhao Shu and his companions sought to eliminate them. Chapter 84. Here, SA Trio. Melina clearly misunderstood Zhao Shu's plan. Seeing the gesture to dismiss them, the others quickly rose to clarify. No, Ms. Melissa, you have misunderstood. Indeed, we have no intention of such actions. Mother, would I ever be that kind of person? We merely aim to recruit some of the Black Widows who wish to continue fighting to serve our cause. Natasha's explanation caused Melina to lift her head once more. Really? Of course it is true. Once we deal with Dekov, the core figure, and free the Black Widows from his control, they will no longer be our enemies. There is no need for us to harm them unnecessarily, right? Moreover, they have been raised and trained from a young age. Once liberated, many will find themselves homeless. We are in a position to establish an organization that aligns with their skills and abilities. Zhao Shu quickly provided a succinct explanation. Melina, after a moment of awkward laughter, apologized. I beg your pardon, I misunderstood you. However, her smile quickly faded as she posed a serious question. You mentioned wanting to recruit them into your organization? What difference does that make? Zhao Shu chuckled lightly. The difference is substantial. We do not compel them to join, and we shall provide them with a salary. Their task would merely involve gathering intelligence that we require, and most assignments would not necessitate their participation in combat. That may be true, but you must understand that although the number of individuals capable of becoming Black Widows is limited, over the years, that number has not been insignificant. Are you certain you can afford their salaries? Melina nodded, yet concerns about the remuneration remained. Zhao Shu acknowledged that he could not personally afford it, but then gestured towards Tony, addressing Melina. Tony Stark, former president of the leading arms company in America. While he no longer manufactures weapons, he has excelled in the renewable energy sector, remaining at the forefront. Therefore, financial matters should not pose a problem, right, Mr. Billionaire? Tony let out a slight snort, raising his chin in Zhao Shu's direction. Ah, yes, you did mention him before. It sounded familiar. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. Melina nodded in realization. Shall we depart now? Zhao Shu glanced around at the others, noting their affirmative nods, and promptly decided they could set off immediately. The sooner we leave, the sooner we conclude our mission. What do you say, May? May, wearing a smile, gently shook her head. You all go ahead. I will stay here and prepare lunch for you. She then turned to Melina, asking, Is that all right, Ms. Melina? Surprised by May's decision not to accompany them, Melina pondered. So she is truly an ordinary person. Why did Natasha bring her along then? Is she not concerned for her safety? Despite her confusion, Melina acquiesced, instructing, Once we leave, do not respond to anyone who knocks until we return. I will open the door myself. Though she did not fully comprehend the reasoning, Melina allowed May to remain at home and reminded her to disregard any knocks at the door. When I return, we shall prepare lunch together. Zhao Shu stepped forward, taking May's right hand and kissing it gently, while Natasha embraced her as well. Melina led the group outside, reiterating her instructions to May before locking the door and approaching the vehicle. Let us get in. This area is densely populated, and taking off directly into the sky would not be prudent. Although Zhao Shu could fly them directly to the Red Room, Melina preferred to find a less populated locale to avoid unnecessary complications. Given that it was winter and snow was falling heavily, people were largely indoors, making it relatively easy to find an uninhabited space. Soon, they arrived at a secluded pine forest where Melina parked and surveyed the surroundings, confirming that they were alone before instructing Zhao Shu and the others to disembark. This place is secure. Let us stay here. Zhao Shu nodded, retrieving the Shura sword and tossing it into the open area. The sword expanded swiftly, growing to a size large enough for a dozen individuals to stand upon it comfortably. Come aboard. Tony and the others had long experienced the thrill of riding a sword, but Melina gazed in astonishment at the colossal Shura sword, hesitating whether to leap upon it. Observing her indecision, Zhao Shu urged her onward. Taking a deep breath, Melina gingerly placed her foot on the sword's surface, securing her grip. Zhao Shu nodded to the others and offered a reminder, albeit one he had previously stated. Where should I hold on? As Zhao Shu commanded the Shura sword to ascend, Tony was jostled into a seated position, subsequently shouting at Zhao Shu, anywhere's fine. Zhao Shu rolled his eyes at Tony, the sole individual affected by the turbulence. Natasha had already secured herself with a serum upon boarding the Shura's sword, and upon Melina's arrival, she naturally supported her. As for Spider-Man, he was effortlessly stable, his limbs adorned with spider silk. Thus, only Tony, an ordinary man, struggled to maintain his footing. Fly that way, Natasha directed Melina while relaying their position to Zhao Shu. The fierce winds and snow at such heights rendered it impossible for the mortal Melina to provide Zhao Shu with her location, relying entirely on Natasha's support. Since their destination lay in the sky, the rules of ground travel did not apply. Zhao Shu could head straight towards their goal. Soon, the group aboard the Shura's sword, trailing a luminous streak, arrived in the airspace above the Red House. Damn, it's nearly the size of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Tony remarked, cautiously peeking out from the clouds, unable to suppress a curse. Hey, Tony, Zhao Shu called out, now observing the full extent of the enemy base. Withdrawing his head from the clouds, he raised an eyebrow at Tony, who appeared somewhat astonished. Hee. Recognizing the expression on Zhao Shu's face, Tony quickly grasped the implication and playfully beckoned him with a finger. Zhao Shu promptly retrieved Tony's armor, and while Tony donned it, he approached the bewildered Natasha and Spider-Man. Hey, just keep an eye out and don't damage our aerial base, alright? Our base? Spider-Man queried, still perplexed, while Natasha promptly understood Zhao Shu's intent. She gestured with her hand, a mischievous grin spreading across her face, and raised her head slightly, closing one eye while emitting a playful sound. Oh, Zhao Shu, I want to be the first officer. Spider-Man, now comprehending the situation, eagerly asked Zhao Shu to appoint him as a first officer too. Sure, 1 captain and 3 first officers. How about I make you the 3rd officer, responsible for fire safety? Chapter 85. The despairing Black Widow. Zhao Shu left Melina behind and led the others onto the side of the ancient short sword. We won't be able to look after you if a fight breaks out, so you'll need to stay here, alright? Without waiting for a response, Zhao Shu took control of the ancient short sword and surged through the clouds, heading towards the castle in the sky, which he had already come to consider as his own, even naming it Peach Castle. Aside from Zhao Shu, the other 3 had been enveloped entirely by serum, battle suits, and armor. Zhao Shuhuan enveloped several individuals in layers of protective aura, particularly the young spider. Despite the vibranium defenses adorning his front and back, Zhao deemed it prudent to provide him with additional layers of protection, given the fragility of his battle attire. Not long ago, in the heart of Baichibo, Dikov was leisurely smoking a cigar while toying with a tube of crimson liquid in his hand. He recalled a recent incident where a self-proclaimed member of the Hydra organization was apprehended by a Black Widow. According to the individual, he had been sent by his organization to deliver a message. Unable to determine his whereabouts, he had no choice but to approach the Black Widow and reveal his identity. The information conveyed was alarming. A Black Widow, having previously failed in a surprise attack, was now planning to return with several individuals possessing special abilities to confront him. The organization sought to collaborate with him, expressing a desire for the potion he possessed that could mentally manipulate others, which would enable them to dispatch members to assist him. However, Dikov was not one to be easily swayed. Cautious by nature, he had only been ambushed once by Natasha and had never faced a life-threatening danger since. Thus, he dismissed the information provided by the self-identified Hydra member, even though he was aware of the organization's notorious reputation. That wretched Natalia couldn't even harm me during her ambush. Bringing more people will be futile. As for Hydra, they have merely lurked in the shadows since World War II. Thinking they can secure my potion? No matter how formidable they believe themselves to be, do they truly think I would remain vulnerable? Just as Dikov pondered these thoughts, a sudden alarm blared throughout the base, and the door to his office was thrust open by a Black Widow. Chief, we have an intruder. The Black Widows are prepared for battle. Not some large avian creature, I presume? Dikov replied skeptically, still contemplating how any adversary would struggle to locate him. He was abruptly informed of an incursion. The radar indicates a massive sword-like object nearby. Moments ago, a smaller entity appeared, heading directly towards us. I doubt they are mere animals that have wandered in. A sword? It must be a flying apparatus. Very well, let us shoot them down. Dikov waved dismissively and pressed a button on his desk. He felt confident, as the radar indicated that only a small contingent had arrived, with others left behind to guard the larger craft. The Black Widow nodded and began to retreat, but Dikov suddenly grew curious and beckoned her closer. With a gentle push of his foot, he turned in his chair to face her. The Black Widow, her expression stoic, crouched down, her trembling hand reaching for Dikov. As she unfastened the chains, she was about to grasp the instrument of his intentions when a resounding bang echoed through the office, followed by the clamor of metal colliding. In an instant, Dikov leapt from his chair, startled, only to find that the very tool he had intended to wield was now clutched by the Black Widow before him. Ah, damn it. A torrent of rapid, furious Russian erupted from Dikov's lips as he clutched himself, writhing in agony upon the floor. Upon witnessing the scene, the Black Widow first wore an expression of sheer terror, followed by a moment of bewilderment as she glanced at her own hands and the prone Dikov on the ground. Gradually, her gaze hardened, infused with a tinge of fear, as she drew forth a dagger from beside her leg and cautiously approached Dikov. All the Black Widows had been rendered incapable of inflicting harm upon Dikov through his potent control. Dikov's unexpected injury was, in truth, a consequence of a sudden incident, stemming from her failure to withdraw in time. Yet, the prolonged subjugation and humiliation she had endured ignited within her a desperate desire to seize this faint glimmer of opportunity. Might it be that the effects of the drug had indeed diminished? The Black Widow murmured to herself, her eyes now resolutely fierce as she moved swiftly, raising the dagger and plunging it toward Dikov. Ah, you wretched creature. Dikov lay upon the ground, patiently awaiting the relief of pain, his gaze fixed upon the approaching dagger and the contorted visage of the Black Widow hurling insults. How is it that the control still persists? The dagger halted a mere 5 centimeters from Dikov's throat, the Black Widow's expression contorting into a grimace as she pressed down on the hilt with her other hand, naively believing that an extra push might vanquish the loathsome man before her. Alas, fate conspired against her. With her exertion, blood began to flow from her nostrils, and it felt as though her head had been filled with explosives, driving her to the ground in anguish as she relinquished the dagger with a wail. At the moment the shift in her expression occurred, Dikov understood her intentions. Such occurrences had become commonplace since he had exerted control over all the Black Widows. Yet he remained unfazed by the prospect of harm, for this method of control had been meticulously tested on countless subjects, ensuring no extraordinary circumstances would arise. He was, however, irked by the intolerable physical pain and the uncertainty surrounding the events unfolding outside. After several breaths, Dikov sensed the pain waning in intensity, cautiously attempting to rise with the support of the ground. Though the agony in his lower body remained somewhat unbearable, he persevered, determined to ascertain the situation beyond. His slightly hunched back and splayed legs rendered him a rather comical sight. With a grimace, Dikov steadied himself, unsteadily approaching the unconscious Black Widow, whose inability to endure pain had rendered her insensible. With a fierce countenance, he raised his foot and delivered a kick to her abdomen. The abrupt motion caused him to temper his strength at the moment of impact. The unconscious Black Widow merely shifted her garments in response. Aware of his own precarious condition, Dikov resolved to spare her for the time being. He approached the table and swiftly pressed the button to activate the surveillance system. A virtual screen materialized before him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Shu and his companions were in motion. Zhao Shu, wielding the ancient short sword with unprecedented speed, rushed toward the Peach Castle, intent on seizing the location with minimal destruction. However, upon arriving at the castle's entrance, they discovered the Black Widows were on high alert, weapons at the ready, poised against them. Chapter 86. Could it be swollen? At this moment, the scene before Zhao Shu surpassed his expectations. The four exchanged glances, and apart from Zhao Shu, the others displayed no discernible expressions. What to do? Zhao Shu, feeling perplexed and scratching his head, inquired. Damn it. When Melina mentioned that they were in the sky, I should have anticipated something like radar. Tony's regretful voice resonated from within his armor. There's no choice. We must force our way in. Natasha, removing her facial serum, observed the Black Widows atop the beacon fortress with a troubled expression. After glancing at her 3 companions, she spoke with unwavering determination. All right. The joyous times are about to commence. Little Spider was the first to act, extending his hand with his palm facing upward before pressing down, sending a white silk line hurtling toward the beacon fortress. With a swift motion, he grasped the end of the silk and propelled himself rapidly toward the Black Widows. Be careful. Tony turned to remind Zhao Shu and Natasha, allowing his armor to emit white flames, following Little Spider into the fray. Meanwhile, the weapons atop the beacon fortress began to activate, bombarding the ancient short sword at Zhao Shu's feet. Zhao Shu smirked disdainfully, commanding the sword to transform into a flash of light and dart toward the fortress entrance. To minimize impending losses to his side, Zhao Shu resolved to first assist Natasha in confronting Dikov. Let them hold the fort for now. I'll take you straight to the heart of the matter. Natasha glanced back at Tony and Little Spider, who were cautiously evading the weapons of the fortress while also dodging attacks from the Black Widows. A deep loathing for Dikov reflected in her eyes. Let us go. I can hardly wait to eliminate this scoundrel. Arriving at the entrance of the beacon fortress, Zhao Shu surveyed the approximately 40 to 50 Black Widows before him. He waved his hand, using his sword control technique to seize all their metallic weapons. Then, He produced numerous metal strips, evenly distributing 4 to each of their limbs. The Black Widows, who had only undergone the super serum, had never encountered such an offensive maneuver. While they were aware of an elderly man, nicknamed Magneto, possessing such abilities, it had merely been hearsay. Moreover, the handsome young man before them could hardly be that decrepit old man, as Zhao Shu merely controlled them without causing harm. The Black Widows present were engulfed in confusion, clearly unsure of Zhao Shu's intentions. Once he sensed that no further dangers lurked in the vicinity, Zhao Shu descended with Natasha at the entrance of the beacon fortress. Natasha surveyed the crowd, noticing their bewildered expressions. She paused, removing the serum that concealed her face. "I am Natasha Romanoff, and I believe you have heard of me. I have come to fulfill the unfinished business of the past." In an instant, the Black Widows were taken aback, for she was the only one who had returned alive after defecting to seek vengeance. "Do you wish to join me in revenge?" Natasha inquired, gazing at the astonished assembly, hoping to lead them in their quest against Dekov. The Black Widows contemplated Zhao Shu's capabilities, glancing at Natasha, who was encased in serum, shaking their heads with a mix of surprise and concern. "No, with your abilities, you should be able to handle this on your own. If you release us, given our state of mental control, we might turn against you," one of them remarked. Natasha found merit in their words and chose not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, while Natasha engaged in conversation with her senior and junior colleagues, Zhao Shu seized the opportunity to cleave the entrance door with a single stroke of his sword, then stepped forward to deliver a powerful kick. "What the hell? This dog actually wants to take advantage." Prior to the door's destruction, Zhao Shu had prudently used his heightened perception to ensure no one awaited them on the other side, just in time to sense that Dekov intended to harm his employees. With a resounding thud, Zhao Shu thwarted Dekov's malicious intent with a decisive kick. As they entered the beach castle, numerous gun barrels emerged from the shadows, aimed directly at them. Natasha trailed behind Zhao Shu and nudged him. "You go ahead." Zhao Shu waved his hand dismissively, disarming their weapons, then looked up at Natasha, whose face was the only part visible beyond the serum. He playfully pecked her cheek as a reward. With a grin, he strode forward, passing by the concealed Black Widows, bestowing upon them 4 rings. Natasha's serious demeanor transformed into a smile as she bounced after Zhao Shu. The Black Widows they passed bore expressions akin to those who had indulged in a feast. "Ugh, those two." Zhao Shu overheard them, but remained unfazed. However, for Natasha, the Black Widows were either seniors or juniors, and their remarks left her slightly embarrassed, prompting her to use the serum to cover her flushed face. "Over here, we are almost at my office," Zhao Shu said, his pace measured, for within his perception, Dekov was enduring a pain no man should have to bear. The assailant who sought to eliminate Dekov, a temporary worker, was currently incapacitated from backlash. After dealing with the Black Widow he encountered, the reason for not referring to her as a temporary worker was that she was certain to be recruited. Zhao Shu finally arrived at the central office with Natasha by his side. At that moment, Dekov leaned against the desk, preparing to check the surveillance. "Ah, what the hell?" The virtual screen before Dekov flickered before revealing a handsome visage. Sensing that the individual was about to inspect the footage, Zhao Shu instructed Natasha to lift him, positioning his face directly against the office's external camera. It was not an act of clairvoyance, but rather a gamble on his part, betting that for his own safety, Dekov would first check the footage outside the office. Indeed, upon hearing the commotion from within, Zhao Shu realized his gamble had paid off. "Hey, let me down." Gently released by Natasha, Zhao Shu raised his ancient short sword and delivered 4 swift strikes to the password-protected door, slicing it cleanly along the threshold. With a gentle push, the door crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Dekov, who had been observing Zhao Shu's face gradually diminish on the surveillance, was about to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing there was someone in the footage, only to be startled by the sound of the door slamming down. "Oh, who do we have here? Dekov, is it? He doesn't quite look the part, does he? Why does he appear so hunched?" Zhao Shu crossed the threshold, striding purposefully towards Dekov, casually jesting in English. Upon reaching the space between Dekov and the unconscious temporary worker, Zhao Shu noticed Dekov's defensive stance and let his gaze wander downwards. "Oh, what is this? Standing with legs apart? Getting old? Is he having trouble with his legs? Surely they aren't swollen?" Ha. Naturally, Dekov understood English, and Zhao Shu's jibes reddened his face instantly. Chapter 87. Why aren't you wearing underwear? Fuming, Dekov exclaimed. "Who are you? Why are you here? And who is that white creature?" Enveloped in serum, he failed to recognize Natasha. "You are with Hydra, aren't you?" Dekov suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Natasha, intending to remove her facial covering, halted her movement, intrigued by the mention of Hydra's involvement. A thin tendril stealthily emerged from beneath her feet, brushing against Zhao Shu's calf a few times. Ahem. Though Zhao Shu grasped Natasha's intent, The ticklish sensation on his leg distracted him, prompting a light cough to steady his demeanor. Since you are aware of our identity, I trust you comprehend our purpose for being here, Zhao Shu mused, fiddling with his short sword before raising his gaze to Dekov. What has become of my subordinates? Assuming that Hydra's presence was solely to acquire his control serum, Dekov felt a temporary sense of security, believing he was safe until he obtained what he desired. Oh, them? Not a single one has sustained injury. After all, I would be quite distressed if they were harmed. Treatment costs money, Zhao Shu replied with an indifferent expression. Though the last part of his statement went unheard by Dekov. You're lying. My radar indicates that your numbers are few. They are all trained by me at great expense and effort. It is impossible for you to have arrived here without encountering any injuries in such a short time. Do you take me for a fool? Dekov dismissed Zhao Shu's words without hesitation. Zhao Shu merely shrugged, tossing his short sword into the air and guiding it to circle around Dekov. Your subordinates are merely a shade stronger than ordinary individuals. I could dispatch them with a mere hand. You, Dekov, incensed, pressed his hands against the ground to curse, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to draw a sharp breath. Very well. If you seek my serum, let us collaborate as you propose. Help me eliminate Natasha Romanoff, that wretched woman, along with her companions. Zhao Shu's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent emanating from his gaze. What did you say? With that, Zhao Shu gestured, and the short sword swiftly descended towards Dekov's neck. Before he could finish his words, Dekov felt the scene before him spin, accompanied by a rising hum in his ears. The final image etched in his mind was that of a headless body, a fountain of blood gushing several meters high from the neck. With the remnants of his consciousness, Dekov attempted to utter a few words, ultimately gazing wide-eyed, his pupils dilating as he succumbed to silence. Zhao Shu retracted his pristine short sword, conjuring a protective barrier to shield everything around from the taint of Dekov's blood, for this would soon become his office. Alas, you are too hasty. I wish to hear more of his dealings with Hydra. Disdainfully eyeing Dekov as he indiscriminately sprayed his bodily fluids, Natasha cradled the unconscious temporary worker, seeking refuge beside Zhao Shu. She feared being too distant from him, lest she fall victim to the vile blood. I cannot abide others speaking ill of you. Besides, he has nearly finished his tale. Sensing Natasha's movements, Zhao Shu intensified the energy of his barrier and earnestly explained, you could simply dispose of him, blood and all. This office will need to be cleaned and refurbished anyway. Who knows where he has left his fluids? Natasha nudged Zhao Shu, casting a disdainful glance at Dekov before looking compassionately at the temporary worker in her arms. You are right, and Tony and Peter are still battling outside. Zhao Shu nodded, gradually diminishing the range of the barrier to encompass both Dekov's body and head. As they exited the office, the Black Widow, now under Zhao Shu's control, had been rescued by others from different areas. At the forefront stood a fully armored Black Widow, flanked by her companions, effectively blocking the passage through which Zhao Shu and Natasha intended to leave. Zhao Shu recognized her vaguely. She was Dekov's daughter, presumably named Antonia Dekov. Natasha had once attacked Dekov, believing that the little girl had perished in the explosion. Now, she appeared to have been trained into a rather unique Black Widow by Dekov. It is you. Where is Dekov? A deep, muffled voice resonated from within the armor, indicating that she harbored a profound recollection of Natasha, able to recognize her even after all this time. In response, Natasha expressed her bewilderment. The figure was entirely concealed, and the voice altered by the armor made it impossible for her to ascertain if she knew the individual. She seemed to be Dekov's daughter, twisted into this state by that scoundrel. Zhao Shu manipulated Dekov's body, bringing it forth with a subtle shake. Antonia, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of shock. She could not fathom that Dekov would commit such heinous acts. Not only had he harmed countless girls, but he had even spared his own daughter from his malevolence. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, Antonia's gaze fell upon the decapitated form of Dekov, his eyes still open and fixated upon her. Though she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Dekov, the sight of his lifeless body provoked an uncontrollable surge of fury towards the one who had slain him. Antonia let out a furious scream, raising her twin swords as she charged towards Zhao Shu and Natasha. Zhao Shu felt no remorse for having killed Dekov. In fact, he reveled in the thought of having a multitude of beautiful subordinates and a floating castle, his heart brimming with joy. While he empathized with Antonia's plight, he would certainly not allow anyone to harm himself or his family and friends. Thus, he intercepted Natasha, who sought to advance, and lunged forward with his short sword. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, and Antonia's twin swords shattered cleanly at the hilt, the severed edges smooth and even. Antonia was momentarily taken aback, summoning her courage to retrieve another weapon, only to find that as her hands moved, her iron armor split down the middle with a sharp crack. The back of the armor remained intact, but her nose, lips, chin, and most intimate areas lay exposed before Zhao Shu and Natasha. "Why are you not wearing any undergarments?" Zhao Shu exclaimed, hastily raising his sword hand to shield his eyes. He had never anticipated that, in such frigid weather, his opponent would be clad only in armor, devoid of any additional warmth. Chapter 88. "Oh, are you thinking impure thoughts?" A white tendril extended from Natasha, ensnaring Antonia while simultaneously sealing the gap in her armor. To avoid listening to her ramblings, Natasha left just enough space for Antonia to breathe through her nostrils. "Dekov is dead. Do you still wish to oppose us?" Natasha cast a sympathetic glance at Antonia before setting her aside and addressing the Black Widows behind her. In truth, there was no need for Natasha to instruct them. Upon Zhao Shu presenting Dekov's lifeless body before them, the Black Widows were taken aback. Their eyes reddened as they gripped their weapons tightly. It was not vengeance they sought for Dekov. Rather, it was the sight of the man they despised most easily perishing that stirred within them the pent-up resentment from years of humiliation, leaving them with no outlet for their fury. "Calm them down. I shall take this scoundrel's head to deal with those outside." Observing the expressions of the Black Widows, Zhao Shu recognized their need for catharsis. He hurled Dekov's body towards them, the severed head soaring above their heads. Years of living in fear left the Black Widows profoundly unsettled. Even though he was dead, the moment Zhao Shu tossed the headless corpse before them, they recoiled in terror, fearing Dekov might still have some power over them. "Silence!" Natasha's commanding voice cut through the chaos. As the crowd trembled at her authoritative call, they instinctively huddled together in the passageway. "Sisters, he is dead and can no longer harm you." Natasha spoke softly, her voice low and gentle, her eyes glistening with compassion for the frightened Black Widows. They raised their gazes to meet Natasha's, the panic in their eyes stirring a deep sense of empathy within her. To alleviate their fears, Natasha drew her pistol and fired a shot at Dekov, who could no longer rise. She then holstered her gun and retrieved a dagger, stepping forward to kneel beside him, stabbing his hand twice. "Look, I can strike him without any reaction. Furthermore, his head is gone. He is undoubtedly dead. If you do not believe me, feel free to try." As she spoke, Natasha spun the dagger and extended the hilt towards the nearest Black Widow. "What is your name?" The Black Widow, appearing to be in her mid-20s, hesitated to take the dagger. I am Elizabeth, I." At that moment, a more mature Black Widow emerged from the crowd behind Elizabeth. "Emily." With a hint of determination, Emily stepped forward, took the dagger from Natasha's hand, and after taking a few deep breaths in front of Dekov, she gripped the knife tightly and plunged it into his body. After the initial thrust, Emily quickly stepped back, holding the dagger close to her chest, her eyes fixed intently on Dekov's lifeless form. Once she confirmed he would not retaliate, Emily, with red eyes filled with intense hatred, charged back at Dekov. With Emily's bold act, the other Black Widows began to shed their fears, replaced by a burgeoning emotion known as anger. Observing this, Natasha extended a tentacle to separate Emily from Dekov and tossed Dekov's punctured body into the office behind her. She then stood by the door, gesturing with her right hand for the Black Widows to enter. "The outside space is too cramped. If we jostle about, someone might get hurt. The interior is more spacious." Upon hearing this, the Black Widows eagerly picked up the daggers confiscated by Zhao and charged into the office with fervor. "Now, it is just you left." Once all the Black Widows, except for herself and Antonia, had entered the office, Natasha held Antonia in front of her and said solemnly, "You." Antonia, with tear-filled eyes, cast a sorrowful glance at the office before glaring fiercely at Natasha. Despite feeling guilt at Antonia's animosity, Natasha, now with family, would not seek forgiveness through self-harm. Moreover, should a confrontation arise, Natasha, fortified by the serum, would likely overpower Antonia. Now, before Antonia, she had discarded her father's body to a group consumed by deep-seated hatred. This predicament left Natasha uncertain about how to address Antonia's grievances. Gently placing the unconscious Black Widow down, Natasha resolved to find a secluded spot to resolve their conflict. To spare Antonia from witnessing her father's dismemberment, Natasha led her outside. Upon reaching an empty room, Natasha closed the door and extended 4 tentacles to restrain Antonia's limbs, finally retracting the initial tentacle. "Well, since you have become a Black Widow, I assume the contents within are no longer relevant?" Natasha observed the skin visible through Antonia's armor, gently tapping her finger on her abdomen. "What do you mean?" Antonia gritted her teeth as she stared at Natasha. Believing that Natasha intended to remind her that her father was a demon and that she should not oppose Natasha for the sake of a deceased fiend. "Oh, in truth, this white substance possesses remarkably potent healing properties. How about I restore you to your former self, and you relinquish your opposition to me?" This was the best solution Natasha could conceive without inflicting harm upon either of them. "What do you intend to do?" Antonia asked. her face awash with terror as she surveyed the empty room sealed off by Natasha and glanced at the shape-shifting serum in Natasha's possession. Oh, simply allow the serum to enter your body, and it will heal your wounds. Quite straightforward, isn't it? Natasha, not fully grasping Antonia's implication, assumed she was inquiring about the method of healing. I can't, Antonia stammered, her gaze falling upon Natasha's exquisite visage, her delicate features causing her eyes to redden unexpectedly. No, absolutely not. If you dare to do that, I will not spare you. Antonia's sudden, vehement rejection left Natasha perplexed. After all, such a simple remedy should not have elicited such an intense reaction. Thus, Natasha moved closer to scrutinize Antonia's expression intently. At that moment, Antonia was engulfed by an inexplicable emotion, her face growing increasingly flushed as she beheld the beautiful visage mere centimeters away from her own. Oh, are you contemplating something risque? Natasha observed Antonia's expression, finding it eerily familiar, reminiscent of the bashful demeanor often displayed by someone close to her. After a few moments of contemplation, Natasha quickly realized this was the shy expression Aunt May exhibited in the evening. Chapter 89. Where has Natasha gone? Having identified the crux of the issue, Natasha resolved to elucidate the specifics of the serum's healing process to Antonia. However, just as she was about to speak, her gaze caught the tendrils binding Antonia, igniting a sudden curiosity within her. What sensation does Zhao Shu evoke in us? Natasha lowered her gaze to the same bare expanse as her own, her curiosity compelling her to experiment. Hee. Looking up at the bashful Antonia, Natasha could not help but chuckle. You, Antonia, startled by Natasha's laughter, exerted all her strength in a futile attempt to escape Natasha's grasp. Natasha swiftly commanded the tendrils to seal Antonia's mouth, then opened the door to peek outside. After confirming the absence of onlookers, she closed the door once more. Amid Antonia's palpable fear, Natasha directly removed the iron armor adorning her. Meanwhile, Zhao Shu, having consistently controlled Dekov's head to clear a path, found that the Black Widows encountered along the way avoided him altogether. He soon arrived at the entrance. Outside, the Black Widows remained shackled to the walls by iron rings, idly chatting out of boredom. Do you think they'll succeed? An older Black Widow inquired. I don't know. Let's hope Dekov's arrogance prevented him from monitoring the cameras, as that might allow them to catch him off guard, replied a younger Black Widow with a stern expression. I genuinely hope for their success. I can no longer endure this existence. Indeed, even the right to die is held captive by our leader. Upon uttering these words, all the Black Widows lowered their heads in a trance, silenced. At that moment, a bright male voice resonated. Hey, everyone, are you engaged in conversation? The closest Black Widow, puzzled as to why Zhao Shu had emerged so swiftly, suddenly beheld the head of Dekov floating before her. A piercing scream erupted, prompting all the Black Widows to lift their heads and turn towards the source. Thus commenced a symphony of high-pitched wails before Zhao Shu. Covering his ears in exasperation, Zhao Shu bellowed, silence. Alas, compared to the cacophony of the Black Widows, his voice was woefully inadequate. He understood that their reaction stemmed from a deep-seated terror of Dekov. Realizing his voice was insufficient to quell their fright, he hastily mounted his ancient sword, eager to vacate this place. With the invocation of his sword technique, Zhao Shu ascended into the heavens, carrying Dekov's head. As the source of their fear dissipated, the Black Widows halted their screams, faces etched with terror. Oh, that was indeed his head. Does that mean we are free? We are free. A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the Black Widows, their eyes glistening with disbelief as they murmured in astonishment. Alas, they are all pitiable souls, Zhao Shu lamented, glancing back with a sigh. He then soared toward Tony and the others, and within seconds, he found them. At that moment, the Black Widows were ensnared in a white web, rendered powerless. Tony leaned against a cannon, conversing with a stunning Black Widow, her smile enchanting as she playfully waved her hands. As for Spider-Man, Zhao Shu did not initially spot him. But given that Tony was engaged in charming a beautiful woman, he surmised that Spider-Man was likely safe. Hey, Tony, I hope I'm not interrupting. Zhao Shu stealthily approached from behind Tony, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, signaling the Black Widow to remain discreet. Suddenly, he grasped Tony's shoulders and whispered in his ear, Oh, for heaven's sake, Zhao Shu, you have no idea how terrifying that is. Tony recoiled, startled, and swiftly shrugged off Zhao Shu's hands. Huh, you're not dead, are you? Where's Peter? Zhao Shu, hands on his hips, retorted confidently. He headed that way, saying he wanted to find you. Tony gestured in the opposite direction of Zhao Shu's arrival. Huh, I traversed this same path. Why would he go that way? Zhao Shu questioned, bewildered by Spider-Man's reasoning. He mentioned wanting to circle around Beach City for research. He'll reach your location eventually. Do you require anything? If not, kindly refrain from interrupting me. Tony waved his hand dismissively, a look of impatience crossing his face. But aren't you and Pepper in a relationship? Why then? Zhao Shu patted Tony's shoulder, whispering in his ear, sensing that his demeanor seemed somewhat amiss. Tony rolled his eyes. Are you oblivious to the situation at home? How can you scold me? He added, I was merely indulging in some boredom. What are you thinking? With a dismissive attitude, Zhao Shu straightened up, intending to take Dekov's severed head on a tour around the fortress to complete his mission. Just as he turned around, the head he had previously blocked appeared before Tony's eyes, causing a sharp scream to erupt from Black Widow. Observing the bewilderment on Tony's face from the sudden scream, Zhao Shu erupted into laughter and took to the skies on his sword. As he soared, Zhao Shu searched for Black Widow the moment he spotted her. Regardless of whether she had seen Dekov's head, he would fly close to ensure she caught a glimpse. Instantly, a cacophony of shrieks commenced throughout the entire Peach Fortress. It wasn't until every onlooker had witnessed Dekov's head that Zhao Shu returned to the entrance, ready to escort Natasha back to Melina's home. Peter, go find Tony and also free the ones you ensnared. Oh, the temporary workers. Zhao Shu instructed the little spider, turning back at the entrance. All right, Uncle Zhao. The little spider replied, glancing at the entrance he wished to enter but could not, then at the temporary workers on the wall, before turning to depart. Zhao Shu smiled at the workers against the wall and released them from his control, since Dekov has met his end. I trust you won't pose a threat to me any longer. Take a moment to rest. I'll discuss matters with you later. With that, he plunged into the entrance of Peach Fortress, making his way inside. Before long, Zhao Shu arrived at the door of the central office. However, the sight before him compelled him to halt. Dozens of temporary workers lay sprawled on the floor, panting heavily. Aside from a few who were nearly drenched in crimson, others bore sporadic bloodstains. Some clutched bone clubs, still clinging to strips of flesh. Hiss! Zhao Shu inhaled sharply, the metallic scent of blood assailing his nostrils. Noticing the exhausted individuals, he realized Natasha was absent, so he opted not to disturb them and gently retreated. Before departing, Zhao Shu relocated the still unconscious temporary worker to another area, preventing her from awakening to the gruesome scene in the office. After leaving the central area, he scanned his surroundings but could not locate Natasha. While Zhao Shu had no concerns about her safety, given she possessed the serum, he was mindful that time was nearing noon, and May was waiting for their return at Melina's home. Thus, he resorted to using his perception to locate Natasha's current whereabouts. What he sensed left his jaw nearly unhinged. In a certain room stood a figure over 2 meters tall, while in front of her was a woman approximately 1.67 meters. It was none other than Natasha and Antonia. Antonia was bound, facing Natasha, who regarded her with an expression of curiosity. What on earth is happening? I find myself perplexed. Both of them are women, and it appears that Natasha is the dominant one. Zhao Shu was taken aback, astonished to the point of trepidation. If Natasha were to develop a penchant for such actions, it would seem rather perilous once he succumbed to slumber at night. Should he intervene? Zhao Shu hesitated, contemplating the situation of the two individuals. However, his concerns soon dissipated. At that moment, within the confines of Natasha's chamber, she was diligently conducting an experiment, with the subject being none other than the captive, Antonia. Following a series of enigmatic gestures from Natasha, Antonia's eyes glazed over as she tilted her head back, emitting a cry of agony. Subsequently, her limbs faltered, and her entire body languidly descended. Had Natasha not been supporting her limbs, she might have plummeted to the ground. Observing Antonia's familiar state, Natasha withdrew her tendrils, donned her clothing, and gently placed her upon the bed. The anticipated joy was absent. It seemed a mere exertion of energy. Oh well, I shall seek out Zhao Shu and the others. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Antonia, Natasha ascertained that her current state posed no threat before turning to exit the room. At the same time, Zhao Shu became aware that the battle between the two had concluded. Breathing a sigh of relief, he made his way toward Natasha. Hey, Nana, there you are? I've been searching for you everywhere. Before long, Zhao Shu encountered Natasha. Oh, have you really been searching for long? Why didn't you use your abilities to locate me? Natasha's tone bore a hint of caution. No, I assumed you would be safe, so I refrained from using it to find you. Zhao Shu replied, his expression suddenly stern. Upon witnessing Zhao Shu's demeanor, Natasha's face flushed. She realized he must have inferred her recent actions. Oh, I see. Is Tony and Peter all right? Are the other Black Widows unharmed? Does she find such bare exposure appealing? Zhao Shu, interpreting Natasha's inquiry about Tony and the others as a sign of her confidence in his assurance, relaxed considerably. Everyone is fine. Of course they find it appealing. Otherwise, why would they have been unable to resist you? Zhao Shu responded. You clearly observed that. Don't overthink it. I was merely curious about your feelings at that moment. Natasha's neck turned crimson, fearing Zhao Shu might misinterpret her inclinations, and she hastily clarified. Oh, what was your sensation then? Zhao Shu, not particularly concerned with her explanation, was eager to learn about her experience. If it was unpleasant, it would mitigate any danger. If it was enjoyable, it would be akin to plunging one's hand into warm water. Aside from feeling a slight fatigue, there would be little else to note. Furrowing her brow, Natasha expressed her confusion, pondering why the serum's effect felt akin to the sensation experienced solely in her palm. Oh, is that so? Zhao Shu raised an eyebrow, realizing his safety was assured. Let us hasten to resolve matters here. Mei is waiting for us at home. Once we tidy up, we can bring her along for a visit. Natasha shook her head, determined to move past the current concerns. So, what shall we do with Antonia? Now that she is recovering, what should we do next? Zhao Shu is also eager to leave, but he cannot abandon the issue concerning Antonia. Let us find her and converse. Whether to spare or to eliminate her can be decided later. Natasha tugged at Zhao Shu, leading him towards the room they had just vacated. Upon entering, they found Antonia had regained some strength and was contemplating an escape as soon as she felt sufficiently revitalized. However, upon spotting Natasha and Zhao Shu, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Don't come any closer, you pervert. It's not enough that you came alone, you had to invite others, she exclaimed, retreating to the headboard of the bed, her face a portrait of indignation directed at Natasha. Please don't misunderstand. You're not my type. Zhao Shu interjected earnestly, halting his steps to clarify. However, his explanation only ignited her fury. What did you say? Are you actually planning to have someone watch this? Natasha stood bewildered. What was happening? Did she truly appear so twisted? Stop. I realize I may have left you with a poor impression, but please cease your delusions. We are here to resolve your situation. Antonia was struck by a wave of disbelief, her eyes widening as she retorted, You just finished playing. And you intend to kill me? This is getting out of hand. I cannot explain this to her. Perhaps you should take over, Natasha groaned in frustration. Gesturing for Zhao Shu to assume the task, Zhao Shu reluctantly accepted the mantle. Ahem, what we mean is, do you wish to continue opposing us? If not, we can actually let you go. However, should you choose to persist, I believe you understand the consequences. With that, Zhao Shu and Natasha fell silent, watching her intently for a response. In truth, neither Zhao Shu nor Natasha harbored a desire to harm this unfortunate woman. Really? Antonia fixed her gaze on Natasha, as if only her affirmation could convince her. Natasha replied earnestly, Indeed. So what is your answer? Well, even if I leave, I have nowhere to go. Would you consider allowing me to stay? Antonia's cheeks flushed as she spoke, her shyness compelling her to lower her gaze and cease further words. Wow. Zhao Shu observed her reaction, taken aback. Turning to glance at his girlfriend, he exclaimed, Wow. Are you trying to become my rival? Natasha, overhearing Zhao Shu's astonished muttering, felt her face flush with embarrassment. What nonsense are you rambling about? How could I be a rival? I was merely... Chapter 91. He perceived more than I did. Natasha found herself at a loss for words. After all, this was Antonia's first experience and perhaps warranted a degree of sensitivity. Indeed, when Natasha had inadvertently harmed Antonia, she had been quite young, subsequently trained by Dekov to become a Black Widow. Throughout her time as a Black Widow, her missions were solely combat-related, and there was no necessity for her to employ her body to seduce anyone. As for Dekov, despite being a scoundrel, he had never laid a hand on Antonia, as she was his daughter. What is your perspective? Faced with an agonizing decision, Natasha found herself compelled to seek the counsel of Zhao Shu. With a mischievous grin, Zhao Shu expressed his desire to leisurely enjoy a watermelon while observing the proceedings. In response, Natasha rolled her eyes and swatted the watermelon from his grasp. Fixing him with a serious gaze, she admonished, We are discussing important matters here. Well, if that's the case, I suppose we can accommodate another person, Zhao Shu replied nonchalantly. However, you cannot remain here. We shall prepare a new residence for you. Although Zhao Shu intended for the other party to stay, it was understood that they would primarily reside in the other villas designated as bases. This seemed to be the most prudent course of action. What say you? Do you agree? Natasha inquired of the ever-watchful Antonia. Is it close to where you live? Antonia's question left Natasha feeling somewhat awkward. She lamented internally, wishing she had opted for direct treatment earlier, as it would have saved her effort and spared her the emergence of an unwieldy dilemma. Not particularly. Moreover, I have a boyfriend, he's right here. Please, refrain from any unfounded assumptions, she asserted. Upon hearing the initial words, Antonia's expression fell, but upon hearing the latter part, she quickly turned her gaze toward Zhao Shu, whom she had largely ignored until now. Your boyfriend? He is, well, admittedly handsome and has a commendable physique. But can he truly measure up? Antonia scrutinized Zhao Shu, seeking any flaws to undermine him. Yet, Zhao Shu's appealing appearance left her speechless, ultimately prompting her to express skepticism regarding his capabilities in a dismissive manner. Hey, why don't you put it to the test? Zhao Shu retorted, refusing to let the insinuation of inadequacy slide. He boldly gestured for her to try. Umph, I fear you not, Antonia replied defiantly as she rose to her feet. However, she had forgotten that her battle armor had been damaged by this very man, and as she stood, the pinkish-white petals that had previously been concealed were now fully exposed to both of their gazes. Faced with an affront to his dignity, Zhao Shu met Antonia's gaze with defiance. Startled, Antonia instinctively recoiled into the corner, her cheeks flushed as she chastised him. Look at you, a scoundrel. Gazing at another woman right before your girlfriend. Enough. It's getting late, and I wish to return for dinner. If you please, Natasha interjected, pulling Zhao Shu back and fixing a stern look on Antonia. Umph. Zhao Shu let out a self-satisfied huff, retreating half a step to stand behind Natasha. Oh. Antonia replied softly. Fetch her a garment. Natasha commanded, turning to Zhao Shu as she regarded the hesitant Antonia. Zhao Shu quickly assessed her figure, retrieved a fresh outfit, and tossed it in front of Antonia before returning to his post behind Natasha, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. What are you still doing here? Antonia exclaimed, noticing Zhao Shu's unwavering stare as she prepared to change. Go ahead. He has seen far more than I have, Natasha encouraged. Natasha was truly reluctant to prolong the situation any further, especially considering the stark contrast between her appearance and that of her counterpart. Zhao Shu harbored no affection for this particular type, and it was clear he had exhausted all interest. The other party was now a prisoner of war, which certainly did not compel Natasha to make Zhao Shu leave. Antonia clutched her clothing, her expression tinged with grievance. Humph. Zhao Shu raised an eyebrow and let out a soft huff before turning to depart. As Natasha had remarked, Zhao Shu would observe if he wished. But it was not merely for a fleeting glance at her. Rather, he desired to illustrate the disparity between them. Come on, hurry up, and join us soon, Natasha urged. Watching Antonia's eyes well up with tears as she too turned to follow Zhao Shu outside. Why do you have to be so cruel to her? Upon stepping outside, Natasha observed Zhao Shu grinning mischievously and approached him with a light-hearted reprimand. She cast doubt on my abilities. Naturally, I had to teach her a lesson. Zhao Shu shrugged, responding with a semblance of seriousness. What did you say to her? I, along with Mei, already know your capabilities. Natasha winked at Zhao Shu. You were right, Zhao Shu admitted, pulling her into his embrace and leaning in to kiss her lips. Half a minute later, Natasha gently pushed him away, using her earpiece to contact Tony and instruct him to bring the other temporary workers. She then directed Zhao Shu to venture outside to fetch Melina. Once Zhao Shu had departed, Natasha opened the door behind her, only to find the impeccably dressed Antonia standing there. Let us go. Natasha motioned for her to follow, striding into the corridor with the intent of gathering all temporary workers to head to the central office. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhao Shu and his group of 5, along with all potential temporary workers, arrived at the office. The gruesome scene caused Melina to furrow her brows deeply. Melina, please issue a summons, Zhao Shu prompted. Noting her silence and wishing to vacate the premises as soon as possible, Melina snapped back to reality and nodded, proceeding to the control panel to commence her tasks. Everyone. Dekov is dead. If anyone wishes to leave, please speak up now. We will offer you a sum sufficient to return home. Moreover, our purpose here is not merely altruistic. We also seek to recruit some of you to work for us. Rest assured, we will not employ the same mind control tactics as Dekov. You may depart at any time when not assigned a task. Finally, for those who choose to work with us, we will provide compensation that should meet your expectations. If you wish to leave, please step outside and wait. If you intend to stay, remain here. Zhao Shu announced their intentions loudly, and the crowd hesitated, standing in uncertainty, until a bloodied woman stepped forward and declared, I have been trained as an agent since childhood and am unsure what I would do outside, so I will stay. Very well, Emily. I hereby appoint you as the head of our temporary workers union, responsible for managing the union members. Upon encountering the individual who had been the first to lay hands on Dekov's lifeless body, Natasha promptly suggested that this person assume the role of captain. Chapter 92, Skiing. I will stay. Me too. I shall remain as well. Under Emily's guidance, the Black Widows quickly rallied to stand alongside her. Is there no one else? Zhao Shu inquired, incredulous at the scant number of individuals, perhaps fewer than 30. I wish to stay too, but I am more curious to know if you will truly allow those wishing to depart to leave. An elder Black Widow stepped forward, expressing her desire to remain while voicing her concerns about Zhao Shu's commitment to those who wish to leave. Consider this carefully. If I truly intended to harm you, with our capabilities, none of you could resist. I am not afraid that the remaining few would rebel. After all, acquiring the means to control you is not a challenge for us. We could easily adopt Dekov's methods to maintain our hold over you. Zhao Shu spoke confidently before the assembly. You speak the truth. Therefore, I shall join you. By the way, my name is Talia. After a moment of contemplation, Talia nodded in agreement and whispered a few words to a nearby Black Widow before confirming her decision to join. This Black Widow, after concluding her conversation with Talia, cast a lingering glance at her before departing the office. As this Black Widow exited, a ripple of unrest stirred within the crowd surrounding Zhao Shu, and soon, several of the eldest Black Widows followed suit, leaving the room. Is anyone else planning to leave? Zhao Shu asked once the crowd had settled somewhat. 2 minutes later, seeing that no one else chose to withdraw, Zhao Shu breathed a sigh of relief. The number of those who had opted out was even fewer than he had anticipated, which brought him great joy. In that case, Emily, please lead your sisters to cleanse the place we now call Peach Castle, an apt new name, I believe. There are others waiting at home, so let us return for lunch and then discuss the tasks that lie ahead for you. Summoning the Black Widows was a simple task. Melina merely needed to send a group message, which she promptly completed. Having nothing else to occupy her time, she stood with Zhao Shu and his companions. At the prospect of returning, she, a retired elder, naturally wished to vacate this tainted space. Upon stepping outside the office, Zhao Shu observed the anxious group of Black Widows who awaited his guidance. Do not be afraid, we are preparing to leave. Will you accompany us? Or wait for our return? The first to exit approached Zhao Shu, her expression filled with curiosity as she asked, is there any difference between the two options? Zhao Shu chuckled lightly. If you choose to accompany us, we will go directly to the bank to withdraw funds for you, and then escort you to the airport. By the way, you often undertake missions. I trust you possess passports? Yes. Excellent. Now, for the second option, you may remain here, spending some time with your sisters. After our lunch, we will bring the money to you. Then, you can decide whether to leave with us or wait until we depart again or until this aerial fortress lands. After Zhao Shu's explanation, he granted the others 2 minutes to contemplate. 2 minutes later, the individuals turned back, casting reluctant glances at the office, and then resolutely expressed their desire to depart immediately. Very well, let us leave. With only a handful of people, Zhao Shu merely needed to enlarge the Azura sword slightly. Upon reaching the deck, he produced 2 short swords and tossed them, causing them to swell in size amidst the astonished gazes of the Black Widows. Soon, both swords expanded to the same dimensions. This was a precaution Zhao Shu had taken. He feared that if they rode on different swords, the others might suspect him of harboring malicious intent. Though he had already clarified his intentions, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Step aboard, Zhao Shu instructed, then boldly stepped onto the ancient short sword. Melina, who had previously experienced this flight and remained suspended in the air for quite some time, was now unperturbed, observing the somewhat apprehensive Black Widows beside her. She gently stepped onto the Azura sword ahead of them. With Melina leading the way, the other Black Widows, feeling reassured, followed suit and boarded the 2 swords. Make yourselves steady. Noticing everyone had secured their positions, Zhao Shu inadvertently uttered a remark that elicited an eye roll from Tony. Whoosh! The 2 colossal swords, shimmering with brilliance, soared toward the location where Melina had parked. Before long, the group of nearly 20 individuals touched down. However, only one vehicle awaited them, necessitating Zhao Shu to maintain the swords in their enlarged state, hovering mere millimeters above the ground. He then tied ropes to the hilts of the swords and secured them to Melina's car. In this manner, even if someone were to observe, they would merely perceive it as a rather oversized sled. Admittedly, the sled was somewhat large, the speed was rather brisk, and the passengers aboard appeared precariously situated. Drive carefully. Just take it slow. They won't come to harm. Remember how it was at your place, Natasha reassured Melina, who gripped the steering wheel with a hint of anxiety. Naturally, the thrill of such an exhilarating experience would elicit tension, but Natasha's encouragement was a comfort. This reminded Melina of the time when Zhao Shu had inflated the barrier. Knowing that danger was unlikely, she exhaled in relief, gently releasing the brake and pressing the accelerator. The car gradually began to move forward, advancing at a speed of approximately 30 miles per hour. About 5 minutes later, a jubilant cheer erupted from the group behind the vehicle. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged oppression they had endured. Even upon achieving freedom, they initially bore the weight of lingering shadows in their hearts. However, the tangible sensation of solid ground beneath them, coupled with the sight of the pristine white snow rushing by, began to dispel their gloom, prompting smiles and cheers to escape their lips. Hearing the joyous cries from behind, Melina contemplated slowing down to stop, but Natasha, who had leaned in to peek, grasped her arm. Accelerate a bit more. Perplexed, Melina glanced at the rearview mirror, and upon witnessing the radiant smiles of the Black Widows, she blushed and nodded. The speed of the vehicle increased, and the cheers from behind grew louder, capturing the attention of homeowners along their route, who peeked out of their windows to observe Zhao Shu and his entourage. Subsequently, Zhao Shu couldn't help but exclaim, truly, they are a warrior race. As they found themselves pursued by several vehicles, with iron plates tethered by ropes to the back, and those lacking such provisions resorting to hastily connected wooden boards, It became apparent that most of the participants were father-son duos, with sons at the wheel while their fathers either reclined or sat in the back. A minority were couples, and some families had even mobilized together. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tony could no longer contain himself. He clambered out of the car window and perched atop the vehicle, adjusting his stance before leaping onto one of the swords. He barely managed to land, but several Black Widows caught him just in time. Once he steadied himself upon the sword, he turned around and raised his arms in jubilant celebration. Chapter 93. Wishing you safety. The journey was brief, and Melina soon arrived at the doorstep. After halting the vehicle, a dozen Black Widows disembarked from their snowboards, carefully surveying their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity while those following behind had yet to come to a complete stop, Zhao Shu dismounted, retrieved 2 swords, and instructed Melina to lead the Black Widows inside. Meanwhile, he and Natasha remained outside to disperse the unfamiliar onlookers. "Hello, my friend. I am Andre. How did you come up with such thrilling games?" An imposing figure, sporting a full beard, approached Zhao Shu with palpable excitement, accompanied by a similarly robust young man. Zhao Shu, unable to comprehend Russian, smiled and awaited Natasha's response. "Natasha, Zhao Shu, we merely acted on a whim," she explained, as she introduced herself and Zhao Shu, intending to usher them away. "Oh, indeed, it is lunchtime. My wife is cooking at home, so I shall not intrude any longer." Andre glanced at his watch and, turning on his heel, led the young man away while calling out to others approaching. Waving goodbye, the 4 of them waited until all had departed before entering the house. Upon stepping inside, Aunt May approached them warmly. "Welcome back. Melina mentioned that your mission went exceedingly well." Zhao Shu, Natasha, and Spider-Man each embraced Aunt May, but when it came to Tony, Zhao Shu intervened, stating, "We need to prepare lunch. You wouldn't be of much help, so why not go get some cash instead?" As he spoke, he pushed Tony back outside and called over his shoulder, "Does anyone know where the nearest bank is? Accompany him to withdraw some money." The Black Widows exchanged glances, their age rendering them somewhat unfamiliar with the current environment after years of inactivity. Eventually, the youngest among them stepped forward. "I'll go." "Wait, how can I go?" Tony seized the moment while Zhao Shu turned around, escaping his grasp with a look of exasperation. "Oh, my mind. Melina, could I possibly borrow your car?" Zhao Shu smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten they were in Russia. If Tony ventured out in his armor, he would surely attract unwanted attention. "Let us go together. I'll pick up some ingredients and ask him to fill up the tank. That will suffice as compensation for the floor damage." Melina had just moved chairs from elsewhere when she overheard Tony's intention to go out. Realizing that there were not enough ingredients at home to feed everyone, she too contemplated venturing out to purchase some supplies. "No need. I have plenty of ingredients here," Zhao Shu interjected, stepping forward to retrieve the keys and handing them to Tony. "Did you hear that? Good luck." With a quick motion, Tony snatched the keys and dashed out the door. "We'll step out for a moment." The Black Widow followed Tony's lead. With so many people, preparing a meal could be a bit of a hassle. Since it's winter, perhaps a hot pot would suffice. Zhao Shu surveyed the room, counting nearly 20 individuals, and ultimately concluded that hot pot was indeed the most convenient option. "Let us prepare the ingredients. Peter, you can stay outside and watch television or play some games." To ensure the meal's delectable taste, Zhao Shu decided that he and the others would handle the cooking themselves. Melina, as the host, accompanied him to the kitchen without hesitation. Chop, chop, swish, swish. Soon, the sounds of chopping and washing vegetables filled the kitchen. Half an hour later, Tony returned with the Black Widow just as Zhao Shu emerged from the kitchen, skillfully managing 3 hot pots. "Back already? Perfect timing for dinner. With so many people, hot pot is the way to go." Zhao Shu set down the hot pots and returned to the kitchen to fetch the dishes. "Great, I love hot pot," Tony exclaimed, signaling Spider-Man to assist with the dishes. The Black Widow and her companions also wanted to lend a hand, but Tony stopped them, instructing the one who had accompanied him to withdraw money to first distribute the funds among the others. Lacking bank cards, he utilized Jarvis's capabilities alongside his own finances to procure cards for each of them, depositing $500,000 into each account. Although it seemed excessive, considering their prolonged detachment from normal society, finding work in a short time would likely prove challenging. Even though they weren't temporary workers, Tony believed it prudent to provide a little more to avoid complications down the line. After all, he had ample resources, and it was best to resolve any issues with money when possible. Once the dozen or so individuals received their cards, they handled them with care, joyfully gathering to converse. Except for Antonia. Watching her predecessors revel in happiness, she felt a pang of joy herself, yet was soon overshadowed by the thought of their eventual departure and the colleagues she would no longer see. Most distressing was the realization that even Natasha would be out of reach in the future. "At least I can see them now," Antonia reassured herself. "Come, let us raise a glass to celebrate your liberation from hardship." Once all the ingredients were on the table, Zhao Shu produced an appropriate number of wine glasses, filled them, and raised his glass. The others followed suit, standing with their filled glasses. Help yourselves to the food. Take whatever you desire. After the toast, Zhao Shu picked up his chopsticks and began to serve the dishes, while the Black Widow and her companions eagerly grabbed their utensils to join in. A meal spanned nearly an hour, leaving Tony and the others to tidy up the aftermath. Zhao Shu, accompanied by Natasha and Aunt May, sought to escort the Black Widows away. Zhao Shu retrieved his twin swords, securing them at the back of the vehicle, while he, Natasha, and Aunt May took their seats. With Melina, well acquainted with the surroundings, at the wheel, they opted for the nearest station or airport, whichever was closer. The eldest of the Black Widows exchanged a few words with Melina. Soon, the vehicle halted at a station. Farewell, let us keep in touch. The Black Widows, wishing to board the train, disembarked, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as they waved from a distance. Melina promptly engaged the handbrake and drove towards the airport, while the remaining Black Widows, with teary eyes, gazed longingly back until the heavy snow obscured their view. Wishing you safe travels. As the last few arrived at their destination, Natasha and Melina alighted, embracing the others and bestowing their heartfelt blessings. We must return. There are matters to attend to at home. Once the two were in the vehicle, Zhao Shu patted their shoulders. Melina nodded, then started the engine, gradually steering towards home, while Zhao Shu discreetly retrieved the two swords from the rear when no one was watching. Chapter 94. I wouldn't be surprised even if we captured a spaceship upon returning home. Zhao Shu and his companions found that Tony and the others had already completed the cleaning. The trio lounged on the sofa. Spider-Man was absorbed in his phone, while Antonia stared blankly at the television. Upon seeing Natasha return, she felt a surge of joy and nearly rose, but Zhao Shu's stern glance compelled her to remain seated. You're back, Tony remarked casually, his attention still fixated on his phone. Indeed, the place looks remarkably tidy. Well done, genius Tony. With a moment of leisure, Zhao Shu recalled the trailer and could not resist teasing Tony. I can't be bothered with you. Tony continued to tap away at his phone screen. Curiosity piqued. Zhao Shu leaned closer, settling beside Tony to peer at the screen. Tony cast him a disdainful glance, but did not shy away, finding the content on Tony's phone incomprehensible. Zhao Shu soon lost interest. Thus, he broached a more familiar topic. The mission is nearly complete. What's next? His inquiry captured the attention of all present, drawing their gazes toward him. Antonia subtly inched closer to Natasha. What can we do? We wait for the other Black Widows to return. Those who wish to stay may do so, and we shall provide severance pay to those who wish to leave. We might as well release a movie. Tony set his phone aside, rubbing his wrist. Speaking of the movie, how do you intend to distribute it? Do you have experience? Zhao Shu confessed his ignorance on the matter and sought Tony's insight. Tony shrugged. I have no clue, but rest assured, I have already summoned professionals from the new company to handle these matters. All right, and please, do not include the footage of me fainting in the final cut. The trailer is one thing, but if that makes it into the actual film, it would be disastrous, don't you think? No one wishes for their embarrassing moments to be exposed, and Zhao Shu was no exception. He had not participated in the trailer's production, but he intended to keep a vigilant eye on the final film. Tony smirked. It won to be included in the final cut. I even deleted it from the first trailer. Well, that's somewhat acceptable. Zhao Shu rolled his eyes and let out a soft huff, intending to speak further when he was drawn in by Antonia's voice. She was intrigued by Zhao Shu's mention of fainting and was seated beside Natasha, inquiring about it. Natasha, what did he mean by fainting? Suddenly called Natasha, she paused, but upon remembering that several people around her addressed her that way, she brushed it off. Observing the curious expression on Antonia's face and recalling the moment Zhao Shu had collapsed in her arms, Natasha couldn't help but chuckle softly. Let me tell you. Zhao Shu, noticing Natasha's intent to share his embarrassing moment with Antonia, shot her a glare. Why are you glaring at Natasha? Melina, Aunt May, and Antonia chimed in, questioning Zhao Shu. She's about to share my embarrassing story with a stranger. Can I intervene? Zhao Shu replied, exasperated, throwing up his hands. All right, ignore him. He's just shy? Natasha rolled her eyes and continued her conversation with Antonia. Haha, I thought you were the one in charge at home. Tony interjected, reveling in the mischief. This is love for her. Enough about them. Let us discuss how to transport the temporary workers and the Beachberg back. Zhao Shu waved his hand, interrupting Tony's teasing, and then raised a serious new concern. At the time, we never anticipated acquiring such a massive airborne fortress. It's indeed a problem now. Tony's expression turned serious as well. He stroked his chin, his brow furrowed deeply. Actually, the issue with the temporary workers is easily resolved. They undoubtedly possess passports. And regardless of their authenticity, deceiving immigration officials isn't difficult. The primary concern is how to get the Beachberg over there. The distance between the two countries is considerable. Even if we manage the distance, having such a substantial object suddenly appear in foreign airspace could lead to a barrage of attacks. Should we inform Nick and see if he has a solution? Tony pondered for a moment before proposing an idea. He couldn't think of a better plan. While he was wealthy, money could not solve everything. This was not his armor, and with the U.S. military's advanced weaponry, they wouldn't be overly intimidated by even several suits of armor. Though the Beechburg was not as large as an aircraft carrier, the difference was not too vast, and its threat level far surpassed that of a mere suit. It was inconceivable for Zhao Shu and the others to abandon such a grand airborne fortress. Absolutely impossible. The best course of action now might be to seek Nick's assistance. As the director of SHIELD, he might have a way to resolve this issue, although it could come at a considerable cost. As long as the conditions did not cross Zhao Shu and Tony's bottom lines, it would be acceptable. Should we ask him? Zhao Shu scratched his head, uncertain. All right, I'll ask him. Beep, beep, beep. Mr. Stark? What brings you to me? I am quite busy, so please be swift. Soon, the call connected, and Nick's somewhat displeased voice echoed through the phone. Director Nick, have you yet to resolve the aftermath of the New York battle? It seems your subordinates are not quite up to the task. Naturally, Tony would not coddle him. Nick had a keen desire for his talents. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get to the point. Nick thought to himself that Tony's words rang true, making him feel even more uncomfortable. I shall be direct. We are currently in Russia and have recently seized an airborne fortress. We are now grappling with how to transport it back to America and wish to inquire if you have any solutions. Being in a position of need, Tony refrained from further disparaging remarks and articulated the reason for his call. How big is it? Nick inquired in a calm tone. Not particularly large. Roughly similar to the aircraft carrier I worked on last time. Tony scratched his forehead, hesitating slightly. What? You consider that small? Do you have any idea how massive that aircraft carrier is? Similar, you say? Nick was taken aback by Tony's description, then unleashed an impressive torrent of words typical of his vibrant persona. Quiet. Just tell me if you have a solution. Tony interrupted, raising his voice into the phone. Perhaps. But what isn't it for me? Nick's voice emerged flat and almost indifferent, as if he had transformed entirely. Do you seem to have prior knowledge of this situation? Do you have agents in Russia as well? Tony skillfully diverted the conversation, believing this to be a strategic move in negotiations. No, with you and Zhao Shu around. I wouldn't be surprised if you seized a spaceship. Let us discuss the terms. Chapter 95. Seeing her pitiful, still asking for help, offering compensation for assistance, is reasonable. Yet Tony sought to minimize his losses, improving the aircraft carrier's power system along with $50 million. After a moment's contemplation, Tony presented his terms. Do you take me for a vagrant? If Zhao Shu is also involved, allow me to propose certain conditions. 3 resurrection coins, 50 sets of armor crafted from that special hardening agent, and an additional $150 million on top of your proposed terms. While Nick's conditions fell within the acceptable range for Zhao Shu and Tony, the directness of his demands indicated there was room for further negotiation. Hence, Zhao Shu raised an eyebrow at Tony, signaling him to push the price down. Tony nodded, feigning difficulty as he replied, we cannot accept such terms. Very well. Let us simplify it. 20 sets of armor. The power system remains unchanged, $80 million. And regarding the resurrection coins, how about a maximum of 2? Upon mentioning the resurrection coins, Tony turned to Zhao Shu, who understood his intent and thoughtfully held up 2 fingers. Agreed, I accept. After a brief silence, Nick's voice returned over the phone, indicating his agreement to the terms. Although the other party took some time to concede, Tony furrowed his brow, feeling that the price he offered still seemed excessive. However, having spoken the words, he found it difficult to retract. Very well, I will notify you when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Tony turned to Zhao Shu. I think I might have offered too much. Zhao Shu pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Well, how many resurrection coins do we have left? If it's just a matter of giving them away, then so be it. As for the other matters, I shall leave them in your capable hands. It wasn't a bother, really. Enhancing the power of the armor was something he had intended to pursue, and the materials required were hardly an issue. Money was not a concern either. It was merely the absence of a proper baseline that left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Tony waved dismissively, for he was currently the interim president, albeit reluctant to offer concessions to members of other organizations. Resolving the predicament in Pittsburgh was a commendable endeavor. But what should they do next? Natasha spoke up to console Zhao Shu, inquiring about their subsequent plans. Shall we explore the surroundings? Zhao Shu found himself at a loss for what to do next. Gathering all the Black Widows would take time, and waiting for the film crew's arrival would also require patience. They could not simply linger idly. Then I shall take you on a little excursion. Though the weather is less than ideal, Melina remarked with a smile as she observed the bewilderment of the group. That sounds agreeable, but let us postpone it for today. Although the hour is still early, We have fought for a while. It would be wise to find a place to freshen up and rest. We can continue our exploration tomorrow. Zhao Shu nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of cleansing himself after the recent skirmish, brief though it had been. Additionally, he had informed the inhabitants of Pittsburgh that he would be returning shortly. Let us depart, and we shall reconvene tomorrow, he said, bidding farewell to Melina before hailing a taxi. The driver navigated the streets, delivering the group to their hotel. After freshening up, the three of them would go upstairs to check in. Zhao Shu, along with Aunt May and Natasha, entered their room and headed directly to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, Zhao Shu emerged from the bathroom, freshly cleaned and dressed. He sat down and began to play a game on his phone. After another 20 minutes, Aunt May and Natasha, wrapped in towels and drying their damp hair, stepped out of the bathroom. Zhao Shu set aside his phone, placed their clothes on the bed, and retrieved a hairdryer to assist them. After all these years, I have finally fulfilled my aspirations, yet for some inexplicable reason, I feel as though I have lost my purpose, Natasha said, staring blankly as Zhao Shu tended to her hair, suddenly expressing her thoughts aloud. Lost your purpose? That's easily remedied. Consider the recent battle in New York. How could one Loki wield such power to mobilize an army across the cosmos? He must have others backing him, and we still have no idea why he sought the Tesseract. Zhao Shu mused, knowing that many events were yet to unfold. Natasha's assertion of feeling aimless was, in truth, somewhat premature. Oh, let me just experience a moment of emptiness, she exclaimed, momentarily losing her composure and leaning against Zhao Shu, twisting her form in a playful manner. Ha ha. All right, I won't bring it up again. Just stay still. You've made my clothes wet. Zhao Shu chuckled, setting the hairdryer down to gently adjust her head to a proper position. Hold still. I still need to dry Melina's hair after yours. Keeping your hair damp isn't good for your health. He resumed using the hairdryer, directing the warm air towards Natasha's auburn locks. I can manage this myself, she insisted, observing the two engaged in playful banter. Aunt May shook her head with a smile and casually picked up the hotel's hairdryer to style her hair. What was up with Antonia? It seemed she always regarded Natasha with peculiar eyes. With her head tilted and hair being adjusted, Aunt May suddenly recalled Antonia, who resided in another room. She was quite confident in her own merits and aware that Zhao Shu did not hold her in high regard. However, within Melina's residence, Antonia evidently harbored a fondness for Natasha, which surpassed mere affection, leaving Aunt May perplexed. You speak of her? That is indeed a remarkable tale. Zhao Shu reminisced about the incident involving Natasha and Antonia at Beachbug, unable to suppress a chuckle. Natasha, upon hearing Aunt May's inquiry and Zhao Shu's laughter, felt her face flush with embarrassment. Oh dear, you've spat on my hair. Natasha seized this opportunity to engage Zhao Shu in playful mischief, hoping to deter him from divulging their affair to Aunt May. Having spent several years with Natasha, Aunt May understood her character well. Seeing her playfully tussling with Zhao Shu made it clear that they were intent on keeping Antonia's matters under wraps. Intrigued, she set down the hairdryer, approached Natasha, and mischievously grasped her hand, embracing her. She then turned to Zhao Shu and said, Shu, I'll hold her. Now, you must tell me what transpired. Oh, May, don't hold me. She was merely the girl involved in my encounter with Dekov, the very daughter of Dekov, who later trained her to become a Black Widow. I only felt pity for her. Natasha attempted to deflect attention by referencing the tragic events that had befallen the other. This tactic proved effective. Upon hearing it, Aunt May's sympathy surged, and feeling a pang in her heart, she released Natasha. Well, looking at her plight, you seem to care, Zhao Shu muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes. Just moments ago, Aunt May had turned off the hairdryer to seize Natasha, and Zhao Shu too had silenced the device, while Natasha playfully turned to him. Thus, an unusual quiet enveloped the room, and Zhao Shu's whispered remark was inadvertently overheard by Aunt May. Once sympathetic towards Antonia, Aunt May now turned her curious gaze toward Zhao Shu. Eager to share Natasha's embarrassing moments with Aunt May, Zhao Shu, disregarding Natasha's protests, animatedly recounted the incident involving Natasha and Antonia. Aunt May, upon hearing the tale, was taken aback, her astonishment reflected in her gaze towards Natasha, who, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt the urge to cover her mouth and retch. Chapter 96. Congratulations. Seeing Aunt May in such a state, Natasha felt utterly bewildered. She assumed Aunt May's nausea stemmed from the events she and Antonia had partaken in. I told you not to speak of it. Now look, May will surely despise me. In an instant, overwhelmed with uncertainty, Natasha's eyes brimmed with tears as she playfully struck Zhao Shu. Zhao Shu, equally stunned, was at a loss for why Aunt May had reacted so unexpectedly. Typically, her nature did not lean towards being easily unsettled. May, are you all right? Would you believe me if I said I was just joking? While assisting Aunt May in calming down, Zhao Shu offered explanations. After Aunt May retched several times and began to feel slightly better, She made a gesture to ease her discomfort with her left hand, while waving her right hand several times. No, it's not what you think. I just suddenly feel a bit nauseous. Natasha, covering her face with both hands, turned and ran away. Seeing this, Aunt May quickly took a deep breath to suppress her queasiness and pushed Zhao Shu. Stop her. Zhao Shu complied and swiftly ran in front of Natasha, embracing her tightly. Let go. I can't face May. Natasha struggled vigorously in Zhao Shu's arms, trying to break free. Nana, it's not what you think. I don't know what is happening. I just feel a bit queasy all of a sudden. Just as Zhao Shu was about to say something to calm Natasha down, Aunt May spoke up loudly behind him. Upon hearing this, Natasha immediately ceased her struggles and looked at Aunt May with eager anticipation. Really? Aunt May nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it's merely a matter of intimacy with a girl. I shouldn't react so strongly. You should understand that. Nestled in Zhao Shu's embrace, Natasha contemplated, recalling moments when they had bathed together, shared intimate encounters, and even discussed exercising together when Zhao Shu was away. With these thoughts, Natasha gradually regained her composure, realizing that Aunt May likely wouldn't be disgusted by such matters. But why then was Aunt May feeling nauseous? Suddenly, an idea struck Natasha, and her eyes brightened as she cautiously turned towards Aunt May. May, has your period come this month? Aunt May was taken aback, wondering how the conversation had shifted so abruptly. I suppose it's due in the next few days. Yet, after some internal deliberation, she realized her period was indeed expected soon, and there were no signs of it arriving. Could it be? Reflecting on her queasiness and the absence of her period, Aunt May pondered the possibility of being pregnant. Her expression turned bewildered as her hands gently rested on her lower abdomen. What is happening? May, are you all right? Zhao Shu, perplexed by the sudden change in their conversation, noticed Aunt May's thoughtful expression had shifted to one of confusion. He opened his arms, guiding Natasha to Aunt May's side, concerned. Meanwhile, Natasha, with keen interest, stared intently at Aunt May's abdomen as if she had glimpsed something precious. May, is it? Upon hearing their inquiries, Aunt May snapped back to reality. Though her face still bore a look of confusion, it shouldn't be. I clearly had it last month. How could I feel nauseous so soon? That is impossible. You must be mistaken. As she spoke, the look of confusion faded from Aunt May's face, replaced by a gentle smile. Though Zhao Shu sensed a hint of reluctance in her expression, concerned about Aunt May's state of mind, Zhao Shu quickly asked, May, what is wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. What were you two discussing just now? At that moment, upon hearing Aunt May mention the timing, Natasha furrowed her brow, thinking, what do you mean, what were we discussing? Of course, we were talking about whether or not you might be pregnant. Natasha retorted sharply in response to Zhao Shu's question. Both of them had made their intentions so apparent. How could this man possibly remain oblivious? Zhao Shu was taken aback by the sudden revelation and then turned to Mei Yi with a look of sheer delight. Were you just experiencing morning sickness? He inquired. Mei Yi lowered her gaze to her abdomen and gently shook her head. It shouldn't be that. My period only came to visit last month, just a month ago, or even less. It cannot be morning sickness. At that moment, Zhao Shu understood the reason behind Mei Yi's somewhat forced smile. He stepped forward, taking her other hand in his. Nothing is absolute. What if it is, right? Perhaps we should visit the hospital for a checkup? Sudden nausea warrants a medical examination. Natasha, too, felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of welcoming new life into their family. How could that be? Morning sickness typically manifests after 3 months of pregnancy, so there is really no need for a hospital visit. Mei Yi firmly shook her head, unconvinced that she had just experienced morning sickness. Not necessarily. Look, we both have taken the beauty elixir, and we have practiced the dual cultivation technique together. Perhaps our child would be extraordinary. Zhao Shu believed it prudent to confirm the situation. If she were not pregnant, they could simply strive harder in the future. Yet, if she were indeed pregnant, he would need to devise a comprehensive plan to ensure Mei Yi's safety. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Mei Yi realized she could not evade the matter any longer. Although the prospect of hearing the news of not being pregnant would be disheartening, she knew that Zhao Shu and Natasha were genuinely concerned for her well-being. Very well. Due to the uncertainty, Mei Yi decided that the three of them would visit the hospital together. Soon, they arrived at the nearest medical facility. After disembarking, Zhao Shu led the two towards the obstetrics and gynecology department. Given that Russia provides free medical services, even amidst the cold and sparse population, the hospital was lacking in available gynecologists. Fortunately, Zhao Shu was able to expedite matters by offering a monetary incentive, securing the attention of the hospital's sole female gynecologist. Oh, this is simple. We shall conduct an ultrasound, and that will clarify everything. The doctor, upon understanding the situation, cheerfully addressed Zhao Shu and Natasha. Internally, she was elated. It was merely a routine ultrasound, yet she was about to receive a substantial monetary gift, something she had not encountered in over a decade. After Natasha translated the doctor's words for Zhao Shu, She led him to accompany Mei Yi for the examination. Thankfully, Mei Yi had only used the restroom once that morning. Otherwise, the ultrasound could not have proceeded. The group followed the doctor into a room where she approached a machine resembling a computer, beside which lay a chair-like apparatus. Please lie down, the doctor instructed Mei Yi. After Natasha translated, Mei Yi gently reclined on the surface. Soon, the doctor pushed aside Mei Yi's clothing to reveal her abdomen. Applying a coupling agent before taking up a device akin to a stamp, which she slowly moved across Mei Yi's belly. Congratulations. You are indeed pregnant. However, the gestation period is too short for me to ascertain whether it is an intrauterine or ectopic pregnancy. Chapter 97. How did you know I was going to be a father? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Upon learning that she was nurturing new life, Aunt May joyfully rose from her reclined position, covering her mouth in disbelief as she repeated the news to herself. Natasha, equally elated, approached Aunt May and embraced her, exclaiming, Congratulations, May. She then turned to Zhao Shu, saying, Did you hear that? Zhao Shu, we are about to welcome a new member into our family. Hee hee. I'm going to be a parent. Zhao Shu's face lit up with a foolish grin, despite being in his 20s. The news of his first child filled him with overwhelming joy. Hey, stop grinning like a fool. Let us get May home for a bath. And don't forget to share this delightful news with Tony and Peter. Then, tonight, prepare a nourishing feast for May, Natasha advised, giving Zhao Shu a playful pat on the shoulder after ensuring Aunt May was comfortable. Zhao Shu snapped back to reality, nodding as he helped Aunt May. Yes, yes. Let us head home for you to rest well. I'll prepare a grand dinner for you tonight. Aunt May, with a gentle smile, caressed her abdomen and lifted her gaze. No need for that. I just found out I'm pregnant. I'm not that fragile. Besides, overindulgence isn't advisable. Indeed, you are right. I will heed your words. Zhao Shu eagerly agreed, having heard that expectant mothers often experience fluctuating emotions. Although Aunt May did not exhibit this tendency at the moment, it did not deter him from showering her with affection. Upon hearing his response and observing his expression, both Aunt May and Natasha exchanged knowing eye rolls before linking arms and gracefully making their way out of the hospital. Hey, take it slow, be careful, just watch your step. Zhao Shu began to caution, but realizing the words might bring bad luck, he swiftly silenced himself. Arriving at the hospital entrance, Zhao Shu carefully assisted Aunt May into a taxi. Sir, have you completed your examination? Everything is all right. The driver cheerfully greeted Zhao Shu. Once Aunt May was settled, Zhao Shu, with a look of wonder, addressed the driver. How did you know I'm going to be a father? Huh. The driver paused in surprise before his smile widened. Oh, congratulations, sir. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you, thank you. May your good fortune rub off on us, Zhao Shu beamed, handing a stack of rubles to the driver. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You truly are a remarkable man, and you two ladies are as beautiful as celestial beings. Your child will undoubtedly be extraordinary, the driver exclaimed, his mouth stretching into a grin upon receiving Zhao Shu's generous tip. Please, enough with the flattery. Just drive us back to the hotel. Zhao Shu attempted to offer more money, but Natasha, seated beside Aunt May in the back, could no longer tolerate the back and forth and interrupted, worried that they might never return home if this continued. Realizing the situation, Zhao Shu felt a bit embarrassed, but still handed some newly retrieved cash to the driver. Sir, ma'am, please make yourselves comfortable. We shall be departing shortly, the driver announced, gently accepting the rubles and starting the vehicle with unprecedented care, proceeding at a notably safe speed towards the hotel. Zhao Shu, seated in the passenger seat, nodded thoughtfully as he observed the slowly passing scenery. He felt that the driver's service was exceptionally attentive, yet he found himself yearning for some cash. However, the only rubles he possessed had already been given to the driver, and the rest lay stored away in a space he could not access at the moment, leading him to ultimately abandon the idea. Throughout the journey, Zhao Shu would greet every passerby with a loud, cheerful, hello. Some would ignore him, while others politely responded, though a few hurled insults his way. Nevertheless, without exception, anyone who spoke to him would receive his retort. How did you know I'm about to become a father? Though meant as a boastful declaration, it was not uncommon for some to misconstrue his words as an insult. Given the car's leisurely pace, those offended would often approach, intent on confronting Zhao Shu. In such instances, he would expressionlessly brandish a gun from the window, muttering, "You envious souls, perish." Fortunately, Natasha in the back seat would gently reprimand him, reminding him of the sparse winter population around them. Otherwise, they might have found themselves pursued by an irate crowd. The driver, initially in high spirits, was now unnerved by Zhao Shu's reckless behavior with the firearm. Yet, under Natasha's guidance, Zhao Shu soon returned the gun to its resting place and settled back into his seat, though his furtive glances outside indicated his desire to continue his ostentation. Concerned, the driver pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed. Observing this, Zhao Shu pouted and pulled out his pistol, pulling the trigger. Streams of water shot forth from the gun's muzzle, splattering out the window. The driver exhaled a long sigh of relief. Only a water gun. Given Zhao Shu's earlier antics, the driver had no intention of slowing down, and they swiftly arrived at the hotel. In a flurry, he unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and respectfully ushered Aunt May out, his trembling hands revealing his eagerness to expedite Zhao Shu's departure. Zhao Shu, unfazed by the driver's nervousness, walked around to the other side to open the door for Natasha. Wishing you a pleasant time. Farewell. Once the three had safely disembarked, the driver hurriedly re-entered the vehicle, speeding away without even closing the door. Here you are, about to become a father, yet still behaving like a child. Can't you act like an adult? Natasha remarked as she grasped Zhao Shu's waist playfully. I want to do it. Zhao Shu retorted defiantly. Do as you please. Natasha, defeated by his stubbornness, stamped her foot and turned to accompany the gentle Aunt May into the hotel. So, will you or one to you? Zhao Shu called after them, quickening his pace to catch up. Inside their room, the three settled onto the sofa, where Natasha tenderly caressed Aunt May's modest belly, prompting Aunt May to lean slightly forward to facilitate her touch. Little one, grow quickly. Your mother longs to meet you. With a tender expression, Natasha spoke gently to May's belly. May covered her mouth with a smile, saying, It hasn't even developed yet. It can't hear you right now. Observing the joyous interaction between the two, Zhao Shu clicked his tongue, realizing that he had yet to inform Tony and Spider-Man of this delightful news. He rose from his seat and made his way to the door, opening it and striding purposefully towards their room. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Tony's voice echoed from within. It's me, Zhao Shu. Is there something you need? The door swung open, and Tony looked at Zhao Shu, puzzled by his cheerful demeanor. Oh, how did you know I'm going to be a dad?